1, 3.
Not hearing you.
One, 3, 1. Yes, sir. 1, 3, 1, 2.
Wow, the waves look really fun, you guys. here, Milby? No. One, two, three.
I mean, if you want to try that.
Sí. Sí. Okay. Muy bien. Muy buenos días, sean bienvenidos al Corona Open México. Este primer día de competencias.
Once only spoken of in hushed tones, this idyllic right-hand point break exploded upon surfing's radar in 2006 with an event of lore won by the late, great Andy Irons. Since then, Barra De La Cruz has been the focal point of traveling surfers, chasing 400-yard-long perfection. 15 years later, the highest caliber of competition, the WSL Championship Tour, returns to Oaxaca for the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. With 2 events remaining on the Championship Tour, the chances are limited. Relegation to the Challenger Series is an ever-present threat to half the competitors. Gabriel Medina and Carissa Moore have secured their shot at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Only 4 spots on each side remain in the fight for the WSL Final 5. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Buenos dias y bienvenidos a Mexico. Welcome everybody to this beautiful part of the world, Oaxaca, Mexico, here at Barra De La Cruz for stop number 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Just a few minutes past 7 a.m. in the morning. And the sun is still a little bit sleepy, coming up and showing off this beautiful right-hand point break. All the talk about the sand in the lead up into this event has been incredible, and the warm-ups have been nothing short of that in the last few days for the world's best to compete at stop number 7, maybe the most anticipated event of the calendar on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Thanks for joining us. Mitchell Salazar joins me, Joe Turpel, in the booth for the morning show. Good morning, my friend. It's got to feel amazing to have a championship tour event back in your favorite country.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, I can't thank everybody enough for just giving us the opportunity to bring an event back to Mexico. And I think not only does it provide a platform for local and Latin American surfers, the more surfers we have internationally on the championship tour, the better the tour is. And I truly believe that Mexico has a lot more to offer than just Barra de la Cruz too.
Well, so exciting as well, Mitch, because it is stop 7. We're going to be talking requalification, final 5, a lot of stories. You were lucky enough to get your feet wet yesterday.
Yeah.
And that warm-up session, even though it was a little bit windy last night, it was pretty uncrowded. But the biggest statement was made by the Brazilian Storm. Most of them were out there still preparing for a big opening day.
No doubt. And I think an important thing for them, especially in the penultimate event of the year, get that positioning in the top 22. Let's requalify. Those people that are looking for a spot on the WSL Final 5, go for it. You're a contender for the World Championship. But if you're outside, you need to requalify and be in the spot to make it to the 2022 season.
That's so true, Mitch. Well, last time we hung out was at the Surf Ranch. That was back in June. We took a break for the Olympic Games. So let's get caught up on what's happened so far in 2021.
To start here, it's almost like having your dessert before dinner.
He wants backdoor, pulls in, the spit comes out, and so does John.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that turn.
Us finishing this event at Pipe is a pretty pivotal moment for women's surfing.
It's the fact that we're out there. That's what really matters.
Welcome to the Rip Curl Newcastle Cup.
Looking for the full route again. His signature move on the backhand.
And here goes Carissa Moore. Takes to the sky.
Wow.
It's one of the best single maneuvers we've seen in women's competition.
It feels so good to be standing #1 at the end of this contest.
It's time for the Rip Curl Narrabeen Classic.
What? Taking any chances? He's going to have
one of the best starts we've seen on tour.
Caroline Marks finishes on top, her 3rd championship tour victory. Welcome to the Boost Mobile Margaret River Pro.
He hasn't had that winning feeling in a little while. Plenty of spray as she hangs onto that one.
Welcome to Rottnest Island. Fitzgibbons, now you're #2 in the world.
Gabriel Medina, what an amazing performance through this Australian leg of the tour.
Welcome back to the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro.
It is the Toledo show. It's coming down to one wave. And he goes down, and that is it. Felipe Toledo is the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro champion. Joanne DeFay knows she's got to bring it. Snaps it quickly, and she does it. Joanne DeFay picking up her first win of the season.
I hope I can just stay in the top 5 and make things shake a little bit.
What a year it's been. So many stories through the Australian leg. 4 events there. Domination maybe more felt on the men's side by Medina with a stranglehold on #1. And women kind of sharing the love with different event winners all the way through the first 6 events of the season.
Yeah, it was cool to see Sally get a win, at home in Australia. But, man, Gabe Medina is on a different level right now, Joe. And, he's at such a great level of consistency since 2014. His worst result on the rankings after we finished at Pipeline, 3rd. That's outstanding. 8 years in a row where the kid has not ended outside of the top 3 spots.
Well, that top 3 is just dominated by Brazil. Those guys were all out there last night. #1 member clinched on both the men and women's side with Gabriel Medina and Carissa Moore as we try to fill in the remaining 4 spots as all roads lead to the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lowers. Coming up next, the call for opening day.
presented by Quiksilver. We are here in this beautiful beach, Barra De La Cruz. Ya tenemos ahí a los salvavidas listos. Okay, this is the first count for the surfers of the Quiksilver. In a moment we will start. This is the first call. 735 stars with the first hit. Please. This is the first count for the surfers of the Quiksilver. In a moment we will start. This is the first count.
Presented by Quiksilver. I'm here with head of competition, Jessie Miley-Dyer, to find out what's going on today. And that's your question, Jessie. What's going on today?
Hi. We've got some pretty fun weights, and we're going to start. We're going to go for a 7:35 start, first round of the men, followed by the women. We'll leave the round twos on hold for the moment, but I think if we get both of those round ones in today, it's going to be, you know, there's definitely swell. It's a bit bigger than yesterday. Had a pretty good free surf day for everyone, so yeah, I'm excited for what we get.
I'm excited too. The first round of the day is we're going to start off with a great heat. Kanoe Igarashi, Kalohi Andino, Kelly Slater starting off for the men. But I want to talk to you about the women. This is going to be the first time we're going to see the women out here at Barra. What do you think about that?
Oh, it's going to be great. I mean, I remember the event that we had all those years ago, and the women's tour was definitely really jealous. So everyone's really excited to be here. A couple of the women in the draw, you know, definitely love a right-hand point break. So this is a great event for the women too.
I look forward to it, and I'm looking forward to getting the start, guys. It looks like day one of competition. It's on the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver.
That's right, Kaipo. Buenos dias. Thank you so much, Jessie Miley-Dyer as well, for that call on opening day. We love that. Getting a quick start to the event. And Kaipo dropped the big news. Kelly, Kanoa, Kalohe, kicking things off at the first heat of the day.
It's a banger, Joe. And what a great way to start the event, too, right? Like, you have somebody that competed here 15 years ago, somebody who was 12 in Kalohe when the event ran, and then somebody in Kanoa who was even younger than that. Kanoa was only 9 years old when the event ran in 2006. So it's a great opportunity for not only Kelly to showcase that he's still looking to requalify, but Kanoa is number 6. And Kalohe needs a result here after being out for several events.
Certainly a lot on the line in that first heat of the morning, but Jessie calling a quick contest on opening day, saying the waves are looking bigger than yesterday. Let's dive into the Surfline forecast to see what we have for the entire waiting period of the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Surfline, the official forecaster, saying that we'd be kicking off with these overlapping south-southwest swells and strongest through Wednesday to Thursday. Today, by the way, is Tuesday here in Mexico.
Yeah, so what Barra wants, Joe, is more of an easterly swell but anything that has more of a southerly direction compared to the west in it is great for here. So today we're starting, there we see the forecast, 7 a.m., which is right now 4 to 5 feet, and the period is great. But look at the period later on today, 4 to 5 feet, 18 seconds. That's great. It means there's a lot of time in between waves, and in between sets, everything's clean. But look at the next 2 days, Joe. 4 to 5 feet, 4 to 6 on Thursday. Period's good, but I like having just a straight south swell here from Barra De La Cruz. It means the waves are going to be right up against the rocks.
Great to see that forecast, and also we always talk about the sand quality here at Barra de la Cruz. The word was the last couple of months it was looking solid, still hanging in there for us for this big event. Best surfers in the world all getting their warm-ups in because they know contest will be on here on opening day. Ryan Callanan preparing for a big contest day at stop 7 of the season. We'll be right back.
Yeah, you guys want to test me? Check, 1, 2, 1, 2, check, check.
Ok. 10 minutos. Empezamos. Please, everybody, take your last wave. 10 minutes to start. Take your last wave, please. All surfers, thank you very much.
The contest is on here on opening day of the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. The birds are excited. Everyone's excited here in Oaxaca because the waves look so incredibly fun. Every time you see one of the best surfers in the world come in, they're smiling from ear to ear, amping up for maybe the most anticipated event on the calendar. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar. Well, now it's time to put it on the line, Mitch. All you fantasy players out there, I'm going to put Mitch on the spot. Your power surfer is a very important pick on your fantasy team because that is awarded double points. Starting with the women, who's coming to mind?
I like Stephanie Gilmore for this event. I think the similarities that this wave has to Snapper Rocks or Home Break, it suits her strength too. And I think this wave, it just makes everybody's surf so much better. But for Stephanie, she's been so dominant at right-hand point breaks, especially those that barrel, just like this one at Karamas. We could be seeing that within the event window here at Barra De La Cruz. And I do think that if she gets on a roll, this could be her event to win.
I mean, hasn't won an event this year, so definitely overdue. Coming into stop number 7 of the season. Great pick there for the 7-time world champ. For me personally, Mitch, I'm going with the Olympic gold medalist, Carissa Moore, 4-time world champion, current world #1. I feel like maybe for the first time in Carissa's career, she actually probably can look in the mirror and say that she is the best surfer in the world. As we always know, she's always had maybe just mental issues of confidence. She's kind of been her worst competitor at times. But now there's a different type of glow around the Hawaiian, and I could see Carissa Moore just running away with this event at Barra De La Cruz. Her balance of tube riding and progression, I don't think anyone can touch her.
That's a great pick. And you called it right. She was her own worst enemy at times. And my power surfer pick for the men has done the same thing. It's Felipe Toledo. I think Felipe has the best of chance to win here at Barra La Cruz. We're seeing where he won at Barrinha, in Saquarema in Brazil a few years ago. Back-to-back champs right there, Joe. But more importantly, he is devastating at right-hand point breaks. 3 words come to mind for me: adaptability, agility, and most importantly, versatility for Felipe Toledo. He has it, and it's the perfect combo right here for Barra La Cruz.
I like that. Coming off a Surf Ranch win, he also won at Margaret River in a strong 3rd position on the leaderboard. He was out there last night.
Yeah.
One thing I'm just noting about Felipe is his happiness. He's vocal.
Yes.
He's cheering his competitors into waves. He's having a really great time. However, Mitch, I'm going with a San Clemente favorite, a young gun named Griffin Colapinto. Obviously hasn't won a major event yet on the championship tour, but he's looking loose and comfortable this season. He's got all of his best friends with him. Believe me, they're still dancing on the sand. You see all those clips they put up on social media, he's still in that place of mind. Colapinto, with his ability to relax and enjoy the moments as he finds himself in the 5th position on the leaderboard for the first time in his career this late in the season. I think Colapinto's finally found that balance of being relaxed but incredibly ready to maybe take out his first W.
Yes.
We'll see what happens in Mexico.
Yes, and that's a great point because it's so close to home. He's surfed here many times before on surf trips, been to Oaxaca, been to Mexico, so you have the comfortable level up at the top, Joe. This is a great event for him, and he needs a result here to stay in the top 5, too.
Well done, Mitch. Make your picks on fantasy. You've got plenty of time until we get into the next round, but choose your power surfers, and we'll get things started. It's seeding round, heat number 1, coming up next.
In red, Gabriel Medina. In black, Slater. In white, Colombiano. First hit of the day.
Check, 1, 2, check. Yes, I do. Hello.
Please, everybody.
Milby.
Because we will start soon.
Okay, cool. You got me?
Thank you.
Okay, just checking. I guess they want to test the audio, but we haven't gotten to test it yet. Okay, I'm going to paddle out then, Milby.
Attention all surfers in the lineup, please begin your corporation to clear the area. We are going to start right at 7:35. So please get your rest waiting in.
1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3.
We need your cooperation. Thank you very much.
We're still testing the mic. Okay.
Yeah, we are about to start the first hit, so please Everybody, we need your cooperation out of the water, please. Thank you very much.
This is the first call for the surfers of the first heat. In a moment, we will start. Okay, the heat number 1, Kainoe Garashi, red from Japan. Kelly Slater, black from USA. Kalohe Andino, white from USA.
Kainoe Igarashi in the water with Kelly Slater and Kalohe Andino and a few remaining free surfers that all happen to be on tour competing today, trying to get their last wave in so we could kick things off. It'll be 35-minute heats, always scoring on their top 2, and no jet ski assist is really going to test their athleticism and strength. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar here for the morning show. Mitch, out there yesterday, the water can move a lot of different directions out there with the refraction off those beautiful rocks, but it definitely tests your ability to paddle hard and still have a lot left in the tank to perform on one of these beautiful walls.
And look who's on screen, Joe. Not only, but the 11-time world champ, who definitely needing a result here, right? He's 22 in the rankings right now, looking to requalify, has Tahiti left after this, and we're talking about the second to last event of the year, and I think him being one of the last few remaining surfers that actually competed in 06 here, he has an advantage, at least psychologically, over everybody else. So getting back to your point about conditions, it is all about conditioning, really. And I think this event in particular, especially with no jet ski assist, we're going to have to see it this morning from these surfers. Who wants it the most? That's the real question.
Kelly Slater showed up last night, basically on dark. The sun had already set. Felipe, Jadson, Kaio, the whole crew that was out there had already come in, and Kelly was looking at an empty lineup. He didn't have a ton of time because the sun had already gone down, but kind of typical for Kelly. Maybe the last person to get to events more often than not. But the good news was he had the lineup to himself. I saw him at dinner last night, and he said, yeah, it was a bit bouncy. He looked like he was still looking for more to kind of feel out the lineup a bit, because it has been a bit since he's been down here.
Yeah, and another big thing, too, is that I think that's just smart on his behalf. You're getting more waves during your free surfs. You're not having to battle with anybody out there. And I think most importantly, you're just comfortable with yourself. You know, you're getting to know the lineup better. And I think for somebody like Kelly, who's been around for so long, all you want to do is really surf. I mean, you've been there, done that so many times. It's like, let's test my boards out. Let's see what the wave's doing. Let's see what the sand's doing, more importantly, because he's been here many times.
So true. Talk about sand quality. It's like that extra condition that we talk about at a lot of venues, even Pipeline. Where is the sand on the reef? Where is it not? Here at Barra De La Cruz, you talk about the sand all the time.
Yeah.
On a scale from 1 to 10, I mean, I know this place doesn't need to be a 10 to be really fun and rippable, but where would you think the sand quality is at this stage?
Put me on the spot, Joe. I'd probably have to say 7 to 8. Which is pretty high up there, right? I mean, we're almost talking excellent, and I think it just probably needs one more swell from a great direction. Not to say that the waves aren't fantastic, because they are, but I just think if we're wanting to see something similar than what we saw in 06, we're going to need another swell similar to that. Southeast, for me, would be the best. 6 to 8 feet, just clean it all up and get a good rain right before that, too.
So obviously the big story, Kelly Slater, the greatest of all time, 49 years of age.
Yeah.
As you mentioned, behind the cutoff to requalify. A lot of little changes that have a lot of meaning this year on tour. And the cutoff formally at 22 to move back on the championship tour, now moved to 20. It sounds like a minimal movement with just 2 surfers, but it's gigantic when you think about so many amazing athletes that are sitting maybe right on the cut or just behind it, coming into top 7.
Yeah, well, and you have to think, too, the people that have been in the top 15 for the majority of the year, they've surfed incredibly well and they still might not be able to requalify, even being in the top 15 for the whole year. So I think realistically, you still need to be thinking quarters are better here and in Tahiti. You can't be settling with an event thinking, oh, I can get a 9th and I'll recover in Tahiti and I'll do fine. No, it's like now or never, because you don't want to put yourself in that position afterwards where you're needing the result right at the end, Joe.
So interesting when you look at, rookies like, Jack Robinson. He's probably always looking at this part of the year thinking, hey, thinking even wins for a guy of his talent, but he kind of needs it to happen now.
Yes.
I'll be interested to see, now that he's made it to the venues where he's expected to win, will that immediately turn in success for the Australian?
I mean, he had success at Pipeline. We expected that. Had the one really close heat with Kelly Slater. I think it was in the round of 16, so he got a 9th position there. But yeah, you're right. I think there's been events where he's underperformed. At home, he didn't do as well in Margaret River. We did not see the box, which is pretty unfortunate for him. But I do think this is a good event for him. Suits his style. And then obviously Tahiti, if we have swell, he's going to be really difficult to beat right there.
And he also did a couple of strike missions down here very early in the summer. Over a month ago, he came down here, got some boards dialed, so he's looking ready to compete. We're getting very close to the start of the first heat of the morning here on opening day. Let's join the ceremonial siren with our mayor, Ramon Castillo. Ramon Castillo, the mayor of Barra de la Cruz, here for that special moment to kick off the first heat of the morning. So thankful to have him welcome us down here for a big championship tour event. Stop 7, the World Surf League Championship Tour. Kanoa Igarashi, silver medalist, out there in the red jersey.
Whoa. Seems like we got action already, huh, Joe?
Already looking like we're getting started. So you see the clock moving. 35 minute heats. Kelly looking to get a quick start here. And Igarashi kind of in slow motion here on the inside.
This is the first day of the event. Welcome everybody. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Hit number 1.
So 0.83 for Andino, 0.43 for Kelly. Igarashi with a couple of similar scores. So priority's already in rotation.
The best surfers in the world. This is the first
Interesting, Joe, because
Mexico.
I would have said that positioning at the beginning of the heat was going to be the most important thing. And now you gave surfer in white Andino priority over everybody else. And to me, it just seemed like Kanoa wanted to switch boards. It seems like he's switching fins, actually. Putting those FCS2s in.
Well, it's interesting for Kanoa. I mean, the last thing you want to do is start of the heat, you're already coming in to make a board change. As we take a look at what happened at the start of the heat, Andino's first wave.
Yeah, so even Kolohe got on the board, and he went big immediately. I like it. I think this aggressiveness from him is smart because he's way down in the rankings. There's a really big chance that he's going to need to apply for an injury wildcard to actually requalify for next year, and I think that would be the smart thing to do, but let's at least get 2 decent results, be comfortable with your surfing in the last 2 events of the year.
Rolling in now, Andino getting a nice vision. Spit out of the pit to kick things off this morning. And a clean roundhouse cut back. You can see how the wave goes flat and then fills up. He's hoping he's got a double up.
Nice float.
Floats that section, climbs it. Andino now starting to rush towards the end, tapping float. Wrapping turn on the inside. And Andino, fin throw reverse to finish. Great timing, solid execution. Kelly now in motion. Big front side wrap for the GOAT. Tight jam with the rebound. This wall stretching out for Kelly. Holds that rail. Another big roundhouse. Straight up vert on transition there for Kelly. Blowtail reverse off the top. Ends up incomplete. And he'll lose the end section on that wave. So Kelly and Kolohe improving on their situation as Kanoa's just getting himself back into position.
Yeah, so this is going to set the scale for the first day, Joe. And important wave there from Andino. His confidence levels now must be through the roof. Had one really great heat against his teammate John Florence at Tokyo. Did well. Saw him surf like I hadn't seen him surf like that in a while. I liked it. Had a slob, had a stale fish. I hadn't seen that version of Kolohe in a long time. It's the Kolohe I grew up with. I mean, you saw him in an amateur event and you'd be thinking, okay, I'm getting second or worse, because Kolohe would always win. He'd always be the guy that win a Surfing America, USA Surfing, and NSSA, and it's because of this type of surfing. Really nice arm drag right there for the opening barrel of Andino, then gets the wrap, and I thought this was some interesting work right here, Joe. Could have gone a little bit bigger on these sections. Maybe could have overpowered the wave right here, but I thought this was smart. Just interesting surfing with the motions. And this is really going to be the most important wave of this heat so far, because anything above a 5 is probably going to be a keeper score at this point of the heat. Still got lots of time, but I do think that those could be your backup scores. And now Kelly, some nice rail surfing. Just beautiful transitions from the 11-time champ. And you see there from Kelly, reads the wave extremely well. Beautiful lines, doesn't rush anything. Maybe went for something a little too big right there, but I mean, I think it's smart. You're down in the rankings, you need a result. And this is the important heat right here, Joe, because if you win, your positioning in the round of 32 is different compared if you got second place, too.
These heats are so important for seeding. It can make little adjustments depending on your place in the seeding round. Obviously, first is where you want to be to maybe have the highest seed in your bracket. The high seed in this matchup is Kanoe Igarashi, already changing up the fins after his first 2 waves. Now sits with priority, and Dino and Kelly waiting for their scores as they're just trying to build on those numbers in the heat. As we want to say a big buenos dias to one of our good amigos in the lineup with Strider Wazelewski.
Yes, definitely a buenos dias out here. The waves are really fun looking. I mean, unbelievable. Kolohe finding that little nugget. Interesting though, first 3 waves ridden, everybody fell. They were getting used to the backwash and the lump coming off the side of the cliffs here and the rocks. But then you get to those open faces, and there's a lot of power in these waves out here. It's crazy how much push they have.
Thank you so much, Strider. Always great to be in the lineup with the Waz, as he'll be out there giving us the report here at Barra De La Cruz. So identifying a section that's going to double up and give you some open face is going to be great to see. Numbers are in. Kelly's start 3.33, and Dino out front with a 5.17. I felt like what we saw from Andino in Tokyo at the Olympic Games was this aggressive start to his heats. I feel like that first wave he had on the buzzer to kick off the matchup against John Florence, landing a huge air, gave him a ton of momentum. Thing was, he went down to Kanoe Igarashi in the very next round. And Kanoe in the water with Kolohe once again. Igarashi earning the silver medal for the host country of the Olympic Games.
Hey, I don't know if you noticed, Joe, Kolohe changed his number, right? He used to be 22 and honored Clayton Kershaw. Now he's wearing 24.
Wow, we're going to have to get and update on that. I know there's definitely been some kind of jersey shout-outs that we've been seeing this season. So we'll catch up to Kolohe to ask him about that number change. But yeah, 22, he's born on the 22nd of March.
You're right.
Loves Clayton Kershaw, who wears number 22 for the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Los Dodgers.
That's right. But yeah, I also saw Malia Manuel in the Red Bull Athlete Zone having an Andy Irons tribute for this event. Into the pit with Kelly. Coming out with a ton of speed, lays down that rail. Another beautiful arcing roundhouse cutback. Wraps it quickly on the open face. Driving through another big roundhouse with that clean rebound, and Kelly will hit it off the top. Pulls back in for an inside pit, has time to shut it down. Kelly's best so far.
I love it. I love it. That was a sneaker wave too. Under everybody else, he searched for it, and now this is where things get difficult, Joe. The paddle back out. You see the current drifting you towards the west, because if you go towards up the point, you're still going east. So this is a tough wave that really requires a lot of conditioning. We're going to see what Kelly's at right there. But to me, this was just beautiful surfing, Joe. Great read right here in the barrel. Disappears completely right there for a few seconds. And this roundhouse cutback is just textbook. Amazing. And then
Boom, the carp to snap right there from Kelly. Board looks solid too. Real responsive, fast, and as we call the goat here in Mexico, we call him el papá de los pollitos. It means the dad of the little chicks, of the little chickens. Yeah. So Kelly really showing that, you know, he is the greatest of all time right here. I mean, this was under everybody else's priority. Search for the wave, he got it, and now we got Kanoa up and riding.
Igarashi, number 6 in the world. Clean top turn wrap, changing the fins out immediately. Tommy Whitaker was standing by in the sand, and now back to business. Wrap now stalling. More wall now off the bottom. Nice clean snap to slide. Draws that one off in more of a layback fashion. Lays back over the whitewater one more time, and Igarashi's in the game.
So he's on the board, which is the important thing. Almost 10 minutes have gone by. And you like that joke from Kelly, didn't you, Joe?
Can you say that again for me, Mitch?
El papá de los pollitos.
That's a wonderful, wonderful phrase. So that's what you'd call like a goat, the greatest of all time in Mexico.
Like when you call somebody in their respective discipline, obviously, like that they've achieved that much, you tell them like, tú eres el papá de los pollitos.
I love it. Yeah, Kelly's shown us so many ways of just owning professional surfing for over 3 decades. I think everyone's always wondered, okay, what's going to motivate him this year? As we know, he started 3rd in the world with a huge start at Pipeline, and I was surprised when he had to miss the Australian leg. Back to Kanoa's.
He has momentum, Joe. Coming off that 3rd place finish at the Surf Ranch, silver medal at the Olympics in his home country. I mean, imagine the pressure he had to go through to just achieve that goal. And some great surfing here from Kanoa. Beautiful read from him. Gets the one jam right there, which I really liked. And the difference between his wave compared to Kolohe's and Kelly's start was the aggressiveness towards the lip line. We're talking about critical maneuvers. He had a few in there. So to me, I think this is going to be the best wave of the heat so far.
And I think he's just showing his confidence where he'll just go in, make a fin change, even having Kelly and Kolohe in the water and staying calm and right into a 7.5.
Yeah.
Identifying a great wave, ripped it to pieces. He'll stay in 2nd, but now has a single high number of the matchup.
Yeah, and one judge even won an 8.0, which is already excellent. I can see that. Maybe a little too early for me, personally, to go that high, especially knowing that you still have a lot of other great surfers coming up in later heats. But I think this is somebody that goes under the radar a lot, Joe. Number 6 in the rankings. 2 results back-to-back that are huge. The only surfer from Japan to qualify for the CT.
Big punt attempt going upside down was Andino. Not holding back whatsoever. I feel like that's been a serious shift for him. He's not trying to build numbers and heats. He's trying to go for 10s early. And it's freeing up his surfing quite a bit. We're always having a lot of questions about Kelly. Of course, always about his equipment. Strider with some insight for us.
Well, it looks like, you know, Kelly looking pretty strong. He's been testing out the flat earth, which is basically a twin fin with a little fin in the trailer there. And these are made by Aquila Aipa, and he's been working really close with them. And he just brought 3 brand new ones down here. He's super excited about riding those boards. They look really great on the face, obviously in the tube, looking soft. And well, I can't wait to see some more action on the lip from Kelly. Kanoa looking really strong on the face, though, pushing really hard. Looks like the fin switch up did really well for him.
Well, Wise, explaining that fin setup, we don't see everyone on tour using that same thing, that bigger side fin, smaller trailer. How's that going to feel at Barra?
Well, you know what? It's going to give him a lot of loose feeling in the barrel, a lot of control on the face, but you have to really use the rails as well because there's not as much hold without that bigger back fin. So he's going to have to really tend to the rail as well as the fin, where a lot of these guys on the tri-fin setup are just pushing really hard on the tail and just popping that out in the lip. So it's a fun thing to watch. Watch his board in the water, watch his rails actually dig in as he does his turns, as well as the fin out the back.
Good man, Strider. Kelly always pushing the sport of surfing, but also pushing board design, fin design. He has so many things in his head. He's able to translate that into his own surfboard company, and that company allowed him to work with a lot of his best friends like Aquila Aipa to create that flat earth design.
Yeah, and Wade Takora was a big part there for a while too. And I mean, you're talking about somebody who's been around for 30 years And he knows what he wants in his surfboard. And here's Kolohe Andino's last wave. Joe, I don't know about you, I like this. I think this is necessary for Andino. We're talking about the prodigal son of the United States of America, right? When it comes to surfing, everybody expecting big things from him. And I think early on in his career on the championship tour, maybe that pressure was a little too much for him to handle, and he couldn't really just translate that into results. And I feel that, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's true, Mitch. Yeah, I love what you're saying there, and I agree with you about a start like this where he's going for it. It doesn't feel like he's trying to fit his surfing into any sort of a mold of a criteria, right? Where he's trying to learn how to win heats. He's going, I'll just do the biggest air and shut these guys down early. Now 27, you know, in a lot of interviews over the years, he's like, he had to remind himself that he was young, qualified, he was 18 as a rookie. He's learned so much. And with a couple of top 5 finishes in the world, you know, that confidence is really starting to be really understandable for his headspace to know that he can beat anyone at any time. You know, he's knocking at the door to maybe his maiden championship tour victory. Things just getting started here in Mexico. We'll be right back. The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. What a wonderful morning for pro surfing when you see the GOAT in motion. It's always a special day. Kelly driving down the line, looking for a spot straight into the round of 32. A couple of wrapping cutbacks. I'm loving that we're seeing that roundhouse cut that featured time and time again. Keeps the rail engaged on that flat earth model, so smaller trailing fin looking great and loose, especially on that rebound. Nice vertical power punch. Kelly looking for a finish. Weightless on the end section hack. And he'll try to ditch a 4.5 there. Kelly with Kanoa and Kolohe. Much anticipated heat. I can't believe we're getting in the first heat of the contest, Mitch.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think that these surfers haven't met each other these many times in a 3-person heat either.
Andino now working his way through a blowtail reverse. Nice transition for Andino. Nice front side rail carve. He's got the inside bowl. Twist and wrap off that high line section. And now Andino chasing down the finishing move. Well-read wave. The .93's long gone. Igarashi, remember, had the 7.5 earlier. And Slater had just taken the lead with his 4.5 that came in on his previous score here. Still with 17 minutes on the clock. Exciting day of action. Colapinto on deck coming up next with Jadson Andre and a wild card named Luca Macinas from Peru. A lot of new names popping up in the draw with some injuries that people are dealing with, from John to Jordy. You know, also Julian Wilson making that huge announcement that he was taking a break. He's not saying it's retirement quite yet. And he'll wait to decide when he comes back to full-time competition. I hope it does happen.
Yeah.
But he definitely deserves a break. After all, he's contributed to surfing over the last 15 years.
100%. And he surfed really well.
at the Olympic Games too. There was one really close heat there with Gabe. That one air that Julian had at the end was solid, but I think Medina was just non-stop in that event too. And obviously we have the silver medalist in the water right now in Kanoa, which was a huge feat for him. Really proud of what Kanoa's done in his young career. The kid's only going to be 24 at the end of this year. Silver medalist, first Japanese-born surfer to make it onto the championship tour. First Japanese-born surfer to win a championship tour event in 2019 against Jeremy at Karamas. And obviously a huge opportunity for him too to solidify a spot going into Tahiti in the WSL Final 5. Currently number 6 in the rankings. This is a big spot for him, Joe.
So true. Let's see Kelly's last.
Yeah, and Slater getting a 4.5 right here. To me, Kelly is just surfing a really smart heat. Nothing too extravagant, but I do feel like this is something that right now, especially in the first heat of the morning, it will get you through. Surfing meat and potatoes, which is really basic, but doing it super well. And you see Kelly using his rails there, smart surfing, not pushing too hard, especially as Strider said. He's got that twin fin setup with the one trailer fin. Going too vertical, sometimes you lose your footing and that back fin can slide out a little bit too much, having that amount of speed, Joe. So it's important for Kelly to be on the better waves, especially the ones that are barreling.
So his wave previous, the 4.5, still waiting for the decision on that last wave. As we see that beautiful roundhouse cut back utilized incredibly well for Kelly. Right now for him, he's chasing what could be requalification. Now back to Kolohe's wave.
Yeah, and he gets a 5.0, so he moves back into second. And now Igarashi only needs a 2.67 to retake that spot. But as I said, I think this is really textbook and vintage Kolohe Dino. We're seeing an aggressive surfer. He's going to be a father soon, so congratulations to him and his wife on that achievement in life. And I mean, this is a kid that's been there, done that. Unfortunately for him, no wins in 5 finals so far. It would be really nice to see him win here at Barra De La Cruz, but I think, as we were talking about earlier, that aggressiveness that he has at the beginning of heats is definitely going to be crucial for him to win heat after heat here at Barra De La Cruz, because with conditions improving, you're really going to bring up your A game here.
Now let's go in the lineup with Strider Wazelewski for more insight on this first heat of the day.
Well, first heat of the day, we're out here in the lineup, and it's really hard to hear the situation. So kind of old school, the surfers are really going to have to surf by instinct and understand where they think their scores are, because it's really hard for them to hear them in the water. Usually they can hear them very clear, they know what they need, and they can actually surf to that. So right now they're out here waiting for those waves, seeing what they need, and understanding which waves they've taken, and kind of doing a mental check on their own out here in the lineup.
So interesting, Strider. Yeah, that completely changes the game. You can see Andino with his hands up. He is waiting to get an update on the standings, but since it's hard to hear, the beach commentators are throwing it out there to him time and time again, and they're just trying to work it on the fly. That's such a game changer when you don't know where you're sitting, because the benefit of hearing scores, you can make your next move. You know what you need. You know what your opponents are having. You know what the time call is over and over again. So this will be a different type of heat if they've just got to try to score themselves and their opponents here with 12:45 to go.
Yeah, and Strider made a good point. Like, you do have to surf on instinct, and you can't rely on everybody else's ability to give you your information in time, especially if it's, you know, close to the end of the heat. You got 5 minutes. There's a chance you need to score. You can't be waiting there for 2-3 minutes for them to give you exactly what you need. That info, you got to go out there and surf for heat, Joe. I mean, you're one of the world's best surfers. You got to be thinking, okay, it doesn't matter if I have 2 weights. I still want to need, or I want to get another 2 weights just to solidify that spot.
Well, it's so interesting. I mean, every championship tour event, you have the benefit of hearing your scores.
Yeah.
You know that. You play into it. I remember Kolohe as a junior knew how to do that so well. Yeah. He always wanted to listen to the beach commentators. Then he'd make his next move accordingly. So they'll have to move on quickly if those numbers don't come in for them to hear it. Frontside wrap for Andino. A little bit stuck off the top, but he's got a little inside bowl looking to ramp up. Andino off the bottom, alley-oop.
Yeah.
Nails that landing into a vertical on the end section.
That was great. I like it. looking to improve on a 5. That would make things more difficult for Kanoa. And here goes Kelly real quick. So Andino could take the lead here. He only needs a 5.84, call it a 6. So anything close to that will give him first. And now the person who would be kind of in that awkward phase would actually be Kelly. Because Kelly now would be in a transition spot. And since Kanoa doesn't need that much, having that 7.5, if he gets anything even close to a 5.0, everybody else is going to be in a hard position to make this heat.
11 minutes on the clock. Igarashi still at the single high score of a 7.5. And still waiting on 2 numbers, one from Kelly and this last wave for Andino.
Yeah, had higher priority, so Kelly had to give way, and I thought this was just fantastic surfing, Joe. For how the wave was, read it perfectly. Look at this alley-oop right here. Passes the one section, goes for it, and with that little offshore wind, that's a hard maneuver to do. I mean, we're talking about the wind pushing you out the back, you being able to control your positioning on your board, on the wave, and look at that, just textbook, almost a full rotation, and then this additional maneuver right at the end to get in there in time, your reaction time, especially after coming off an injury, that was difficult.
Quickly up and out is Igarashi. I really enjoyed how Andino threw in the alley-oop. He used to joke about how he didn't do that maneuver too much in his early days. He was famous for big full rotations, reversing the other way. And then in Portugal, he might have done one of the biggest alley-oops ever thrown down in front of all of his peers. He ended up getting page 1 of Surfing Magazine for that alley-oop combination. Came flying out of a barrel, huge alley-oop, and now he uses it quite a bit. Great to see him mix it up down the line. You can see he's still concerned with hearing the update on the situation.
Oh, and look at that, Joe. Look at the score he got.
Numbers locking in for Andino, 5.83.
He needed a 5.84.
And now Kelly drilling that first section up and out. So Kelly's still showing that he's waiting for a number. 6.5 and a 4.5. Now looks like all the numbers are in. So the tie break for Kelly and Kolohe for that number 1 spot in this heat is broken by the high single score. You're scored on your top 2, but Kelly 6.5 is breaking that tie and putting him out in front.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one because now Igarashi only needs a 3.5. He's holding priority, 9 minutes to go. He is probably not even going to move a muscle until the set waves come through. And obviously extremely smart, one of the better competitors on tour. And this is where, if you're Kelly, you need to be bettering that 4.5 immediately because Andino has the ability to get the 5.18 on a single maneuver.
Rolling in now, Igarashi, number 6 in the world.
Oh!
Slides out on the top turn, loses priority, and he'll still be down in 3rd. Remember, he has the single high of a 7.5 and plenty of time on the clock, but a rare fall there.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, Chihuahua.
That's exactly what you're going to hear on the beach from his coach, Tommy Whitaker, as Kelly's driving. Weightless float, awkward landing. He's going to get out quickly. 8:10 to go. So a bit of a scrappy start to this heat, just but with some key moments that stand out. I love Andino's go-forward attitude, going for huge airs.
Yeah.
Did land the alley-oop. That's keeping him in the mix. Remember, 3rd place goes to the elimination round. And that's the scariest round where you could potentially get a 33rd, which doesn't give you any points on the leaderboard. And we're getting down to the wire. Stop 7 of the season. Stop 8 coming up next in Tahiti. Always focusing on the road to the Rip Curl WSL Finals. In the final 5, Igarashi just outside the cup, right behind Colapinto, as we'll be following Griff and Kanoa. See where that spot ends up heading into chokes.
Yeah, Connor Coffin, who's been surfing outstanding as well, number 8 in the rankings. To me, the one person there that nobody's talking about is Iago Lora. Has a lot of experience here in Mexico, has been here on many free surfing trips, and I think with Tahiti coming up after that, he's got a good chance of making it there.
I mean, maybe the 2 guys having the most fun happen to be number 2 and 3 in the world, Toledo, Italo Ferreira, checking out their little clips together, having a lot of laughs, their energy. You can feel it, even if you're miles away.
Yeah. No, they're just smiles all the time. And, I mean, I just love their energy. You sit around them and they're just laughing all the time. It's good. It's contagious.
Frontside wrap complete for Andino. Hard off the bottom. There's the reverse in transition. Setup wrap there for the Californian. Drives through another beautiful top turn arc. Frontside carve with some power as well. And driving into a super clean finish. Andino putting on a show this morning in heat number 1.
And I'd have to say his best wave. I mean, the 517 for sure going to be gone after this one. And as I told you early on in the heat, Joe, anything close to a 6 is probably going to be a good backup right now, especially in the first heat of the morning. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what conditions are going to do in the first 35 minutes of the day. And for Andino, this was not only an important way for him to move up into first right here, but confidence-wise, you just executed. You converted on a set wave with priority number 1, so your game plan went according. And look at that, just a frontside 3, that's stock standard for Kolohe, and beautiful rail work right here. The nice carve to snap. I love that jam in the pocket right there where he actually slides the fins at the end, and he needed a finish. That was extremely smart, and I'm thinking we're going to see the best wave of the heat for him so far.
I agree with you, Mitch. So many different types of turns, including an air. That was a risky maneuver to do at that part of the wave.
Yeah, but as we said, you risk it to get the biscuit, and you really need that reward at the beginning of the wave, because sometimes you don't get that closeout section you want. So if you have the section at the beginning, why wouldn't you go for it? I mean, it's just begging for you to hit it. I'd rather die out the back than try to live on the inside, Joe, especially in a heat, excuse me. You need to be able to lose those close heats by risking it all on a bigger set wave, going for it, than maybe getting the score right at the end on a smaller wave, thinking, oh, is it enough, or the judge is barely giving it to you, or it's just going to be right under. At least here you know that the only person you could blame is yourself.
So true, Mitch. I think you see competitors come in all the time. They always feel way worse if they didn't go for it. They didn't do their brand of surfing with a loss. They'd rather go down swinging. Numbers finally starting to come through. Andino in second, needed a 5.18 for the lead change, but looks like it will be the highest score of the matchup, hitting the jackpot with a 7.77. Andino to first, Kelly to second, Igarashi now third, needing a 3.5 with 4 minutes to go.
Well deserved too. Best wave of the heat, really comparable to Kanoa's 7.5, but the difference for me was the one air on the outside. Just a little bit more critical, a little bit more risk. And you talk about people that are actually looking for a result here. Kolohe is one of them. You don't really want to be relying on, hey, am I actually going to get the wild card at the end of the year? Maybe not.
He's got more intentions for potentially his first win of the season as we look at the Jeep recap. Kelly, Kanoa, and Kolohe Andino had us on our feet this morning in the dark, anticipating this matchup of the ages. Kelly, 6'5" and a 4.5, right in the flat earth model that he's designed with Aquila Ipa. He's looking loose, looking radical, and I think my favorite part is he's doing so many versions of the roundhouse cutback.
I love it too. And then Kanoa here with his strong opening ride, the 7.5, and now that I look back on it, I easily could have seen this go a little bit higher too. Really aggressive surfing on a larger set wave. As we said, Joe, coming off of two really back-to-back solid results, the Surf Ranch third place finish, and then the silver medal at the Olympic Games. And then this man, the surfer from San Clemente, the southern part of California, going to the sky, get the 7.77 on this wave, the best of the heat so far, and he's surfing unleashed. This is the best version of Kolohe Andino I've probably seen all year long.
So creative with his approach, big wrapping turns, blowing the tail out and putting a lot of flair on that last wave. Remember, Andino was used to coming to Mexico all the time with his dad Dino, with his uncle Mike Parsons, and a lot of times they actually did training camps with the youth from Southern California, and he was always coming down to these dreamy little right-hand point breaks in Mexico, so he's probably feeling like he's in his second home right now.
They actually did a Surfline feature, I want to say 2008. It was Kalia Sister Moniz, and she rode her longboard and her shortboard, Carissa Moore and Kolohe Andino, and it was all for Surfline. but it was like those Grom attacks or something like that. And I asked Carissa at the surf launch, I was like, hey, do you remember that article? She's like, yeah, it was such a fun trip. Conditions were really similar, but I asked her, are you super excited to go back? And she's like, it's one of my favorite waves worldwide. So I feel like Kolohe probably feels at home too.
Oh, he's so psyched up, and I don't think that's ever been a problem. Last night I ran into Kolohe, and I said, hey, that was fun watching you in Japan in the Olympics. Energy was amazing. He's like, well, energy's never been the problem, has it? You know, and he just kind of left me with that line, and he's like, he's always been fired up. He's always been ready to play the game, and he just wants to put it all together and find that belief, you know, in himself so he could surf 100% at all times. Igarashi into the final minute. Remember, third place does have to go into the elimination round, and that's what Igarashi's trying to avoid, because he has that big 7.5. A 3.5 will send Kelly into the ER. And now just all setup work. He wants this inside track. Nice clean snap. He can throw those fins out the back on demand. He'll stretch this one out and throw it into the whitewater, stay on his feet, only chasing a 3.5 for second.
I wouldn't want to be a judge right now, Joe. It's pretty tough. Just compared to the 4.5 of Kelly, I feel like this wave lacked quite a bit. Just the quality of the wave wasn't there. I feel like he was just looking for the section the whole time, and it never popped up. And if anything, it's barely going to be enough if it is. But this is an upset if he doesn't advance, because he was the top seed in the heat. He's coming off of the 2 back-to-back really good results. And you're talking about somebody who competed in the first Olympic Games in Japan, in his home country.
So a big decision for the panel. Interesting when you're only chasing a 3.5, how you approach that wave. And the wave didn't make it easy. It definitely went off speed, looked sluggish. He timed the inside bowl well. So he featured a couple of those little tail drift moves, but was it enough? Let's take another look.
So you got to compare it to the closest 2 scores. The 3.33 of Kelly and his 4.5. Those are the only 2 waves that you really got to be looking at. So we had the roundhouse. Then he mistimed that section. It was a tough section to surf and read. Then goes to the inside, needed something bowly, got that one turn right there, which was solid. Gets the wrap, little stuck, and this is where I had mixed feelings. Like, the finish wasn't great, but it wasn't terrible either. So, I mean, you just got to make a decision as a judge. Are you going to give the pass to black, or are you going to give the pass to red, Kanoa? And to me personally, I feel like Kelly deserves to advance right here.
It'll be a close decision regardless. Kelly had the 6.5 and a 4.5 as a low score. And Igarashi had the 7.5 so incredibly early, but just couldn't back it up. And it came down to that last wave to see if he'll avoid the elimination round. Kelly got here last night, surfed on dark. I'm not even sure what time zone his mind is in right now, flying from Honolulu, Hawaii to get here. But did well to try to fire himself up early. Typically, I don't think he likes those morning heats. You know, he likes to wake up a bit. Numbers coming through for Igarashi, a 3.27. Not enough. Kelly and Kolohe will move on into the round of 32. Exciting times to kick off the first heat of the day. Heat 2 comes up next, led by Griffin Colapinto. We'll be right back in Mexico after this.
Up and right in red. Griffin Colapinto in red at the back. Oh. Okay, at the back, backside and back. Jason Andre at the back. Jason, nice hand right there.
Buenos dias, everybody. Let's check out where we are in this beautiful world, in the beautiful country of Mexico, in the state of Oaxaca, and a town called Huatulco, famous for great art, great restaurants, good food, incredible tacos. The taco count is through the roof these days, but our favorite part, beautiful sand bottom point breaks, especially right here at Barra De La Cruz.
Yeah, Barra De La Cruz is one of those places when you come to the state of Oaxaca, you need to surf at least once, Joe. It's such iconic, and I mean, look at the waves today. Luca Messina's up and riding.
From Peru, getting the call up as a wild card. Fresh off a performance at the Olympic Games. Messina's drawing a couple of carves on the open face, looking to get a little lip line hack there. Recovers from that warbly section off the bottom. Now getting out in front and timing a finish, and Messina stays on his feet. Messina's taking on Jadson Andre, Griffin Colapinto as the GOAT's talking to Jimmy Hogan.
You remember the line that I told you? That I taught you, Joe?
Can you say it one more time?
El papá de los pollitos.
God, I need to practice that. I need a lot more practice. 32 on the clock in the second heat of the day. Colapinto, what an exciting surfer, still just getting his career started, shadowing a mentor like Kolohe Andino for many of those years. Learned a lot from not just Kolohe, but also Kolohe's father, Dino. And Dino signing up for the trip to Mexico to support the cruise. Carved a slide for a moment there for Colapinto, almost getting hung up there. Top turn jam again, and it just felt like that wave wouldn't let him get his rhythm.
Smart decision right there. You're closer to the peak than you are to the inside. Might as well just kick out if you're not having a good performance right at the beginning. Just recover positioning and save yourself too. You still got half an hour to go, and I think if you're only going to surf once today, which is most likely the case, if you make it through to the round of 32, be smart about the waves that you're choosing in order to actually perform on those great waves that you actually need.
It's a great call, especially without the jet ski assist in the seeding round. And it's interesting, it might be such a hard read. Some waves that you roll in and there's not much there can have a great double up through the inside. So you've got to be really paying attention to what that wave might do. I think Griffin made the smart decision. He was kind of wobbling on those first two turns. He's been looking incredible at board. It's been insane the last few days. 1.43 start. Jadson Andre, another one of those surfers that was out there late last night.
Oh, yeah. And he was surfing exceptionally well. Really good backside. And he's obviously needing a result right here, too. So, important event for him. But I wanted to mention to you something real quick. Just like Snapper Rocks and many other point breaks that barrel and that have those sections that might double up a lot, an important read for here at Barra de la Cruz is always take the low line if it seems like it's too much of a double up, because that allows you to be in the right power source of the wave. If you're in the high line, you don't get the same amount of speed and the same amount of drive and push that you would get on the low line right here at Barra de la Cruz.
29 on the clock. Let's get more insight on wave selection in the lineup with Strider. Strider, is that going to be easy or difficult to do today?
Well, it's a lot harder than it usually is because of the local storm and the chop on the water that was created. Here we go with Griffin. He's going to come around the corner. He's got one of those high roads that, you know, we were just talking about. It's hard for him to get out on that open face and really find what he needs. He needs to get deep in the bowl and get up into the lip, and that wave didn't allow him to do that because there wasn't a real double up as you saw him blast off that inside section.
Beautiful blast there. Climbs the next section, timing that roundhouse, avoiding that big bump on the open face, and drills the closeout section.
Difficult section to manage right there at the end, Joe, especially coming off of the penultimate maneuver where he was a little off balance, recovered very well right there at the end. And this is a crucial wave for him in the first 7 minutes of the heat too, because it's going to set a standard for him as far as he would like to have within this first heat. As we see Luca getting a 4.33 on his opener, we're going to look at Griff's. Has a 2.4 on the previous wave. That was the one where he slid out a couple times. Much better right here. Beautiful wrap.
Another great carve. I like his tempo. Nothing rushed. This wave really similar to the right-hander at lowers. That was a difficult maneuver. Up into the white water, blew the fins out the back. And that was smart. He two-timed the carve just to sacrifice enough to get there in time. And as I said, was a little off balance coming off of the roundhouse cutback. And look at how late he was and how he was able to actually get there in time just for the closeout re-entry. That was difficult and it was critical.
Colapinto definitely drilling that finish. That climb to fin release was very aggressive. He probably felt he needed it when that wave wasn't extremely clean to start. There's a lot of bounce on this wave, so we're probably going to see a lot of those two-stage cutbacks, making sure you're not just catching a rail. But it feels good when they finally let to unload, when that section really allows them to let it all fly out. Jadson Andre with a quick lead, 3.67. Messinas, the wild card from Peru, 4.33. And now Colapinto waiting for that last number to come through. Great to see some fresh names getting in the mix, like Messinas. Seeing him at dinner, last night. Such a cool kid, and probably just completely tripping out that he's going to be in his first CT event last night, and he's looking really comfortable wearing this jersey.
Yeah, he's
showing no signs of pressure. Nice weightless drop. Messinas through the lip. Frontside arc looking very aggressive again. Hard off the bottom. There's that tail drift. Great control from Messinas. Fades that wrap, and he'll get stuck as that thing just bowls in front of him, leaving him behind, but didn't need much. Basically just a 0.74 to get Jadson's spot in second.
Yeah, and Luca, a former travel partner of mine, I used to despise competing against him because he's such a smart competitor. And as you could see, he was already on one of the initial waves of this heat. He wanted a quick start. He's a replacement surfer, so this is obviously a massive opportunity for him competing in his first CT event. Pan American champion in 2019, the first one to do so in surfing, has won several different qualifying series events, one in Barbados, one in Acapulco, and one earlier this year in Montañita in Ecuador. So this is an event that, is probably close to his heart just because he's been to Mexico, he's won here before in a different city, but still close to home. I mean, you're talking about Latin America. You feel comfortable anywhere they speak the same language as you. And Luca already has the 4.33 on the board. This is going to be something really close to it. I like the aggressiveness of the first maneuver, but then a difficult read right there at the end for Messinas.
Messinas in front with a 4.67 and a 4.33. Last for Colapinto. The last couple turns saved that number, 5.67. Now the high mark of the matchup. And Jadson Andre with priority, the veteran in this seat, qualified back in 2010. So we've been celebrating Jaddy for over a decade, competing against the top 34 in the world.
Well, and he has an interesting story too. On and off the CT, requalifies via the QS, has been doing the QS regardless of how he's doing on the championship tour. He's one of those people that struggled financially with sponsors, and he's made a living for himself. And I think if people really want to look up to somebody, it's Jadson Andre.
Bit of a roll-in start for Colapinto. First section to lay down the down carve, right into a climb, wraps it back into the pocket. Rapid fire maneuvers for the Californian, layback half to finish.
Smart right there from Griffin, 24 minutes. He probably heard he got the 5.67. Just want to get a backup right now, and I think more importantly, not having to do the runaround anymore, and you get something close to a 4 on this wave, that's going to be something decent right now. Because Messinas in total only has a 9-point heat total right now. So anything close to that is going to solidify his place in the top 2. That was a beautiful arc right there, right before the foam climb. Difficult wave to surf. And the score is in, Joe. It's a 3.0, but that was a well-learned 3.0 right there from Griff.
So much flair in that 3. It was so fun to watch. Jadson Andre winding up, big vertical blow to start things off. Setup work on the fade. Arcs back into the pocket. There's the lip line. Drills it vertically, and he'll get caught behind. Andre running out of room. Famous for winning a CT as a rookie in 2010 over Kelly in the final. Featured so many frontside air reverses on that long left way back when. Let's catch up with the winner of the first heat. Kolohe Andino is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. Kolohe, how's it feel taking a W in that first stacked heat of the day along with Kanoa and Kelly?
Yeah, it was good. I saw the draw switch around, and I got that Kelly and Kanoa, and I was just really excited. You know, for me, the year's been weird, and I was like just excited to perform with those guys.
Well, it's good to have you up against the glass, my friend.
Oh, thanks. Yeah.
This wave, you've had spent some time in this wave as you were developing as a surfer as a young man.
Yeah, first time I came down here, I was like 11 years old or 12 years old or something. So, yeah, been down here a bunch back then, but then I didn't come for like 12 years. So, yeah, you know, kind of like a, you know, I guess nostalgic spot for me.
Yeah, well, it's worked out. One more question. You used to be Kolohe Andino number 22. Now we notice 24 on your jersey.
Yeah, just after the death of Kobe, I wanted to switch it around. I figured someone else would want it for sure, especially one of the rookies or someone coming up that get to pick their number. And yeah, just switched it around. So I nabbed it real quick, and I was like, oh, I was really stoked because if someone else would have had it, I would have been bummed. So yeah, lifelong Laker Kobe fan, so switched it up.
Well, good on you. Hey, great surfing out there. We'll see more Kolohe Andino. Back to you, Joe.
Thank you.
So cool, great catch up. Thank you, Kaipo and Kolohe Andino. Number change from 22 for Clayton Kershaw, now moving for the tribute for Kobe Bryant to 24. Big victory for Kolohe. Here's his best buddy, Griffin Colapinto, with a ramp. Big whip off the top for that reverse. Very explosive. And Colapinto jams the finish shut. Very active, his sixth wave ridden early in this heat as he's chasing down just a 3.33 to knock Luca out of the lead.
Yeah, and I thought that was a really smart decision on Griffin's behalf. And I was about to mention to you that I think actually not having priority in this lineup right now is actually a blessing in disguise. Because we saw that with Kanoa where he was so focused to be out the back and wait for a set wave. When it came through, it wasn't what he expected. And for Colapinto to be able to maneuver his way through the lineup, search for that wave, I actually think it makes you even want it a little bit more too, because you're in pursuit of it. So in exchange, when you're waiting for something for that long, if the quality isn't even similar to what you remotely wanted, you're a little bit disappointed with yourself because you wasted all that time just waiting for it. I feel like here at Barra De La Cruz, since, especially without jet ski assist, you can be all over the place if you wanted to, and that's what Griff's doing.
5.07 for Colapinto on the last effort, takes the lead off Messinas. And Jadson still third. Jaddy needing a 5.33 to avoid the elimination round. Kano Igarashi got sent to the elimination round in the first heat of the morning, and he is number 6 in the world. 19:30 to go in the second heat. A lot of action to come here on opening day. We'll take a quick break. Back for more right after this.
Minutos on the clock, 18 minutes. 18 minutos con 40 segundos más. Okay, upper riding, Jackson Andre. ¿Usted, maestro, andan buscando olas por allá?
Sí, estamos saliendo para el norte chico, más grande que la Semana Santa.
Mucho más grande.
¿Estás viendo lo mismo que yo?
Can't wait to check out Gabriel Medina's new movie, Searching. He's been traveling around the world his entire life, surfing the scariest waves, the most demanding waves in perfection. And I think he was like, let me just discover waves never ridden in his own country.
Yeah.
Can't wait to check that one out.
No, and Gabriel Medina has been an icon for all the Latin American surfers, one of the people that I look up to. And alongside with Cale Carranza, our co-worker, he was really one of the pioneers of big wave surfing here in Latin America.
Rolling in with Colapinto. There's that clean wrap. Still the heat leader, and he gets a little bit stuck, recovers into another beautiful front side snap. Fin drift complete. Colapinto lays down that rail, carve, and now sets up the final part of the wave. A lot of speed going big above the lip. Huge reverse that he can't control. Would have been one of the maybe the biggest finishing move we've seen this morning, but Colapinto can't control it. Still showing us though that he is fired up this morning.
Oh, he's ready to go. He's looking for the win regardless. And what I tell you, Joe, being under everybody else's priority, you're searching for those that one gem that comes through that nobody wants.
Point break, Kevin, right out front, sand bottom point break. That can change obviously with swell, but also the quality of the sand here on the point. You can tell this morning they're working out, finding the best waves to work with, best sections to lay down those big turns. So we go back to Griffin's wave.
That's the most important thing we just mentioned. Every wave is different in the sections that it offers at a different point of the wave too. Some will stand up a little bit more on the outside, some will stand up more on the inside. And as we see here from Griffin's wave, this one had a really good outside section. The midsection was a little flat, and he read this extremely well at the end. Unfortunately, just didn't get the finish. Oh man, just the rotation right at the end, and Jadson also had some work. He's looking for a score right now, Joe, because he's in third, needing a 5.33. That will move him up into second, and I mean, you ask me, I think goofy footers have a really good advantage when it comes to getting vertical here. I saw it yesterday, I saw it the day before. I think especially on the first section, it's important to really show that notoriety and the diversity that they can get when they point their board up 12 straight up.
It's so interesting with the goofy footers at the last event, got stuck before the corners. We'll watch this one. Messina's up and out. But I feel like the way the sand is now, how rippable it is for the goofies. And I mean, even the goofies back in '06 were putting together huge numbers from Damian Hobgood, Bobby Martinez. So when you look at those results, you're not thinking the goofies have a complete disadvantage. I mean, Corey outside of the jersey had one of the longest barrels out here at Barra De La Cruz, which was phenomenal. And Connor O'Leary, when we first got here, might have been throwing down 8s and 9s in the warm-up. So also looking forward to that back-end performance later on today.
Yeah, and I actually had a shuttle back to the hotel with Connor and Adrian Buchan, and we talked about that. I was like, hey, what's up? You guys going to represent the Goofies really well at this event? And they're like, yeah, we're going to try. And I told them, like, it seems like when you guys were out there, especially right behind the rock at the point, the important thing was actually getting that first maneuver right off of the rocks. And it seems like getting that vertical positioning, especially when it comes to flow, it puts you in a good position for flow for the rest of the wave.
More talk on picking the right wave with Strider.
Thank you, Joey. Yeah, you know, super interesting. The best waves of this heat have been caught under priority by Griffin. And, you know, watching these waves come in and on the way back out, Griffin's best wave was caught halfway up the point. So he was actually able to identify a wave on the way back out that wasn't even detectable on the outside, it seemed like. It looked like it wasn't a very good wave. So pretty interesting to watch these guys picking these waves. Messina has a couple of great set waves, but the set waves don't seem to be the best waves out here. And with that, you know, he's looking light on his feet, maybe a little too light. And Jaddy, you know, Andre's trying to find something as well that he's kind of getting stuck in the lip a little bit, trying to find a flow. I'm sure it'll happen out the back.
Thank you, Strider. As you see in that wave rolling in out the back, we will now see a big bottom turn and a clean wrapping cutback for Messinas. Nice forehand hook once again, chasing a 6.37 for Griffin's lead. The Peruvian fades. Taps it in the pocket quickly. Trying to work with that whitewater the best he can. Now he's got some speed. Nice drift, dropping down to the flats. Chasing down a finish, but he can't hang on. Did well to read that last section when it really started picking up the pace. He had a true bottom to really work with for some speed. Jaddy up and out.
Yeah, and right at the end too. It seemed like he had everything under control and just couldn't stay on his feet, but most likely going to better the 4.33, which is the important thing right now, Joe. 12 minutes to go. You want to put more pressure on the person that's in third, and look at the size of this wave too. Messinas has been on the bigger set waves in this heat, and it goes to show you that the scores reflecting, you don't have to be on the biggest ones to get the best scores, and Messinas has a really nice forehand wrap. He's known for his backside though. Comes from Máncora in Piura in the north of Peru, mostly known for left-hand point breaks. Cabo Blanco is a really famous wave around there. Works well on the front side though, and he's bettered it over the years. Beautiful turn right there from Luca. And this is where, I don't know what happened, just catches the nose right there, right at the end, and the finish is necessary, and it's critical here for a score.
So a tough fall there for Messinas, but definitely showing us his game plan, sitting out the back. It's interesting because Strider was just telling us too, maybe some of the better ones are through the inside, but if you're not going to the takeoff zone, you're not going to get in the priority rotation, so there is still a risk of sitting in there, and there's probably something mentally of not being out the back where everyone else is sitting, even when you know that maybe the best bowling section is further on the inside. Colapinto finds himself inside the final five. And what a dream come true that would be, to be participating in that World Championship day at Lower Trestles, his home break in San Clemente.
I think he'd be hard to beat too. If it's really good lowers, right and left, I think he'd be hard.
Kelly Slater talking things over with Kalani and bringing his boards back into the Red Bull athlete zone.
That's a perfect fade.
Boy, you got a who's who right there, Brazilian surfers, right? Felipe, David Silva, wildcard Mateus Erdi, former World Pro Junior champion, who has a chance of qualifying for the CT in the next few years too.
Sure does. Here comes Griffin trying to hold his lead. Stuffs that carve into that wedge off the rocks.
Oh.
Bowling up section. There's the wrapping cut back. Colapinto into a fin throw reverse. Wraps it, still wants a bit more. Into another little double up on the inside. Tail slide, stomps on that float. What a hard-working act from Colapinto, giving us so much on that last wave.
Who needs Cirque du Soleil when you have Griffin Colapinto? No one, Joe. No one. But as I told you, point in case right there. He took the low line right at the end, and it gave him a better section to finish off that wave.
Now Messinas looking for an answer. Just up and out. He'll try to keep his position out the back. 9 minutes on the clock. Jaddy chasing a bit more now. 5.97. As scores finally in for Luca Messina's previous at a 5.3 without the finishing move.
I don't think would have made a huge difference anyway, Joe. Maybe a 5.5.
It could be a difference maker right at the end, but it's still a pretty similar score, right? And I think you'd still want something in the 6-7 point range to solidify your spot at the top 2 in the heat.
So Messina's trying to hang on to that second spot. Remember, third goes to the elimination round. And Jadson trying to avoid it now. The veteran in the matchup goes vert under the lip, right into a backhand carve. He's starting to see this low road potentially doubling up, and it completely disappears under his feet. So it ends up settling for a 2-turn combination, chasing a 5.97. Messina's drilling that opening vertical turn. Off the top with that section falling down. Jaddy going upside down on his closeout hack. Messina's nice, quiet little roll in. Great patience, good timing off the lip. The Peruvian on a roll, wrapping cutback. And attacking that oncoming section. Well read wave for Messina's. Looking for improvement, basically protecting second. Jaddy looked like he might have turned in one of his better turns of the heat as well.
Yeah, and Jadson's looking for a 5.97, so basically a 6 is what he needs. And let's look at Griffin's wave first, because this was exceptional. Great read, thing bowled up. And look at this, Joe, just turns into a real wave pool right here at Barra De La Cruz. Beautiful reverse there from Griff. And you talk about talent coming out of San Clemente. This is the key. This is the kid that's leading the pack. He's doing everything. Number 5 in the rankings right now. And to me, this is what Luca needed to solidify himself in the top 2 spots. Beautiful, aggressive, 2 turns at the beginning on a larger set wave. Really critical maneuvers on the outside. And a difficult read right here in the midsection. Did well. Gets that nice little layback in. The 1 carve, and this last section was difficult. And he did well to manage that end section right there at the end. To me, his best, and I think he's going to be comfortable in second right now.
Sometimes you can see a surfer just having that memory of falling on their finish. You can see him just like showing, don't fall, hit it well. You've already done a lot down the stretch, so well read from Messina's. 5:45 to go. Griffin Colapinto's been hanging out with Morgan Stabilik quite a bit lately. In the lead up to this event, Morgan spending some time in Southern California with Griffin, training together, surfing together. And they happen to both be a couple of the youngest names currently sitting in the final 5.
Can I ask you one thing, Joe?
Of course, anytime, Mitch.
Did you expect Morgan Stabilik to have the success that he is having right now?
No, I don't think anybody did. Did you?
For what I saw, him barely qualifying in 2019, I did not.
Well, I went up to Morgan when he qualified. We were still on the North Shore and, you know, working out Pipeline, and I had to meet the kid, and I was like, how's it going? What can we expect when you're on tour? And he's like, I don't know. It was like he was still taking it in. But boy, did he make a statement.
Oh, yeah.
Especially through Newcastle in front of his hometown crowd. Colapinto holding that rail, clean wrap. How's this wall stretching out for Griffin? Times it so well on the front side carve. One of the best styles on tour, now into a double up section. Hard off the bottom. Blowtail recovers that one off the lip. Throws the fins out to dry, and he will lose the final turn. But gosh, what entertainment coming out of Griffin this morning. 6.27 was his number previous, extending his lead out front. And now we'll see if that's better than a 5.67 in a moment.
There's a chance, but as you said, like the level of comfort that he has right here in Barra de La Cruz, a lot of his really close friends traveling with him. Malik Schilling's here. His dad didn't come, so it was kind of more of a guy's trip. He wanted to be away from everybody else, from his family, focus on himself and just be a kid. You know, he's barely 22, and this is a large opportunity for him. We're going into the, you know, second to last event of the year. He's number 5 in the rankings. There's a chance he could be competing at the Rip Curl WSL Finals at home. So might as well make the most of it when you can. And as you talked about, great rail work right there on the outside. That was a tough section to really just do that maneuver in. I mean, negotiated it well, slid the fins out a little bit too much, and didn't get the finish, but I could see something bettering the 5.67 or at least close to it.
Colapinto, one of the youngest ever to win the Triple Crown of surfing, doing well at Haleiwa, Sunset and Pipeline. Here comes Messinas, looking to pull in, hollow section, now letting him out. Clean wrap. Just kind of fill-in work right now for Luca, and he's going to get out of there quickly. 2:55 to go. Andre's previous 5.43 was his best. Which is just slightly higher than Messinas' 5.3, so incredibly close for advancement.
Yeah, he doesn't need much anymore. 4.54. I'd probably say he could obtain that with maybe 3 turns. You know, if they're great, he could definitely achieve it. And it doesn't have to be on a set wave either. We saw that on his last wave, the 5.43, medium-sized wave, but went up vertical up into the lip. And as I said, that's what goofy footers can do compared to regular footers here.
Stabilik's dealing with 2 goofy footers in the next tee.
No, Guaida's a regular footer too.
Oh, good call.
Yeah.
Rio Guaida from Indonesia, mother Japanese. It was great to see Rio. Was so electric in Japan, so quick, so smooth. He's been one of my favorites to watch on social media. How smooth he is and very explosive at the same time. Any expectations on Rio coming up next?
I don't think he has any expectations from himself besides to have fun. I expect him to go out there and put on an air show because that's what he's good at. Really solid rail work too, but has a similar style to Griffin actually. Good rail work, has the blowtail reverses, and more importantly, he can compete. I mean, there's a reason he was there at the Olympic Games.
Down to 90 seconds. Priority is with Andre. He's dealt with injuries. He's fallen off tour. He's had just survival moments at Sunset to keep him his spot on the top 34. He had a beautiful message he dropped on his social media this week where he just said how thankful he is at this point of his career. Enjoying this entire ride, but he's got that grit as a competitor. He's been in this situation a lot with a minute to go, chasing a score.
Needs a wave though, because he has priority, so everybody else just has to back off and let him do his thing. And a massive opportunity here for Jadson to skip that elimination round and not get that 33rd place if he does lose in that elimination round. 30 seconds, Joe. It's now or never.
Watching Colapinto, the heat leader. Love how much tail control he has. You can see he has so much balance off the coping. He can go either way with a reverse or control the slide. A well-surfed heat for Colapinto. His wave previous a 6.73.
Best of the heat?
That's the best of the heat. 6.27 was his wave before, so he had back-to-back keepers. Jaddy getting this wave that is not really showing that it's going to have a good section to work with. Left chasing is 6.31 into the buzzer. Luca Messinas is a wild card. We'll move on to the round of 32 with Colapinto. Andre into the elimination round. Seeding round heat number 3 coming up next. We're bringing Chris Cote and Kale Carranza for the call right after this.
Silva and Rio Guaida. So the trick number 3. 3, 2, 1. Morgan Silva, David Silva, and Rio Guaida, 3 great surfers in the water, Jose.
Welcome back to Barra De La Cruz. You just saw right there an iconic moment for a big reason. Quiksilver presenting some huge moments in surfing. That one from 2011. One of the coolest events that we've seen yet on the championship tour. And from that event to this event, we are looking at more iconic moments, no doubt about to happen. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. And we're well into it already this morning here in Heat 3, and it's a biggie. You've got a really cool lineup, rookies, wild cards, wily young vets. Very excited to be presenting you elite level professional surfing from this iconic point break. I am Chris Cote, joined by Kale Carranza, and we are so excited to fire up this day of competition. Of course, this event highly anticipated from the moment it was announced, and as we led into this contest, all eyes focusing on this beautiful part of the world. Really an iconic surf destination, not only for Mexico, but for any surfer on the planet. You show them a picture of this place and they go, I think that's in Mexico, and I know for a fact that I want to go there. This is truly a cherished destination for any surfer in the world. Goofy, regular, David Silva, whoever you got, they want to come and surf here. And right now, some of these surfers are doing it under a lot of pressure. And I would say David Silva would be one of those surfers fighting for a spot on the championship tour for 2022. So with 31:40 on the clock, Rio Guaida representing Indonesia, Morgan Stabilik, who right now is definitely the favorite for the 2021 WSL Rookie of the Year. And you've got David Silva from Brazil, always steady. Kale Carranza, I know you've been at this spot before in the past many times. One notable time, you were a trialist in the 2006 event, yeah, which will go down in history as one of the best surf events ever. So from 2006 to now, you know, different faces, different names, but same beautiful wave.
Absolutely. This is one of the world's best right-handers, and it's a pleasure to see, on this occasion, David Silva go to town. Two beautiful turns on the outside, and this young man in yesterday's afternoon sunset session broke his favorite board. The nose of the board came clean off, so he's on his backup. And it's very unfortunate when you come down to an event in Barra de la Cruz. You want your best boards, you want your best equipment, but the good thing is that these guys come down with at least 4 to 5 surfboards as backup.
So Kale, when you think of this destination, this location, obviously, you know, going back to that 2006 event as an iconic moment in surfing history, but then going back a little bit further, I mean, this is a relatively new surfing discovery, yep, only really kind of coming to light in the early 90s.
Yeah, when you think of other places in Mexico like northern Sinaloa, Greg Knoll, surfing those waves back in the 70s, Barra De La Cruz wasn't really discovered until the late 80s. A group of, a pair of brothers, I should say, David and Michael Hunt, came down in late 89, 90 and stumbled onto this wave, motorcycling their way through Mexico. And we got a chance to catch up with them, and they were saying that it was basically like discovering El Dorado, going over the hill and looking at these perfect peeling right-handers, and no one around for a good decade. So it's really cool to hear that.
We'll definitely get more into that story of discovery. Incredible tale there. With 29:34 to go, Griffin Colapinto blasting through that last heat. He is on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Chris. Griff, a great performance from you, a pair of sixes in the water, but talk to me about the development of the heat and the transitions that you had to make from the outside to the inside and your wave selection.
Yeah, the wave selection is really crucial right now. There's a lot of waves that kind of go, the sets will be fat out the back and then double up on the inside, or you get the small ones that double up on the outside bank, and then those ones can be really good and get a bunch of turns in a row. So yeah, it's tricky, but there's a couple really good waves out there.
Competing close to home here in Mexico, does this event make it even better, having your friends here, being at Barra De La Cruz, such an iconic place?
Oh yeah, it's the best. I mean, I've watched that video of Andy winning out here like a million times, and Taylor Knox in the final and stuff, and that video is so iconic. And when I think about this place, I think about that, and you know, it just gets me so excited, because right-hand points are like my forte and my favorite thing in the world. So. And yeah, it's really cool having all my friends here. Brought 3 of my best friends, and one of them speaks Spanish, so he's been helping us get around, and yeah, it feels a lot like home.
What would it mean for you to win in Andy's memory here?
It would mean, you know, the biggest achievement in my life. That's what it means.
Thanks for your time, Griff.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Thanks.
Good luck. Chris?
Like that moment right there from Griffin Colapinto. And it is truly it's a rare event, because, you know, not having come here for over a decade, the only kind of scouting report we have is from that 2006 event, which is going to be nearly impossible to live up to the expectations and the precedent set after that contest. But as Griffin said right there, you know, this would be the biggest moment in his life, knowing that, of course, this event is special for so many reasons. You know, the fact that Andy Irons mounted a massive career comeback down here in 2006, the fact that this is truly a dream tour destination, an iconic right-hand point break, even on a day like today, which most would consider an average day here at Barra de la Cruz. We've already seen multiple waves with double tube rides. We've seen 8s already on the day, and the talent level we have on tour for 2021, especially at this event, with all these incredible wild cards and injury replacements coming in, you know, this right here could be the shakeup to really kind of send the tour into a wild place as we head into Tahiti after this. So this contest right here, I would say, is of utmost importance throughout the year for so many different reasons.
Oh, 100%. And also the excitement levels are really high. I was down at the Red Bull Athlete Zone and had a chance to chat with Regina Pioli, who is wild card at this event. She got second in the trials, and she was saying, yeah, it's probably like a 6 right now on a scale from 0 to 10 as far as how good the wave at Barra gets. And that's great news. Why? Because the swell forecast is looking good and the tide is getting better. Now let's talk about this young man, Rio Guaida. What incredible, powerful, really dynamic surfing he's been doing throughout the year. This is Rio's year. Picked off a clean wave on the outside, hugs that inside sandbank really, really well, and that's really important when you think of Barra and the waves you choose. Pushed a little bit too hard, got ahead of himself, and dug that inside rail. Now, Morgan, though, this is the kind of surfing that he's been doing throughout the year. This is why he's 4th on the top of the world. Beautiful, clean, long arcs, holding his rail for a long time. A little bit of variety, as you see there. He kind of leans on his backhand, clean carve again. So he's doing what the wave is asking him to do. He's not pushing too hard. He's not going out of what the wave here at the inside of Barra is asking him. Clean tag on that inside, and it is going to be a solid score from him.
Yeah, Morgan Stabilik, you know, proving the point that every surfer comes into this event with a unique story, different goals for him. He's got to be thinking, well, this has been the greatest year of my life so far, competing on the championship tour as a rookie, one of the dominant surfers through that Australian leg, and right now he is a surfer with a lot to gain and a lot to lose, as he is trying to fight to hold on to that spot. in the final 5 with everybody gunning for him. So Morgan Stabilik right now is definitely coming through with momentum. And with that, let's go to Strider Wazelewski in the lineup.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, you know what? Morgan looking really clean on the face. A good note is that he came down here right after the Surf Ranch event and got right to work in the lineup out here with Owen and a few other of the Rip Curl surfers. So he knows what he's got under his feet out here. He knows what's happening in the lineup, and he's identifying the waves. And he's got some kind of wave knowledge out here from doing those strikes down here and having that time in the water. It's really important to be able to identify the right waves here at Barra and really see which one's going to have the line on it. And there's a lot of chop in the water from the storm that we've had, and there's some bounce off the cliff. But underneath all that, there is a line to identify, and you can see it if you know what to look for.
If you know what to look for. Now that comes from, of course, coming down here, getting involved with this wave. It is, I would say, picking that one special wave with a swell like this with so many waves coming through in just a brief session yesterday. It appeared to be that these kind of mid-sized double up runners were the waves to get. And Kelly Slater got one of those in his earlier heat, double barrel on his wave, a huge performance. So there's a lot of different storylines coming into each and every heat. What we're following right now is Morgan Stabilik, who is currently in 4th place of that final 5, heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals coming up here in September. Kelly, Morgan is so consistent, so powerful, and definitely undeterred. It is not bothered by anyone he's surfing against. What do you think his chances are of staying in that final 5?
I think they're very solid, and most people that talk about Morgan say that when it gets bigger, he only gets better, as we see live action.
David Silva now, his backhand has always been lethal throughout his entire career. His 2nd year on the WSL Championship Tour. Surfing out of Sao Paulo, Brazil, just 25 years old. His best result thus far on the CT, a 9th place finish. But always a steady, solid competitor. Has won multiple QS events. And there is no advantage, I would say, for goofy foot and regular foot anymore. Go back in 2006, you would have to say, well, the regular footers definitely did the most damage out here. But 2021, I think the field is even.
Yeah, there weren't that many goofy footers in that event. The Hobgoes were here. Bobby Martinez was a standout as far as backside surfing goes. Adrian Buchan had unfortunately hurt himself. That was the first year he got on tour. Wasn't able to compete at Barra, and that's been a thorn on his side. I got a chance to catch up with him yesterday, and he was very, very disappointed 16 years ago not having been able to compete at Barra. But here he is, able to compete today.
Yeah, I love the field we have here at this event. So many cool new names, new faces that we haven't seen. Then, of course, you've got the veterans that, as we've already heard, big announcements being made by Jeremy Flores. You know, for our veteran field, you know, they've got to be kind of taking stock of what they're seeing now.
And what they're seeing is really nice backhand surfing from David Silva. This young man from Guarujá has been on it on the free surfs. We talked about him being out here yesterday evening alongside Felipe Toledo and Gabriel Medina, so he knows what this wave does, and it has quite a few similarities if you think of the conditions yesterday to today. We were mentioning the storm and how it creates these wedges that run from right to left of your screen, giving the wave just a little bit more added punch, probably a 30% difference in power when you have that onshore breeze the previous day. And the good news is that the tide is dropping. We're going to see a low tide at 10:40 a.m., meaning that the wave is going to start hugging that inside bank a little bit more as we see live action out the back.
Rio Guaida. And that's exactly what we expect from Rio, except for the fact that he usually lands in most airs. His strike rate is very high. Appears to be riding that sharp eye with the dark arts technology.
You know what? It would seem it's a dark arts, but this young man loves PU. He paints his board black. And that is a really good piece of information that we got from TP Jabrik. As we see Rio going to the air, unfortunately, that little bit of offshore breeze kind of grabbing the board and ditching it behind the lip. So TP Jabrik, manager for Rio Guaida, was telling me that this is Rio's year. This young man was able to qualify for the Olympics. He's very respected in Indonesia, gained about 300,000 followers in just 3 days. And now Indonesia kind of focusing a little bit more from badminton to weightlifting to now surfing.
Well, Rio Guaida has been a long-time member of the Quiksilver team. Right now, repping in the original board shorts by Quiksilver. Thank you to Quiksilver for coming through as the presenting sponsor here for the Corona Open Mexico. And that is a board rack that will blow your mind. 10 of the most iconic surfboard shapes in the history of surfing will be represented in a really, I'm very excited to see this expression session. We don't know who's in it yet. We do know the boards they're going to be riding, and they're amazing. There's Rio now, working his way to this inside section. Looking nice and clean. Right now, just trying to put a score on the board. He's got a 4.67 and a 1.50. This wave, just a gift that keeps on giving. Nice little ramp on that inside.
That's what we'd like to see.
That was cool. What a combination there.
Incredible, and he picked that without priority, so you can really see how these waves on the inside section, most of them tend to be a little bit better. They hug that bank beautifully. The outside waves kind of wrap wide, and Rio making sure he gets a wave under priority, and it is most likely going to be his best. We talked a little bit about Rio saying his mother is from Japan. His father, being Indonesian, still lives in Japan working construction. Why? The dream to have a family that grows near the ocean, still alive for Rio, learning to surf in Kuta, basing himself now in Seminyak, and really comfortable on these beautiful 3 to 4 foot waves here at Barra. This kid and his surfing were made for this wave. And the size of the wave, Chris, much smaller, but plenty of coping on that lip line and really dynamic, aggressive surfing. His speed, unlike many on tour, he's so quick and agile. He can really quickly create and manufacture a score out of a wave that probably a normal mortal human being would have gotten a 3 on.
Yeah, I mean, basically got everything he could have out of that wave. It's great to see Rio in a championship tour jersey. So many good surfers have come from Indonesia. I mean, going way back in modern history, you think of Rizal Tanjung, TP Jabrik, Batet. There is right now an upwelling of talent. Katut, Rio. These are surfers coming from a wave-rich region, so you would think, okay, now's the time. I would not be surprised if there's 4 Indonesian surfers on the championship tour in the very near future. Well, with 17:15 on the clock, we're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Stay tuned.
This September, history will be made when the inaugural Rip Curl WSL Finals decides our world champions. At the conclusion of the regular season, the WSL Final 5 men and women will face off in a one-day winner-take-all battle for the world title. This format features a seeded bracket where winning surfers advance through matches to face a higher seed until they reach world number 1. Match 1 will see world number 5 take on world number 4. The winner of that match will advance to face world number 3 in match 2. The winner of match 2 will go on to face world number 2 in match 3. The winner of match 3 will move on to face world number 1 in the title match, a best of 3 showdown to decide the world title. Tune into the Rip Curl WSL Finals on WorldSurfLeague.com starting September 9th to see undisputed world champions crowned and titles won in the water.
Well, every heat, every wave, every turn you do is potentially going to get you closer to that goal of being in the final five. Italo Ferreira, of course, can't say he's a lock yet, but with a big performance here, he could clinch his potential spot in the final five, along with Gabriel Medina on the men's side. On the women's side, Carissa Moore, she's locked and loaded to compete at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. But now it's all about rounding out those final 4 spots in the final 5, which will most likely come out of this event. We've got 14 minutes on the clock here. Round 1, heat 3, absolutely stacked before this heat and will continue to be after this heat. We've got Rio Guaida, David Silva, Morgan Stabilik, 3 surfers coming into this on different roads, but all 3 with one goal in mind, of course, to get a huge win here at the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. So far, it's been Rio Guaida with a 5.03 and a 4.67. You see David Silva with a 4.77 and a 3.5. Yet to crack above that mid-range. That wave's not going to help him. Back to the Rio Guaida story. This, no doubt, being his best year competitively. He was tapped by the entire country of Indonesia to be the flag bearer for their Olympic team at Tokyo 2020.
What an honor.
An incredible honor, and imagine the confidence boost that that would give you. I mean, for Rio, competing at the Olympics, competing in multiple championship tour trials events, no doubt. In 2016, he won Quiksilver Young Guns event. So kind of known more, I would say, as a free surfer, but that can't be, that can't be the whole story for Rio, because he's won many events and is a high-level competitor. 12:40 now, Morgan Stabilik. One wave ridden so far. It was a 5.5. Morgan always so consistent. It's rare to see a rookie that is so steady. But Morgan definitely has broke the mold of what we've seen from rookies in the past. Takes the low road here. This wave kind of bowling out from under him. Decent backup there for Morgan Stabilik. 12 minutes to go.
And I'd have to agree with you, Chris, regarding how Morgan serves. He seems like a veteran, yet he is a rookie.
With 11:56 to go, liking the looks of a couple of the nice little low road double ups that we've seen so far, but Strider Wazelewski is on the front row of the action. What are you seeing here, Strider, conditions-wise?
Well, we got a dropping tide, as we heard Kale talk about, and then we've also got the swell dropping off a bit too. But with that, you've got these waves kind of hugging the inside. I've seen a lot more quality waves on the inside here, doubling up across this midsection, which have been really fun to watch. David Silva has had probably 2 of the best waves I've seen all morning, and he's gone down on them. Unfortunate for him. Those waves could have been big scores, so you really have to perform once you get on them. But there are a lot of great waves coming in, so I think we're going to see the quality of the wave getting better and better as that tide drops out.
Strider, how hard is it as a competitor to sit closer to the inside?
Almost impossible. You know that the FOMO of watching the outside section. I mean, you can see waves kind of grinding and spitting off out there, but then they just turn into nothing. So it's a really, it's a mental mind just blow up. You know, that little emoji of your head just exploding. Well, that's what it's like when you're sitting out here watching that. And if you just could get out of that and stay just to the inside a bit and hold priority, that's the key, and catch those nuggets that are coming through in here, you could stack up some big scores. And that's exactly what David Silva's done, except the explosion's happening in his head on the wave, and he's falling off on his best surf.
Yeah, definitely a tricky lineup. As you see here on the replay, this is Morgan Stabilik's last wave. Solid. completed ride, 4.50.
Yeah, you talked about it being a really good backup, and it is. The way he surfed this wave was really smart. You could see how many wobbles that wave has, and he's tagging that lip line, sometimes 3/4 up the wave, and sometimes right there all the way through, up and above. You can see how he draws that low line and opts to not go for the barrel, which I think is an interesting and smart choice. That inside section, because the way that river on the inside has been blowing out so much sand, it's actually running away too fast, and it's very difficult to make the barrel on that inside section.
Yeah, and for Morgan right there, you just saw nicely done from beginning to end. Fluid movements. Out the back now, Rio Guaida. Different approach. You see him kind of more whippy into his turns.
So much speed.
Maybe a little too overexcited there, which basically these are 3 rookies on the championship tour. Silva, this is his 2nd year, so his sophomore year on tour. For Rio Guaida, yes, he has competed on huge stages, but there's a difference when you find yourself on the championship tour with the surfers that you've no doubt looked up to for the better part of the last 5 years. It can definitely be a shock to the system to find yourself on the same list as Kelly Slater, Kalohe Andino, Gabriel Medina. We know that all 3 of these surfers will never back down. We know they're unafraid of any competition. But that being said, they're all still fresh faces out here in these lineups, so they've got to come into this event with a chip on their shoulder and not be deterred by any of their competitors.
Oh, nerves nonetheless, but if you think of Rio Guaida and how he's been surfing throughout the course of the year, he qualified for the Olympics, didn't have a great showing in El Salvador, but got a chance to compete in Tokyo. So what does that do? That boosts your confidence knowing that you are amongst the world's best 20. You're competing for a gold medal. He got a chance to make it down to Mexico actually on a board short shoot. He didn't know he was going to get the wild card to this event, and landing at Huatulco, they told him, well, by the way, you're going to be competing amongst the world's best again. So as far as confidence goes, TP Yabrek, his manager, was saying that that's all he needs. He sometimes gets a little bit too ahead of himself. TP sometimes hides boards from him so that he doesn't have to worry about what board he's going to ride in the event.
Yeah, here, you take these 2 boards, I'll do the rest.
It's a pretty interesting strategy for a manager to say, don't take 15 boards down there, pick your best 3 and hide the rest under your board bag so that you don't have to worry about that aspect. That seems so simple, but these guys get many surfboards, and choosing the right one can be really complicated.
Yes, so much happening behind the scenes. As you see, Stabilik now out the back with priority. We'll keep our eyes on the red jersey. So with 7 minutes, 10 seconds to go here in round 1, heat 3. This is a non-elimination round. The top 2 surfers will have the luxury of skipping round 2. The 3rd place surfer will go into that ruthless elimination round 2, which is not where you want to be. Of course, surfers have won events from the elimination rounds, but your path just got so much more difficult.
Yeah, and I like how you said luxury, because yes, it is nice to skip around, but at the same time, knowing that you can't lose out on this round, it kind of frees you up to do some really radical and risk-free surfing. And if you think of 2 elements in the judging criteria that are very important, one being risk, degree of difficulty, and obviously progression. You do something that is exciting, a wow factor, and you are going to get big scores, and this is the round that allows you to do so.
Yeah, I think flipping that switch in the minds of these surfers, well, you can't lose in this round, so let's go nuts, is difficult, because they are so accustomed to just advance, win the finals. And, for them, this, I'm sure it's that non-elimination word never pops into their mind. They always got to be feeling like they're about to get eliminated whenever they're surfing in the draw.
Well, especially when you're going down into almost the 5-minute mark. It was really interesting to hear Strider say it's almost impossible to sit further inside, because you keep seeing those perfect barreling, peeling waves out and behind the point. So you tend to kind of keep paddling up and to the right of the point when all the beauty, all the great inside big scores are about 50 meters in. So it's going to be interesting to see these competitors maybe potentially change their strategy in the dying minutes of the heat.
And now we're down to that 5-minute mark. Stabilik, Rio, and David, 1, 2, 3 respectively. Here we go. Morgan Stabilik again. You see he's rolling the dice on those kind of medium-sized looking waves.
Smart.
Have you seen a big difference with the medium waves and the sets? Is there a different line that those insiders take?
Absolutely. The medium-sized waves hug that inside sandbag much more nicely. It's more of a defined lip line throughout the inside. The bigger waves break about 30 to 50 meters further out and also wide, as we see Morgan getting a nice insider.
That right there is just him throwing everything against the wall and seeing what sticks. That way it's not going to most likely go into his score line. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.5. With 4:29 to go, that gives Rio Guaida priority, so he'll sit out the back with his choice of waves. Here we see a beautiful visual of this iconic surf destination, Barra de la Cruz, here in beautiful Huatulco, Mexico. And here's your Jeep recap, starting with David Silva.
This is what has transpired. 15 waves ridden already. And David starting off strong. And it has been the Morgan Stabilik show, though. He has chosen his waves wisely and just held his rail all through those turns, getting massive scores. Not really doing anything dynamic up and above the lip. He's really smart about what his surfboard does, keeping that rail engaged. And Rio Guaida, unfortunately, falling off a couple times on that inside section, almost getting ahead of himself a little bit, Chris. But you could see how there's flashes of brilliance in this Indonesian surfing.
Yeah, I mean, this kid has all the firepower. That combination right there was straight up street skateboarding style. Yeah. Air, whips it around, and then it does a front air, just a beautiful little straight air on that inside section. Then you kind of go back out to a totally different approach. Pure power here from Stabilik. And look at that low road. That was a great read on the inside section.
Absolutely, that was his backup score, came in at a 4.5. And now the three surfers sitting out the back, trying to be patient, trying to choose their waves wisely, but you can see how close together they are. It is so difficult to kind of paddle away from those surfers and sit 50 meters further in. We'll see if any of these surfers in the dying minutes decide to do so.
We got 2:30 to go. David Silva needs a 4.94 if he wants to get up into one of those top two positions, which would allow him to skip the second round.
It's interesting to see him in that third position because he's been surfing so well. And we talked about backside being able to fit more turns in the pocket of the wave. It almost seems as if the board kind of hugs that curve of the wave a little bit better. But unfortunately, he hasn't gotten those waves that allow him to go top to bottom more than a couple times.
Yeah, and as we've all seen, as most of us as surfers know, going backside on a wave with a kind of a flatter face, extremely difficult, and even more difficult to make look good.
Absolutely.
So for David Silva, he might be looking for a different type of wave than Morgan and Rio. Maybe a wave with more cup, maybe a wave that could be shorter but just a little bit more impactful.
Absolutely, as we see Morgan paddling for that one. That previous angle was so interesting because you could really see what was happening behind the point, and it draws comparisons to Snapper Rocks in the way this wave kind of hugs that sandbank. But Snapper tends to have a really clearly defined conveyor belt current that kind of pushes from right to left. Barra is more like a cauliflower. It's really hard to make it up and around. I got a chance to talk to Kekoa Bacalso, who competed here in the trials, didn't really catch a wave in his first heat because he just couldn't get around that cauliflower current. So that's something that competitors really have to consider, especially with the swell coming up.
Yeah, the pit crew is going to come into play, no doubt, at this event. With these surfers having to make so many decisions, it's not only about, you know, what boards to ride, what waves to go on, but also about what time to get from where you're staying to the beach.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we're in a beautiful kind of tropical destination here that your hotel's not on the bluff overlooking this wave. So planning, timing, you know, again, team managers and coaches have their work cut out for them at this event, particularly just due to logistics right there. What happened?
He had to roll the dice. He knew that time was running out. He only had 30 seconds when he took off on that wave. And the young man from Guarujá, unfortunately, it does not pay off for him. The wave completely dies as we see Rio.
The bigger waves we've seen, but right there just crumbled around him. So, Kalle, you put this on about a 6. Talking to some locals from around here, of a 6 out of 10 on the day. So, room to grow in terms of wave quality, but the scores are telling the story. 5.5 and a 4.5 for Morgan Stabilik. Gets the win there along with Rio Guaida. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got Felipe Toledo coming up next. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver.
Arranca, acaba de iniciar el hit número 4. Tenemos a
The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Expedia, it matters who you travel with. And by Oakley, the official eyewear and personal protective equipment of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We are live from Barra De La Cruz. Chris Cote here with Kalle Carranza. Kalle, you were a trialist here in 2006. What has changed since that historic event to what we see here today in 2021?
Well, the cool thing is that as far as Barra de la Cruz goes, not a lot. This town really figured out that it could only go two ways. It could either get overdeveloped, hotels, a lot of stuff happening, or you could keep it to town, and that is why you don't see a lot of building, as we see Felipe.
Yeah, Felipe not interested in history. All about the future right there, blasting a big front 3 on his opening salvo on that outside section. Now he's got some room to work through this inside. That coil that Felipe has is trademark. You know, when you see him kind of compress his legs a little bit, you know something big's about to happen. It's Felipe Toledo now on the board with 32 minutes to go. You're watching round 1 action, heat 4 here at the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. And this is our first look at a Mexican surfing hero already at such a young age. Johnny Corzo has planted the Mexican flag around the world in competition, an ISA gold medalist, Mexican national champion, just an incredible fixture on the global surf scene.
Yeah, a local from Puerto Escondido, Oaxaca, which is only a couple-hour drive. Arguably the surfer with the most experience, the most hours here at Barra de la Cruz. Johnny Corzo having a beautiful left-hand point break at his hometown. Tends to kind of gravitate towards Barra and Mojon to surf right-handers, as we see Felipe. Up through the roof, beautiful reverse air on the outside section. He powers through that inside carve, kind of cutting through the chop, which is not an easy thing to do. Interesting to see him on different equipment. Yesterday, most surfers were out on round pin thrusters, and he was surfing a quad with a swallowtail, so much more loose. And you think that a surfer like him would kind of prefer that round pin, but nah, he really likes that looseness under his feet.
In watching what surfers have been riding over the past few days in these practice sessions, it kind of looks like this wave is suitable to any board you have. I saw a couple of the judges on some fish boards. I saw some kind of mid-length looking boards out there a couple days ago, and even some of the top pros and coaches. I saw Tommy Whitaker on a really cool looking twin fin with channels on the bottom that looked amazing. So this is one of those waves that you could bring any craft you want and it will go well, just because, of course, of the beauty of this spot. Is Jeremy Flores now. And that right there is a signature Jeremy Flores maneuver.
That was so
inverted
cool.
grab rail reverse under the lip. Has been called a club sandwich. But wow, that was something that you see mostly on the end section of these waves. But J-Flow does it from the get-go. And Jeremy Flores making news yesterday, a huge announcement after 15 years on the championship tour. I'm not going to say the R word because he's not saying the R word. He's not calling it a retirement. He's calling it moving on to the next chapter. But thankfully for us surf fans, we get to see Jeremy Flores here at Barra and again in Tahiti. Two events that you would have to say speak to his strengths as a surfer.
And look at the way he timed that club sandwich. He didn't really generate enough speed off the bottom to kind of go up and through the lip. Why? Because he wanted to do that maneuver. He wanted to hold on to that rail. And I love the way he does it because his feet actually he doesn't get a wider stance off the bottom. You're kind of not expecting to do so. But if you do it with a narrower stance like he did, when he comes off the bottom finishing the maneuver, he actually generates more speed. So that is a really cool thing to see. And Jeremy being really smart about drawing that bottom turn long and being able to fit that maneuver perfectly in the pocket of the wave. A lot of surfers kind of try and outsurf this wave. They tend to try and fit 10 maneuvers in a small area. Jeremy being really smart about, drawing and deciding to do 2 turns instead of 4. And I think it's going to pay off for him.
I think that maneuver, that kind of inverted grab rail reverse, is really unique. I think the judges right now have a lot to think about. To me, that's an underrated trick for how difficult it is. You really only see 3 or 4 surfers doing that turn. Jeremy Flores, one of them. You see him paddling back out there. He's actually ridden for Quiksilver for 24 years, making him definitely one of the veterans on the Quiksilver team, but see him paddling back out in Icon board shorts. So if you want to rock what Jeremy Flores rocks, there you go.
You think of Jeremy being on tour that long, but I remember when Kelly Slater came out and said he is the most technically advanced 13-year-old in the world. And that being said, of a surfer from Reunion Island who spent a lot of time in France was huge. That really boosted his career. It's incredible how a surfer of the caliber of Kelly Slater could say something and all of a sudden that other surfer's career just kind of blossoms.
Yeah, if Kelly says you're good, you're probably pretty good. Jeremy Flores has proven it. He's a pipe master. He probably got his most sentimental winning at home in France. And for him, he's coming to this event, I feel like, with the weight of the world off of his shoulders. When you hold on to a decision like, calling your competitive career to an end,
or putting it on hold,
that's gotta feel heavy, And so to get that out and to kind of let the world know what you're thinking, you can see he's already looking like he's feeling nice and free on these waves. 26:30 to go. Let's go to the front row with Strider Wazelewski.
Thank you very much. Yeah, well, we just saw Jeremy Flores in the lip, club sandwich. He still got it. He paddled by and said he still got it, baby. But interesting, the fatigue. He said at the end of that wave, his legs started to give out on him. So the wave probably from the out the back there all the way to the inside there 300 yards at least on a solid wave and performing the whole time. So your legs are going to start to feel it on that inside. So note, when the guys ride a full wave out here and they're performing the way they are on the inside and going above the lip and doing all those crazy turns, that's when everything's settling in and setting in, and you're going to have to, you'll see the guys with the, you know, the stature to pull off those maneuvers on the inside. Pretty strong, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, Strider. There's a lot happening in the lineup that, you know, you're not seeing from these close-up angles. You know, the currents, Kale, you talked about different currents all kind of converging in this area. Not an easy paddle out for any surfer, any level, and this wave will test your athleticism, no doubt, even at this size. Probably calling it, you know, head high on the sets, a little overhead on some of the bigger waves that we've seen. So it's really going to be about, you know, maneuver selection. So you see a nice line here for Jeremy Flores. So he got this wave just paddling back out, making the decision to turn and burn and go on that inside section. And I think the biggest thing here with Jeremy Flores is the smile that tells the story that he is feeling relaxed, he's having fun. The pressure is off, and he's just enjoying himself in the lineup. And I think that could help him kind of slice his way through this field. He's not done winning yet. We know that. He's got 2 more events to prove it.
Yeah, and I feel like if Jeremy could win this event, it would really, you know, cement him as one of the world's best surfers in all conditions, considering that his wins have come from 2 in pipe, 1 in Chopo, and 1 in Hossegor, which is a very barely nice beach break. But he has that surfing to get those scores, proving it in the last wave with that club sandwich. As we see competitors kind of having a hard time deciding where it is they want to sit. It's looking very snapper-esque, Chris. That low tide dropping, it's 9:37 local time. We're going to have that tide in that low tide in roughly an hour, and I think we will see competitors having a hard time to pick out the best waves in that inside section. I almost feel like maybe the strategy could be to do big maneuvers on the outside and then kick out and try it again.
I think a hard part of coming to compete here, and of course for us surf fans and for people out there watching, is tempering your expectations when you've only seen footage of this break at its best, like in 2006, like we've seen in videos. You know, you have to, as a surfer, you have to go, okay, hold on, well, this is surfing. We never know. So you've got to come prepared for any conditions. So we're seeing right here, average Barra, which is above average anywhere else. But our surfers right now just trying to decipher this lineup. And the guy who did well to do just that, getting the best waves in the previous heat, was our surfer in red, Morgan Stabilik, standing by now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Chris. Morgan, when you came in, you couldn't hear the scores, you did not know the results, you didn't even know you won the heat. How did that feel when you came in?
Yeah, I don't know, I was kind of a little bit bummed, kind of thought that I didn't do my best surfing and pick the right waves out there, but in saying that, I think the heat before kind of had a lot of the sets, and our heat didn't really have too many amazing waves, and with the storm that passed through yesterday or the day before, there's a bit of wobble on the face, so it's kind of tricky if you don't get the right wave. But yeah, I'm happy to get through that one, and yeah, stoked with my performance. My boards are going to feel solid under my feet, so yeah, I'm psyched.
The sharp eye looks great, my friend, and I want to get into the ranking stock, if that's okay with you. Number 4 right now, second to last event. Is it safe to say that you're still looking to get into that classification and cement your spot in the WSL Final 5?
Yeah, 100%. It'll be a pretty big goal of mine this year. I definitely didn't see myself. That wasn't one of my goals at the start of the year. I just wanted to re-qualify and get the top 10, and yeah, I guess that's kind of on the cards at the moment, so we'll just keep pushing to that, and yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm psyched.
Buena suerte, mi amigo. Have fun. Enjoy yourself, okay?
Yeah, gracias.
Thanks for your time, Chris.
That was a good, honest answer from Morgan Stabilik, thinking kind of what we're all saying too is, well, we knew how good he surfed coming into the championship tour as a rookie, but I don't think any of us knew how good he actually surfed. When he got through as a dominant surfer in that Australian leg, you know, Morgan Stabilik jumped into the stratosphere in terms of surfers to watch out for. Doing that as a rookie, extremely difficult. But right there, you know, again, it's about expectations. For him, he was probably thinking, well, requalification would be awesome. Now he's in the conversation for potentially surfing for a title at the upcoming Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles. I mean, it is right around the corner. We've packed in events here at the end of the year. Full credit to the crew at the WSL making these events happen on an international scale. No easy feat, but I know all the surfers are thankful to get down here and compete. We haven't, you know, if these surfers were not competing in the Olympics, we haven't seen them in about a month.
That's true. And one thing that I took from that interview was that he looked a little bit disappointed, a little bit deflated in regards to his performance. He just won a heat. He just took out two of the world's best, and still he doesn't seem to be focusing on anyone else but himself. And I think that's one of the major or main reasons why Morgan has been able to get into that top 5 thus far. He's really surfing for himself, and it's really cool to see him kind of follow that same strategy into the second to last event.
And for Morgan, you could see the look on his face and what he was saying. I mean, that was a dud heat for him. And if you can win with having a dud heat, you've shaken that one off, and you can only go up from there. So Morgan Stabilik sitting in a good spot. Here we go, Felipe Toledo now flying down the line, as always. And that is not what he always does. He usually does not fall. That's a rare occurrence for one of the most consistent surfers on the championship tour, Felipe Toledo. He'll make his way back out there. He is in the lead on the strength of that 6.83. That last wave will be a non-factor, most likely, with 19 minutes to go.
I feel like it's a good strategy for him to get another wave under his belt. You don't want to be sitting out there too long. We talk about the water being really warm, but even Strider Wazelewski, who's in the water, is wearing a full, almost a full suit, long sleeve short. Why? Because sitting out there for a while, your body temperature tends to drop. So Felipe Toledo doesn't want to be sitting out there for more than 10 minutes. He wants to get his blood flowing. He wants to feel comfortable with his surfboard. And you mentioned it, a small little hitch on that inside section. Why? Well, 2 reasons. The low tide is really affecting it, and also the wobble created from yesterday's storm. So a mistake that I believe anyone in the world would probably make. So I think he's going to bounce back from that easily.
Agreed. 18:35 to go. Johnny Corzo, meanwhile, out the back, waiting patiently. He's only got 1 wave for now. It was a 3.5. But Johnny Corzo from Puerto Escondido, just up the road from here at Barra De La Cruz. He is coming into this event with being in the position to be the ultimate spoiler for the WSL Finals.
He's done it before. He did it a few years back in Biarritz, as we see Jeremy up and riding.
Yeah, Jeremy is going to do everything he can do to not have his next step party spoiled. Yeah, this is what we see from veterans like Jeremy Flores. They either, you know, with or without priority, they seem to always find themselves on the best waves of the heat.
Wow, the gift that keeps on giving. We say hasta la cocina, all the way to the kitchen. Jeremy Flores looked like a little inside, maybe 2-turn combo wave, and he managed to milk it all the way to the inside. So it is going to be an important wave for Jeremy with only a 6.0 on the board. His backup only a 2, Chris. When you see surfers of this caliber in a heat like this, it's almost guaranteed that a 2 is not really going to help you, as we saw Kanoa Igarashi in his first heat bowing out, needing only a 3.5.
Yeah, no easy scores out here today. Great wave here for Jeremy Flores. And they already threw out a 2 right there with those opening turns. But this was kind of just a kind of a blue-collar style working wave, you know, nothing flashy. Just solid surfing from beginning to end.
Flashy in regards to how well he kept his board on rail throughout the entirety of the ride. And I think, obviously, we talk about Jeremy Flores and what he's done for surfing, the events he's won, but on a more personal note, what he's done personally, and we'll get back to that in a second, has been almost more impressive.
Johnny Corzo. And that right there was a tale of how difficult it is to find a line that will run down this sandbank for you. It's almost like we're seeing waves that give 9 turns or 1 turn. and they probably both look very similar on the takeoff spot.
And those waves that give you the opportunity to fit 9 turns in, you have to decide, do I do 9 or do I do 4 really good different ones? As we see Johnny having a really hard time finding a wave. We talked about the importance of finding it, and for the most experienced surfer, it's been really difficult.
And you're not going to fool our judges. They know what a setup turn is. They know when you're going half, you know, kind of half measured on your turn. And trust me, there is no trick that you can do to fool them.
There's no half measured surfing in the way he blasted through the lip.
That
Small
was full
wave,
commitment.
difficult, but you could see how his board kind of dances above the lip and kind of gets held up in the coping. And that is high degree, if difficulty, high risk, and thus he's going to get a better score than his previous, being a 137. So you can see how Felipe always eyeing that section. That's the drift I was talking about. He almost gets held up and above the lip line for almost a full second and somehow generates so much speed off the bottom to blast up and over the lip again. Almost every single maneuver, Chris, you can see his fins from this angle, and that's not something that you see normal surfers do when you're surfing with them in the lineup.
Yeah, Felipe Toledo looking dialed in on that sharp eye, dark arch board. We'll see what he's got for us next. With 14:50 to go, you're watching the Corona Open Mexico. Stay tuned. Quiksilver, iconic moment right there. No doubt, J-Flow getting the win at home in Hostiger in 2019. I mean, that had 8 different iconic moments all wrapped up into one. So cool to see the crowd on the beach there in France. One of the best surfing fan bases on the planet, no doubt. If you've ever been to even a small event anywhere near the Hostiger area, you've seen the passion and the joy that surfing brings to surf fans in France, especially when the CT comes to town. And can't wait to see that happen again in 2022. The full schedule has been announced. You can check it out on worldsurfleague.com, and that will get you excited when you see all the spots we have for you next year. But we're not there yet. We've still got work to do. Johnny Corzo now trying to come back. He's got a 3.5 and a 1.73. Right behind him, second place surfer for now, Jeremy Flores. He's got a 6 and a 5. And a little mistake there. The wave just kind of vexing Jeremy Flores as he goes down. Not sure how much opportunity was left on that one.
Yeah, that wave kind of breaking a little bit too quick for him.
Here in round 1 action, heat 4, 11:45 to go. Felipe Toledo in the lead with a 6.83 and a 6.63. Jeremy Flores with a 6 and a 5 right there in contention. Johnny Corzo representing Mexico on the championship tour. Now that's a cool thing to see. I feel like Mexico with so many great waves, so many great surfers, it's about time we see some more Mexican surfers up here in the elite ranks?
Well, we had to wait almost 2 decades to see it again. Oscar Moncada being the late Oscar Moncada, who passed away a few years ago. He won the trials here 16 years ago, was able to compete up against his favorite surfers, and we had to wait till 2021 to see it again. Johnny Corzo getting the wild card through Corona, and in the next heat, Diego Cadena winning the trials and being able to compete here with the likes of Italo Ferreira, Felipe Toledo, and it is a feat that many, well, actually only 2 surfers in Mexico have ever done before.
And that there's a lot of room to grow there, and I'm sure, I mean, it is a fact. Mexican surfers are coming up quick. Dylan Southworth, Al Cleland Jr., the list goes on and on. Expect big things in the next few years from Team Mexico. Meanwhile, Jeremy Flores.
Oh, nice carve on that inside section. Beautiful read. Tricky to kind of fit your board into the curve of the wave plus the wobble. So when you can do that, you make it look so smooth, and Jeremy does that. That is going to be wave number 6 for him. And an important wave nonetheless. Only 10 minutes remaining, and they go by pretty quick, Chris. You think of how long this wave is. Strider Wazelewski saying that it's a good 300 yards, which is roughly around 300 meters. It takes quite a bit of time to get back up point. So you see some, that's why you see some surfers kind of come in and run up the point, which I'm sure we might see in this event. Having a look at this last wave from J-Flow, such smooth transitions in between. You can see how his stance is relatively narrow, always pushing and carving that board, keeping half of it pretty much always underwater, kind of wobbly through that inside section, opts to kick out. Why? Because you want to make sure that that last thing you do on a wave, whether it be a kick out or a turn, is confident.
Yeah, and with Jeremy Flores, the one word that comes to mind when I think about him is respect, because he has earned that from every surfer on the planet. We're talking about, you know, the heaviest locals from the North Shore to the hardest chargers at Chopo, and everywhere in between. Jeremy Flores truly is one of the most well-respected surfers in the world, for good reason. He's competed through multiple iconic eras of surfing. The Kelly Slater era, you know, he was going against guys like Sonny Garcia, Kelly Slater, you know, the ultimate kind of icons of modern competitive surfing. He's been through the Andy Irons era as a good friend and fierce rival of AI. And now he's surfing his way through the Medina, John Florence, Italo era. And he's keeping up, and he's right there with the best of them. When you say he's still got it, well, I feel like he's still got it, and he's still getting better.
Yeah, and I think I like what you said regarding respect, because I feel like amongst surfers, one of the factors that kind of you get respect from would be surfing big waves really well. Jeremy won twice at Pipe and once at Chopo, so that's one of the things
stats
that
don't lie.
Exactly, that's one of the things that surfers will always say about a great surfer is that, whoa, he's really good in the barrel, as we see Johnny.
Wild looking wave here for Johnny Corzo, getting around multiple big foamy sections. Hunting some open face here. These are all setups so far. So with all of that work, not a lot's going to come out of it. That was one of those waves that probably had him thinking, do I keep going? Do I pull out? What do I do here? What do you think was going through his mind on that wave?
I feel like he's actually focusing on trying to find the right wave, but you could see from his body language, he knew that wasn't it. He was trying to manufacture a score out of nothing. The lip line always dancing around a little bit for him, and kind of ran away from him once, then backed off through that midsection, never being able to connect with the lip the way he would have wanted to.
Yeah, you could tell he was trying to manifest that section. I've seen Johnny Corzo do incredible airs. He's, again, very consistent, on rail, nice and smooth and powerful. So for him to be sitting on a 3.5 and a 3.37, not quite indicative of how good of a surfer he is in terms of the scores he's got, but he's going up against Toledo and Jeremy Flores, who both are so tuned in to any lineup they surf. They oftentimes ride, you know, a higher average of waves in terms of how many waves they're riding per heat than a lot of the other surfers in the draw. So for Johnny, you know, not only work cut out for him with the guys he's going against, but what he's working with here in terms of the waves, because it is super consistent. And with that, the decisions just get, you know, I have 12 waves to choose from in the next minute. Which one do I go on?
Yeah, with this dropping tide, it almost seems like Barra is looking a little bit more like a beach break that Felipe Toledo can surf really well. He can create a big score out of 2 maneuvers, and that's what he's done. You know, the bulk of his scores have come from those air over the lip maneuvers. And for Johnny Corzo, he's going to either have to match that, because he's worked really hard on getting his air game better throughout the last few years, or he's going to have to pick the right wave. Right now, his strategy has been find the right wave, but it has not paid off, and there isn't a lot of time left in this heat to do so.
Well, if you want to ride the right wave to its utmost potential, you've got to be riding the right board. Felipe Toledo basically enjoying when you have the hottest shaper right now on the planet, meeting up with the, you know, best technology we've seen in decades. Talking about Sharp Eye with the Dark Arts tech. I mean, that has been a recipe for success for Felipe Toledo. And with more on the technology under the feet of Toledo, let's go to Strider Wazelewski.
But yeah, I just wanted to touch on the fact that, you know, Felipe Toledo is riding that Dark Arts board. You were talking about it's a 4-fin setup with the swallowtail, but he's riding the same board he was riding at the surf ranch. So he's taking a board that he's riding in a man-made wave, you know, and then he's bringing the same board out here to Mother Nature. I think it kind of gives a look into just the confidence on a surfboard. It doesn't matter if it's light, if it's PU, and if it's, you know, different setups with the fins and everything else. I think it just comes down to pure confidence and a mind game, and that's what he's got right now under his feet. He's got all the confidence in the world, and he looks so connected to his surfboard. It's unbelievable. So riding a 4-fin, different than most of the field out here today.
Yeah, and carrying the momentum from that win, the last event on the championship tour, held at Surf Ranch, where Toledo threw down the hammers. Strider, you've been out there front row watching some of the kind of new faces that we're seeing, including Johnny Corzo right now. What are you seeing from the rookies, the wild cards, the replacements out in the lineup today?
I'd see just a slight tentativeness, like trying to find their feet again. Even though Corzo is from here, it looks like he's a little lost in the lineup, and I think that's just a mental note. I think we'll see a lot more out of him, you know, when he comes back out here into the next round, in round 2, if he ends up in 3rd place. But he looks like, you know, that's what he's searching. And these rookies that come out here, they look like they want more, and then trying to put that together in a heat is really hard to do. Guaida, though, I mean, he looked like he was on fire, but almost overamped. So, you know, there's a fine line in between there that you have to get a tempo and a pace and really perform out here against the world's best.
Yeah, and it can't help when the first heat in the water is Kelly Slater, Kolohe Andino. I mean, that first heat really set the tone on the day, and I feel like expectations is a word we're going to hear a lot. You know, that heat gave us high expectations as being a huge heat total score. And as we've seen, things have settled into kind of a lot of mid-range scores, and that's fine. If you're looking at 6.83s, 6.63s, 6s for our heaters, that means the waves are super contestable, and that means the judges are leaving some space for high performance, radical surfing. I feel like big airs are going to equal big scores today. We saw Kelly Slater again with a double barrel ride, and he got a decent score for that. But I feel like the one big power turn, the one explosive maneuver, we saw Jeremy Flores with that inverted reverse.
Yep.
So those big kind of wow moments, the wow factor is always going to weigh heavy in the eyes of the judges. And I don't think we've seen quite the potential in the air yet. Kolohe Andino did a couple of big ones, but I think there's still room. And if anyone's going to show us exactly what's possible in the air out here, it will be in the next few heats with Italo Ferreira and Gabriel Medina going out there to kind of show us all. And don't forget, Mateus Hardy, one of the best aerialists currently residing on planet Earth, will be coming up in Heat 5. So get ready for it. Buckle up, surf fans. We've got some big matchups coming up. Plenty of waves on offer. 1 minute 45 to go here. Toledo, Jeremy Flores, the two veterans right now, taking those top 2 spots over the local Johnny Corzo, but don't count him out yet. 1:30 to go. Toledo now on a mid-sized wave. And watch for the patented Toledo coil. Just pumping down the line. Well, we didn't get a chance to see it on that wave. It was all work right there, reacting to every section coming at him. So there's kind of two ways that he surfs, right? Reactionary, doing what the wave calls for, and then aggressively and finding that section, hunting the ramp, nailing a big one.
And I love finding out from Strider that Felipe is riding the exact same board he rode at the Surf Ranch, because I was thinking that before this event. It is very similar to the Surf Ranch in regards to how it bends, but the Surf Ranch is predictable. You can get to a certain part of the wave and you know what it's going to do. You stall to get barreled. Barra doesn't do that. You actually have to be reactionary, like you were saying. You have to react and be intuitive, as we see Felipe.
Yeah, that's not an easy trick, and neither is that, but Felipe makes it look easy, so gets the proper alley-oop and then goes for the almost like curb cut backwash alley-oop.
Crowd-pleasing alley-oop,
yeah,
I should say.
I don't think that would have matched his double alley-oop at J-Bay a few years back, but it would have been pretty cool to see him make that second one. 10 seconds to go, Toledo cruising to victory on the strength of a 6.83 and a 6.63 unofficially for now, but Toledo and Jeremy Flores will move through. Johnny Corzo will go into that second round, which is an elimination round. So big implications there for our local surfer. So much more to come. Italo Ferreira's coming up next. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Stay tuned.
Está más que listo en el agua. Italo Ferreira, Peterson Pisato, Matthews, Harry. Estamos esperando el conteo regresivo. Ok, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Let's rewind the clock just a bit for the reigning world champion Italo Ferreira, kicking off the Australian leg of the season with absolute fireworks and flair. Remember, he finaled at Pipeline and was able to come into an amazing place. Semifinals where he stopped his run at Pipe and then right into Newcastle. Full rotations, airs on demand to take out a huge final over Medina.
Yeah, this to me is the most entertaining surfer on tour right now. I call him a combination of the Energizer Bunny with the Tasmanian Devil. He's just nonstop and he's spinning all the time. And at Newcastle, to me, it's been the event of the year so far, Joe. Waves stood out right at the end and the finals were amazing.
Finals day absolutely fired, and Italo ended up crowd surfing off the podium with so much excitement to get his first win of the season. Ferreira in motion now, world number 2. Stalling and now getting into this walled section. The Olympic gold medalist into a backhand carve, jams it hard again, throwing some water off the bottom. There's another clean backhand snap. Amazing section. We're really capitalizing on multiple maneuvers. One more tight jam, and Italo has an aggressive start here in heat number 5. It's an all-Brazilian matchup here in heat number 5. Italo Ferreira, the reigning world champ, current world number 2, is headlining the matchup with Pedersen Crisanto from Brazil, number 26 in the world, having his back against the wall for requalification. And what an exciting call-up as a wild card. The young Matheus Herdy, 100% injury-free and ready to compete.
Yeah, and this is an outstanding heat, right, Joe? 3 Brazilians, 2 surfers that are regular footers, and the wild card here is the goofy footer, the number 2 in the rankings right now, Italo Ferreira. And you talk about the surfer that to me has been the most on point besides Gabriel Medina. This has been him. I mean, the person that just came off of winning Olympic gold. He has cemented his spot as one of the greatest of all time in the sport of surfing, especially when it comes to being the first world champion to win a gold medal. The second person to do so has got to be behind Italo now.
Really crazy for Italo's road to victory, where it actually came relatively late. He hadn't had a big junior title, didn't win World Junior Championships, was on tour, dealt with a couple early injuries, and then that first win at Bells over Fanning changed everything.
That was, you know what? I hadn't thought about that in a while. 2018, right? The first time he won an event, and what a way to win. Mick's retirement party at Bells, the first place where Mick won a CT event. Pressure was on Italo, right, to perform, because Mick was there carefree. He was like, I'm retiring, I don't have anything to lose. Italo came out guns blazing. I remember he beat Felipe. I think it was in round 3, which back then it was called round 3, but it's realistically a round of 32. He beat Felipe with 2 waves. He beat Mick with, I think, catching 3 waves, and they were all in the excellent range. So you're talking about somebody who had to go through Medina and Felipe's shadow. He's risen to the top, Joe.
Well, there is so much emotion and value for Mick in this final event where everyone's willing him to go all the way. There was a lot on the line for Mick to break that tie with MR and Kelly for the most bells.
Yeah.
And I felt like being in Australia with that crowd, it was such a huge moment. Italo silenced the noise and took off that first win. Here we got that wrapping cut back. Another quick fade. Pedersen is hoping that he gets a little double up here. Nice fill-in work. Still chasing something of substance. Finds an end section to work with. 2.67 start for Crisanto. 5.67 start for Italo.
Yeah, and to me the first goofy footer that's really stood out today with speed, flair, and that was on a smaller wave too.
On a roll to start off the bottom into a fin throw reverse, the wild card. Matheus Herdy already making a statement. Nice wrap, stretching out this wall. Beautiful float. Sneaks in a snap as this bottom's dropping out a bit. Back to the air for a full rotation. What a way to kick off your heat as a wild card. Exchange continues with Pedersen. Power wrap to the pocket. Checks it quickly. You can see that little inside wave now starting to double up as those 2 waves connect. So the soft shoulder. So another look at Pedersen's start there. 2.67 in his opener. Waiting for the second scoring ride. Pereira also looking for another score to come through, and what a moment for Matheus.
Yeah, and especially doing it against 2 people that he looks up to. And Joe, this is an interesting moment for Pedersen because he's number 26 in the ranking. We were talking off air, requalification has changed. Now it's only the top 20. So Kelly, I mentioned earlier that he was 22. He was actually requalifying. He's not. The only person that's 20 ahead is actually going to be in the 2022 season. So a big heat right here for Pedersen.
Crazy how just a couple of spots changing. Went from formerly 22 now to 20. The women having the same cut from top 10 used to requalify on the CT. Now top 9. And that opened up an extra wild card for the women for the top 17.
Yeah. It was already hard before. Now it's even more difficult.
Back to Matheus, Mitch.
Yeah, this was a great wave, Joe. To me, I like the aggressiveness. I like the flair. And as you were saying, we've seen him as a wild card before, but he wasn't 100%. He was injured, and now injury-free. This is a dangerous kid, Joe. Fast, explosive, and look at this. He's got the air game on lockdown. Beautiful rotation there to end. And Chris recalled that a 540. I think we're going to stick with the 360. But Strider, what do you got for us?
Well, I was just going to catch up with Mateus Herde as he paddles by right now. You know, his first wave, he actually took off and fell. He hit the lip and came off his board. So for him, now up and running again on the inside, he's regained composure, having a conversation in his own head to give himself the confidence back to go to town on this wave that we saw prior to that one. And he really just settled into himself, talked to himself. I watched him do it, just sat there, looked at him, like basically reflecting at his board and watching himself in his mind, and then just went back out there and found the right wave and went to town on it. So it's great to see a rookie, a young man at such a new stage in his career with that much confidence and that much ability to turn it around.
Thank you, Strider. What an explosive moment for the wild card, Mateus Herde. And as we know, if you have a big performance as a wild card, the phone keeps ringing, and you can see yourself in a lot more events. Back to Mateus again.
Yeah, that was crazy. This layback, just the one maneuver, don't think it's going to score very high, but shows you the flexibility and the dexterity that he has in his legs. And here we go, live action.
Pedersen Crisanto. There is another Pedersen in the event in 2006.
Yes, there was.
The animal, Pedersen Rosa. Crisanto looking to requalify. Backhand wrap for the reigning world champ and Olympic gold medalist Italo Ferreira. Remember, open with a 5.67. Connects with a float, still dealing with sections landing on his heels. So that's going to slow him down just for a moment. Clear water, big hack. Snap to slide for Ferreira. And now looking to ramp up. Ends up sticking to the face with a nice clean backhand re-entry to finish. Sometimes with all that downtime, you're thinking maybe he's going to kick out. He obviously saw that inside bowl. Let's have another look.
Yeah, and this is what's admirable about Italo, Joe, is that he never gives up. He stuck with it, and that was a beautiful roundhouse. I love how somebody on their backside is able to surf going back into the whitewater as if they were on their forehand. And that's what Italo did right there. It's just different, you know, it shows a different side of your surfing. And as I said right here, he stuck with it, he persevered, and he made up for the sections that he lost right there in the middle. This was beautiful surfing right here at the end. A couple of really nice clicks, and it was just smart to finish and just get a score on the board. And I mean, if you ask me, this is pretty slow heat for him. 10 minutes have gone by. He'd probably have caught in 10 waves at a beach break by now.
So much energy. Italo doing the runaround. Quick chat with Marcos on his way back up the point. Italo Ferreira coming from just a simple life, father of fishermen. His first waves were caught on the lid of the ice chest of his father, and well, he was quite talented at that. Kind of had that equal balance in his stance, so he's great riding switch and goofy, which is his strong stance. We saw him just elevate into such an incredible athlete so quickly. Qualified, was going for huge moves on the QS, and now just a household name. I think he had a 1.3 million increase of followers after achieving Olympic gold. Alley-oop rotation incomplete for Pedersen.
Isn't that beautiful to see, Joe? That we're actually having an impact on the athletic world now. And obviously, as a Latino myself, somebody that grew up both in Mexico and in the US, I think it's super crucial to have events like this in Barra De La Cruz right here in Mexico, develop talent not only locally, but within the region too. This is great for all of us.
Mateus Herde wrapping cutback. Already locking in a 7.33. Rotation complete for Herde. Landing everything that he's going for. And now this one almost splitting direction. Still has some open face there. Keeping that high road. Now driving off the bottom. Alley-oop.
Oh.
Can tell he's enjoying this moment.
Oh, yeah.
Saw him in the Red Bull athlete zone right before his heat. I was going, wait, does he know he's next heat? He knew. He was just laughing, hanging out. Almost a bit of Felipe Toledo, where the energy was all laughs, good vibes.
Yeah.
And I was impressed for a wild card looking that comfortable before a huge heat starts.
Yeah, and another thing here, the weather's so warm, you don't really have to warm up as much. Your muscles are already warm. The water's so warm that it's like your body just adapts to the climate so well that it doesn't really need that big of a startup. And we saw Mateus already get a 7.33 on that one really nice wave. It's going to be under it, but going to be a decent backup right now. Solid rotation right there for the former World Pro Junior champion. And you're talking about a kid that has nothing to lose, gets the wild card, gets the call-up. He's fully healthy. I'd love to see him pursue the QS full time and make a run and make it the CT, Joe.
So true, Mitch. Yeah, it's great to see someone with such talent so early put it all together. Like we talked about before, he dealt with some early injuries. He had to pass on a couple of big call-ups to the CT. And this is the road that a lot of these superstars take. You know, you remember the early beginnings for the Julian Wilsons, you know, starting with wild cards and just everyone anticipating their debut full time. You know, for people watching Mateus early, there was all these future world champ things echoing in his head, and he's dealt with that quite well. Heat number 5 still have plenty of time on opening day, and it's so fabulous to be here in Mexico, and always great hanging out with Mitchell Salazar, teaching us more of the language, more of the culture. It's been a blast, and it's only been a few days as we knew this was going to be such an incredible event added to the calendar. Kind of gives us that really cool spontaneous feel. We're on a surf trip again, but we're returning to a place that gave us some of our favorite memories in pro surfing.
And it's going to produce even more. And I told myself I wasn't going to get emotional, but it's beautiful to be back here in Mexico, and this is going to be an important event for all of us.
Kale Carranza is with Felipe Toledo.
Thank you very much, Joe. Felipe, you've been to Mexico so many times. You're almost a local. How do you feel surfing Barra out here?
I feel great, man. It's always really fun to be back here in Mexico. Definitely, you know, my favorite surf trip to do it before a contest or even, you know, between contests. It's super fun. So many waves. It's all about surfing. So, yeah, it feels great to be back in Mexico.
Now talk to us a little bit about the dropping tide out there. You surfed yesterday afternoon at a high tide. Is there much of a difference out here between low and high?
Oh yes, you know, with the low tide, you know, you have that barrel behind the rock that you can try to sneak in, and but it depends on the wave too. If you know the barrel wave, it doesn't give you much opportunity down the line, so you gotta kind of sit on the inside of that and you know find out the wave that's going to give you opportunity all the way down. But yeah, it's no matter what the tide's doing, it's always fun. The wave's super good. The bank's really good right now as well, and really hoping for some pumping waves the next few days.
And lastly, we got a chance to talk to Strider regarding your surfboard. You're the only one that's surfing, I believe, the same board that you surf at the ranch, 4 fins. Is there quite a bit of similarity between the surf ranch and Barra?
Yes, you know, it's funny because I only rode that board last night actually, and it felt really good. And then I was like, oh, I'm just going to ride it if it's clean, you know, and if it's low tide, I might ride it because it's, you know, there's some sections on this wave that it's really similar to the surf ranch, really steep and fast. So why not ride the board that's really good in these conditions, you know?
Yeah, why not? You look incredible on it. Back up to the booth.
Thank you, Kale. Felipe Toledo, happy to be back on that winning board. We see similarities with certain surfers who get a dream run on one surfboard, and you can see the depth of their talent, but also their relationship with a single surfboard that can sometimes create multiple wins on the same board. Remember the cash cow for Steph Gilmore,
yeah.
right? That was used so many times. I think they renamed it, you know, the ATM, you know, because it was always making her a lot of money. We'll see if she has a model of that to compete on later on today.
Yeah, no, and dude, it's for real though. I've seen Kelly do that several times because I don't know if you checked his quiver right now, but he was riding the flat earth, but his backup board was actually a board that was a little bit darker, it was a little bit more yellow, so it's an older one. But it's Old Faithful, right? Like you stick to the guns that you feel good on. And I feel like psychological comfort is sometimes more important than physical comfort. I mean, for me especially, I'm a bigger guy, right? And when I did the QS, it was always about feeling something that I knew was going to perform in any kind of conditions, because you don't have the same kind of availability that a lot of these athletes have where you can bring 2-3 different board bags. You bring one board bag and you can fit 4 in there, and you might have to do 2-3 QS events afterwards. So doing that and having just those old reliable boards, it's important.
So cool when one board can last through a season, let alone a couple of events, how hard these guys surf. Pedersen Crisanto, carve to start, little wrap to continue. Keeps that rail engaged. Number 26 in the world coming into stop 7 will get the carve under the lip. Quick reaction to the vertical. Draws out more of a layback wrap and has now created some space on the inside track. Long ride for Pedersen and ends up on his feet with a crushing finishing move, his best so far. But big scores already for Italo Mateus. He's still chasing a 7.87 to avoid the elimination round.
So I don't think he gets that score, but I really enjoyed this wave, Joe. Difficult wave to surf. He managed every section super well. Diversity of maneuvers too, and nothing was rushed. Let's see where the score comes in, but still has plenty of time, 16 minutes. Here we go, beautiful carve to start things off. Really strong, and as we say here in Mexico, somebody his stature, but with his kind of intensity, we say chiquito, pero picoso. Small, but lightning fast and just strong. And this is somebody that I feel has kind of gone under the radar for the Brazilian Storm. Underrated surfer, really good air game. The only thing that he's kind of lacked is consistency of results, and it's come in the form of the surf wrench. It's come in the form of a lot of beach fakes too. He stood out in bigger waves, which is kind of crazy for him.
Really cool to see how Pedersen reacts to having his back against the wall and pressure. His peers often say Pedersen has to feel that stress of requalification. He needs to feel the pressure against him to really turn out some big moves and his best. So that needs to happen now for Crisanto. Let's catch up with the local contingent. Johnny Corzo is with Kale.
Thank you so much, Joe. Johnny, tell us a little bit, the opportunity to surf 16 years after your fellow hometown hero, Oscar Moncada, surfed in the same event. What are your thoughts?
Oh, I'm just super happy to have an opportunity to be with the world's best. You know, it's a pleasure for me to host them here. And yeah, what a great opportunity to be surfing at home, epic waves, and an empty point break with no one out. I'm just happy to have this opportunity. It's a great challenge for me too, to base myself, to see where I'm at on my surfing. This is my dream. This is where I want to be. And yeah, it's a great motivation for me. Yeah, just super happy, enjoying the journey, and yeah, stoked to be here.
Now, you've competed for many years on the international stage. You got a gold medal in Biarritz in 2017. You got a chance to try to qualify for the Olympics in El Salvador. A little bit of a different type of pressure competing here on the WSL?
Yeah, obviously, it's because you're competing against the 32 best surfers, you know, and you could feel like the energy, you know, they're fighting for a world title. You're in between them, and you can feel their energy and the vibe, you know. So it's a bit different. Obviously, there's not a lot of competitors too, and there's like more eyes are in you, and more. Yeah, it's just a great motivation, you know, but obviously it's a different feeling and like more pressure, obviously. But yeah, just enjoying every part of it, and yeah, just stoked to be here.
And lastly, there are so many people from Mexico City, Guadalajara, Puerto Escondido, Sayulita watching you. We'd like to hear what you'd like to say to them en español.
Un saludo a toda esa gente mexicana, de todos, bueno, que siempre me están apoyando, que siempre han estado tras de mi carrera. Estoy contento de estar acá representando a México. Ojalá pueda estar entre los 32 mejores a fin de año o en algún momento, representando y poniendo la bandera de México en lo más alto. Gracias por apoyarme. Siento todas las vibras y muchas gracias. Vamos a seguir adelante en la ronda 2 y ojalá seguir poniendo la bandera de México en lo más alto.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Johnny Corzo to the world. Back up to the booth.
Muchas gracias, Kale, and great to hear from Johnny Corzo. He's not done yet. He is going to get another chance in the elimination round, and Johnny has gotten a lot of information from his father. His dad was on the judging panel of the event that happened here in 2006, and I saw his dad right before the heat. It was definitely a proud moment as a father, seeing his son compete against all of his heroes. Back to this one quickly, Italo on his last wave.
Yeah, this was a great wave, Joe. Lots of flow, great read right there, lets it bowl up, and just goes to town and gets the work. And you're talking about somebody who's here to take care of business. It's this guy. He is ready to go, and just look at the form he has. This takes a lot of legwork. And I mean, this is hard to do. We were talking about how he grew up in Bahia Formosa in the north part of Brazil, a right kind of similar to this one. So he has the consistency and the repetition of maneuvers on his backside on lock. But I think an important thing for Italo getting into the later rounds of the event, you can't be as repetitive on those kind of waves anymore when you're facing somebody on their forehand who can surf like Felipe, who can surf like Matteo Scerdi, who can surf like, say you had John Florence in the event. They can vary a bit more on their forehand compared to the backhand. So on the backhand, you really need to be careful to not be a little too repetitive.
Italo Ferreira, reigning world champ, still setting the pace over Matteo Scerdi and Pedersen Crisanto in an all-Brazilian matchup. Barra continues to provide great waves right after this.
Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Oh my God. Gilmore up again. Setting up on the inside, an amazing read. And a huge end section turn.
Driving through an impossible section, Kelly makes it.
No holds barred for Courtney Conlon.
As he has for the 10 and gets it.
Drives out and celebrates.
Blakey
hold on.
flips into the reverse, and she loves the feel of it.
Owen Wright, your Tahiti Pro Choke Wood champion.
What a moment! Corrupt flip, and he easily stops it.
Your 2019 World Surf League champion. The Hydro Flask Let's Go moment is going to be happening here, Barra de la Cruz. It's going to be fun for all the fans out there in the world to vote on their favorite Hydro Flask Let's Go moment. We'll see who ends up on top. And we're just in the early stages. We're still in heat number 5 of the opening round, the seeding round for the men. And women are on deck to complete their seeding round before we leave the beach today. As we look at Italo Ferreira scrapping into this one. Backhand snap to start, looking to better a 6.5. Rapid fire surfing on his backhand, driving down the line. Does he have something above the lip? A full rotation to beat that section. Combos it up with a late hit on the closeout. He'll let go of that final move. But what an aggressive backside full rotation punt, something that we see from him at every single event.
It's the gold chain, Joe. It's the gold chain. It's symbolic of the gold medal, and I know it because he's wearing it proudly. And man, that was a great wave.
Great reaction to that section for Italo to switch gears and throw some variety. Fading turn for Pedersen Crisanto. A lot of wall to work with. Hard off the bottom, clean frontside route. Lays down that rail one more time, Crisanto on one of the bigger waves of the matchup. Keeping that rail nice and evenly paced down the line. Climbs that section right in front of Italo. Throws the vertical and finds himself with a beautiful finish. Great timing and tempo. Back to the air for Matteo Scerdi. The wild card is putting together a surf movie throughout this heat. Through a big wrap, plenty of wave to go here at Barra de la Cruz. A lot of speed, channeling some beautiful top turn work. Doesn't look like he's rushing anything. And now an inside wedge. He'll sit on the roof of that thing, and he will get credit for the landing. So impressive. One of the youngest names in the draw, now chasing a 6.61. Well, before we get the score from Italo's full rotation, he doesn't want to just get second in this heat. He's battling for the win.
This is an outstanding heat, Joe. All three surfers really surfing extremely well, and boy, it's going to be a tight one. It's going to be a tight one. I really like Crisanto's finish, but I think you really have to credit the variation of maneuvers from both Ferreira and her G. I think those are going to be some big scores.
Que padre.
Carnal, you're getting so much better, Joe.
Did I use that in the right place?
Que padre, yeah.
Yeah. We're having fun. Let's go. Back to Italo. What about the full rotation?
Like, I like the flow at the beginning, too. Did some really nice rail work. Beautiful transition right here to gain speed. And look at this. Eyes the section, full rote. And if he completes the last maneuver, I think it's probably going to be something close to the 9-point range. And then Crisanto, this was awesome. I thought these first two cars were Poncho Sullivan at Sunset Beach like. it really did resemble that. And we have Kekoa Bambacalso right here at the event too. He used to throw those down. So Peterson, as I said, chiquito pero picoso, Joe. Small but deadly. And he is lethal when it comes to that open face. The only issue with this wave, as we see a beautiful finish, was that it kind of had that midsection that was a little slow. I think it's going to affect the score, and that was just incredible. Look at where his front foot ended up. At the nose. Recovers well. And you mentioned one word during this wave, his rhythm. Not too far ahead, not too far behind. In the perfect spot the whole time. And it was nice to see a floater at the end too. I think it's the first one we've seen all day long on the end section as well. And a great completion, Joe.
So great to see Mateus Herdy. Happy to be part of the Quiksilver team. The stitch line, the common thread of this art pack, pulled directly from the iconic Lurex patch used on the first pairs of Quiksilver board shorts. Back in the line, and Mateus is loving the throwback and bringing the new school here to the table at Barra De La Cruz.
You got some of those already, Joe?
Claro que sí, yes.
Claro que sí.
Already my favorites in the collection, yes, of course. How good is that, though? Mateus Herdy, for him to show off that technique, that front foot forward all the way to the tip of the board. How many times on the CT level you'll see veterans celebrate? They'll take a moment to look at the judges and they'll even get distracted. Mateus, a young gun, he went right back to business. You can tell he does those all the time, and he brought it here to the top platform in the world.
Yeah, what's most impressive is that he's under control the whole time. He's not rushing anything. He's not pressuring himself too much, and he obviously knows the opportunity that he has in front of him. But Joe, to compete against the reigning world champion in the same heat with the Olympic gold medalist, this is a great opportunity to show that you actually belong here. This is a kid who I think has a big future on the CT.
Rolling in now, Italo Ferreira, hearing the noise from all these sevens in the heat. He's trying to find some separation here. Italo has a 7.43. Pedersen has a 7.3. As we see the wind up, a higher backside punt, lays back and recovers. Ferreira looking for another big section. Jams it nice and tight off the lip. Backhand carve. Driving through this inside, and looks like he hasn't even run out of gas yet. A bigger version of that backside air. Yes, he laid back and recover, but so brilliant. Italo asking for time. And they're telling him 3 minutos, 3 minutes to go. Crisanto needs a 6.64. Herdy needs a 5.7. All of them in the 7 range, but I think Italo created a bit more separation there.
Yeah, and his last wave was a 6.33. I think the size of the wave kind of reflected the score. This was awesome, though. Wave goes flat right here. He waits for it. And it's so resemblant of Snapper Rocks, Joe. The water, everything. And that was beautiful. I don't even know how he recovered right there. He literally sat down on his board and got back up. It's really hard to do. Just to do the air and then sit back down and get back up. I dare anybody that's listening to try to do that.
So true. Now let's break down, is that a mistake? How are they going to react number-wise because he fell down and had to get back up?
I can't really say it's a mistake because he didn't plan to do it, obviously. I just think it was in the moment, and the section where he landed didn't allow him to land cleanly. He landed right in the flats. Obviously, it adds to the criticalness of the maneuver. I just think that it's one of those things that happens in the moment, and you got to be just stoked that you actually made it.
But for scores, when you think about him doing so many versions of that full rotation and landing them perfectly, or in skateboarding, call it bolts, when you have such a perfect right-of-way, now they look at that as a mistake because they know Italo, and what if he pulls one perfect on his next wave? They want to reward a perfect landing over the layback sit down to recover.
Yeah. Just call it clean, you know? Like, that's really the main thing when it comes to it reflecting the score, going excellent. We saw that in the Olympics game. He had the highest wave of the entire event, I think at 9.73. We saw that a lot with his waves in Newcastle as well. One place where I think in particular he's done this super well, he had a 10-point ride at Snapper Rocks, I want to say maybe 2017 or 2018. One maneuver, full rotation on the first section. I think if he can do that here at Barra De La Cruz, we're probably going to see a very similar score.
Last number for Italo, 6'5", didn't change his top two. One thing that did change, though, is a wild card is leading this heat over the Olympic gold medalist and the reigning world champion. 35 seconds to go. Pedersen in a bit of trouble. Might be facing an elimination round heat here at stop 7 of the season. Still chasing a 6.64. Italo needing a 6.7 for the win. And remember, these are incentive-based heats where your seat may change if you don't get the win. So that would be a big one for world number 2, even just staying in second.
Yeah, look at the scores on the outside of last of red, though. A pair of 7s went all the way down to a 5.8, so there was a disparity of views right there.
Trying to sneak one in at the buzzer is Crisanto. Pedersen, big section. There's the reverse.
Ooh.
Nails that move. A climbing section there. He's trying to get to his feet before the horn went off, knowing he needs a 6.64. We'll see if this is coming in time.
Yeah, I don't know if he got up in time. If he did, we're going to have to go back and see a few waves that are similar to the score that he needs. It would be the 6.8 of RG and the 6.5 of Italo.
What a close heat, but definitely maybe the heat of the round when you think about all the types of surfing we've seen from world number 2, backhand flare, full rotations, even laying back in recovery, throwing away a few 6s. Pedersen kind of came from behind, but I love the reference to Poncho Sullivan, Keiko Bacalso for that power hack that he has. He got himself in the game with a 7.3. So this wave at the buzzer came in just in time. Was it a 6.64?
Wow. But he was interesting enough, Joe, right? And then we get this right at the end. So here we go. Just the setup turn at the beginning. That was nice, right under the lip. And look at this. Goes to the air. Really nice rotation. Maybe not the height that he wanted, but definitely a progressive maneuver. Redirects back to the white water. The wave's a little funky. That was a little forced right there. That's why the landing was a little bit awkward. I just think when you compare it to the 6.5 of Italo, even his previous one, I still think it's under that. I don't think it's enough for Pedersen.
Crisanto, 26th on the rankings, has to move ahead of the top 20 mark for requalification. Remember, we'll have a condensed challenger series at the end of the year. This was Italo's 6.5 for comparison.
Yeah, just look at the first 3 maneuvers. I think all in all, that combination of maneuvers right there, despite it being a smaller wave, to me, that's just critical surfing compared to what Black did.
Good read, Mitch. Not enough for Pedersen. Crisanto, low score 5.73. When it's all said and done, Ferreira stays in second. The wild card gets the win. Coming up next, Medina, Jack Robinson, and Diego Cadena here at Barra De La Cruz.
Estamos en La Joya, acá en Barra de la Cruz, México. Vaya hits que nos están esperando. Hemos tenido mucha acción en el agua. Dos movimientos. Continúa. Vamos a ver. Ahí está. Es licra negra, al parecer. Vamos a esperar. En esta primera hora tenemos 34 minutos en el reloj.
¿Ya empezó el hit? ¿Sí empezó?
Por Jack Robinson.
It's on. 34 minutes on the clock. Jack Robinson, your first wave, 2 points. First wave for Jack Robinson, 2 points.
He's claimed victory.
Big frontside air reverse for Gabriel Medina.
He finds a bigger red this time.
He's asking for a 10, please. Racetrack section, tail high reverse.
Really pivoting off the tail, hammers the pocket.
Huge alley-oop from Gabriel Medina into a frontside air reverse. With 2 more events to go, it's already official. Gabriel Medina has qualified for the Rip Curl WSL Finals as part of the WSL Final 5. Gabriel Medina, we will see you at Lowers. So exciting to see Medina clinch a spot in the Final 5 very early in the season. The man wearing the Jeep Leaders jersey still has more to clinch potentially here in Mexico. Remember, the seeding is so important for Medina to guarantee that #1 seed. If he makes the semifinals or better, he could do it himself. It's all over. If he finishes in the quarters and Toledo doesn't go on to win here in Mexico, he'll also secure that #1 seed. Really excited to see the Rip Curl WSL Finals at Lower Trestles in San Clemente in September. As we see this heat, an exciting one for Mexico. Diego Cadena from Sayulita winning the trials event to get this spot against the best in the world. Working that board down the line on the open face. Quick whip there. He'll sink on the landing. He's joined with this man, a 2-time world champ, current world #1. Slamming on the brakes, looking for a quick barrel, and he'll get tangled up in the whitewater. So Medina, a short ride to kick things off here. And also Jack Robinson, the rookie on tour from Western Australia, who enjoyed some time at home. He's one of those guys who's lucky enough to have CT events in his backyard. And even when there weren't CTs in the West, he always got to see, events in Margaret River at the qualifying series level. So he's always been around pro surfing, incredibly well-traveled at a very young age, but it also came with a lot of expectations as well.
Yeah, and we all know what he can do in heavy waves. It's really, the question really is, what can he do in progressive and innovative waves? We're going to get that answer right here, Joe, but another great heat. Diego is a former travel partner of mine, Kale's best friend. He is from Sayulita. His inspirations are his daughter Rio and his son Tomas. His nephew Mateo is here. He brought him so he could see behind the scenes, be with the world's best, and inspire himself. But this is Diego's swan song right here. 38 years old. This is probably going to be the last chance he gets to compete here in a CT. And he's going to make the most of it. Got a 4.17 on this wave. Some beautiful surfing at the beginning. Just one mistake right here at the end, Joe. And it cost him, but a decent start for the surfer from Mexico.
It's great to see him representing Mexico. Also, such a cool town is Sayulita. A lot of international people live there. It's got a really cool vibe to it as we continue with live action. Vertical snap from Jack Robinson. Wrapping cutback. Forms out once again on the cutty off the top. Love that swing off the tail. He can punch the fins out on demand, but he wants to keep up with the pace of this point break at Barra De La Cruz. He's looking for something to ramp up with. There's the tail high reverse and getting hung up on the landing.
Reminds me a lot of Bruce Irons, Joe, right?
I feel like he's gotten a lot of Irons references in his lifetime.
Good style, though. Hanging out with Ry Craig, you know, Kale Walsh, Courtney Brown, as well as another big wave surfer right there from West Oz. But man, you grow up in that area, it's the same as growing up in Puerto Escondido. You either charge or you don't surf. They won't allow you in their little pack anymore. And Robinson has had to do that from a very young age, and he's done it well.
I'm always so impressed as well when you ask Jack about Pipeline or going to Tahiti, and he's so calm, he's so humble. He talks about the fear that he deals with. And when you watch him surf, you're going, no, he looks like he's just in a school playground.
Yeah.
He looks that comfortable. But I love how he just is always acknowledging the consequences and what's on the line out there. But what a great opportunity to catch up to a huge performance this morning. A wild card named Mateus Herdy is with Kale.
Thank you very much, Joe. Mateus, you came down to Mexico thinking you were coming down on a board short shoot for Quiksilver. You got the news that you got the wild card to the event, and you just took out world #1. The week is only getting better.
Yeah, it was such a surprise. I came here just for fun, you know. That's my second time here in Mexico, and Quiksilver asked me to do the shooting here. And then Renato sent me an email inviting me into this thing. I was super stoked because I was surfing here every day. And then it was like, it's so fun out there, guys. Seriously, it's just so fun. So, yeah, I'm just enjoying. When I came in, like, everyone told me that it was such a good heat, so I think like everyone ripped. But yeah, I'm stoked to make the win, but I know everyone got 7s and 6, so yeah, I'm just stoked.
Yeah, and I overheard the Brazilian crew, everyone's super excited for you. Iago telling you scores people got, but you came in and you look really relaxed and confident. Was there any pressure, any nerves going into a big heat like that?
Actually, I was just stoked that I wasn't hurt, because my last time that I got invited for CT, I was hurt. I couldn't show my best, so this heat I just like was happy to show a little bit of my surfing. And then, you know, they're all really good, so if you're, you know, if you're that nervous, you might not, you know, you might not do well. So I was just like trying to surf the way I surf, not think about, like, of course I'll think about the scores, but I wasn't thinking about like, oh, if I'm looking nice or the turn was good. I don't know, I was just trying to surf the way I surf, yeah.
And I'm sure you have many people, a galera brasileira tá torcendo.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd like to say something to them.
Yeah, like Felipe just told me to say something about him, but yeah, like he's always inspiring me so much. I always watch his videos before surfing all the time, so yeah, all the Brazilians, Iago and Jesse. Jesse actually is helping me here in this contest. And then it's really nice. I love this support. see those guys screaming. So yeah, I just love the support between us, and then they're a really good crew. It's really fun to be here, guys.
Well, it's fun to have you here. We're really looking forward to seeing you in the next rounds.
Thank you.
Back up to the booth.
Thank you, Kale. That was brilliant. Mateus Herdy looking so calm, comfortable, and absolutely dangerous. Yeah. I think the whole draw is going to be in fear of drawing Mateus Herdy in this event.
They should be. He's a lethal weapon out there.
And Herdy completely healthy, and maybe it was a blessing for him not to get the news too early as a wild card. Maybe you over-prepare, you can overthink the opportunity, you can have nerves for a very long time, and he was down here already, might as well compete in the main event. But what does that really mean to win a heat over the reigning world champion and Olympic gold medalist?
You got a different mentality, right? Like, as you were saying, you're here for a board short shoot. You don't come in with that kind of mindset of wanting to compete or even coming here to compete. You're on vacation mode. Things are good at the hotel. Life's great. You get the call up. You're like, oh,
Might as well. I'll throw on the Rashi. Why not? Kid gets 2 sevens in the heat. Beats the reigning world champion, the Olympic gold medalist, and somebody else who is a dangerous threat in Peterson Crisanto. That's not an easy heat. Everybody had at least 13 points in that heat. So for him to be able to overcome adversity and beat those 2 guys pretty easily, that's a big statement right there, Joe.
Solid. It's 24 minutes to go. Jack Robinson, 4.27. Diego Cadena, 4.17. And Gabriel Medina looking to improve on just a 1.0 start. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar here for the call. So happy to be in Mexico for a championship tour level event. And great to see Diego getting that win in the trials. Can you tell us a little bit more about Sayulita, where he comes from?
Yeah, Sayulita's just a special place, Joe. Really small town. Everybody knows each other. But as you were saying, a lot of internationals there now. So a lot of people from abroad come and visit there. They end up staying because they love it so much. Waves around there a lot. You can fly into Puerto Vallarta, which is just 40 minutes south of there. Our co-worker, Kale Carranza, is from right there. And I mean, to me, Sayulita is one of those places you need to go in your lifetime to really experience what Mexico is all about.
So many amazing regions in all of Mexico. And what we hear from locals like yourself, there's a lot of waves going unrented at all times.
Oh, Joe.
Just how we find them
start.
is why we're sitting next to Mitchell Salazar.
Don't even start, because then I'm going to get a lot of texts and people are going to be all mad that we're blowing up the secret spots. I already have to take Kaipo to a couple places because he's my tío. He's my uncle.
Oh, right. Yeah, perfect.
So
that's how it all works. I mean, the surfing world is a very tight community.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like you travel so much and you have international friends that are your best friends and some people that are looking after you, and you always want to take them to a good wave when you hop into their town. Here in Mexico, it's so great to have such a beautiful coastline that has provided movie parts in the Taylor Steele movies, in Trilogy, seeing so many great clips coming from this very wave. Watching world number 1, Gabriel Medina.
Ooh.
Big vertical hack. He's hoping this thing doubles up. Always so confident in the Jeep Leaders jersey. Medina ends up sort of throwing away that finish. So for a guy like Medina, this is a relatively slow start. Back to Jack Robinson. All setup work for Jack. Nice, clean, casual, wrapping cutback. Inside wall is looking a little more promising. Fin throw on a meaty end section.
Finger flip.
Creative way to kick out.
Yeah.
Looks like he might be actually using that flip to look at his board here.
Maybe a buckle.
And you can see with 21.5, he's starting to feel a little pressure. No, he hasn't locked into something yet, but he should have plenty of time to make this switch. Leaving the water with a 4.27 and a 2.0 and the lead, and waiting for the score of the closeout maneuver that he just threw down.
Yeah, you mentioned that this has been a slow start to the heat for Medina. Yeah, that board is definitely buckled and worse because he left it there without a care in the world. He's just looking for his backup.
Well, this is the stressful part for Jack. If someone was on the caddy responsibilities, they might be up the point where he was already running around.
Yep.
First, it looked like he was wondering where to go, but if his caddy's already up the point, that's actually a great position for him to be in.
Especially, you got a breather too. Oh, there's Leandro Dora. Fun fact, Joe, I was having lunch the other day with Leandro and Iago. Their boards didn't arrive in time. So Iago was actually borrowing Jack Robinson's Arakawa's board just to practice.
Wow, very interesting insight. And that might be why you had Leandro on the scene to get that backup board for Jack Robinson. So not much has happened since he left the water there.
Which is good because you get a breather, you get to reassess the conditions, where to sit again, and nobody really has anything super solid yet. It's a brand new heat, and that's where I was going to go to with Medina. You know, you mentioned that he's been having a slow start to the heat. This is good though, because you need to take it as if you were now surfing a 20-minute heat compared to a 35-minute heat. Wow, gets the air reverse on the outside, and that was pretty critical. Great maneuver right there. Great maneuver selection as well. going into the wind, we're seeing that that onshore kind of pick up a little bit more, Joe. Stuck the board to his feet right there for Rabo. And that's maybe where he actually buckled his board right at the beginning.
Nice first turn from Medina. Vertical once again, a bowly section. And just hacking away from snaps to cars. Really vertical on that re-entry. Nice cut back into that lip line again. Trims that float. Moving down the line and finds himself finishing on his feet. Well done there. And now wrapping away, Diego Cadena. Coming up with a big trials win. And the 38-year-old hacks it. Beautiful move. Falls riding away.
Diego's nickname is a funny one. Burro.
So he's making people laugh all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Diego and Kale will give you the hardest time of your life. But it's all in love, though. They do it out of love here in Mexico. But Diego has two brothers that surf really well, Pato, and his brother Guillermo, which is his nickname is Tigre, Tiger. But both of them are really good surfers. Tigre was a professional surfer as well, and Diego just followed in his footsteps. And
Pato, does that mean duck?
Yeah, duck. That's the oldest one.
Very cool.
Yeah, so
I love these nicknames.
And Diego's nickname is Burro, which is donkey.
Wow, they're all animals.
Yeah, no, that's how Mexicans get. There's Richard Dog Marsh.
Oh my gosh!
I know, we got all animals here.
Well, not bad for the Burro to team up with the dog to get some advice for this big event on the championship tour. Richard Dog Marsh, famous for making the Bells final way back when. He had major wins in his career, but made the Bells final at 17 when Nicky Wood won. It was one of the youngest finals ever decided in pro surfing history. And Dog Marsh looks after not just Cadena, but famously Ryan Callanan.
Federico Moraes.
See.
Diego and him go back, though. Old Billabong days when Dog used to help people facilitate travel from Latin America to Europe, and Diego actually went and competed at a couple QSs, and I saw Dog at the surf wrench, and he was like, "Hey, you know that kid from Sayulita?" And I'm like, "Which one?" Diego, and he's like, "Diego Cadena." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know him." He's like, "Oh man, that kid rips." He's not a kid anymore, Dog, you know? He's in his late 30s now.
Back to Medina here, Mitch.
Yeah, this has probably got to be one of the better waves of the heat. Beautiful surfing right here from Gabe, and I think, Joe, whether people like him or not, you really have to acknowledge that he's changed the sport for good. He really did become an icon of surfing, and I really think that if it weren't for him, we probably wouldn't be at the point we are at right now in professional surfing. I owe a lot of my success to what he has attributed to. He opened the door for a lot of South Americans, a lot of Latin Americans to be able to achieve success on a worldwide basis. And the kid is only 27 years old.
16:10 on the clock. I think when a competitor says they don't like surfing with you, that's probably the biggest compliment you could receive
100%.
on the top 34. Medina had that reputation at 17 when he qualified and started winning events as such a young teenager. Won so early. San Francisco was a huge moment for him.
Yep.
Obviously, the early win in France when he got called up at that mid-season rotation.
He had a King of the Groms final with Caio Ibelli in France in 2009. Perfect heat, and his throwaway score was a 9.8.
And you saw how his surfing evolved. Remember that King of the Groms event? Supermans, crazy airs, and then he's turned into the entire package. He had so many questions coming his way. Can he do well at pipe and all these other waves? And those have turned into his pet events. And he never really shown signs of weakness, even through those rookie years when he had a lot of critics to deal with. 15 minutes on the clock. Jack Robinson still leads. Medina second. And the wild card, Diego Cadena, chasing a 5.49. We'll be right back. Opening day continues here in seeding round heat number 6. Rookie Jack Robinson still leading over Medina and Diego Cadena with plenty of time on the clock. Robinson 6.33, and I liked how we got the second look. He did a very quick air reverse to start. Ooh. And then buckled his board, ditched it on the shoreline. Leandro Dora gave him the backup, and he's back to business quickly. Jack Robinson looking to improve on a 4.27.
Had the one nice rotation at the beginning, Joe, and I like this version of Jack Robinson. A lot more aggressive from the get-go, and he's in pursuit of anything better than a 4.27. This is interesting to me about Robbo, because obviously he's low in the rankings, needs 2 results. He can't only depend on 1. And I think either way, he's probably going to need 2 semifinal finishes or better to requalify. So I'd probably think a win. And if it gets bigger here, and it's actually barreling in front or behind of the rock, ooh, he's going to be hard to beat. He is going to be hard to beat if it's heading right in front of the rock.
Jack Robinson, 26th in the world, heading into stop 7 of 8 in the regular season. Ahead of him, Pedersen Crisanto, who just got sent into the elimination round. Jeremy Flores, 25th, who just made that announcement of moving on from the championship tour. So if Jeremy does requalify, the guys behind him will be happy. That's opening up an extra spot to get bumped up. David Silva, we saw him briefly. He's going to have to deal with some pressure early. Same with Jaddy. So the guys ahead of Jack Robinson are all, a lot of them ending up in that elimination round. A lot of pressure on their shoulders to not just get out of that heat, but turn in a huge result here. Frontside float in motion for Jack Robinson into a fin throw. How fun was that combination of turns? Right back to the lip again, straight into a bottom turn and drills it. Love the rail transitions, absolutely seamless. Medina rolls in. Backhand snap, controls the slide. Right now, wave doesn't look like much, but sometimes these turn into gems. Look how quickly that bowled up. Arcs his way through and try to get some speed. Fun part of the wave for Medina, just a tap slide there. Might be saving something for us. But a challenging inside section is not giving him too much. Medina now setting up the backhand full rotation and gets it through the double up.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Beautiful exchange there between black and yellow. And it's going to be a tight race to see who takes the win in this heat with just under 11 minutes to go. Beautiful rail work right there on the outside from Gabe. And, you know, both you and I are pretty big baseball fans, Jose. I know you're a big Los Dodgers fan, but I got to go with the comparison with Mike Trout here and Gabriel Medina. We call Trouty a 5-tool player. He's great at everything. So is Gabriel Medina. He can do everything well. And you know what's even the hardest part about surfing against Gabe? He's patient. Look at the patience he took right there at the end. Waited for the section. He didn't force anything, and it was beautiful.
Now Diego Cadena getting in the mix. Snap to start into a frontside carve. Hard off the bottom. There's that clean wrap again. Aggressive rebound for Cadena. Hoping for that inside track, and the surfer from Sayulita kicks out, chasing a 5.49. So much excitement for not just Diego, but a whole crew of Mexican wildcards representing in the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Stop 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. About 15-year hiatus since returning here to this incredible right-hand point break.
Yeah, and it's beautiful to be here. I really want to thank Corona and Quiksilver and everybody behind the scenes for just bringing us back. Hopefully we can make it a yearly thing, Joe, or at least every couple of years. You know, it's really nice to have diversity of schedule, and I think Latin America in itself has a lot to offer.
They sure do. And exciting times in the town as well for Barra De La Cruz. There's a brand new park that's just not too far from this wave. You know, with the World Surf League very committed to leave each place better than they originally find it, they were able to partner with local entrepreneurs and communities. And the WSL built a community park benefiting over 200 local children and the local community at large.
Beautiful. I mean, leaving a legacy behind everywhere we go, right, Joe? And regardless of what you think of the wave and stuff like that, you really have to thank the people just for allowing us to surf here, to be here. I mean, they closed off everything for 2 weeks for us to be here.
Oh, it's amazing what's happening. I mean, along with this park, you think about how drastically the world has changed, and the over 200 children in this community, they have not had access to education since the pandemic began. And so now with the opening of this park, it's going to connect them to virtual education with a solid Wi-Fi service as well. And it's really cool. We pass by that park every time we come down here to check the surf, and kids are happy, they're smiling. And I'm really happy to hear that education is returning to Barra de la Cruz.
Yeah, it's necessary, I can tell you that too, because in order for us to get not only more surfers, but I feel like scholars too. You know, I think there's enough people around here where we could actually have people that make an impact on the world besides surfing. Oaxaca is a state that's culturally rich as far as their cuisine, as far as their art and traditions. And this is a part of Mexico that really makes an impact on culture overall within the country. It's what we could call the heart of the country, realistically.
Corazón.
Ay.
Oh.
Jose, tú andas prendido.
Well, you are my maestro.
Oh,
of course.
I'm trying. I'm Kaipo's translator. I'm also Strider's, but I'm not charging either of them.
Hey.
So, yeah.
Not bad, man. Got to up your rates.
Ay,
Jack
ay,
Robinson out in front of this one. 6:30 remaining. Medina turning in a 4.9 on his last, and he's rolling in again. Winding up for something big to start. Tail thrown towards the beach. Can't control it. Chasing an 8.6 because Jack Robinson increased his total with a 7.5 that he had 2 waves ago. Interesting. It's rare to see Italo deal with a second and not get that #1 spot in any heat. And now Medina might be in that same spot as well.
In the end, it's really irrelevant for them, right? Because regardless of seeding, they're still #1 and 2 in the rankings coming into the event. So they should still be the big dogs, you know, the people that you're looking to bring down. I'd like to see a replay if we could of the last wave of Robinson, though, the 7.5, because obviously one of the better waves we've seen all day long. I really liked one turn in particular. It was the bottom turn going into, I think it was either the last maneuver or the second to last, but it was really outstanding. And Robinson in this heat has shown what he's really made of. And this is the one that we were expecting at the beginning of the year, Joe. We haven't seen it up until now.
I just loved how seamless those transitions were for Jack. When you see someone just belt the lip and they just hold that same line off the bottom, it's almost like the wave is one continuous turn. It's so beautiful to watch. It brings the art in surfing. We'll put numbers to it, and it definitely deserved that 7.5. 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, important time here for Cadena to get at least one good score, because Gabe only has the 4.9 as the backup right now. You got to think that he's probably going to want to better that by the end of the heat. So Diego, realistically, probably going to be looking for something in the 7-point range or better to make it out of this heat. Hopefully he can get at least a chance. And Diego, man, it's just good to see him compete here. If there's anybody that deserves a shot at being here, it's Diego Cadena. He's earned it. There were a few years where he had visa issues. He couldn't compete in the U.S., and now we see her competing in his home country of Mexico.
Jack Robinson with some speed. A lot of whitewater crumble already coming down on the open face. Chases down that section of wrap. Goes down the top turn again. Robinson with some drive and some momentum. Back into the air and stomps a huge air reverse. Snap to slide. Jack is feeling the moment. Broken board or not after the change. That second board feels just as dangerous as his start. Looking to better a 6-3-3 there. I think he's done it.
I like it. I like the aggressiveness. And we were talking the same thing about Kolohe and Dino, right? Do something big on the outside, you're going to get rewarded with a decent score. And Robinson has kind of taken the same page from that book of Andino. And I think another big thing about Robinson too is that now he really does understand that it's either win or bust. Like, you need to just go for it. Difficult wave to surf right here at the beginning, Joe. Makes it around this section, just gets the setup right there. But look at how he eyes up this middle section right here. You and I surfed last night. That middle section is usually really flat, but it gave him an air wrap right there, and he made the most of it. Beautiful rotation from Ravo. Slides the fins, and just the ability to have that kind of finish after landing with that kind of air. It's tough on your legs, so you can tell that his legs are strong.
I really enjoyed that air. The height that he had, and the way he spun it around from the reverse rotation. That might be a signal that he could be putting this thing away. We'll see how the judges react. And they actually are not agreeing with me. A 5.77 doesn't even factor in.
There were a couple people that were close to you, though. A 6.3 and a 6.0. I mean,
it's okay, Mitch. Do you want to calm me down? Did I get too excited on that wave?
Joe, don't do it, because everybody's right there with you. I think the most important thing about the wave was really just not having anything big besides the one air on the first turn. I mean, because you still got to protect the 7.5 that he has, right? So anything that gets too close to that, and you're maybe creeping up a little bit too much on the scores, but
all the scores, all about comparisons, and
exactly.
They're keeping the 7.5, all that seamless surfing where he didn't have the downtime of his previous. They're putting that at the mark of the best score of the heat, and they'll put everything in under or over if they see it fit. They're going to keep the 7.5 out front. Jack 6.33, the second best wave, as we'll go back to the best wave of the heat.
An impressive one, Joe. I enjoyed this wave a lot. Beautiful lip line floater right there. Drifts the fins, nice blowtail. Another one, and see that bottom turn right there? I don't think people realize how difficult it is to maintain a bottom turn for that long. The amount of strength that requires in your legs and your hips, it's really difficult to do. And he was well rewarded.
Well, you can see when you look at a lot of the airs we saw in the Australian leg in smaller conditions, one single air like that was saving you in multiple matchups where you get an excellent range score and move on. When you have something as demanding and amazingly rippable as Barra De La Cruz, they want overall performance. They want to see you put this whole thing together. Medina in motion, going upside down on the backhand air reverse, incomplete again with 40 seconds.
Well, now 40 seconds. And because of that, Diego is still in contention. If Medina lands that, I would probably say game over for Cadena. But now he needs a 5.96, so anything better than a 6 is really going to take him up into second place. But, oh, man, the ocean ain't cooperating, Joe. 20 seconds.
And remember, all these surfers will definitely surf again. Top 2, you're in the round of 32.
Ooh, there might be someone outside.
10 seconds. Let's see what we have here. Cadena, if he stays in third, will be in the elimination round. Remember, choose your fantasy teams. You still have time if you haven't started yet. And we will run out the clock. Diego Cadena will be set up in the elimination round. Medina in second, and the rookie, Jack Robinson, a big win with a big 7.5 next to his name. We'll take a quick break. Seeding round continues. We'll bring in Kale Carranza and Chris Cote right after this.
Matthew Black and Adrian Bucar. Next, Gunner Coffey in red, Matthew in black, and Adrian Bucar from Australia.
And now you will get gold, right?
Estamos en el hit número 7 de Corona Open México, presentado por Quiksilver. Tenemos en el agua a Conor Coffin, a Matthew con color negro y Adrián Roca. Y ese es el recorrido. Diversidad de movimientos para el competidor. Adrián Roca. Vamos a ver. Su primera intervención para Adrián Roca. Licra blanca.
Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We're in seeding round, aka round 1, non-elimination surfing, but this is all to decide who will be matching up against each other in the second and third round. So a lot of importance on what happens in this first round. This is Heat 7. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We've got a great matchup. Already waves being ridden and scored. Connor Coffin, Matthew McGillivray, Adrian Ace Buchan. This is, on paper, a great heat. All of these surfers excel in waves like this. So what are your initial thoughts as this heat starts up?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how goofy fares versus regular. Connor Coffin and Matthew McGillivray being very strong on their front hand, powerful surfers. Adrian, he is really good drawing those big lines, doing those nice clean carves, and he has bottled up energy. 16 years of that. Why? Because he was injured 16 years ago when this event came to Barra and he was not able to compete. He had to watch it from the couch in Australia, very disappointed, and now he can attack the wave the way he should have back then.
He's got some internal revenge
He
to
does.
prove coming back down here to Barra. 32 minutes on the clock. We're here in seeding round Heat 7. First score comes through. Adrian Buchan with a 5-point ride. And of course, Mr. Consistency. He's been doing it since day one as he got himself on the championship tour. Became an instant threat, not just to be a guy that's going to get big numbers in heats, but a guy always in that conversation to be in the top 10. Definitely a incredible spokesperson for surfing, for Australian surfing. I mean, the guy is someone that you can look to. You ever need any information about the competitive landscape, about environmentalism, this guy's got answers. Ace Buchan is a wealth of knowledge, and of course, you know, you talk about him being on tour for 15 years. He still surfs like he's a kid.
Absolutely.
So loose and fluid.
The cool thing about his surfing, I think that right there was one of my favorite turns of the entire wave. The way he held that line, you can see how his stance is relatively narrow. You're going to see a different approach on his front hand.
Well, this is going to be one of the more stylish heats you'll see of the entire event. When you got a guy like Connor Coffin on a right-hand point break, that right there equals magic. You know, and while at this break in particular, you wouldn't say this is an epic day, but for most breaks around the world, if you can pack 8 turns like that in on one wave, that's a special day at most home breaks around the world. For Connor Coffin, you know he's got to be dreaming of what the possibilities will be moving through the next few days. I mean, if it gets clean, fast, down the line freight trains, who could beat Connor Coffin in waves like this?
That last wave was an example of just that. I don't know if the Rincon gods gave a high five to the Barra gods, but he found a wave that we have not seen, at least not in the last 45 minutes. Just clean face from top to bottom. Carves, obviously being his bread and butter, but also releasing the tail a couple of times to that midsection. Just really solid, powerful surfing. That wave didn't have any bobbles. It didn't have any of those weird wedges that we saw earlier in the morning. It was very clean. So as far as wave selection goes, excellent. And what he did on it will put the judges to the test. Are we going to go as close as excellent?
If you mix strong surfing with surgical surfing, like we saw from Connor Coffin, you're always going to get a solid number. We'll leave that up to the judges as we see out the back. Power on display from Matthew McGillivray. first through turns. I would say the flow element more so leaning towards Connor, but we've seen these flashes of aerial greatness from Matthew McGillivray, so don't discount the fact that this kid can fly.
Yeah, and he's doing it on a board that he doesn't have a lot of experience with. Look at that first big gouge on the outside section. The float through the middle to make it look nice and smooth is very difficult. You can see all the chops running down the face of the wave. His boards didn't make it in time. They're stuck in Mexico City having a taco. He is riding a board that he got a few days ago, but thankfully, he says it feels like a magic board. So he's not stressing too hard.
It's happened. It's happened. Boards off the rack. I mean, we've heard those kind of fairy tale stories. It's rare because these surfboards are so specifically crafted for each and every surfer. But sometimes you grab one off the rack and it goes.
Yeah, well, that's really a board made for him, but it's hard to make it be a magic board right away.
Right, yeah, straight up. Adrian Ace Bucket always makes his boards look magic. One of the best styles you will see. Definitely a Hall of Fame goofy footer. I don't know if there is a goofy footed Hall of Fame, but if there is one, Ace will be in the first class of nominees. I mean, right there you just see he's kind of got a throwback, almost 70s style met up with ultra modern, you know, flow and speed through his turns. One of the few guys that really utilizes his midsection, his lower hips to get up and into the lip. Anytime you can throw your legs behind the back of your head like Ace does on his backside turns is going to be something beautiful.
And experience also for him. He's opting to walk or run up the point, and before he does that, he's really breathing through that last section of the wave so he can rest his heart rate and have a little bit of energy running up that point.
Well, confidence and momentum will play a huge role for these surfers in the first round to make it through. And now, with momentum, looking like he's got a lot of confidence, Jack Robinson is on the glass now with Kai Pereiro.
Thank you, Chris. Jack, your opening round here, winning over current #1 Gabriel Medina. How do you feel about that?
I feel good. I was trying to focus on myself out there and catch some waves. Yeah, it's nice to be here in Mexico. So yeah, nothing more. Just wave by wave, really. No, it's like that's what we always say. But since the last event, kind of just reset and. Yeah, just going and having fun as well. So.
Well, that win came not without some adversity. You had a broken board out there. Something happened to your equipment. You tell me what happened out there.
Yeah. I broke the board on the last turn. Just, went straight through the lip and right in front of the fins. So I guess there's so much pressure and they're only light. So yeah, the tree trunk legs are going through them.
Well, that's a good sign with all that power, and you got some great backup boards.
That's it. Yeah. So I'm stoked.
What about? Currently, you're number 26 on the rankings on the World Championship Tour. We take the top 20 to move into 2022. Is that in your mind at all? As talk about requalification.
Yeah, I look at it before, but in the end, like you're in those positions, you know, throughout your career. So I just sort of put it to the side and don't give attention. Just go out and do my thing.
Well, on a positive note, these last two events. Looks like you got it. You're in tune with this wave. Chopa, we know what you can do out there. So you got to be confident with these last two events.
Yeah, like I can prepare as much as what I can, and you know, like just can't have any expectation. Go out and do what I do. That's the last, you know, main thing I got to do. So it's just no expectations. Just go and prepare and work. Yeah.
There you go, guys. Jack Robinson staying in the moment.
I like to hear that. I would put Jack Robbo in the category of underachiever, just because we know how good he surfs. I mean, his level, his ability is up there with the top 5, with the elite. He's just had a rocky road on his rookie year, up and down results, you know, some of those heats that just didn't quite go his way. So the learning curve is steep for Championship Tour rookies, and if Jack Robinson is feeling the sting of kind of figuring this whole tour thing out, then you know anybody would have trouble on their rookie year.
Absolutely. As we see live action, this seems to be Connor looking to back up that 5.67.
What we refer to as a grower. We see this wave getting bigger as it goes down the line, hugging the interior sandbar. See if that decision to take off on a mid-sized wave pays off for Connor. A couple good turns out the back. slowing things down, staying in the pocket, nice and patient, not forcing things, gets up into the air, lands in the flats, goes down. Connor Coffin has some recent experience down here at Barra. Came on a surf trip with his dad and his brother just to get the feel of this spot. If we look back, the last wave from Adrian Ace Bucket.
You see how smooth his transition from bottom turn to top turn is. He's really precise, and when he rebounds off the whitewater, he gets really compressed, really bends his knees, allowing his surfboard to actually generate more speed as he comes off that cutback. Soupy, difficult section on the inside. You see him broadening his stance up a little bit to connect with the lip. Almost completely disappears from view and rides out clean. Connor, on the other hand, had a difficult outside section, so you can see the difference on the wave. You called it a grower, you can see how it starts hugging that bank. Board looking really good, and fins also. He's trying out some new fins. I believe he's gonna come out with his own model, and he has them under his feet right now. I like how when he worked his way through the inside section, he did something unique, something unexpected. And when you do that, that's where the wow factor comes in. I think you think of Connor surfing and you expect him to do those big layback snaps and cars. When you see him go up and above the lip, I feel like the judges are also relatively satisfied to see that kind of fresh surfing from him and will reward him.
Yeah, as we wait for the judges to react to that last series of waves, just got word over the wire that Quiksilver stepping up, and if you're a member of the World Surf League Fantasy Surfing Squad, like thousands of you out there are, the top finisher on a global scale on the World Surf League Fantasy season after Mexico will win Quiksilver trunks for you and all your bros. 3 of your bros or friends. You know, these trunks can go to anyone you want. You can make up fake names and keep them all for yourself. Either way, Quiksilver is going to hook you up. If you do well, if you win, coming out of this event in the WSL Fantasy League, you're going to score. You're going to get hooked up. Basically, you're on Team Quiksilver.
And the clothes are incredible. I got my goodie bag. We got in here a little bit late yesterday, and I was just received with this bag of clothing that is board shorts, dress shirts, everything that I have. It's the coolest thing I've had in a long, long time. So whoever wins that goodie bag is going to be very, very stoked.
I'd like to be your friend because I wouldn't mind another fresh pair. 21 minutes to go here. Adrian Ace Buckin doing what he does, keeping things nice and smooth and steady with a 5 and a 4.33. Connor Coffin with a 5.67. His last wave with that mistake at the very end comes through at a 3.27.
So that makes sense. If he would have made that error, he could have potentially improved that 5.67, gone into the 6 range
drastically. Yeah.
And I think judges are actually taking into consideration the fact that the waves have changed. We have an incoming tide, but that wind is also blowing directly. If you're looking at your screen, it's coming from the left diagonal side, which is the southeast direction. Here, they call it a north wind. It's that wind that comes from the Isthmus of Tehuantepec that blows trailers over sometimes. So it's a very strong wind, and I do believe that it is going to back off a little bit. It's normal wind for mainland Mexico at this time of day.
We're at 11:30 a.m. local time here in beautiful Paculco, Barra de la Cruz. 20 minutes to go in this heat. McGillivray getting things moving. Like what he's done in this heat, he's been very patient. He's got a 6.07 for his first wave. That's the highest single wave score of this heat. I think he's going to add a decent backup to that opening wave, and that'll put him right in the top spot. Meanwhile, out the back, Adrian Buckin with priority, Connor Coffin with second priority.
It's interesting.
Is underrated for how good he is.
Oh, 100%. But it's interesting to see the approach that the regular footers have had. They've actually caught better waves, I would say. You can see how, although it backs off, it allows them to do those clean cards, and with your forehand always, your head looking towards the shoulder of the wave, you can adjust that bottom turn and click up and above the lip like Matt does. Buckin, on the other hand, he's forced to kind of make sure that bottom turn is nice and precise before he goes up the lip. He doesn't have that luxury of double pump bottom turning to connect with the lip. So Adrian has the advantage when the wave has a little bit more of a pocket, I would say. But a lot of these waves with this tide and this wind are kind of backing off a little bit, giving the advantage to the regular footers.
I would say potentially goofy footers have to be a little bit more patient in where they place their turns, because doing a nice score-worthy turn on kind of a flat section on your backhand, extremely difficult. I put Ace Buchan as one of the only surfers on tour that, you know, can squeeze a big score out of kind of a flatter section on his backhand, and that's due to his just silky smooth style. So we'll see what Adrian Ace Buchan has for us next. 18:25 to go. The script has been flipped. McGillivray now in that top spot. A lot of surfing to come. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico. Stay tuned. Rivalry right there between Slater and Andy Irons. That iconic moment brought to us by Quiksilver went down in Japan 2005. I get goosebumps every time I see one of those moments pop up. A lot more of those to come. Stay tuned and get excited whenever you hear the little Quiksilver icon intro song. And now back to the business at hand. Adrian Buchan responding to Matthew McGillivray's last score that came through a 5.27, and he does it with a calm, cool, collected approach. Remember, speed, power, flow, those things come together. And you could add style to the end of that, you know, flow and style being a critical element. Ace has got it in spades, and now we go to Connor Coffin. Connor experiencing his best year, I would say, on the championship tour. Some big results on the Australian leg. Actually, talking with Connor's brother, Parker, who was just down here with Connor on a surf trip, I asked him straight up, what's been the difference? What has changed with Connor Coffin as he has done so well here in 2021, his best year ever? Basically, tail of the tape, Connor Coffin in the conversation about Connor's best year ever, coming off some up and down sporadic finishes throughout his stellar career on the championship tour. Talked to his brother Parker, who's right there in the pit crew with Connor. And he kind of says, look, the championship tour this is for elite athletes, and it is go, go, go. For Connor, dealing with multiple injuries, you know, last year, he had the time off to heal up, to prepare himself physically and mentally. So, you know, for a guy like Connor who's been on that treadmill for the better part of the last, you know, 5-6 years, for him to be able to take a quick step back, stay home, rest and recover, it's really worked so well for his headspace and obviously for the physicality that surfing needs. And I think that's just added to his confidence going into this year. And like I said, you know, his performance on the Australian leg helped him get to number 8 currently on the championship tour. Do not count Connor Coffin out. to potentially fight his way up into the final 5.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned the mental capacity required for surfing. We heard Jeremy Flores say that he is going to be taking a pause from professional surfing. Why? Because he is a father. He wants to focus on his family. And that really proves to us that there's 3 main aspects in professional surfing. There's talent that is required. There's physical ability, meaning how hard you train and how physically in shape you are. And then there's a mental aspect. As we see Connor's beautiful last ride, just really clean surfing. It's lovely to see those big arcs, taking his time. And this is where the wave kind of speeds up and is able to surf it at the wave's tempo. Always eyeing that next section. See, this inside section is the one that's been causing a little bit of trouble to the surfers, but he's able to finish strong. And well, you think that all you have to do is surf good, you know, be talented at surfing. That's over. We had a chance to catch up with Luis Pinga Campos, who was the trainer who discovered Italo Ferreira, and he's helping many competitors here in this event. He's saying everyone is so good that it's just a matter, if you could measure it, it's a millimeter how one surfer is better than the other, and it's usually mental and confidence. What we say is the best surfer in the water is the one that's having the most fun. The most dangerous surfer in the water is the one that has the most confidence.
Yeah, that is able to tap into the confidence, tap into the fun side of things,
Absolutely.
tap into all the history without getting hung up on, oh no, I'm going up against this guy, he beat me here. You know, there's so much history, even with the rookies who have battled their way on tour.
It's cool how you mentioned, you know, thinking ahead. One of the best trainers in the world, Magda Martinez from Team Chile, says, many of my competitors are thinking too far ahead. What if I fall? What if I do this? What if I do that? If they just focused on the now, which is bottom turn and then hit the lip top turn, they would be making more heats, and that is a big thing, and I think that's what many competitors tend to say, taking it one heat at a time.
Yeah, and these days, you can't make any mistakes because your competitors will pounce when you do. A guy that doesn't make many mistakes, ever, historically speaking, is Adrian Acebuck, and right now he's in 3rd place, but
big bash on the inside.
He's a guy that can get a score generally reserved for kind of a big air. He can do that with one big backside whip. His arsenal of backhand turns is among the best of the best. As McGillivray comes through this inside section, widens up the stance, goes to the air.
Landed
it's
a little bit too far
inverted
out.
onto the flats.
Yeah, a little bit too far out into the flats, unfortunately goes down, but what a way to flow through that inside section for Adrian Buck, and just clean top to bottom, waited for the wave to grow. Those are the waves that break relatively soft on the outside section, and then once they hug that sandbank, they give you not only more size, but they get a little bit glassier, and he was able to connect with the lip beautifully twice with that midsection of the wave, adding that wow factor, really separating himself from what we've seen earlier. You can do 5 slow, small turns, or you can wait and do 2 nice, drawn-out turns, which really sends a message of separation from everything else that the competitors are doing, whether you're going frontside or backhand.
Power will never let you down. Power will get you through heats more often than not. And Connor Coffin on screen right now, powering his way back out into the lineup. He's going to have to sit out the back and wait for this score to drop from Acebuck. And this is, to me, a different type of power. This is precise power.
That was a really clean through the lip maneuver on the outside. This is the part of the wave that kind of backs off, and he's able to connect. Notice how he actually fades and connects beautifully. That is so difficult to do on your backhand. You really have to commit to the fade and hope that you timed it perfectly. His foam climb on the inside section to connection with 2 big blasts on the inside. That is why he is happy about that. As we see McGillivray on the outside, that turn right in the pocket, right in that curve, the lip line, the way the board kind of faded and kind of almost like the board and fins disengaged from the water for a second was really a delight to see. Matthew on the inside, though, just knew he had to do something big, widens the stance, and gets that crazy pop that only the world's best can get on those airs, but unfortunately, too much pop out in the fronts.
Just like that, leave it up to Acebuck, and he is a master strategic surfer. So he's already been on the best waves, and he's not wasting space or doing too much on every wave he surfs. He's putting his surf right in the proper spot. He's rewarded on his last wave, a 6.83. All the biggest chunk of that score comes from that inside section where, you know, nothing was forced, everything was fluid, really surfing for exactly what the wave warranted. And I love to see that. That's a critical element of the word flow, which looms large in the minds of the judges when they're watching these surfers go down the line. And that was, I would say, you know, if you break down those three words, speed, power, and flow, the majority of the score came from flow.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's beautiful surfing.
Absolutely. As we see a beautiful shot looking into the point, if you're wondering why the watercolor is a little bit different on the right-hand side, there's a lot of sand that's deposited from the river Cimatan, El Rio Cimatan, which is just to the right, so to the north of us. That is the big river that actually made the wave in 1997 as good as it was for the 2006 event. So prior to that, Barra had been a really fun, rippable wave, but it had holes in the bank, much like Snapper and Greenmount tend to have Rainbow Bay. But when that river blew out in the hurricane, Huracán Paulina, it actually busted out so many, well, thousands and thousands of tons of sand, and that gradually worked its way down to the point, making the wave what it was that year. If we get a few more rains like that, if we get a couple of back-to-back big swells, that sand just around the point that you see with that beautiful drone shot is going to get pushed and shoved all the way down, much like what happens in Australia, where they pump the sand out of Diva and they deposit it at the top of the point at Snapper. That could happen in a natural way here.
Well, this wave, you know, relatively newly discovered in the late 80s, early 90s, quickly after that launched into fame. So, well, there was a break. 2006 was when the world pretty much saw it. Surf Magazine started putting it on covers. You see the beautiful, that rock wall backdrop. My time at Transworld Surf, we had multiple covers come from out of here. We had an Andy Irons cover from the event in 2006. We had a Dustin Barca cover from right here. Both of those covers were airs. I told you where our headspace was at the time. But now you see really, I mean, this wave becoming a canvas for all types of surfing. You can mix power turns, airs. We've seen barrels already this morning. So this is kind of a wave that challenges the judges just like it challenges the surfers, because there are a lot of opportunities and a lot of options you can pull from surfing this wave.
Yeah, and it's also a very surfer-friendly wave if you think about it. It's not a wave that breaks over jagged or really sharp rocks. The rocks are on the right-hand side, and if you're not too familiar with point breaks here in southern Mexico, you'd think, well, it's probably all rock, but it's not. It's beautifully groomed sand, and making it an attraction to many around the world, and that's why Barra has become such a sought-out surf destination. As we see the heat recap, McGillivray, big turns on the outside, just hasn't found a wave that connects all the way through to give him those big turns on the inside, Chris.
Well, the Jeep recap right here is telling me that this is one of the tightest heats of this entire event so far. All surfers sitting on 6+ scores. All of their backups are 5+ backups. So it's going to be this last 5.5 minutes that really is going to be the difference maker here. One of these surfers has got to crack up into the 7 or 8 range if they want to win this heat, because everybody is so close right now.
Well, you have every single surfer having one wave above the 6-point mark. Matthew's first wave was a 6.07. Connor Coffin's beautiful last ride was a 6.1. But it was Adrian Buchan that was able to find that inside section, top to bottom surfing, that allowed him to get that wave into the 6.83 range. As we see him here, just really precise. I love the way he actually really commits to his cutback and bounces off the white water. It's not an easy thing to do here at Barra. Sometimes you want to kind of cut it short so that you make it out into the open face. But when you commit, you get maneuvers like that, just big in the pocket turns, too big maneuvers on the midsection of the wave. Incredible good read to get and use that foam to glide into that inside section. So he knew it, and obviously the judges had to reward that surfing.
Yeah, you have to, you know, when the style is so prominent like that, when the turns are so perfectly placed. I mean, even though it was really all in the last half of the wave, the work was enough to get him the highest single wave score of this heat. And if you're a surfer and you tell me that you don't want to turn like Ace Buchan or you don't want to turn like Connor Coffin, you're lying, because any surfer would love to have the power and the style of these two surfers who, you know, their rail work is right up there among the best of the best.
And I think regarding how they surf, they have a very similar stance where they don't really broaden it too much. You can't really tell if they're going to go up and above the lip. They have a relatively narrower stance. The front foot doesn't go past the midpoint of the board, allowing them to, really engage those rails. And that's what makes it so exciting when they actually decide to go up and above the lip. They just shuffle that front foot forward midway through the maneuver so that they can bust the tail. As we see, an interesting looking wave for Matthew.
Around this section, that was a great maneuver selection out the back.
Unexpected.
Yeah, unexpected, which is an underrated virtue that the judges look for. If you can kind of excite them and blow them away with something kind of pulled out of your hat, you're going to get rewarded. Unfortunately for McGillivray, the rest of that wave just went kind of wonky.
Very similar to, as we see Red up and riding.
Connor Coffin, hoping this wave grows as it goes down the line. It's like 2 or 3 waves in one, pushing across this sandbar. All these surfers are hoping that it kind of bites the edge of the sand and cups out down the line, giving them a little bit better of a power base to work from. That wave kind of goes away, very similar to McGillivray's last scoring wave.
Yeah, it seemed like he was in 2 minds in that last maneuver. It looked like he was going to carve through it, and then midway through that maneuver decided he could maybe release the tail. Unfortunately, the board had already done half the work and he wasn't able to readjust. So Coffin now paddling back out. I had a chance to talk to Diego Cadena, and he said that it is a paddle. It is not that easy to get back out there quickly. So as you're paddling back out in this heat, you're sweating without noticing it, and you're getting tired. So as you're paddling up that point, you really have to breathe, relax, and get there quickly. But you can't paddle too hard. So it's kind of one of those things where you
gotta paddle hard, but not too hard.
Exactly.
Just
you don't
hard.
want to get out there and then expect to have a few minutes to regain yourself. You might paddle out there and the wave of the day might come right at you. So you have to have that calm tranquility in your body, in your heartbeat, to be able to surf the wave the way you'd want to. That maneuver right there, we talked about the unpredictability of surfers always aiding them in getting those big maneuvers. Matthew, big turn on the outside, and surfing to the judges' criteria. Do something big on the outside, do something solid on the inside. He's surfing this wave as good as anyone could surf it. It is so tricky. It had a lot of bumps in it. And in comparison to Connor's wave, you can see that there's a difference in size and a difference in where the wave actually hugged that sandbank. Clean carve.
Valiant effort by both these surfers, but it just kind of goes down to the wave not giving them the up.
This right here would have been a massive score, I believe, if he would have been able to ride out clean on that. So surfers in the next heat already getting positioned. This is going to be another good one.
Not often you get 2 brothers in a heat together. We've got Owen Wright and Mikey Wright coming up next, going up against Iago Dora.
Would you say that these conditions are very similar to the conditions that Owen Wright won his comeback event at Snapper at? Low tide, kind of hugging that little pocket, a little bit of sand. So we've heard a lot about the big names, Felipe, Italo, Gabriel, 1, 2, 3. Obviously Kanoa and Morgan being in the mix, but Owen is so good on his backhand.
Connor waiting for numbers.
Usually when surfers, competitors are waving their hands in the air, there is information that they require, whether it be wave, the score of the last wave, how much time is left, how much the other competitors got. So what does he want? He wants everything. He wants to know what he needs. He wants to know what the previous competitors got. Judging from his body language, I think he didn't hear what he needed to get.
Well, we'll see what happened at the end of that last heat with Connor Coffin, Ace, and Matthew McGillivray. A lot more surfing to come. Big heats coming up next. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico. We'll be right back.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com to get your official 2021 Championship Tour merchandise.
Okay, arrancamos el número 8, Yagodora, Owen Wright, Mikey Wright. Dos australianos contra el brasileño. Estamos en el número 8 de Corona Open México, presentado por Quiksilver. Jagodora in the wave. Beautiful combination for Jago. The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. This is the team number 80. Jagodora, Owen right, Mikey right.
If you wake up in that tent, sitting above that Jeep, here at Barra, your life is really good. You've done something right. Cool image there. Thanks to Jeep for bringing the world elite level surfing from really cool exotic destinations like this, as we see Jagodora. His backhand has been lethal throughout his entire competitive career, and that will not stop anytime soon. That was a great way to open this heat. Jagodora out of Florianopolis, Brazil. His third season on tour. He's had some big wins already behind him. 2019 Vans US Open champ, 2018 Red Bull Airborne champ.
I feel like something has happened with Yago surfing over the last few months where confidence is just kind of going through the roof. He surfed really well at the surf ranch. He was almost unstoppable at the lefts, and I think if he kind of grabs that same confidence and goes into Barra, he'll be killing it.
We've got 31 minutes, 50 seconds remaining here in seeding round, Heat 8. Jagodora, representing Brazil, starts off this heat with a 4.83. And then comes down to the Wright brothers. Owen Wright, Mikey Wright. Both polar opposites. Regular footer, goofy footer. Mikey relies heavily on a big grab rail arc. Owen Wright, you know, his backhand, deadly lethal in any type of waves.
You know something that they have in common though? They have this approach on big waves that not many surfers have.
Fearless?
It is just, you know, it seems like their eyes just kind of shark eyes. You know, they just kind of warp into something else. They see a 8-foot barreling wave that most people would just paddle over, even professional surfers, and they spin around and try and go. And that is something that is very, very impressive to see, especially when you're out in the water with them.
As we sit here and wonder what's going on in the mind of Owen and Mikey, who have surfed against each other before in CT heats, but it's always special when you get to see two brothers competing against each other. You see, there's no conversation, no family business happening out in the lineup. They are going head to head. Strider, Wazelewski, you're right there in the mix. Are the Wright brothers chatting it up, or are they kind of doing their own thing out there?
Nah, I think it's all business. No friends on powder days or in heats, and that's the way it goes unless you're trying to get your buddy through a heat. That happened to me once. But anyway, we're not going to go there, but we will talk about Mikey Wright's new signature spring suit. I'm rocking this thing. It's insane. It's keeping me protected. Great fit. I'm loving it. Quiksilver busting out the Mikey Wright's got a little message inside to everybody on the wetsuit. I won't say what it is, but you got to check it out. And I can't wait to see these guys go at it. It's so fun to see you know, two brothers in a heat together, and there's got to be a bit of a grudge match there going. I love it. Two goofy footers in this heat, and I like the touch on Owen Wright and his victory conditions. Very similar out here. It looks so fun. It's crazy. From the beach, you get a good vibe, but in the water, you can really see how fun it is. So glassy and perfect. You just got these little perfect cylinders coming down the point. You can just get up in the lip. You just want to surf so bad. I'm frothing out of my mind.
Strider,
Same.
And talking a little bit about water temperature, you're wearing a wetsuit now. Does that mean that the water is cold, or does it mean that competitors should be aware of maybe lowering their body temperature and not waiting too long to catch a wave, because that affects your body?
Well, I think for me, we're out here so long, you know, when we're working, we're in the elements, right? So you got so much sun on us, and we've got so much, you know, the water temp is great, but you do actually find a chill after you're sitting in the sun for 4 hours in the Mexico heat right now. I mean, this place is hot, baby. It's hot down here in Mexico, but we love it. And to be out in a surf session right now, you'd be cycling in a pair of trunks and just a top. But right now, for me, this thing's protecting me, and it's keeping the core temperature perfect, and I'm loving it.
Right on. Strider back in the lineup. We'll get more updates from Strider Wazelewski as this heat progresses. Yago Dora, the only surfer to ride waves so far. He's got a 4.83 and a .23. Owen and Mikey Wright both waiting to open up in this heat. That'll give us the opportunity to catch up with one of the best goofy footers to ever do it, Adrian Ace Buchan.
It's one of the best goofy footers ever to do it, but Ace, how satisfying is it to come out with a win in such a tight heat? I mean, there was only a half a point between third and first in that heat.
Yeah, for sure. It was pretty back and forth. I think we all had some good moments. Like, I feel like, you know, I had some big turns, but didn't really get a wave that stood up the whole way through. And then the one high score I had really stood up nicely on the inside. And just a treat to surf Barra with two other guys.
And what's key to performing here with your back to the wall on your backhand at Barra?
Oh, mate. 15 years ago, my first year on tour, I was injured and I missed this event, and it was probably the most painful event ever to watch. You know, the whole surfing world knows how good the waves were for that event, so that really hurt me. And just to be here and surfing in this event, you know, to be traveling and surfing for a living right now in the, you know, current state of the world is an absolute privilege. And you know, I want to say thank you to the people of Barra and Huatulco for having us. And yeah, I feel very lucky to be, you know, traveling the world and doing what I love.
I love it, Chris. After 15 years, redemption for Ace Buchan here at Barra.
Cheers.
That's right, the veteran gets the victory. Connor Coffin comes through in second place. McGillivray will go to that scary, sketchy second round, elimination round. The round you don't want to be in, the round you don't want to lose in.
Maybe Matthew was just waiting for the waves to get better and bigger. I think it's going to be a little bit
more. He wants more opportunity.
He just wants to surf a couple of times. As we see Mikey, this last ride of his, really interesting wave selection. You see how the wave really backs off on the outside. But what he's eyeing is that inside section. That is why he keeps zigzagging his way through the inside, widening his stance, and boom, beautiful pop, clean landing, spins 180 degrees out of that maneuver. And he's so far down the point that you can see him now running up the point instead of paddling. It's a quick in and out for Yago, and Owen having a really hard time finding the right waves. It almost seems like this tide is kind of acting like a sponge, kind of sucking him up the point a little bit as they take off on the wave.
Here we see our first look at Owen Wright, who's just got a couple of non-factors behind him, but this will be a factor. That first turn, brutal. Super stylish. He has the ability to crack the whip like Indiana Jones. You see every turn he does with power and precision. That wave was not an easy wave to surf.
Not easy to surf it even like after those two quick rides. You got a 1.5 and a 0.63. Sometimes as a competitor, you kind of start getting in your head about it. Is this going to be one of these heats? Am I not going to be able to do it? But he finds a beautiful looking wave. You can see how he takes off where the sand is still visible, and the wave goes out into the flats, getting a little bit more blue, getting a little bit more groove, getting bigger, and his sterns start getting better. Gets a little bit more 11 o'clock on that last maneuver and cracks it, whips it, beautiful tail release on that second to last, and is able to flow through that inside section and connect to the inside. So that is going to be by miles his best ride. Will it be better than Mikey's 5.4?
Well, a lot like the approach of Ace Buchan, what I noticed there for Owen Wright, his heels were basically almost touching the whitewater the whole way. What does that say to you in his approach? What is he trying to do by staying so close to the whitewater section on these waves?
What he's trying to do is trying to surf the wave in the pocket. So where the shoulder of the wave meets the whitewater, that's where the juice is. That's where the power is of the wave, and also the coping that you can hit. So Owen Wright was being really smart about staying close to that whitewater in order to try and get as vertical as he could. Sometimes, because this wave is actually pushing through, you have to project forward, but he did a great job in staying in the pocket the entire time.
Well, with 24 minutes to go, waiting for potentially a big proper score for Owen Wright, we get it. 6-3-3, Owen Wright jumps into the lead. So with the highest single wave score of this heat thus far, Owen Wright drops that 6-3-3. Power and precision on his backhand. You kind of match that up against his brother's opening score, that 5-4-0. Different approach. It was big carve, setup, massive air. Probably one of the best airs we've seen of the event. To me, a 5.4 for an air that good kind of tells me the story that the judges, they're already expecting you to do airs like that. You need to do something extraordinary to crack through up into that excellent score if you're going to go up and into the air. The judges know full well how good Mikey Wright is. They know full well how good the rest of this field is in the air. So, not that that was a stock standard front three air reverse, but you need to do something really wild to get up into the excellent scores on the strength of pretty much a single air. You see Iago now, a little trouble navigating this wave. Could have something good for him through the inside section. So that was a really great display of kind of regaining composure after a messy start, which we're not really used to seeing Iago, you know, catch rails or kind of have bobbles at the beginning of his waves. He's usually really steady, but you see out right there, the wave was fighting against him, kind of like little claws trying to grab his board, do everything it could to make him fall, but he reacted nicely halfway through that wave, finished strong. Won't be an excellent score, but definitely will get rid of that 0.23.
Yeah, I like how you mentioned that the beginning of the wave wasn't spectacular, but it was 2 clean turns, and when you do that, especially on your backhand here at Barra, it almost sets you up for the rest of the wave. That was a little bit of a hitch. Why? Because it was such a difficult foam climb. He had to actually ride out in front of it, probably a good 8 feet. He almost put too much pressure on his front foot, but was able to regain himself and connect with the lip nicely. So I want to get back into the conversation of good waves here at Barra. A 5.4 for Mikey's air and a 6.3 for Owen Wright's 6.33. This really excites me, especially when we talk about perfect waves. Could we see a perfect 10? And how will that differ from waves, for example, at Chopo? A perfect 10 at Chopes is a big barrel deep, but a perfect 10 at Barra would have to imply turns, airs, barrels, a combination of all three. I don't think one thing will do it for you. And that, so a perfect 10 at Barra is going to be probably the best 10 of the year.
That's true. I'm going to stay away from the P word for a while because we've seen this place at its best. 2006. That was perfect. We've got some room to grow here. And I know with what's on tap, it's looking good. 20:50 on the clock. So now we have a new leader. Iago Dora comes through with a 4.57 on his last effort. And, you know, again, what he had to do on that wave to recover, you know, a lot happening. So full credit to Iago, basically manufacturing a solid mid-level score. You see that 6.33 still looming large as the highest single wave score of this heat with Owen Wright. Mikey Wright sits out the back with priority. Plenty of time to go.
One of the coolest thing about this event is the quantity of waves. Usually priority really comes into play. You know, you have to wait for a set. There might be 2 or 3 waves in it, and priority will make a difference. Here at Barra, we're seeing a wave every 10 seconds, almost 15 seconds, and sets every 3 to 5 minutes. So surfers have plenty of opportunity to get those set waves, and they also have the chance to kind of work their way to the inside to get and manufacture scores from waves that surfers out the back aren't even seeing. So it's really exciting to see an event here because there's more surfing.
Cool looking wedge to start for Owen Wright. Could be a grower down the line. This was great wave selection for Owen, as you saw that outside section offering a lot for him. Well, I'm not going to say great wave selection because, I mean, that was a risk.
He made the wave look great.
Yeah, he made it look better than it was. But now you see offering him a good, clean inside section to work with. Fits 2 turns in there at the end. That's going to be a solid number to match that 6.33. He's going to have a front row seat to baby bro Mikey Wright now. And what a great way to kind of decipher and see the different styles between the Wright brothers.
Yeah, I think we would have hoped to see Mikey on a better looking wave. That didn't really allow him to showcase his surfing. But Owen Wright's wave, one of the things that really, you know, pops is the way his board worked. There was a moment there in the wave that he floated through a really long, mushy section of the wave, and his board didn't stall. It actually generated speed, and I think mentally that created confidence because he knew he was going to be able to link his turns together all the way to the inside, which is what he did, which is something that Adrian Buchan did on the previous heat.
And Yago Dora battling back in true Yago fashion, goes for inverted backside air.
And why not? He has priority. He has priority that he knows the brothers are on the inside. So why not try something explosive, something unique? That was a cool little turn on the outside. We missed that in the previous run of this wave. And we can see Mikey how he's also, Chris, trying to stay with the pocket of the wave, but this wave was really breaking past the sandbank. A way different type of wave than Owen's. Owen's was like a 1 to 2 foot wave when he took off, and it just grew, and that's the section that I'm talking about. Just beautiful floats all the way to here. He did 2 nice clean floats all the way to the inside. We thought the wave was over, Chris, but he saw something more down the line, and the way he links his second to last maneuver with this floater on the inside was memorable. And I think that's what judges and people watching these waves tend to revert back to. You know, you see so many waves, you see so many turns. What is it that reminds you of that wave? Well, that inside section was one for me.
Yeah, a little spectacular finish there for Owen Wright. So as we're seeing now with the cadence of waves slightly decreasing, that means wave selection is going to play even more of a critical role. With more on that, Strider Wazelewski is in the lineup, and he's been hawkeyeing every wave and every ripple that's come through. What are you noticing now, cadence-wise, with these sets?
Well, I've been watching, you know, every little nugget come through. There's this little perfect mid-wave section that's unbelievable. It's really hard to state it. We talked about it earlier, but watching, you know, the surfers ride these waves, you can see them having to create a pace to match the wave. It might be out, you know, different than their usual pace on a wave. The pace here of Barra at the moment is pretty slow. It's not moving very fast. So they're having to create everything in their own surfing. So they're going up and they're finding that power pocket and then ripping out onto a corner and then ripping back into the power zone. So you actually watch them create and make the dynamic surfing on each wave, and it's fun to watch them as the balance of their surfing happens on the wave and how they create their own pace and how they actually get into these sections and create the down carves and then up into the lip and stick with a rhythm on that wave. Each wave is so much different here, and every platform changes. So it's just one of the funnest things to me is to watch a surfer do their dance on each wave that's different.
And Strider, a lot of these surfers are riding them all the way to the inside. How difficult is the current right now? Because Barra is known for its current. Can you easily make it out the back paddling?
There's almost a reverse current right now. So it's actually interesting that you say that. Yeah, usually there's a crazy current coming down across from right to left, and guys are just trying to power to the peak and stay there. Right now, they're sitting and actually getting sucked out towards the top, as I am right now. I'm actually getting pulled up the point a little bit, and I think that might be from that local storm and that local swell pushing in here the way that it is. Usually you get those steeper souths coming across, and I think this one's a little more straight in, so it's kind of kept the current at a low rhythm, so to speak, which makes the wave kind of a slower rhythm as well.
That's a good look. So you can only hear if you're out in the lineup. Thankfully, Strider will be there for the next 8 hours. So we will be leaning on him for that type of information. 14:45 to go. Looks like our surfers are set in their positions in the lineup. It's going to give us the opportunity to take a quick break. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We'll be right back with the Wright brothers versus Yago Dora. Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We're in seeding round Heat 8. Owen Wright currently in the lead. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. We'd be remiss not to mention the fact that Owen Wright is the first ever Olympic surfing bronze medalist. And one of the coolest stories of Tokyo 2020 was the Irukandjis. Team Australia for surfing named themselves after a venomous jellyfish. And they coined the phrase, or I should say, our friends at Ain't It Swell, the Swellians, they came up with the phrase, bring the sting. And that took over the Olympic surfing event. Bring the sting, and you know that's staying with Owen Wright. I feel like that's a great way to unify Team Australia.
And it's a great name.
Yeah, and I think a lot of other surfing nations could take note of that. We saw what the Brazilian Storm did when they got the name, right? The moniker, the Brazilian Storm. It's almost like things started clicking for all of them. They go, yeah, we are the Brazilian Storm. Let's do this together. Well, you would think by unifying your team behind a team name like Irukandjis, or maybe Team USA could come up with something clever, but that has a way of helping lift up the rest of your fellow countrymen, your fellow surfers. We'll see what that equation does for Owen Wright. So with 11:55 to go, now we're waiting for these surfers to pounce.
I like the name, the Irukandjis, from a venomous snake. I feel like there's a little bit of a similarity in Mexico and Australia, how almost everything is poisonous. We have rattlesnakes, scorpions, this and that, but Australia has the exact same thing.
All right, surfers, get ready to drool on your computer or on your television remote as you're looking at one of the most iconic surfboards to ever hit the water. These recreated masterpieces on display will be ridden here at Barra in an incredible expression session coming up somewhere down the line. Potentially today, anybody who's ever geeked out on surfboards could tell you something about each and every one of these boards. Of course, you got the MR Twin right there, the Simon Anderson original thruster. You got a 5.5 19 1/4 Lost board, made famous in those incredible old Lost videos.
Chris Ward and Corey Lopez.
What's really going on? What's really going wrong? And then, of course, the Black Beauty, the Al Merrick Channel Islands board, made famous by Tom Curran, and then remade famous by Connor Coffin.
Absolutely.
That board, all these boards kind of give you the good feels as a surfer, but that one in particular, definitely a feel-good surfboard. Got a JS and a Merrick there.
I feel like
lightning bolt.
surfers that get a chance to surf these surfboards are really going to take into consideration the conditions that we have at Barra. I feel like a Jerry Lopez board, if it's 6 foot and barreling, would be beauty. And then the Alaya, maybe if it's 2 foot and glassy. I feel like there's all these different conditions that each one of those boards would be ideal for.
Well, it will be a judged heat, so there will be a winner, and you got to think, okay, the judges might give some extra credit to the surfer riding the Alaya. You do have a dumpster diver, that second Al Merrick, that second Channel Islands back there, the iconic Dane Reynolds dumpster diver. What board would you pick?
I knew that was coming. If it was barreling, 6 foot, I would go for the Jerry Lopez. And if it's the conditions that we have right now, maybe I would try and find something a little bit looser.
MR Twin.
MR Twin. That would be my go-to for these conditions.
You know what's cool nowadays with kind of surf everything being the ethos for a lot of surfers around the world? You would not be surprised if you rolled up on an average day here at Barra and saw somebody riding a board similar to a Lightning Bolt, to an MR Twin. Really, really cool time in surfing right now where all kinds of shapes are being celebrated in all types of conditions by every level of surfer.
Yeah, and speak of old boards, David and Michael Hunt, who I got a chance to talk to, the original 2 surfers that pretty much found Barra and settled here. They were lucky enough to find a piece of land and buy it before the town kind of stopped that and didn't allow people to buy pieces of land anymore. So the Hunt brothers found a piece of land for $1,500 and left their boards here. Well, what do you know? Every year they'd come back, they'd be like, where are our boards? All the local kids were riding them.
Of course. That's tax, local tax. And it's to be expected and celebrated.
Absolutely. One of those boards is still in a restaurant here, just a few kilometers out.
Damn, speaking of a few kilometers out, Mikey Wright was kilometers away from the lip, blasting that tail towards the beach. Anytime you land in air, tail first like that in the flats, it just ups the difficulty factor so much to be able to ride out from that. A huge feat in itself. And of course, we see big things happening out the back for Iago Adora.
Beautiful wave selection.
And he is winding up into these backhand whips so nicely. Finishes with a big air. That's the Iago Adora we know and love.
Pay attention to that shuffle after he finished that air. His feet landed further up on the board. And it's just so well done. Seamlessly just kind of shuffling his front foot back. Really, we kind of missed. We saw the tail end of that maneuver on the outside. So a high-risk maneuver on the outside linked together with a few beautiful turns. The midsection of the wave didn't get sleepy. It actually just gave him the opportunity to link top to bottom maneuvers all the way to the inside. Finishes it off with an air 360 on the inside. Kind of flat on that landing. I'm sure he would have liked a little bit more lift to kind of pop up and above higher. But Mikey Wright, smart surfing, really clean, really nice, widens his stance and does something absolutely ridiculous. He needed to do something dynamic on that last section.
Haymaker right here. Rocking the classic Quiksilver original board shorts, of course updated for the modern world. I don't know if you would be able to do airs like that and get your body contorted in a position like that in the trunks they made in the 70s. But thankfully, these new Quiksilver trunks are
stretchy,
packed with technology, allowing for maneuvers like that. And Mikey Wright, that's the surfing that he's famous for, and that's the surfing that he has displayed in video parts. You know, I think for him, it's just been kind of a question of consistency and headspace in and out of these heats and events. You know, obviously he's one of the best surfers in the world.
Yeah,
that's clear.
I feel like he's relaxing a little bit too. I think we all know, judging from his video parts, and the judges too, we all expect that kind of surfing from him, and sometimes surfers that do that kind of surfing kind of get ahead of themselves. They know that everyone's expecting that from them. They get a little bit kind of in their head about that maneuver. I feel like Mikey now is just kind of going with the flow, knowing that he can pull those maneuvers off pretty much 99% of the time. He feels and looks more comfortable in the water. And one thing that I'd like to point out is you talked about being contorted and how that board, the tail goes up and above, almost diagonal to the nose of the board when he's in the air. It's really interesting to see what his arms do. There is a lot of elegance put into the air by the way the arms kind of glide through the air, and he actually stomps that air by the use of his arms as well, kind of compressing the legs and allowing his body to kind of soften that landing. And that's something that we don't talk about enough, is that rotation of the elbows and the arms to allow them to land like that.
So you're saying you don't want to see people rolling down the windows up in the air and flailing around?
Maybe there's people here that don't know what rolling up the windows is because everything's electric.
Oh,
you and
right.
I know.
Wow, we're going to have to delete that from our vernacular. Well, Owen Wright oftentimes channels his inner Devo and whips it on a problem comes along, Owen whips it, and he did it on that last wave. He's looking to better a 4.83. Not a lot of opportunity down the line, but made a lot of impact with the short area that he had to work with here. Meanwhile, Mikey Wright seems to be gaining some momentum.
What a nice, clean, relaxed carve on that inside section.
Yeah, I would say one of his signature maneuvers, a kind of a double arm drag, wrapping carve.
Different type of strategy if you consider that Mikey Wright has only caught this being his 4th wave. Iago already on wave number 6, so different strategies. You'd think that catching more waves with these conditions would be beneficial, but if you're Mikey Wright and you can do those crazy inside, those airs on the inside section, he doesn't need that much. Only 2 waves will be enough.
We got sports cliche number 375 here. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Of course, here in these opening rounds, you've got to get yourself through. You've got to set a steady, solid pace and allow yourself to peak at the right time, which potentially could be 2 days from now. With the way the schedule's looking, I mean, this could be one of these rapid-fire events, and you've got to rely on your fitness, you've got to rely on your mental fortitude, and you've got to save some in the tank if you're going to have to start back-to-back days.
Absolutely. As we see Mikey's last ride, clean float on the inside, unfortunately a little bit sleepy through the midsection of the wave, but the 2 maneuvers on the outside, so aggressive, a lot of power, nice layback. So although they were both kind of layback slashes, they were a little bit different, you know, and we like to see that variety. Obviously a different approach from Owen going on his backhand. He's able to pivot the surfboard up and above the lip, almost going 180 degrees on that first maneuver, but watch how he uses his body oh so well. You know, that compression, this is a 6'3" frame that he can compress down to probably about 4 feet. And with that, generating so much speed up the bottom. If you can do that, you can draw out those bottom turns way better than many surfers.
Does it look like Mikey Wright's board is longer than Owen Wright's board?
It does, doesn't it?
Well, it does. And I like that. I like that Mikey Wright kind of leaning back a little bit towards you know, that kind of classic style shortboard.
Well, he's actually on, he brought a couple boards down to the beach, a 5'11" Monster and a 6'0". So he does like a little bit of length to his boards, but you consider his height as well. You know, he's a tall individual. So usually you tend to say that surfers are riding a board that is probably maybe an inch shorter than them at the most in these conditions. But obviously Felipe Toledo and other surfers kind of like 2-3 inches to take off that nose to maybe fit that board better into the pocket.
And I think a lot of these surfers actually, strangely, you know, kind of hard to wrap your head around it, but they're kind of relying on some surfboards that would be the same boards they would ride at Surf Ranch, the last WSL Championship Tour event. You know, if you look at the board, Owen Wright's riding, Mikey Wright's riding, and Felipe Toledo is riding the same board he rode at the Surf Ranch Pro. So I'm thinking that these surfers in their minds are going, okay, what board would I ride at? Snapper, you know, the right at Surf Ranch.
And then there's particular preferences. I had a chance to talk to Tico Oliveira, who is on the Patterson side of shaping boards in Brazil. He says that Italo used to ride PUs, and now all he wants is epoxy boards. You know, so that's different to, for example, Rio Guaida, who TP Jabrick, who I caught up with yesterday as well, said he will not ride an epoxy unless he has to. He loves the PU construction. So I think it also has to do with what you're kind of used to riding at your home break. Exactly.
Yeah, you're not going to see a lot of it. The only person you'll see experimenting with brand new or, you know, experimental shapes and designs while in a championship tour event is most likely Slater. That's why every time he paddles out into heat, everyone's first question, well, what is he riding?
What fins? What
You don't have to tell me his stats. We know him. He's the GOAT. We know all that. What board's he riding now?
The only tricky thing about him is that he could probably ride a door with a fin glassed on here at Barra and surf pretty well.
Yeah.
So I feel like normal consumers, as we see a beautiful air on the outside from the Agadora, normal consumers have to be careful about what some of these guys are riding, because they can ride anything and surf it, make it look really well. Really good surf.
Well, Mikey Wright comes through. And
Again.
still going. bonus wave here. Free wave for the fans. Mikey Wright, you know, right now has got to be feeling good, getting the victory over brother Owen Yagodora. Back to the drawing board. More surfing to come. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. We've got Mitchell and Joe coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Hi everybody, you're watching opening day of competition here at the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. It's early afternoon, it is blazing hot, the water's just as warm. So a lot of these surfers coming in gassed and almost overheated after putting on a demanding performance with paddling, runarounds. I talked to Ace Buckton, who was victorious a couple of heats ago. He said he did 2 runarounds and then he was setting himself up for maybe a 3rd one. And he said, hang on, I've actually just put a lot into my legs from running to surfing. I actually got to take this one with my arms and upper body. So he actually got strategic with using what he could and not wearing himself out. And it ended up taking him to victory. So learning the challenge quickly. They're so used to jet ski assist on a lot of long waves like this, Mitch. And I'm liking to see the fitness really come into play today.
Do we know why that is, Joe? Why we don't have jet ski assist right here?
We could actually get another update from Jesse Miley-Dyer on that decision, because Ace was saying how nice it would have been to get a couple of lifts out there as the brothers talk it over.
That's great to see them, and really beautiful surfing from both of them too, because that was a tough heat against Iago, who's number 9 in the ranking. Not an easy heat at all.
Federico Moraes, Caio Ibelli, and Alex Ribeiro all looking for a spot into the round of 32. Top 2 move to that round. 3rd moves to the elimination round. These are incentive-based heats, so if you take a big heat win and you're a low seed, you could potentially have a more favorable matchup in the round of 32. But this is the best surfers in the world, where every heat is incredibly challenging. But the idea is, if you get rewarded a higher seed in your bracket in the next round, at least maybe you can avoid number 1, 2 in the world who've had all the momentum in 2021. Moraes coming off the wrap. Big vertical blast. Fun looking inside wall for Federico. Absolute paradise, giving Moraes a section to blow the tail out. Gets creative with that climb, lets go of it, incomplete on the final move. Hard off the bottom and running that same direction, Caio Ibelli. Throwing the fins in the air for the rotation. Will ride out nice and clean. Just jumping on Rusty surfboard, signing a nice deal recently, and the boards under his feet looked really fresh last night in the warm-up session.
Yeah, good for him too. Congratulations. If anybody deserves it, it's him, because he had been struggling for a few years, and now he's actually got somebody that's going to support him and back him up and pursue his dream of being a world champion now.
It's interesting how your motivation changes over the years, and he became a world junior champion. Things just get harder, but the reward is much bigger once you earn a big result. We saw him do that multiple times when he built that giant killer reputation, not once, but multiple times against John Florence.
Yeah, and he did well in Tahiti in 2019 too. Semi-finalist there. I expect some pretty good things from him this year going into Chopu as well. And I mean, you're also talking about somebody who has the experience of being World Pro Junior Champion, and he's kind of gone under the shadow of the other big three Brazilians, Felipe, Gabe, and Italo. But he's always been there with them. He was just as successful as they were as a pro junior and a qualifying series surfer. He might not be as successful on the CT so far, but he's still got a future ahead of him, Joe.
It's interesting how those sparring crews remain the same your whole career, where you grow up together, you're aware of each other's talent, and it never ends. Alex Ribeiro, backside wrap to start. Enjoying his second year battling against the top 34 in the world. Carves and almost gets distracted. See if he should commit to this wave. He'll get his first number on the board here in heat number 9.
Yeah, and he needs a result. 32 in the rankings, not the best spot to be in going into the last 2 events of the year, and it's now or never, Joe. And as you were saying, his second shot here, he qualified in 2019, and unfortunately at the beginning of the year he had a few injuries. Ankles, knees weren't 100%, but he decided to go for it, saw no other option, especially with COVID. So much uncertainty around the world. He needed to make a living, and the only way to do so was to compete. So right on for Alex, but back up against the wall right now.
Strider Wazelewski is enjoying the lineup here at Barra De La Cruz. In the lineup with the Waz. Condition update this afternoon.
Oh, it's just butter right now. It just got really glassy. There's these nuggets just rolling through this midsection. There's a big plume of current out the top that you can see. And the boys started out this heat way out the back behind the rocks, just full comp mode. Just they wanted to take priority in the heat. Meanwhile, all these little nuggets are just running through underneath them. So you can see those waves that they catch on the outside. Most of them aren't that great, but these midsection waves are really good, and they have a nice, perfect wall to them. So I feel like still, we've been talking about it all day. You can find these really beautiful little double ups on the inside corner, and you got to try and hold priority, but stay just inside of the outside peak. So it's a interesting positioning thing out here in the lineup right now. Oh, look at that. Kyle Abelli flying through the air. That was amazing. This guy's on fire. Big gouge in the face right here. Let's see what he does on the inside, Joe.
Loving it, was big frontside stock air to kick this thing off. Big vertical, hard off the bottom. Nice tail control on that rusty surfboard, and Kaio is enjoying the moment. Big air to start. That's what we've been loving. Judges have been rewarding that effort for our surfers today, and I kind of loved a refreshing, non-rotated frontside air.
I was about to say the same thing. It's something that you don't see as often anymore, huh, Joe? And especially that grab where right there, really just a stock standard grab. If you're doing that backside, though, it's an indie grab. So it's a pretty tough one to do. If you're going left, it would be for Kaya to be able to be on the backhand. But right here on the forehand, really used in an excellent manner, because as CJ Halbigud used to say, this is a transition air. So it's really good to go from section to section, and as we did see, Kaio used it in order to get past that first section and in front of the white water. Then some nice rail work right here from Kaio, and this is someone who's no stranger to right-hand point breaks. He's from the Sao Paulo area, so is Alex Ribeiro. But what Kaio has is that he was a World Pro Junior champion at a wave like Burley Heads in Australia. So when he won that world championship off of Garrett Parks, it was in waves really similar to these, Joe.
It sure was. That was one of the craziest surf-offs for a world title we've ever seen, and we happened to see that at the junior level. Ribeiro up and out, not too interested with running through the inside. His first a 2.17. Mariah starts with a 5.17. Kyle Belly's opener already a 6.33, and more numbers to come.
Decent start there for Freddie, and I like what I'm seeing from him. Really active, quick, especially when it comes to the beach break surfing. I feel like he's improved a lot this year.
Certainly has. 25 on the clock. Let's catch up with Owen's younger brother, Mikey Wright, with Kale.
Thank you so much, Joe. Well, cold Coronas on the beach, warm water, perfect waves. Mexico's a magnet for Australian surfers. How are you liking your first time in Mexico?
Yeah, it's been pretty fun. You know, out of all the years, I've been chasing swells and free surfing before I did the tour. Like, I just never made my way down here. So yeah, it's been good fun. You know, we got here a little bit early with my wife, and we just kind of fished, had a few beers, chased a few waves around, and yeah, it's been pretty fun.
How about the opportunity to surf with your older brother? A little bit of strategy? Was there any kind of envy in the water? How do you guys handle heats together?
We just let each other do our own thing, and just, you know, let the surfing do the talking, and yeah, you know, like, there's no bullshit between us. You know, we kind of know we're brothers, so it's yeah, it was pretty sick. You know, towards the end there, you know, Yago was kind of like forcing us into a wave, and I kind of like delayed a little bit, so Yago took off, so then I went into first priority. And yeah, you know, the little tactics like that where you can, you know, work against it, or work with each other to, you know, to go through the heat. So yeah, you know, it's pretty fun. You know, not every day you get to surf a heat against your brother, so it's pretty exciting.
And your surfing is so unpredictable, as well as what happens out of the water. What are your plans? What is next for Mikey Wright?
Yeah, you know, obviously over here it's a pretty iconic wave here, and you know, they haven't had a contest here in a fair while, and you know, it's pretty sick to be here. But yeah, this is actually going to be my last event. I'm going back to free surfing, just going to chase swells again. You know, I got on tour pretty quick, and you know, I left competing when I was younger just because I didn't, you know, it wasn't me. You know, I had more fun surfing, you know, more hours in the day than, you know, trying to surf heats. So making videos and yeah, putting out stuff that I like, and you know, it's been a fun time. I got there pretty quick, you know, qualified through the tour, so I didn't have a, you know, time to really think, do I want to be here, you know? But you know, I've had a good time, and yeah, pretty happy with what I'm going to do. I'm pretty excited for the next few months. Going to go chase a few swells and start making videos again, and, you know, really showing what I can do, and yeah, and having fun with it. So.
Well, I think I speak for the entire world saying that we're sorry to see you go, but we're really excited to see what you do in the rest of the event. Thank you so much.
Cheers, thank you. Thanks.
Big news for Mikey Wright, releasing a big statement saying he's going back to free surfing, making movie parts, and like Kale said, we want to echo that, where we're going to miss that explosiveness he has in heats. We saw him finish in more final series than not that first lap around the world. We'll catch up to the wrapping turn from Marias. Marias still trying to run after a finishing move to back up his 5.17. He gets there with a nice vertical. But Mikey Wright, he'll hopefully maybe a couple months off, he'll get that fire to compete again, but it's up to him, being the best surfer in the world, having great backing from Quiksilver. Wish him the best of luck, best of waves on this new path.
Yeah, and as he said, he just wants to be himself and enjoy himself. You know, we don't know how much time we have left on Earth, Joe, and, you know, we don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow. So might as well enjoy our life as much as we can, doing what we love. And if Mikey's calling is free surfing, that's his thing, and let's let him do it, and hopefully enjoys it to the max.
Can't wait to see what he comes up with, but there might be something about kind of making a statement like that after a first round win. You know, he struggled to find wins earlier when he maybe hadn't made that decision yet to move away from the tour. Now he's surfing, he might be freed up and enjoying the moment. I mean, you brought up CJ Hobgood a moment ago, 2001 world champ, and there's something about announcing that you're moving on, and he turned in some of my favorite waves of his career in that final year against the top 34.
You're right, and it's tough to say goodbye to something that you love so much. And I don't know if you are a tennis fan or not, Joe, but in the late 70s, 80s, Bjorn Borg was a 6-time Wimbledon champ, I believe. He had a really good rivalry with John McEnroe, but he had a burnout too. He had just been at the top for so long, too much pressure, didn't want to go through with it anymore. And I see a lot of similar things with not only athletes in surfing, but just worldwide in different disciplines and sports. And, you know, sometimes when you're just practicing something since you're 5, 6 years old, it becomes a little too much eventually. And if you just want to see people have fun and enjoy themselves and really do it for the love of it, they need to be able to take time off. As we see Caio, this won't better his situation of 4.0, but really solid start to the heat though, Joe. 6.33 on a 7.17 in the first 15 minutes. He's got to be stoked with that.
Loving the energy from Kyle. Right behind him, Marias.
Yeah, this is going to be something similar to the 517, I feel. Judges are having a look at it on the replay as well. And I love this shot where we can see both waves. Man, this thing just bowled up for Freddie, didn't it? Hit the bank really well, just tugged it. And as you can see, it's difficult to fit your board in those really short pockets, Joe, when you don't have enough speed. You see Freddie had to pump a couple of times right there in those slow sections, but he made it up. 517 on the first one. I think this one's going to be right around there, if not a little bit better.
Marias had a very emotional piece on social media in Japan when he had to withdraw from the Olympic Games, and said it was the hardest thing to understand and go through. And so now he's finally in the jersey again, ready to compete. So I think he's got a lot of fuel behind him, sort of like a lot of fuel in the tank that he didn't get to spend. His dad Nuno's here supporting him on his side, of course, Richard Dog Marsh. But I'm expecting all of that energy for Marias to really come into play here at a right-hand point break. As we know, he had instant success at Jeffreys Bay, finaling there. And I think this wave is really going to suit that beautiful front side wrap.
Yep.
He always goes right into a vertical to follow. Steady Freddy, very consistent with that move.
Steady Freddy, I like it. Oh, and he comes from a really good lineage of surfing in Portugal too. Thiago Pires is, to me, the all-time great from there, but I think Freddy, if he's able to have a few more years of consistency on tour, he might overtake him.
Oh, so true. So many legends coming out of his country of Portugal. Marias needing a big 8.33 to catch up to Kyle Ibelli, and Alex still third with 19 minutes on the clock. We'll be right back in Mexico after this. We are one ocean, and Shiseido has a lot of ambassadors on tour sharing the message to connect everybody, as we will continue to offer up the idea to sign this petition to make the world a much better place. A series of backhand moves for Alex Ribeiro. Throws up another vertical to turn in his best wave so far here in heat number 9 of the seeding round. It was all about Marias and Ibelli, the regular footers that face the wave here at Barra de la Cruz. And remember, you can walk up to your TV screen right now, wherever you're watching. See the QR code there, so it's like you're about to take a photo. You open up the camera, and it'll take you right to weareoneocean.org, and you can sign and share the petition. It honestly takes less than a minute, and it's really to motivate world leaders to get involved, to make the ocean a better place for generations to come. And great to see how Kanoa, Sage, Lakey, the Shiseido ambassadors really sending the message globally this year.
Yeah, got to protect our oceans, Joe. You know, we only got a few, and one of them is right here, the Pacific, and this is my home, you know, and I was very fortunate to be able to grow up here quite a bit, and it's just beautiful to be back. Let's take care of it.
It's the best. We love it. 16 on the clock. Kyle Ibelli leading this heat so far, courtesy of a massive frontside air to kick off his second wave. So he's counting his start. 6.33 on wave number 1, 7.17 on his second wave. Moraes hanging on to second, and Ribeiro turning in his best so far. 5.77 for a beautiful sequence of backside turns. Now just needs a 4 for second. Back to Caio's air.
Yeah, this was the 7.17, Joe. I really liked it. So did you. Really nice height, good hang time. And as you said, it's refreshing to see something that's not a rotation. And it's so different and spontaneous that having that just sporadic feeling to a wave is really pleasing to the eye when it comes to the judges. Like, they want to be able to see something that they don't see daily on the regular every event. And the great thing about Barra De La Cruz, it allows you to do these kind of maneuvers, especially when it's a transitional maneuver like that straight air down the line. It's just begging you, telling you, why do a floater? Do a straight air.
And that's exactly what Caio did. Frontside carve for Moraes. Quick wrap again. Moraes driving into the pocket. Another nice tight wrapping turn. And now he's going to look to change it up vertically. Hits the lip well, punches out a serious climb. Right into a wrapping turn again, so a ton of maneuvers for Frederico Moraes as he'll kick out, chasing down an 8.33 for the win, but he could put more pressure on Ribeiro if he betters a 4.6.
Yeah, nothing exceptional, but just really solid basic surfing there from Freddie. Easily gonna better the 4.6, and look at this, Joe. You're 22 minutes into the heat, right? You've only caught 3 waves, but all 3 of them are counting for you to advance as of right now. So this is a very smart heat. Strategically, as a coach and as a competitor, you got to be pretty happy with yourself.
Well, it's interesting. You're managing energy as well. We talked earlier of seeing Italo, or we're used to seeing him almost get 20+ waves in a heat. If you're doing that in a wave like this, you could easily run out of gas, especially with the heat out there. Watching Freddie again.
Yeah, just good rhythm, solid surfing. The board looks great. And as I said, it was nothing exceptional, but it was just so well done. You have to reward it with a decent score at least. And I just feel like Moraes has a really good read of point breaks. So coming from that area of Cascais where you see a lot of point breaks, the only big difference here is what you were saying, the heat. You're surfing in trunks compared to a suit, so you don't have the same kind of protection from the sun either. You get dehydrated quicker because of that. You need to be on point with your hydration here, Joe.
12:50 on the clock here in the seeding round. Freddie working closely with Dog Marsh, along with one of his best friends on tour, Ryan Callanan. They're in back-to-back heats. Our Cal is coming up next. And Leonardo Fioravanti spending a lot of time working with Richard Dog Marsh as well. Fresh off a performance at the Olympic Games. And then joined by Connor O'Leary, who's kind of one of my favorites to watch in the last 2 days in the warm-up.
Yeah, I like him a lot, especially when it comes to attacking that first section on the outside. I think that's going to be crucial for Connor. Great heat coming up. Callanan, Fioravanti, O'Leary, 2 goofy footers, and the sole regular footer being the Italian surfer. It's going to be an important one for Leo. And look at the score for Freddie.
Frederico Moraes, 6.5, his best so far. Standing by for last Ribeiro, but he's already going to need a 5.91 to get into that second spot. Job well done for Moraes, improving his total.
And during our break, Joe, we were up in the athletes area. We spoke to Diego Cadena and Johnny Corzo, talked to them about their experience, and Diego said, oh, I feel like I waited a little bit too long for the set waves. I think he's right, but in the sense too, if you see what Quibeiro's done, 7 waves already, and only 1 has been better than a 5. So what's the point of catching all of these waves and expending yourself, especially in the middle of the day right now? It's the hottest point of the day, and there's a really good chance that if you don't make it out of the seat and you're relegated to the elimination round, you will be surfing again. So you need to be really self-conscious about the way you're converting your waves and how many waves you're catching in a short amount of time.
It was interesting. I caught up to Yufu Penrose, a team manager for Sharp Ice Surfboards, And we saw the return of that board that Felipe Toledo rode as we see a solid wave setting up out the back. Big float to start. He belly sets that rail, takes his time, and then belts the whitewater right into a climb. Kick stall on the tail to slow down for this move. Throat tail reverse. He's realizing how much time he has. He can just wait for it. Patience again paying off. Little layback hack for Ibelli, and then straight in through the lip with a vertical finish.
So on only one of his waves, he hasn't fallen. Or out of the 5 waves he's caught, he's fallen on 1. Every single other wave, he's finished on his feet. And I think that's important for confidence, Joe. We saw him surfing last night during our free surf. Out of everybody out of the lineup, I think he was the person that caught the most waves. And he looked really focused. He didn't say hi to us. He was just looking down, and he's like, no, I'm going to go practice. I know what I'm doing. Beautiful reverse right there from Caio. Solid rail work. I love the patience on this wave. Stands back up, goes for the layback, and look at the finish. Critical. So gets the combo at the end, had the reverse on the outside, and had a couple decent hacks too. Looking about a 63, it's possible. It's going to be around there.
When he did catch his breath from catching a lot of waves, he ended up telling that he's been finding joy in a lot of different ways these days. You know that crazy slab that he's been surfing back home? It does not look friendly. He said it's actually pretty heavy. First time he surfed it, he didn't have flotation. He had a crazy hold down, multiple waves on the head. But he said the exhilaration and the adrenaline is giving him happiness and drive in more ways than he could even name. So it's kind of fueling his fire on tour with Ribeiro in motion. Trying to get a 5.91 on this wave. Ribeiro 3.10 is low score, chasing down at least a 5.91. It's been all about Caio and Freddie so far in the top 2 spots. Wave number 4 here for Marias.
Beautiful hack there to start things off. And this is the 6.5 that Moraes had. So he bettered by quite a bit. Still in second, but now Quiveiro's going to need something much better than what he previously needed. I like the finish right here, Joe. Went up into the lip, but see how he never committed to anything way too much? He always made sure that he was going to end up on his feet. And that was important when you're just looking to replace something in the 4-point range. Just make sure that you're on your feet and you're giving the judges something that they want to see. Please them. And you said something before that you don't want to surf like in a box. You don't want to, be a little bit too complacent. But at the same time, you're competing, right? And sometimes you need to make heats. He's number 11 in the rankings, looking for a spot on the WSL Final 5. This could be the one.
So true. This one happened right after the 6.5.
So a little bit of a slow start there for Freddie. Gets the nice rail work going. This wave standing up a bit more. And Joe, I don't know about you, but the waves he's picked up, they've grown at least a couple of feet in that midsection. And then just goes to town right here. Nice diversity of maneuvers. It's just hard to do on a wave that's as slopey as that. But did well.
Just watching these last few waves, how badly do you want to surf right now? It looks so fun, rippable, warm water, it's sunny. What an incredible day to start.
It's pretty warm in here too, so I'd like to get wet.
Yeah, I think the goal is just to find shade anywhere you could keep cool. Showing up this morning, our booth was like an ice box. That didn't last too long. Expecting to get even hotter throughout the afternoon as we have 6:30 to go. Marias just finding himself in a rhythm from the very start. 5.17 was his low score, and that's gone. Turns that into a 6.27. Still in second, though, because Caio, remember, had the 7.17 on the big air. It's just all really putting a ton of pressure on Ribeiro, trying to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, and Alex is going to need a decent-sized set wave. 6 minutes to go. Has first priority. And as you can see, he's not content with
everything that's happening on the beach. Sometimes you can't hear the scores. It's difficult to hear out here. Everybody's been saying that you can't really hear what the announcer is saying. You're pretty far away. We don't have a boat in the water that's actually telling you the scores, or that at least has a speaker right there. So you got to rely on instinct. And sometimes it's like, hey, 8s or lates, you know, it's either that or I'm out of the event. And in that case, you just can't get frustrated with yourself, Joe.
I guess the good news for Alex is he's been here before. He knows what it's like to feel pressure. And I really loved in his first lap, he was able to make some heats in Tahiti in a performance setting for that size, featured his air reverse quite a bit and had some heat wins. So he got to feel like what a role was like on the championship tour, and having a couple of years off, he came back. So now when you're looking at stop 7, and we've got 8 coming up in Tahiti, for him, he knows it's like he's got to win events to stay on tour. And when he hasn't had the greatest results in his career, he's just got to dig deep and let it all go. And hopefully for Alex, he finds a new gear at this event. Last of Frederico Moraes, what a rhythm he's in.
He's looking exceptionally well. Beautiful floater right there. Oh, that bottom turn was sensational. Redirects. This wave standing up, and this is under everybody else's priority. That maneuver was insane. Drifted the fins in a really tight section. This thing bowling up again, and Joe, doesn't it look just like Snapper Rocks on a playful day? It does, right?
It's the spitting image. It's crazy how similar. We've had days at Snapper time and time again that look just like this. Here's Ribeiro.
Yeah, Alex needs a 7. Tries to go a little bit too big there, but I just don't think right now, if you're Alex, the only goofy footer in the heat, especially when you're trying to compare scores, it needs to be something on the outside first. If you don't have anything on the outside, might as well pick out.
Lay back just to have some fun on one major section is Kylie Belly. Had a great result at Bells Beach, where he found himself in a major CT final. Always love watching him at slabs as well.
Yep.
When we go to West, he's always one of those guys out of North Point and the box. He's always loved that energy and power. Love surfing backdoor and pipeline, charges in Tahiti's. Definitely the complete package. And his adrenaline's just getting pushed further, taking on scarier waves at this point of his career. Last of Ribeiro, what'd you think, Mitch?
Well, he's still looking for the 7, and this thing pulls up a little bit, goes flat right here, and he just can't have that connection of maneuvers right there at the beginning when he needs something big. And that's why he just decides to go for broke and go for this backside rotation, but the section just wasn't there, Joe. Still gonna need something in the good range, 7 points or better, 3 minutes to go. He's got time, but I heard a rumor that you're on the lineup with Dave Prodan.
I think that rumor's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
When does that episode come out?
I think it did launch today.
Okay.
It was a pleasure sitting down with Dave Prodan, and we had a lot of fun. The show has been amazing to follow in a short period of time, and just sitting in a podcast arena with Dave. And I guess we covered a lot of topics that we could have expanded on for hours and hours and hours, but it was really fun breaking down the new season, the new Challenger Series, and just the old days. You know, I met Dave back in Santa Barbara. I'd see him in the water. And yeah, it was really fun to spend time with him talking about a ton of things that are happening in the world of surfing.
Yeah, and Dave's also had like 5 different positions within the company too, right? So
going from intern, you know, all the way to where he is today as an executive, focusing on brand identity, and he wears a lot of hats.
Yeah.
You know, I think it was almost the podcast he jokes about. It was going to be a little side project, and they put a lot of time in it with himself and producer Ryan Fawcett. So that was really fun to be a part of. I enjoyed the Lisa Anderson episode the week before, the 4-time world champ. Had so many great stories to tell, so totally honored to be in the mix as well in the lineup.
you know which ones have been my favorite so far? The break room.
Oh yeah, that's
both of them.
All the employees from the
Yeah.
WSL talk shop, talk heats, talk surf all day long. So look forward to more happening on the lineup as well. 1.5 minutes to go. Ribeiro now chasing a 7. Moraes with priority will look to shut things down for Ribeiro. So a tough position for Alex to be in.
Yeah, and he's on the inside of Freddie. Might as well look for a double up and just go for broke right here, Joe. it's not much. You know, 7 is definitely attainable for Alex. We've seen us surfing before. He made this, the quarterfinals at lowers. That was his first year on tour, and here he is. It's just one wave that needs to stand up enough for him to do 3 or 4 consecutive maneuvers in a steep section. That's all he needs, but the real question is, in 45 seconds, will it show up?
So true. A tough place to be for Ribeiro. Outside of priority, you've caught a lot of waves, and your highest is a 5.77. One of the happiest, coolest guys when you see him in between heats. He's got a smile for everybody. He's really kind in the lineup, even when he's warming up for heats. He gives locals a lot of space.
Yeah.
Pleasure to catch up with. So Ribeiro's going to have to find some space if he can on this inside. Doesn't look like much now, but sometimes these things will bowl up. Yeah, still looking sluggish. Ribeiro will be in the elimination round, potentially later on today. Left chasing a 7-point ride. And what a cool heat for Ubeli. Still counting the 7.17 with that big air from the early stages of the matchup.
Well, it had 4 scores in the 6 point range or better, which is really good. So out of 6 waves caught, 4 of them were converted. That's pretty good.
Seeding round continues with more action. Ryan Callanan takes on Leonardo Fioravanti and Connor O'Leary right after this.
Tres puntos en su última hora, Caio Ibeli. 3 puntos en su última hora. Estamos esperando los resultados. Alex, 1.83. Felicidades a Caio Ibeli y Federico Moraes. Arrancamos en 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Gracias a la gente. Ryan Callanan from Australia, Leonardo Fioravanti de Italia y Connor from Australia. Seed number 10. Seed número 10, estamos en Corona, Open México, aquí en Barra De La Cruz. Welcome everybody to this fish. Ryan Callanan from Australia, Leonardo Fioravanti de Italia y Connor.
Buenas tardes. Action continues here. Heat 10 of the seeding round. Ryan Callanan taking on Leonardo Fioravanti and Connor O'Leary, 2 Australians, taking on the Italian. Top 2 into the round of 32, and 3rd place goes to the elimination round. Joe Trappell and Mitchell Salazar for the call here. Conditions are looking really glassy, really rippable. And, you know, even though we've seen a lot of maybe Goofy Foot struggle for wins early, Ace Buchan did get one for the Goofies. He looked very, very sharp out there. And we'll see if Connor and Arcal will do something for the Goofies in this matchup.
I'd be stoked on that as a Goofy Footer myself, but they got a tough task with Leonardo Fioravanti, who's coming off of being an Olympian. Congratulations to the Italian. And it's been a journey for him. Like, seriously, the kid used to travel by himself to events, and now he's an Olympian, Joe.
Such a cool experience for Leo. He'll definitely be feeding off that energy here in Mexico. Fioravanti was so excited for the moment, but he also did go on to, you know, wish Jordy Smith a speedy recovery, because Jordy Smith had the spot in the Olympic Games. And last minute, Jordy had to pull out of this event. We're missing Jordy here as well, and we hope that knee heals up quick. Then Leo knew this was his opportunity to shine. He was pretty devastated when he thought he missed out in El Salvador, and then surfing's such an interesting game, isn't it? One day you're devastated, and all of a sudden you realize you're back in the event. It's like you always have to be managing your emotions throughout the entirety of a season on tour.
Yeah, and that's why I think Mikey's decision to kind of just walk away after this is one that's not only for personal health reasons, but I think also for success for him to be just happy in life in general. You know, sometimes we put too much pressure on material things and things that maybe others value a little bit too much, but it really matters what you value as a person, right, Joe?
It's really true. Following your heart. You know, that's never going to let you down. And I think maybe sometimes when you're on tour, you're afraid to walk away because it's this goal that you've had your whole life. And when you take a step back, sometimes you come back even better. I mean, how many stories have we had that on tour? For some people not requalifying, they go from devastation, and sometimes when they come back, it's their best year they've ever had. I remember with Seabass, when he fell off, he was so sad at Pipeline that year. Got a wild card call up. He didn't think he'd be in Snapper. Beat Mick Fanning in round 3, and he had this new energy as he was back. Won Margaret River soon enough, and that's not the only story we've had of a great comeback.
No, not at all. I mean, Leonardo Fioravanti, who's in the seat, broke his back at Pipeline a few years ago. Owen Wright, who advanced a few heats ago, we didn't even know if he was going to be able to walk again. Like, he was having trouble speaking after that one head injury. And because of him, he's motivated more people to use helmets at heavy spots. Alan Cleveland Jr. is one of them who made the finals in the trials, got second here. He's from Pascuales. His dad wears a helmet. He wears a helmet. Jeremy Flores has been another advocate for that. So just because somebody tells you that one thing's wrong doesn't necessarily mean it's true, Joe. And I think the same thing has to go with mental health. Like, mental health is a pretty important theme right now. And then when it comes to it, you need to respect the power that the mind has over the body. Like, it's maybe an even more important tool than your actual physique.
Totally agree with you, Mitch. As we have Caio Ibelli with Kale.
Jet skis. Thank you so much, Joe. Caio, an impressive heat. 4 waves above the 6-point mark. You're looking really comfortable here at Barra.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. I got here about a week ago. Me and Ethan Ewing, we were, I think, the first ones to get here, other than Wade was doing his thing. Yeah, and I got great waves. I recently just changed my sponsor for Rusty, and got a whole new equipment that I didn't really know about it. So I came here early, got a lot of waves, found out the boards are magic, and yeah, just feel like when you're happy and you're having a good time, things comes around.
Well, speaking of your equipment, I see that you're riding and you opted to go for a round pin. Is that your weapon of choice in any conditions here at Barra?
Yes. I found out, like, out of 100 boards probably I had in my life, like 90 good round pins, and everything else, like, I had a really low percentage of getting it right. So right now in the big league, like, we cannot mess around with equipment, so I got all round pins, and I love round. They're very versatile tails, and over here it just fits perfect in the pocket.
Now, it is 1 p.m. local time. It's pretty caliente. How are you feeling after having a heat? You came in, you got water right away.
I don't know, man. I made sure, like, I drank at least like 3-4 liters of water before, but after a couple waves, you're so burned out and so hot, you're sweaty, that, like, you're definitely getting dehydrated out there.
And lastly, maybe some words for the galera back at home.
Yeah. Muito obrigado a todo mundo que torceu por mim. Tô amarradão, esse lugar aqui é alucinante. Minhas pranchas estão funcionando muito bem. Tô amarradão aí pelo novo patrocínio da Rust. Queria agradecer também a Ride e a Pushmat também que vem dando suporte. E amarradão. Valeu, galera.
Ladies and gentlemen, Caio Ibelli moving on through.
That's right, Kale. Thanks so much. Caio ripping in that heat, just like Connor O'Leary has been this past week here at Barra De La Cruz. Backside snap, nice vertical. Hits a nice wrap in as he'll open up his heat against Ryan Callanan and Leonardo Fioravanti. Beautiful afternoon here on opening day. Sun is blazing hot, and waves are really rippable and fun. We see the clear challenge there. Being on the right waves at the right time, trying to work on your wave selection. You know, talking to wild card Diego Cadena, he was identifying some of the better waves were on the inside bowl and just trying to maybe take a risk of sitting further inside and not worrying about priorities. So these surfers dealing with a lot of decisions on a pretty big playing field.
Yeah, and in the heat too. Your mind doesn't work the same sometimes, as we're seeing Leonardo Fioravanti, his second ride. And, you know, their colors are the same with the flag. I think we can claim Leo as an honorary Mexicano. But he did some beautiful work right here, Joe. On the inside, I love that hack from the Italian surfer. And look at this finish up into the lip. And it's going to seem like it's going to be a great score as we see Callan too. Nice answer back. Beautiful flow there from Markel. And, you know, coming from Merriweather, that one wave that you surfed, Joe, where the event finished, where Italo and Gabe were actually going left, it was primarily a right. This wave is kind of similar to it because it breaks off that little jetty almost, and it has a lot of warble and backwash. He should feel comfortable here.
It's interesting when you spend time where Ryan Callanan grew up, you understand why they create incredible surfers like four-time world champ Mark Richards, because they've got everything to surf there. They've got bigger waves, they've got challenging beach breaks, they've got days that are just 10 out of 10 on a scale of wave qualities. We catch up to the rhythm of Connor O'Leary here.
Yeah, this is one of your picks for the goofy footers that are probably going to do better. I'd probably say the same. And, you know, I took a shuttle with him the other day, and he told me that he was going to stick to his epoxies. He liked how they felt. DHDs, and they're looking good. But, you know, I think wave selection for goofy footers is probably going to be a little more obvious because regular footers have a different outline of the way they can actually perceive the wave. As a goofy footer myself, you really need to fade a little bit more and be able to fit your maneuvers in the pocket, especially at the beginning. But Joe, regular footers out here, we saw it with Federico Moraes, we saw it with Caio Belli in the last seat, and my power surfer pick, Felipe Toledo. I think that he's going to be able to perceive the wave just from start to finish a little bit better than everybody else.
It's so interesting as you broke that down, Mitch. It's like everything's in front of you, and when the speed's changing, the section's kind of flattening out, they're able to really adapt on the fly and still do dynamic surfing. Felipe, I was mentioning earlier, I talked to Yufu Penrose, the team manager for Sharp Eye, and he was going, yeah, you know what, if his heat was right about now, 1 in the afternoon, he might not have ridden that Dark Arcs epoxy because it gets too hot. And at the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro, remember everyone's putting ice on their boards to keep wax on so they wasn't slippery when they actually went out to surf. So due to that heat, just on timing of when he was going to be out in the water, he was definitely not going to ride it at this point of the day with that black surfboard.
Interesting. I mean, the heat will get you here. I didn't think the water temp was as bad as the Surf Ranch, because the Surf Ranch, if you ask me, I think it's probably one of the hottest places I've ever been to in my life. 110 degrees every day, Joe.
Oh, it was incredibly hot, and Felipe was definitely the hottest, taking out a huge win at that last event. Back to the lineup with Strider Wazelewski. Wave still looking incredibly fun right now, Waz.
Well, talk about hot. It's pretty hot out here, too. Don't you worry. It's still, it's definitely cooking out here. But you know what? It's interesting to watch, you know, that exchange just now with Leo getting that excellent score. Every one of those waves looked almost exactly the same on the takeoff, and then Leo's wave just had, you know, second section in here that just took off and ran and gave him all that opportunity, and the other ones just kind of faded away. So, you know, there's something in finding that one perfect wave. You know, we had 3 or 4 waves in that set, and only one of them was good. And it was, you know, and then you'll see 2 or 3 good waves in a row. So there's not a real constant out here. And with Mother Nature, it's really hard to be in that rhythm and find that one good wave. And if Leo can do that again, obviously he's going to have a much success out here. But we've been watching, you know, in the warm-ups, and there's been a lot of talk about the other surfers that are in the water right now and how well.
I think we lost Strider there as he was giving us some insight, but the main thing he was saying too on the exchange where they all looked the same when they're all taking off, and Leo just lucked into a beautiful double up. And so there's a bit of luck involved there when you roll in and hoping that your wave lines up. Obviously, you've got to rip it to pieces. Fioravanti did that to get a rare excellent score of an 8-point ride. Callanan 383. They spar together all the time in the lead up to big events, so they know each other's game plan incredibly well. And oftentimes when you're in the same coach's corner, you're always trying to go top 2 in these heats, just like we saw with Ace Buchan and Connor Coffin.
Yeah, and these to me tend to be the more difficult heats to advance out of, because everybody's got a really similar ability when it comes to surfing. Everybody's good strategically when it comes to competing, but more importantly, for the rankings, everybody's really close. So I think it's just as important for Ryan to make it, who's in the middle tier, Connor, who's right there in requalification too, and Leo 17, so he literally does need to make it out of this heat to secure a spot.
Number 20 is the cutoff mark this year. That was an update that we saw change in the WSL rulebook. It was top 22 before, now top 20 will continue on, and we've got that condensed Challenger Series. I'm so impressed with what the World Surf League has done this year, working with local governments and first and foremost keeping everybody safe, but also coming through with a condensed Challenger Series to add to the tour, some fresh faces potentially for 2022.
Yeah, it's good to see the Latino presence right here at this event too. Luca Messinas, you know, heat events, Joni Corso, the local wildcard from right up the road in Puerto Escondido, and Deo Cadena, the trials winner, and we haven't even seen the women. Regina Pioli, who's right here from Matulco, and Shelby Detmers, who's going to be competing as well.
Rolling in is Arcal. Vertical, flowing through, hard off the bottom, crushing that section well. Nice wrapping cut back, and Callanan setting up a little trim off that lip line. Ends up going down to the whitewater. Connor O'Leary getting started. Power hack for O'Leary from Cronulla. Carves down to the bottom of the wave. Jams it off the lip. Nice bowling section. Hacks it. O'Leary. Backhand float again. Another big vertical for Connor, crushing this inside section. Well-read wave. That thing tapered so beautifully on the sandbank. His best score so far.
And I'd say it's probably going to rival the 8.0 of Leo. It's probably going to be right around there, maybe a little bit less, but it's a great start for O'Leary. Has the 317. Needed an answer to Callanan's last wave too, because he's going to get his best score on the board. Just under 20 minutes, Joe. Now's the time to really be selective if you are Fioravanti, because you're outside with #1 priority. You need to make sure that these two guys don't improve their situation. As we're seeing Callanan, the start was fantastic. 3 turns in a row right into the lip. Goes to work right here too, but then it got tricky to read. This thing pulled up a little bit more, and you see there his legs felt it after the first 3 turns, and just couldn't get the completion on the last 2. And then O'Leary's wave, this was just amazing wave selection. Thing pulls up, gets the 2 hacks on the outside, and this is where you need to make a decision. Do I stick with it? Do I kick out? He stuck with it, took it all the way to the inside. Really nice flow. Goes vertical a few times, and by this point, your legs are feeling it. You might not be able to stand up afterwards, but that's going to be a keeper score for Connor.
What a brilliant rhythm for the Goofy Foots back to back. Connor, though, getting the best part of that last exchange. Ryan Callanan getting his 2nd scoring ride, and O'Leary, remember, opened with a 317, so things will be changing in our top 3 at the moment. I feel like one of my favorite backhand waves in my mind that we saw this season ended up being Ryan Callanan main break Margaret River when it was gigantic. Yes. That aggressive 2-turn combination that almost got a perfect 10.
993, right?
Yeah, that's right.
I personally could have seen a 10 out of that too. I thought, because John's wave was the barrel and then the layback at the end, but I think when you just compare both of them, surfing is different, obviously. You got the 2-turn combo from Ryan on the closeout. Huge wave. And John's barrel was just as deep as you could get at Marcus. So, you know, I would have been stoked to see Ryan get a perfect 10 too.
Yeah, especially just on the merit of power turns. That was so awesome to see. That day was gigantic. The waves are huge. Those deep interval swells, those ground swells that hug the ocean floor, they're actually moving so much quicker than they look. You know, when you're on a cliff there, it looks like slow motion, but in fact, it's moving much quicker with a lot more energy than the smaller days before that. 17 to go. Leo Fioravanti holding court and priority. Already threw down an aggressive 8-point ride. A guy that just fell in love with his fitness routine. Carving in the pocket, beautiful vertical there for Fioravanti off the bottom. Great hack again. Throwing the variety in there as well. Catches up to the float on the end section. Fioravanti is switched on this afternoon.
Yeah, and a great way to show his commitment to that wave too. He made a choice right after he stood up. Look at this, Joe. He kind of stalls a little bit here, takes his time. He's like, should I stick with it or should I not? Looks back and he's like, you know what? I stood up. I'm going to go for it. And this was the right choice. Thing bowls up, goes to work, and as you were saying, being in such good shape did help out right here for Leo because he went to town. That turn to meet right there in the pocket was super difficult to do just because he didn't really have that much drive in one short section. Beautiful surfing there from the Italian.
Leo setting the pace here in heat number 10, and the goofy footers are chasing him here on an incredibly hot day at Barra De La Cruz. Back for more in the seeding round right after this. What a day as you check out this lineup, a place that can give you the ride of your life. Over 400 yards of perfection. It's always up to the quality of the swell and the sand quality on the bank here at Barra De La Cruz. Kind of kept secret for many, many years, and now it's a popular destination for surfers from all around the globe. Always want to throw a big shout out to the local crew for supporting this event and giving us the lineup for the world's best. It's such a treat. Happens all over the world on the championship tour, QS events, and we're really happy that a lot of Mexican talent is already being shown here in the main event in the seeding round. Much more to come as well.
Well, and I want to give a big shout out to all of the people that came before me in order to give me access to what I do right now. Cale Carranza was and still is my idol. David Rutherford from Puerto Escondido. Oscar Moncada, who won the trials here in 2006. May he rest in peace, one of our really good friends. Diego Cadena, who's in the event. And I think another pivotal person for us too was Angelo Lozano. He was one of the first people that made it on the outside, you know, internationally. Surf pipeline a lot more than everybody else. Coco Nogales was another big one too, Joe. So thank you to everybody. And without you guys, we wouldn't be here today.
Yeah, it's cool to park right next to Coco this morning.
Yeah.
And he was already fired up on dark, ready for a big opening day. So many legends that are still here at Barra De La Cruz watching the next generation compete. Leo Fioravanti, 8-point ride. We saw him back it up with a 5-point ride before it went to break. Remember the rapid fire wave of Connor O'Leary, 5.83 to take second off Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, I thought that wave was going to go a little higher, Joe.
So many turns. Quality inside runner, too. So now pressure on Arcal. Remember, the high seed in the matchup was an alternate for the Australian team for the Olympic Games. So he's kind of had his mind in a lot of places this year. We mentioned Ryan's wave at Margaret River that almost gave him a 10, but I thought he was brilliant as well, watching him to compete at home. You know, he's competed at home a lot, but in different ways. You know, he lost the tiebreak to Julian Wilson at the QS level at Newcastle, but to see a CT upgrade return to his home court, I mean, he wasn't even born yet when it used to have the CT stop in his town, so he handled that so well. He said every time he won a heat, the attention he got was like winning the event representing Newcastle.
Didn't he tie with Morgan Stabilik in the quarters this year too?
I couldn't believe how close that was with the local boys, and Stabilik got the edge. So it was almost like the grommet in your Board Riders Club.
I know.
Got it on you.
I liked Callinan's barrel that heat though. I thought I could have seen either one of them advancing. I think it's one of those, it's just like pick your poison. And
how good is that in surfing, Mitch? Well, there are some heats that happened a decade ago that you can still talk about, going, I kind of saw it the other way. And especially in tie breaks, that's fair. The judges thought the same thing, but sometimes you have those close decisions and you're still like, nah, I'm sticking to my guns on that one. I thought it went the other way.
I got one for you that I still think is the greatest heat of all time. And I was like,
Ooh, I'm getting excited.
2014, it was you and Potts on the call. Tahiti.
Oh, I know where you're going with this. John Florence
and Kelly Slater.
One of the all-time greats that's ever happened in a heat. Everything came together. The waves were as good as it gets in Tahiti, and then you would will a matchup with Kelly and John for that to happen. The tiebreak was decided by a 10-point ride, breaking the tie for Kelly. You saw John winning that heat.
I just didn't see a clear winner, but I didn't see a clear loser either. Like, that was the thing. It was.
So did the judges.
Yeah, it was one of those heats where I had no issue with whoever actually advanced, but it's one of those heartbreakers where it's just like, oh man, we have to decide a winner and we have to decide a loser, and people are going to hate us for it. But
you know what? It made you wanting more, like you said.
Yeah.
It was just like, I don't think anyone would have argued another hour for that matchup. It was a total dream come true.
Another 30 minutes, I would have been stoked to see it. Or let's go to 3 waves then. If it's like that, we could go to 3 waves, make an exception, be like, okay, we're going to count your third best. And I think in that case, John would have actually beaten Kelly.
It's crazy when you look at the numbers in that heat, the throwaway scores, how perfect it was, how big it was, how brave they were. The approach of no hands on the wheel and barrels like that, where John's just standing tall and fearless. So you could talk about that heat all day because it does stand as one of the all-time greats.
Yeah. There was another one too in Bali, I think it was in 2013. Josh Kerr, John, and Kelly, which was fire and Karamas. And I think we could see that here at Barra De La Cruz too, where it's just like barrels behind the rock. And then the important thing is probably going to be the barrel behind the rock, and then everything else is going to add on to the score afterwards.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, the next couple of days, we saw the Surfline forecast this morning, and it looked promising. And everyone's just trying to will this thing to start spinning inside out from start to finish, like we did witness back in 2006. And a lot of the surfers that did get here early, and not even that early, just a few days ago, athletes were beaming at how barreled they were getting out here. Watching the Jeep recap, Leonardo Fioravanti, excellent surfing with an 8-point ride to control the matchup.
Yeah, and I like the intensity he's bringing. He's really showing the judges that he's here to stay and that he wants to move through in the event. 8 points, I thought it was well deserved. That turn right there was just gorgeous. And look at the finish too. He looks in shape, he looks determined. He's here with his girlfriend, and I mean, it's a little mini vacation too when you come to Mexico, why not?
Oh yeah, his girlfriend Sophie's been surfing quite a bit as well. They've been loving their time in Mexico. Callanan, aggressive with his backhand maneuvers. It's kind of been held to a 3 and a 4.5 as we saw this absolute runner for Connor O'Leary. Just stopped it at 5.83.
Yeah, personally, I thought it was going to go a little bit higher, but I think the reason was there were only a few turns out the back. Everything else was done on the inside. And I think they're rewarding the outside so much more than the inside. Unless it's something major, I just don't think there was anything that major in order to compare it to the 8.0 below.
I think Connor O'Leary might have been the most talked about surfer kind of coming back to the tour, you know, like comeback stories for some surfers like Ribeiro. Connor already had, you know, his rookie season. He's finaled at Cloudbreak. He had a lot of instant success, kind of like Federico Moraes, where some rookies get finals very early, and then the follow-up year is sometimes the most challenging. Where Connor's free surfs, his clips, I got to see him in person on a few waves on the North Shore. I was going, oh my gosh, this guy's ready to win an event. But then the results were still really hard to achieve for Connor this year.
You know who has the same thing? Alex Ribeiro, where their surfing doesn't translate into their results. And I feel like they just have so much more to give and so much more to offer that sometimes it just doesn't happen in those 30, 35 minutes in each show. And it's unfortunate, but that's why the best competitors, regardless of how good of a surfer you are, the better you are at competing, the better you'll be at maintaining a spot here on the CT. And I've seen so many surfers just not be able to get a result regardless of how good they are. You want to know the best example of that? Ricky Basnet did not make a heat in 2008, and that guy was super talented.
Oh yeah, he was like South Africa's answer to Dane Reynolds. So the type of maneuvers he could do, and when he was on, he was on. And then they have some heats where he wasn't landing anything, and gosh, Ricky Basnet still rips today. I think he's in such a wonderful place in his life. He's mentoring a lot of the youth, and there's just that year where you're just going, mate, this guy is so good. I want to see him break away with a big result. And that's just how hard the tour is.
Yeah.
Just on talent, and then you have to figure out how to play the game. You were just talking about mental strength, and all those things have to fall into place, where some surfers don't reach their potential until about 8-9 years on tour. You know, we saw that with De Souza's, you know, never say die attitude to win a title back in 2015. You know, Parco's world title, when he was supposed to get it in his first couple of years, came much later in 2012 when he was already into his 30s. So you could see how that growth on tour, the prime of your life seems to be changing now into the 30-plus club with Ryan Callanan in motion. Looking to improve on a 3.83 here. Wrapped to almost slipping off his tail. So he's had a few bobbles that have really affected his scoreline. Snap off the lip and closes that one out nice and clean. And final turn, probably his best of that right. Needing a 4.51 to send Connor into the elimination round.
And that finish was important. I think it was probably the most crucial part of the wave, if I'm honest. Just under 5 minutes to go. O'Leary has priority, so this was a pretty smart wave to take for Callanan. Doesn't need much, but at the same time, did he leave the door open for Connor? You know, it was one of those situations where you got 5 minutes to go. Do I pull the trigger right now, or do I wait till we have 2 minutes and nothing comes? And I think this was the right choice. Goes up into the lip once. Beautiful second turn right there, straight up and vertical. And, you know, this is the toughest section of the wave, Joe. Is it going to stand up or not? Unfortunately for Ryan, it did. And he went to town right here at the end. Nice surfing, beautiful flow. And as I said, this thing right here at the end, I like this combination, but this finishing maneuver was the most important one. It has to be just a little bit better than a second wave, and I think it's going to be that and a little bit more.
Ryan Callanan doing a great job to adjust to those different types of sections, and he is so wiry and flexible that even when he's backhand, it almost looks like he's setting up a frontside turn, because he can just spin completely around and look at the lip. It's his best so far, and enough to send Connor into third. Callanan gets a 5.63. Connor back to third, sitting with priority, needs a 4.3. With 3:15 to go.
Boy, Leo just came out guns blazing in this heat, huh? He did not want to lose.
Yeah, talk about multiple comeback stories for Fioravanti, the broken back you mentioned, and then the dislocation of his shoulder that happened multiple times. He was ready to get back on tour, happened to get at Newcastle doing a backside air reverse, had to sit on the sidelines again, and then kicked off that season with the famous surf off against Mikey Wright at Pipeline.
And he lost the first heat out of those three too.
And you wonder, you know, how that sets up your year. You know, Mikey now making the announcement he's going to take a break, and that was a ton of pressure and focus on that battle for a spot on tour. We knew that second in that heat was always going to be first replacement alternate, so we've seen a lot of Mikey, but maybe just a change in headspace when you feel like you're that wild card alternate again, and you really want that full-time spot on the top 34.
That's a great point, because what if Mikey would have actually gotten the place? Would he be doing that right now? Probably not. And Leo's mentality is completely changed, because the Olympics gave him another goal besides just being the world champion. And now he achieved that. He can call himself an Olympic athlete. And now the pursuit is, okay, let me stay on tour long enough. Let me win my world championship on the CT. And by the time 2024 comes around, I'm going to be in the Olympics again, and I'm going to go for my gold medal.
¿Verdad?
Carnal, your Spanish is getting so much better. This trip has been great for you. What's your taco count so far?
Oh, I think I lost track, because there is a unlimited taco bar where we're staying, which has been fantastic. Minute 25, all pressure on Connor O'Leary. He's had some heartbreakers this season in the elimination round. And there's been so much hype around his surfing in the lead up to this event. He's been ripping this place apart. Will he turn it on this wave? Only needs a 4.3. Throw tail incomplete. Tough section for Connor. Tried to force an aggressive blow tail and probably identified the wave was just not the one he needed.
If I were him, I'd be hustling right now. Anything.
Trying to get away from Arcal. This wave will help him out. Little inside wedge right off the rocks. Doing the best he can to try to pull off a heroic effort on the buzzer, finding more of a wall here. Section holding him behind, tapping that next section, and he will finish. Fioravanti was getting underway on the next wave. With now 15 seconds to go, Connor's going to have to hope that that was enough, chasing a 4.3, but a very hard wave to perform on. As we count this one out, we'll also see one more wave from Leonardo Fioravanti. He's already celebrating a solid victory here at Barra de la Cruz.
Yeah, there's a chance he could better his situation with this last wave too. From start to finish, Joe, this was the guy to beat all week long. And we thought the goofy footers were going to run away with it, but Leo just had something else in mind. He looks motivated. He looks like he's surfing with a renewed passion after the Olympic Games. No pressure on him now. All he's trying to do is qualify. So I like this version of Leo, the Leo that's having fun.
That's right. A lot of scores to add in here right in the dying seconds of the heat. Looking at Connor, who's trying to at least get a 4.3. But Callanan also got in the mix on that final exchange.
Goes to show you how important Brian's wave was. Because without that wave, imagine if he would have stayed there, 2 minutes to go, and with those waves coming through, he probably wouldn't have been able to get the score that he needed.
So heat's over, and judges will take their time here when you have multiple surfers riding at the same time. Last score for Ryan was the 5.63, the wave that we saw previous. So Ryan didn't get in the mix on the finish. It's all up to last of Connor O'Leary, 3.67, not enough. Callanan stays in second. Fioravanti with a very dominant win, finishing with a 7.17 on his final wave. Heat 11 of the seeding round coming up next. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Kale Carranza for the call right after this.
Get the perfect gift for the surfer in your life. Go to WorldSurfLeague.com to get your official 2021 Championship Tour merchandise.
Welcome back, surf fans, to the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver, and we're right into it. Seeding round Heat 11. Adriana de Souza, Ethan Ewing, and Michel Borez. We're going to start off with some action from Double E. A surgical strike every time this guy stands up on his board. The most technically perfect styles we have on the championship tour. It's only a matter of time before Ethan is battling it out for world titles. You see the skills with the added confidence of fighting his way back onto the championship tour. You know Ethan Ewing means business. Well, he's going to have to prove himself against guys like this. The Spartan, Michel Borez. Well, he'll...
Adriano.
Excuse me.
Looked like him.
Adriana de Souza in red, Borez in white. Still, though, Ethan Ewing's going to have to compete against Adriano for at least 2 more events.
Yeah, and I don't think Adriano would be disappointed in the comparison.
That's a compliment either way, right?
Absolutely. Just a small little hiccup there for Adriano on that last section. Widened his stance just a little bit too much. It looked like his toes were off the rail. When the water hits your rail, you will most likely go down. And that's what happened on that inside section for Adriano. But it's a good thing for him to actually go right back into it and get that wave after the first wave from Ethan.
And here's the Spartan first wave ridden for Michel Borez. And he's doing Borez things. Hammering down the line. Every turn done with an excess of power and force. And sometimes when you push that hard, the ocean pushes back right there.
He's excited.
Got a little bit stuck on the end of that wave, but did some damage out the back. So now all 3 surfers in this heat have at least 1 wave ridden. Ethan Ewing sitting on a 4.33. Let's take a look at the scouting report. Kalle Carranza, on paper, who would be considered the favorite in this matchup?
Ooh, that's a tough one. Adriano.
By the numbers.
By the numbers. Well, I'd have to say maybe a little bit of added confidence on behalf of Ethan Ewing. Because of the result that he had at the Surf Ranch. But Adriano de Souza is, as far as numbers go, experience, you'd think he would take the win in this heat. That being said, 2 important facts to consider. Ethan Ewing, as we see here on screen, just is going to town. Big bashes on the outside. So I was talking about Ethan and Michel Borez. Michel is so excited to be surfing a strong wave. We know that he comes from Tahiti. He's really comfortable with powerful waves. The 35-year-old has a little bit of an added influence on most surfers in the Pacific Islands. So we see Ethan Ewing's blast on the outside section. And if you think of someone that he gets constantly compared to, Andy Irons. Andy took away the win in this event 15 years ago with turns like that, up and through the lip. And Ethan looked very Andy Iron-esque.
Yeah, it's he's one of the few surfers in the world that you'll hear comparisons to Andy Irons, Mick Fanning, even Parko at times, the way he kind of coils up midway through those turns. I was just looking at a photo of Joel Parkinson from this event, 2006. Looked a lot like the turn we just saw from Ethan Ewing, so it's really cool. Ethan's kind of the modern throwback, right? He does everything so precisely. He doesn't rely as much on airs as some of the other surfers on the championship tour.
But he can do them.
But he can do them, but he's so precise. And just, I don't know, like I said, it's just a matter of time before he's just going to be constantly battling for that top spot on the championship tour. Watch out, here comes the Spartan. Give this guy some open face, and he will do damage.
It's only fitting for the Spartan to be now an Olympian.
Right.
But I mean, the fact that he was able to compete for France in Tokyo just a few weeks back, he was looking very informed. Took out Ramzi Bouchian from Morocco, and unfortunately went down to a very informed Gabriel Medina. So unfortunate that he had that draw that early.
But with 28:50 to go, we've got Leonardo Fioravanti on the glass with Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Chris. Leo, congratulations on being an Olympian, first of all. Big achievement for you. But talk to me about the waves here in Mexico. You look revitalized. It's a vacation time for you. 17th on the rankings. What's this Leo 2.0 got for us in store?
Yeah, you know, it's going to be an incredible month, I think. with Olympics. That was so exciting. Following into Mexico and Tahiti, I've been pumped up, and I felt like I was doing really good surfing in Japan, but I didn't showcase my talent, and I'm glad to be here in Mexico, surfing a perfect right point break, and giving it my all and being able to express my surfing.
And what's it been like being able to surf beautiful waves coming from Italy, a place that hasn't had many representatives worldwide in the sport of surfing? Do you think Mexico could have a few more people to add to the flag like Italy?
Of course. I mean, that's the beauty about surfing, is that if you have an ocean, anybody can surf. Now with wave pools, everybody's going to be able to surf. But, there's a lot of talent in Mexico. There's Johnny, there's many other surfers, and I'm sure with the Olympics and that whole new movement, it's going to create a lot more surfers in Mexico, in Italy, and yeah, it was an honor to represent Italy in the Olympics, and it really gave me that vibe of wanting to push my country in the surfing and make sure that there's a new generation after me.
Most important question, Leo. You've got the Pancho Villa mustache going on right now. Is that going to stay around all season long, or?
That's a Mexico thing.
Oh.
We're here. Maybe if I win or get a good result, I'm going to have to keep it going, that's for sure.
All right, can we get a Viva Mexico from you?
Of course. Viva Mexico!
Thank you for your time, Leo. Chris?
Right on. Always cool to see Leonardo Fioravanti back on the winning podium. And I like what Mitchell said there, Leo 2.0. He definitely looks like he's kicked it into a different level, and the injury does not appear to be hampering him whatsoever. But injuring the wave here was Adriano de Souza.
How about that surfing? Big
Does he look like a retiree on this wave?
Massive turns off the back. No, he does not. Putting weight on his back foot, all the way back on the tail pad, waiting for the wave to give him more. He's eyeing the section on the inside, widens the stance. You can see here the coil up, and just a beautiful, very difficult air 360. Reverses out of it, almost halfway going down the face of the wave, so it would have been very easy for his rail to kind of nab as he was spinning around, but nice wide stance, comfortable doing those airs since he was probably 14 years old.
Yeah.
And it comes to show that he's not just about power surfing, he can also do very dangerous things above the lip.
I'd say known as a guy who has probably one of the best bottom turns in all of surfing on any size wave. And you saw him utilize that to build speed and generate power down the line. And a little kind of subtle thing, you saw how when he landed that air, his front foot went way up. That's why the best surfers in the world wax their boards all the way to the nose. It did not used to be like that, but in the last 5-10 years, no spot on the board could be slick. Because when they're landing, I mean, you'll see the foot placement and just up and down the board, something super technical that is really subtle, kind of hard to see. But when you saw that last fit from Adriano, there was a perfect explanation as to why these guys are waxing their boards all the way to the tip.
It's funny you mentioned that, because yesterday afternoon when the Brazilian Storm paddled out, Felipe had Pinga, who is a known scout and coach from Brazil, and he had him on the beach, and he asked Pinga to wax his backup board, and Pinga was like, "Where from?" And Felipe was like, "Just about 5-6 inches from the nose, from there all the way down to the tail pad." So you're absolutely right. The world's best surfers, especially those that go to aerial maneuvers, tend to wax the entire board. Now, speaking of what we have at hand right now, the competitors in the water, Adriano obviously the most experienced, but also arguably the most respected surfer on tour on behalf of the Brazilian Storm. He's called Mineirinho, but his other nickname is Capitão Nascimento. There was a movie back in the day, Tropa de Elite, and there was a captain in the movie who was incorruptible. He was the one that was at the front lines. He was the one that everyone respected, and everyone on tour calls Adriano Capitão because of that movie. So that really shows you the level of respect that the entire field gives Mineirinho.
Yeah, and we've been seeing that throughout this victory lap, if you will, the swan song for Adriano de Souza. At the Surf Ranch event, all the Brazilian surfers were representing Adriano, as well as Kelly Slater, who did a jersey swap.
An incredible story of rags to riches. You have to remember, Adriano learned to surf on a $7 surfboard, used board that his brother gave him. He grew up in the favelas of Guarujá, Sao Paulo, and moved over to Santa Catarina in Floripa. Florianópolis as it is well known around the world. Well, Adriano has done so much, not only for surfing, but for people around him. He is now, he's kind of like a Kelly Slater of Brazil, whereas he's a businessman. He has, not only does a full chain of restaurant called Mini Calzoni, but he also has surf shops. He's got he's got land. He's got a tiny house project. So he's really involved with a lot of things. And what a great time for him to kind of back away from the tour and go, I'm going to go focus on this back at home.
Well, he's one of the few surfers left on tour who has truly surfed through multiple eras. You know, the Slater era, the AI era, and now the John era, the Gabriel era, Italo era. I mean, he's been through it all. And, you know, we hate to lose a veteran like that, but to your point, there's no retirement in store for Adriano. He'll probably be more busy as he steps out of the jersey and into, quote-unquote, the real world. But Perez now, he laid down some tracks on that wave, some big turns, nicely done all the way from the outside to the inside.
That was incredible, that turn from Ethan Ewing. He just really read the face of the wave so well, kind of redirecting his surfboard halfway down the face of that turn. And well, very smooth style, you say it all the time, Chris. This kid has the caliber of surfing to be in the top 3 for years to come.
Look what he did right there. Just nice and patient, perfect placement, as always with Ethan Ewing. And that last turn, I mean, that looked like a throwaway section, and he just blasted that thing. And that's the last visual the judges will have in their mind. This is going to probably be a decent number for both these surfers. I think Ethan Ewing might have got a slight edge. We'll have to see what Perez did here on this wave.
This was very impressive as far as how he kind of cut through the chops. This wave was by no means an easy wave to surf, and he went top to bottom, generated more speed off the rebound a number of times. Fortunately for him, I think he would wanted just a little bit more excitement from the wave, especially through that midsection.
This is a master class on how to surf a difficult wave right here.
Absolutely. Ethan does a really good job at that as well. As he cuts through this turn right here coming up, blasts it once, ditches the tail, clean bottom turn. That foam climb, not an easy climb to do. As he reaches that inside section, he goes through the lip again and lays back. So that was the kind of the tail end of that wave. And we will be seeing some big scores dropping.
It's fitting to have average Barra waves for the opening rounds. I mean, this is not as good as this place gets by any means. Highly contestable, a lot of scorers out there. We've already seen 8s and big scoring waves, so there's plenty of opportunity for the surfers. But what I like is that, you know, they're going to have to battle through all types of conditions here. This being probably a 5 or 6 on a scale of 10 in terms of quality waves in this lineup. But the good news is, for Barra, for any other break, we're looking at an 8 or a 9.
Yeah,
my home break never gets like this, so remember that as you're watching this screen. But, you know, this is a wave that even at this size, you know, waist, chest, head high, it has a lot of punch. And so that's why we're seeing guys like Perez, Adriano, Ethan being able to push hard into their turns, even on those smaller sections. So it might feel and look small when you're watching on the screen, but for these surfers in the lineup, they're enjoying some good speed bursts. And it's really cool to see how they decipher kind of the wonks and chops coming up the face.
Yeah, and it's a good way to determine whether a wave has a lot of power or not, even at the size, is look at the world's best do their bottom turn. Are they pumping twice off the bottom to generate speed to hit the lip? Or are they just coiling themselves up, compressing and extending, getting to the lip with more speed that they had when they first were coming down? That's what happens in Barra. That's what happens at great waves. And that is why I think I speak for Mexico as a whole, or the world, in being excited to see the world's best surfers come back to arguably one of the best right-handers in the world. We have to wait almost 2 decades for it to happen again. I pray and hope we don't have to wait 15 years again.
Might as well just set the precedent right here. You know, let's come back often. This place is not only holding waves, that's the obvious thing, but you know, you turn around, you look towards the mountains and towards the beach, it is absolutely stunning, beautiful, green, lush, and this is my first time here, and seeing it flying over the coastline, it is just a wonder of nature.
It almost looks like a cartoon. It's so green right now. We are into the thick of the summer months, the rainy months here in Mexico. As we see Red having a look at this one, it is Mineriño.
ADS, Adriano de Souza. Hard carve to start this wave. Good section to work with here. Getting that turn right underneath the little whitewater coping section.
The waves are getting better, Chris. That tide pushing, kind of getting the wave to hug that inside bank.
You see, this is where timing is crucial. Nicely done there, front hand whip. Really, you know, using the wave for the power, not having to generate a lot of his own speed. You know, sometimes you'll see surfers on flat sections really have to use their arms and hips and legs to get themselves across, but this wave has these slingshot sections down the line, 4 or 5 of them in a row, so that's why we're seeing kind of this interesting pace of takeoff, speed burst, big turn, calm, calm, another speed burst, big turn. This wave is a perfect example of that.
Yeah, and it's all about tempo. The way he kind of took his time on the outside section of the line because he had a bigger canvas, a much bigger wave, and he could really draw those turns. Small issue with the midsection of the wave is it was flat, but as far as he goes, he surfed it really, really well. You can see how there was cutbacks involved, there was a few climbs, and this inside section gets really, really hollow and not easy at all to ride on through. You can see how his arms go up in the air to absorb the shock of the board landing in the flat water. Well, you want to do something big on the outside, you want to do something great on the inside, and he did just that. And now it's time for the 3 to 4 minute paddle back out, and you can see why the surfers are not paddling frantically. They're taking their time, they're kind of letting their heart rate go down a little bit. Well, it's nice to see this surfing from Adriano.
Well, we got 17 minutes to go here. Ethan Ewing in the lead for now. We got to wait for the score of that last wave from Adriano. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more action. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver.
It is official. Adriano de Souza is the 2015 World Champion.
O Adriano nunca deixou de ser uma pessoa humilde.
Tudo aconteceu da maneira mais mágica que podia acontecer. Eu acho que no país que a gente mora, a gente tem uma falta de ídolos. E eu acho que com essas características isso faz um ídolo, a gente precisa disso.
Muito gratificante para mim ter nascido e criado na favela, porque me transformou na pessoa que eu sou. Mas hoje eu vivo um outro mundo.
Ele ganhou a vida, foi uma vitória de vida, foi uma conquista linda.
Hoje eu quero inspirar milhares de crianças que estavam ou estão na mesma situação que eu, né? Nasci num lugar zero e cheguei ao topo do mundo.
True grit right there from Adriano de Souza. Love that story. Would love to see a full-length documentary on ADS. Why not? Here are some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. There are only a handful of surfers on this planet with stats like this. 7 event wins, 275 career heat wins. His career average heat score, 13.05. That is a big number. That number right there tells a story on its own.
I'd like to add to that 82 excellent heats. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's many waves.
That's Slater style numbers.
Absolutely.
Well, Adriano making his way back out into the lineup with 13:50 to go. His last wave comes through, a 6.23. Big numbers there for ADS. But we've got 13:45 to go. Adriano de Souza now in the lead. Ethan Ewing in second. Borez drops to third, only needing a 5.94 to get himself up into that one of those top 2 spots. Remember, this is a non-elimination round. That means the top 2 surfers get to skip the second round, which is that deadly, threatening second round, elimination round. That's where surfers start to go home. None of these surfers want to leave paradise just yet. But yeah, the second elimination round is being filled with talent. That's scary.
Yeah, and especially if you think that the waves are going to get better, you don't want to surf tomorrow knowing that if you lose, you bow out of competition. There's many more good waves on offer as we see a beautiful.
That was easy.
Big blowtail air reverse from ADS. Clean surfing from him. He's going to stick with it, Chris. I think he wants more on the inside. He knows that something big on the outside, backed up with a nice maneuver on the inside, could be a better backup than his 5.83.
I consider watching Adriano surf, studying, because what he does, the little details that he does on these waves, you saw how he was kind of toying with his speed in the whitewater there, looking down the line, basically deciding exactly when to pounce, and he made all the right decisions on that wave. This was a wild ride from the get-go, but making full use of that, that was incredible that he was able to stay on his board.
He pushed so hard with his back foot that he knew that he had to focus on one thing, his left foot being on the surfboard, because his right was going to go up and above, disconnected completely from the tail pad of his surfboard. And well, he was able to ride on clean and do another inside air 360. So is it better than a 5.83?
I think the radical intent he had on that outside reverse air tail high air reverse nose pick, you know, it looked like he was just going for kind of a stock standard big front 3, but the way his back foot came off and he was able to cleanly recover, you know, I do think that the judges have been a little bit more critical on the actual flow of the landings, which I like, and that goes across every sport, skating, snowboarding, you know, every action sport. Clean landings are kind of the next step, all right? So we've seen all the types of airs. We've seen what these surfers can do. Now you got to do those airs, land them clean if you want to get up into that excellent range. I think judging's gone in the perfect direction for surfing like that.
Yeah, especially when you think of airs being done midway through the wave and not on the closeout section. On the closeout section, ride out clean, great. But you ride out clean through the midsection of the wave, the mid portion, and that means your feet landed perfectly, you distributed your weight accordingly, and you were able to come out of that maneuver not only clean, but straight into a bottom turn. And it's very difficult to do that, especially when you consider doing big airs. Your feet tend to land further forward on the board, you lose a little bit of speed, but some geniuses, excellent surfers, Felipe Toledo, Gabriel Medina, Italo come to mind, they land and their feet are already in the perfect spot, and what they do is they generate more speed off the bottom than what they had when they were coming down. So that is something that I believe, in addition to what you were saying regarding clean landings, I think clean and also finding your footing perfectly right away.
And some of the names that you mentioned, the world's best aerialists, can actually correct their feet, their foot placement while in the air. We've seen it.
Absolutely, as we see a beautiful drone view of a very lush jungle here in Oaxaca. You can see the Simatan River north. That is the river that deposits all the sand into Barra. You see how the coastline has many nooks and crannies that weren't discovered until the mid to late 90s. Salina Cruz wasn't really even on the map. We were surfing Barra 20 years ago, as we see the Spartan up and riding.
Torres now. You can see him dropping that rail, digging in with every turn. And make no mistake about it, if presented the opportunity, Perez will fly.
Oh, that was so nice. That's what he wanted. He wanted the wave to give him the sections, and it does.
Yeah, that was straight up hatchet throwing right there. 4 turns in a row, big bashes through that mid portion. Going to take the inside section of the wave here. 9 minutes to go. Adriano de Souza in the lead. His last wave a non-factor. Judges were not buying it. 4.63. So he's got room to grow. He's got a 6.23 and a 5.83. Ethan Ewing with a 6.33. Still, this thing is highest single wave score of this heat. But now Perez most likely getting rid of either a 4.73 or a 3.03. He might have just eclipsed both of those waves with this one.
Yeah, I think he did. I think what was different about this is that the wave gave him the opportunity, the canvas to go top to bottom. He got really lucky too. There's a little bit of luck involved always here at Barra. He got that midsection to just grow and give him such clean copings, and he went to town. This power surfer from Tahiti, who is on a very prestigious list of surfers that have won at the 3 main Hawaiian spots. Haleiwa, Sunset Pipe, well, he's alongside MR, Andy, Kong.
One of the only to ever do. That is like the ultimate trifecta.
And it makes sense because he comes from a group of islands in the South Pacific, Tahiti. It's powerful. And even the little beach breaks like Papara, where Raimana and Manola, it's not your average little Mexican beach break or southern Brazilian beach break. It's got power. And when you're used to surfing waves with that much energy, you just shine in waves that compare to that. And that's why he does so well. And that is why he's so happy to be here at Barra de la Cruz.
With 7:28 to go, waiting for scores for Perez, and bam, just like that, 7.67. We knew that was going to be a solid number. It comes through as the highest single wave score of this heat. So the Spartan has now jumped into the lead. That drops Ethan Ewing to 3rd place with priority. So we'll see what Ethan does. And meanwhile, Adriano blasting the tail again. You know, he might be wanting some redemption from that last wave.
You know what, the waves are getting better. It's allowing these surfers to go up and through the lip. That lower tide was kind of backing off. The waves were backing off through that midsection. Now with a higher incoming, it is wrapping beautifully down the point, and the surfers are taking advantage of it. Adriano sticking with it.
Yeah, this could give him something extra on the inside. Now he's just grinding. He's just proving that he can do it all.
I have a feeling he's going to have to walk back. There is no way he's paddling. Is he? 6 minutes and 30, not a lot of time to paddle right back out. No jet ski assist as of now, but if we get a little bit more push, a little bit more size, you're going to be seeing jet skis zipping up and down the point because we want to see surfing, we want to see action. And looks like ADS is opting to paddle the long paddle back out.
Yeah, 6 minutes, 10 seconds to go. If there's one surfer on the championship tour that will never give up, it's Adriano de Souza. He could have 30 seconds left. He'd still try to paddle back out there and catch another wave. You see now under 6 minutes to go.
And I think that's something that many Brazilian surfers have. I think it's something that Latin American surfers we haven't really tuned into that quite yet. When you compare Brazil to the other Latin American countries, they are miles and bounds ahead of where we should be. Peru obviously being the country that is at the forefront of that new generation of surfers that could potentially break into the top 32. Luca Messina being one of them, Miguel Tudela being another, obviously backed up by none other than Sofia Milanovic, who won a world title. And well, I feel like it's only a matter of time before young, both Mexican surfers, Costa Rican surfers really realize that it's not just about the talent. You can't just surf good. You have to be good in the mental game. You have to be physically extremely fit. You have to eat correctly. I mean, there's long gone are the days where you could just surf good and get sponsored, couple $100 a month, and live a nice life. You need to be in the tour.
Here we see your Jeep recap. Ethan Ewing started strong in this heat, has slowed down just a little bit. He does have a 6.33. Doesn't have to get much. 5.73 for Ethan Ewing. Not a huge number.
Absolutely not. I don't think he's actually slowed down. I just think he hasn't gotten lucky with the waves. Adriano de Souza is picking up nice inside waves and doing some big maneuvers on the outside.
Yeah, Adriano is always a force to be reckoned with in any conditions.
That's awesome.
That bottom turn right there. All right. I mean, if you could just freeze frame that and put it on your wall and look at it every day and go, okay, how are you supposed to do big bottom turns on any size wave? Adriano will show you.
Yeah, and that is an incredible achievement for a surfer to be known as a surfer that can surf anything. As we see another man who is right on that list is Tahitian charger and power surfer Michel. Beautiful wave. We talked about that element of luck, allowing that wave to kind of grow through that inside, and other waves had backed off for him. This one just gave him lip lines for the entire 200 meters of ride on that inside section. but it has been the Adriano air show out the back, Chris.
Yeah, I think on those last two waves, the 4.63, the 4.20, you know, he basically gave all he had to those waves. They just didn't give him the opportunity he had on the two previous scoring waves that he got.
We'll compare that inside section with the one that Michel got. You know, Michel was just going top to bottom really fast, gave him that canvas. Adriano, being smart, he knows that it comes down to sometimes, you know, 0.3 of making a heat. All he wants is to be first or second. And as far as strategy goes, Chris, all surfers having ridden 5 waves, it is going to be very interesting to see how this unfolds. Not a lot of time left.
2:54 on the clock. Borez now sits out the back with priority.
I love this angle because you can really see how that wave kind of sweeps left, and it doesn't allow you to paddle straight out.
And check this out. We had a huge number drop during the recap. So here's a replay of what Ethan Ewing did. His score comes through at 8.83.
There you go. He needed a wave to give him the sections, and it did, and he did not disappoint. Look at the control that he has. Beautiful open face carve going down 180 degrees backwards down the face of the wave. Does it again. Such clean style, poise, and then what do you know? Just a very, very clean, radical re-entry on the inside. So you want excellent surfing, you want excellent scores.
It's almost, yeah, you know, I'm going to add Taj Burrow to the influence list. You saw it on the quickness right there with his turns and his ability to kind of, you know, the sliding end to those turns. That's something that he decided to do midway through the turn. It's almost like he has this ability to change things up. You know, he's so precise, and then having that kind of free flow ability to go, I'm just going to drop the tail out a little bit, lift the fins up, slide around, add some drama.
Yeah, and what was impressive in my opinion, Chris, about that turn is that not only did he come down backwards, but usually when you do that, your feet are kind of in an awkward position where you tend to kind of wait for the board to spin around in whichever way it decides to spin, or your feet are too far back towards the tail pad and you're forced to kind of whip it quickly. He had full control while not having control, and that's something that very few surfers can do. They can place their feet perfectly and their weight distribution on the board to allow him to generate the speed and hold that backwards motion towards the face, towards the beach, sorry, for that long.
Well, with a minute to go, casually making his way back out into the lineup, Ethan Ewing just completely destroyed the program that Michel Borez and Adriano de Souza, the veterans, were trying to set. Now Adriano needs a 6.18 to advance through. It would be a pretty shocking turn of events to have Adriano de Souza in the second round. That's somewhere that he usually doesn't know anything about, because he always seems to make it through heats. His average heat total career spanning is 13 plus points, which would get you through most heats on most days. He's just going up against firing on all cylinders Ethan Ewing right now, sitting on an 8.83 and a 6.33 for one of the highest heat totals of the day. Now Adriano's current career average heat score would be enough to get him into the second place position. He's just going to tap into something potentially with 10 seconds to go. Is it possible?
It is possible. There's the way the waves come in here at Barra, you don't really see them. And there you go, ADS up and riding.
Let's add some drama to the end of this heat. Tail snapping, sliding turn there for Adriano. Nice carving cutback.
Difficult wave, Chris. He needs a big score, and the wave is hitting that midsection, kind of getting a little bit fat, but he's staying with it. Why is the only chance he has?
Hoping for this thing to grow through this inside section, and you can tell right there, he kind of knows what's happening. But he would never give up. And now he's thinking, okay, well, I'm going to have to just pump up that average heat score even more as he heads into round 2. So with a convincing victory, Ethan Ewing moves through with the Spartan Michel Borez. Adriano goes to that infamous round 2. We'll be back with more surfing. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Welcome back to beautiful Barra de la Cruz. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Chris Cote here with Kale Carranza. And we've got a very interesting matchup in the water here for seeding round Heat 12. You've got Seth Moniz, Miguel Pupo, and Wade Carmichael. So strength and weaknesses, you kind of go around the horn. Seth, known for his explosive surfing, his ability to do incredible aerial maneuvers on demand. You've got Miguel Pupo, super smooth, stylish. His backhand is going to shine in these waves. And Wade Carmichael, well, he's one of the more powerful surfers currently on the championship tour. So something for everyone in this heat, starting off with Miguel Pupo.
Right on the buzzer, son to Wazelewski Pupo, one of the best surfers Brazil has ever had. Miguel falling through that bloodline. Nice little ditch on that inside section. So
was that on purpose?
I feel like it was. I feel like the wave was just a little bit sleepy through the outside, so he wanted to do a little bit more dynamic surfing on the inside, but he just didn't have the speed, didn't have that lip line, so just probably testing out and feeling the board under his feet. I feel like that's really, really a good strategy for surfers to have, especially when it's a long heat. You know, it's a 35-minute heat. You have plenty of time to just kind of get your feet positioned on the board and kind of get acquainted with the wave.
First scoring wave comes through here for seeding round Heat 12. It's from Miguel Pupo. It's a 3.5, a decent start, but not a number he's going to want to hold on to in 31.5 minutes from now. You've got Seth Moniz representing Hawaii. Wade Carmichael representing Australia. He's actually made multiple trips down to this area in the past few months, doing some training, having a lot of fun.
Yeah, his friend's actually teasing him a little bit. He's saying, oh, he's becoming Mexican.
Yeah.
He's been here such a long time. And that's what you want to do to get comfortable with waves on tour. You know, it's Barra de la Cruz is not a wave that these gentlemen get a chance to surf very often. Some of them haven't surfed it ever before. And if you want to get ahead in the competition, you want to get big scores, you got to be, you know, comfortable with all its moods. And Barra, let me tell you, has many. You know, changes at low tide, changes at high. It might be a southeast swell that kind of wraps closer to the point. Gets a little bit west in it, goes wide, so you really want to be comfortable with the different moods that a wave has so that you can, you know, potentially take the win out.
You have to be able to adapt. These are not the type of conditions that most of these surfers probably had in mind when they were making their way down here, but this is the reality of, you know, coming to a spot. You have 8 days, 8 to 10 days to kind of pick the eyeballs out of it. What I'm seeing here with the numbers that we're having is absolute spot on call to start today.
100%.
You know, it's fun too to start on a rising swell. You know, when you have the window wide open after this, you kind of get these early rounds done. You work hard on the first day. You free yourself. You give yourself the luxury to really be able to pick the eyeballs out of this swell window. And you know, behind the scenes right now, we've got our whole crew looking at the numbers, looking at the forecast, the tides, the winds, everything comes into consideration when making the call.
Yeah, and that's why it's so cool to see an event in Mexico, because most of the events that we've ever had here, whether they be regional or national, there's no waiting period. You have to...
You just go.
Yeah, you plan the event months in advance. Doesn't matter if it's onshore, side shore, offshore, small, big, you're going out. And that's why surfers get so excited, especially in Mexico, to see the world's best come down here and see what is possible, what you can do on these waves in 35 minutes. And well, I feel like it's and I've said it time and time again, it's an opportunity for many Mexican surfers to see the world's best and really understand what you have to do to be at that level.
Speaking of the world's best, what a redirect there for Miguel Pupo. He's gone into a different gear from his first wave. You can see the urgency. He wants it. Pupo now applying pressure, searing series of turns from the outside. We'll see what he can do to finish. No need for any forced maneuvers on that inside section. The damage was done out the back. Miguel Pupo will definitely eclipse that 3.5. That was a speedy attack there.
Yeah, and I think when surfers surf that well, you can really attribute a lot of that to the way the board feels under the feet, as we see red.
If anyone's going to go up and upside down, Seth Moniz can do it. He is an electrifying surfer on any type of wave. His tube prowess is among the best in the world, and definitely no slouch in the air. Has done some of the most incredible airs we've ever seen in the ocean, in the wave pool, whatever. He'll do it. And now you can't think of power on the championship tour without saying this guy's name, Wade Carmichael. Doesn't rely on anything super fancy. He just relies on dropping hammers. Every turn displacing so much water.
Yeah, riding his trusty keg. That's his surfboard model by Rusty. 6.0 round pin. So it's interesting to see how some surfers, prefer the feel of a longer board, to generate the speed off of those carves and kind of bounce off the white water, versus other surfers like Felipe who like the feel of a quad that's relatively small. And it's really interesting to see Wade, who is a surfer that we know is prone to go to his rail and do big carves, prefer those bigger fins, and the round tail, so the board really engages the entire time.
Purist throwback style with that modern flair. That's what's made Wade so popular, not just by surf fans, but also with surfers. So here's a look back at how this whole thing unfolded. You saw on the outside, you had a little priority tussle between Seth Moniz and Wade Carmichael. That made way for Miguel Pupo to get his best score potentially of this heat.
I love the way he can change his turns, that windshield wiper, and then sometimes drawing off the tail and pushing fins above the lip. So you got really lucky there. Seth and Wade not going, and he decides. I mean, that really shows how, as a surfer who surfed this wave quite a bit, you could really tell which ones are the good ones. Miguel Pupo spun around really quickly to catch that wave.
Seth Moniz now, this was his opening ride. So that was probably one of the first kind of major priority battles, and it was a small one. So it's been nice and clean throughout the morning, no interferences, no major hassling going on, just nice, good, clean, gentlemanly surfing so far.
I love this wave, Wade. I feel like he's almost surfing a beach break at high tide, how it just keeps giving him sections. It's like a reform.
Look at that little thing right there. That's fun. That is fun.
See how that grows. He's just almost going down different sections of the wave, and as he does that, he generates speed. So Barra has that tendency to kind of wedge and slingshot you into the open face. I got a chance to talk to Courtney Conlog earlier, and she was saying that it's almost a little bit dangerous because it pushes you so far out into the face, you almost have to be behind it. And I would have to agree with her. It's a wave that, you have to attack in a different fashion to, for say, example, like Trestles, where you can actually really see the coping the entire time.
Yeah, and some unexpected sections have been popping up for these surfers as well, and we will expect more of that to come. 25:30 to go. Ethan Ewing just put on a master class in style and carving and rail work. Got himself one of the highest heat totals of the event so far. He's on the glass now with Mitchell Salazar.
Thank you, Chris. Ethan, a come from behind win right there. You have the highest wave of the event so far, 8.83. But talk to me about the difficulty of competing against somebody like Michel and Mineirinho, who's in his retirement year right now.
Yeah, I've had a few heats against Adriano this year, and it's been a privilege because it's his last year and he's just such a legend, and I've looked up to him pretty much since I was a little kid. So yeah, just to have a heat against him was amazing, and I wish him well for his retirement. And then Michel's also just a veteran and knows how to play the game, and such a powerful surfer. It's so good to watch. So yeah, they were two tricky guys, and I'm just happy to have a heat against those two guys.
And I don't know if it's me, but since your rookie year on tour, it seems like you've added a lot more muscle mass to your body right now. Is that something that you needed to know was necessary to compete in conditions like here in Mexico?
A little bit, but my rookie year I was still kind of growing, and I was so young, so now it's just, I don't know, I've just grown up a little bit more. But yeah, like these waves, this is what I look forward to on tour, just consistent, good waves. It's what I've looked forward to since I was a little kid, so it's really nice.
Final or bust here?
Sorry?
Final or bust?
Yeah.
I love it. Thank you for your time, Ethan. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Mitchell. Congrats to Ethan Ewing, making it through, taking the leap over that sketchy second round, straight into the third round, which is elimination as well, but you're just that much deeper in the contest. You don't have to go against surfers like Adriano de Souza, who now have their back against the wall and are going to be surfing potentially a little bit more urgency. We'll have to wait and see when round 2 commences. For now, all eyes on Wade Carmichael. And Wade has been spending some time in Southern California as well as Southern Mexico. He is now officially a San Diego Padres fan. We welcome Wade to that bandwagon. And Wade has been really just enjoying himself, you know, during that Olympic break, free surfing, going on surf trips, going to ball games, living the life. We've got 23 minutes to go here in Heat 12 of our seeding round. These are non-elimination heats. Top 2 surfers advance into the 3rd round. Third place surfer will have to go to the 2nd round, where that is, in fact, an elimination station. You lose in that 2nd round, you're done. Hasta la vista, as the Terminator would say.
So you see, Wade Carmichael saying hasta la vista to that wave. You can see how he wants those sections on the inside that, for example, Michel Berezga, that wave that kind of keeps on growing, keeps on giving him sections, and it's really no use to them to ride that extra 50 meters and have to paddle back out when they can't really get or better the score, I should say, much more than what they did on the outside. So it's a smart decision. It's a decision that all these competitors have to do, especially with this incoming tide. Do you kick out? Do you think that 5 or so that you got on the outside would be enough? Or do you try and milk it and get an extra point or 2 on the inside?
That's a question on the minds of all these surfers. You know, do you keep going? Right here, the wave looks like it's flattening out, but Seth Moniz has a different view. He can look all the way down the line and see these kind of high road, low road start to develop. This wave growing down the line. Look at that section it offered him. Beautiful little cup on the inside, plenty of speed. Great combo right there. Packing 4 turns in without making it look forced. That's what it's all about. That's that flow portion of the scoreboard.
Yeah, then that's definitely the disadvantage that we have, just looking, you know, just a few meters ahead of them. They can see down the line, as we see Mickey up and riding.
Big snap there, looking so sharp on his backhand. A vet at this point. Miguel Pupo has been around the world and back on the CT, on the QS, and everything in between. Right now, he is looking like a man possessed. Every turn so sharp for Miguel Pupo. He's sitting on a 5.5 right now. His backup was a 3.5, so this heat now is kind of a battle of the mid-range scores. Ethan Ewing coming through in that last heat with a 15.16 total, highest heat total of the day so far. So we know those waves are out there.
Especially that one right there. Look at that thing out the back, spitting behind the rock. That is conditions very similar to what we saw 15 years ago when Andy Irons took the win. So you can see how this wave kind of has, you know, different sections, and that section out the back, that is the reason why many competitors keep on paddling past that cauliflower current. They want those waves out the back. They don't come in that often. When they do, get big scores.
Cauliflower current?
I wish it was called that.
You need to spend more time.
I do. Spent quite a bit of time down here before, but now it's all about watching the world's best here in London.
The scores have dropped for Wade Carmichael here in seeding round Heat 12. Your current leader sitting out the back with priority. He's got a 5.5 and a 4.5, so real even so far. Still waiting for a score for Miguel Pupo. His previous effort was a 5.5, the highest single wave score of this heat, tied with Wade for his 5.5. Scores dropping through for Seth Moniz. He's going to be right there in the average range as well. So we've seen some really tight heats with similar scores earned by complete opposite style of surfing. You know, I think obviously power for power, Seth has plenty of power, but you know, you look at Wade Carmichael, okay, he's the power guy in this heat. Seth's kind of the high speed air guy, and Miguel Pupo right now, his backhand is shining so bright. He has that ability to just go the quickness, vertical, switchblade snaps down the line, but he's adding a little bit of pressure. You know, there's a difference between a windshield wiper turn and a fully engaged backside snap, which is what Miguel's doing.
Yeah, like driving from the tail of the board instead of just kind of pivoting the surfboard vertically. But You're absolutely right, Chris. I think the difference between what we're seeing now compared to this morning is that the wave kind of is hugging the bank in a different way. And I think the competitors are really going to have to make a decision of whether they put 5 turns into a wave or they just do 2. And I think that's going to be the major difference between surfers that get those mid-range 5s and then or those that jump into the 7 or 8 mark.
Well, we will for sure be seeing more 7s, 8s, and 9s coming up. I'm Chris Cote. This is Calais Carranza. We're coming at you live from Barra de la Cruz here in beautiful Huatulco in the Oaxaca state of Mexico.
Yep.
One of the most southernmost points of this beautiful country.
Yep, we have Oaxaca, and then we only have Chiapas before we get to Guatemala, so it's very southern facing. It is a state that has obviously many incredible waves, but it's also a state that has little towns like Barra that are relatively marginalized. They don't really get a lot of help from government, so it's really important for us to have events like these because it really helps the local community out. They've established themselves as a town that really prefers to kind of take matters into their own consideration. It's a town that, for example, gives back to their own people. I can't buy land here, neither can you. You can only get land here if you're from this town. You decide to get married, you go up to the community and you say, hey, we'd like a place to live, and they give you a piece of land. So that is how tight-knit this community is.
And speaking of giving back, the WSL has teamed up with some local entrepreneurs and pillars of the community here in Barra de la Cruz, and they've built a beautiful park just up the road, and there's Wi-Fi there, so kids can actually go and, you know, log in to virtual learning, something that they haven't had in months due to the global pandemic. But it's just really cool that, you know, you think of, all right, the big surf contest is coming to town. We're going to come take the waves over for 2 weeks. Thank you very much. But it is really important that we put our money where our mouths are and help the local community. And we've driven by this park already multiple times. It is looking like the town square. I mean, it's already being fully utilized as a meeting point, as an educational hub for the local kids. So that's a good feeling. You know, we get to enjoy this beautiful place, but also leave it with something special, you know, for the future.
Absolutely, and I think Barra de la Cruz is an example to the entire world, you know, of how development could affect a certain area and how a town can actually fight back and take it into their own hands. These people from Barra de la Cruz have kept it small. There's no big hotels. There's no big development. Why? Because they want to make sure that everything stays within the community. There's one big restaurant on the probably right in front of where Miguel Pupo finishes off this ride. Right here, there's a small little restaurant that is a part of the community. So it's not single owned. All the money that they make from that restaurant goes back into the town. And well, that is one of the reasons why I believe we'll be seeing more and more of the world's best surfers come down and take advantage of this wave, as we're seeing Seth do in this replay. Just clean, nice surfing. Tags it through the middle, and then unfortunately was just kind of forced to do a float into the inside section. I'm sure he would have liked to connect with the lip a little bit more vertically, but hey, Barra had something else in mind.
Got to be able to adapt. Every heat, every wave, you got to leave your imagination open as to what is possible. 15-16 to go here. Miguel Pupo in the lead. We'll be right back after this quick break. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Here's a way for the everyman to enjoy space travel. simply via satellite. But I'll tell you, that journey from outer space to this beautiful corner of the world is well worth it, because as you can see, this is what you used to draw on your textbooks as a child. If you're a regular footer especially, this setup right here, you know, has become iconic. It was a secret spot for many years, and it was just kind of referred to as somewhere in Mexico, which is a very broad statement as you have so much coastline down here in this amazing country. But then when it kind of came into its own and got its name out there, Barra De La Cruz, I mean, it's synonymous with the beautiful rock formation that has been the backdrop to so many amazing surfing photographs. Not just two brides, big airs. Transworld Surf had a cover of Dustin Barca doing a big air right in front of the rocks here. And of course, who could forget the 2006 Andy Irons air cover from the event.
It's a very photogenic wave, as we see. That seemed to be Miguel Pupo wanting to catch that wave further on the inside.
You had mentioned earlier, you know, the development ideas here. I am loving that there's not a giant hotel on the end of that rock. I mean, I love the purity of this spot. Here's hoping that it will stay that way forever, because this is truly a beautiful part of the world, and there are plenty of places to stay not too far away from here. But it is so cool to just see this untouched zone right here on the beach, as you see these surfers now enjoying themselves. Two waves back to back. Wade Carmichael, Seth Moniz now, both activating their powers. So meanwhile, out the back, Miguel Pupo with priority and the lead, but it's a very slim lead for now, 5.93 and a 5.5. Wade Carmichael with a 5.5 and a 4.5. Seth Moniz with a 4.93 and a 3.47. So everybody in this heat still right there within striking distance of each other. Expect these 1, 2, 3 standings to be flip-flopped multiple times in the remaining 11:40. Is this how this, do you think this is how the heat was going to go when this started, Kalle?
I think it was, because the way the tide is affecting the wave right now, Chris, it seems like it's really pushing surfers to kind of surf a much smaller area. As you can see, the wave on your right-hand side of your screen kind of hugging that rock formation on the right. It's very difficult to kind of separate yourself from that and get a wide one. So when that happens at Barra de la Cruz, as a surfer, you're almost forced to kind of go top to bottom too many times with not that much variation. It doesn't have to do with the quality of your surfing, it just has to do with the open face. And we haven't seen a surfer yet catch a wave that allows him to do those turns that Wade is doing right now, but all through the midsection. So that's why the scores are staying low. The surfing is there, and that's the section that we were talking about, that sometimes, if you're lucky, it kind of grows and allows you to kind of go top to bottom. These surfers in this heat have almost been forced to kind of just do smaller turns through the middle.
Seth Moniz with a pretty good outside section, gave him plenty of opportunity. That was a beautiful Andy Irons-esque turn.
See, and that was a section of the wave that allowed him to do that. So they need the canvas, and they need the opportunities, and Seth has the energy. He's not looking nervous at all. He looks like he wants it. He looks energized, but he can't force it. Whoa. See why he fades there.
Low road.
Takes the low road and, you know, can't really do too much on the inside. So hopefully, with the tide changing, we will see a couple waves that kind of break free from that rock formation, kind of go wide, and allow the surfers to do big, wide arc turns, but not only one or two, but all the way through to the inside.
As a person who loves small, manageable, fun waves, I'm looking at today like this is dream. This is the dream conditions to go out there and do some turns, have some fun with your buddies. But at what size does this wave start to get out of the realm of a person like me, out of the realm of your average surfer that would most likely just get pitched on every wave? At what size does it start doing the Barra thing?
Well, I think we have to first establish what our measuring scale is. Puerto Escondido is only 2 hours north, so if you say that a wave in Puerto Escondido is 4 to 6 feet, it's probably looking like a 12-foot face. Here, we tend to use more the California scale, the waist to chest, and Barra de la Cruz, if you say now, is around chest to shoulder on the sets. Once this wave goes 2 feet overhead, so a good 4 to 5 foot Hawaiian, that's when the wave kind of starts dredging behind the rock and breaking further out. You get those late takeoffs, kind of snapper rock, behind the rock-esque barrels, and that's what we were seeing in 2006 when some of the world's best were going way behind that rock and getting spat out, as you see the wave that you see on screen right now, where the surfers are taking off right now. That, by then, the surfers were already getting spat out. So all you need is just a little bit more size, because the sand is there.
That little wave right there, Schmidt, that was exciting. A little foreshadowing, hopefully, of what's to come.
That's a fun wave to surf.
8:23. Oh, yeah. And a lot of these waves, you know, these kind of iconic, famous world-class waves, you see a lot of videos of them just on their best day, and that's kind of what stays with you. What you don't see is average days like this, where 99% of surfers would look at this and go, I'm in. Sign me up. What do I have to do to come surf this wave? It's playful, it's warm, and it is just got enough power to get you going, but not too much to threaten you in any way. Just ask Wade Carmichael. He looks like he's having a good time out there.
Absolutely, and I like the way he surfed that wave. He was actually taking off, and I believe it was Miguel Pupo that was kind of paddling away from him. Why? Because Wade had a specific line he had to draw when he caught that wave. He needed to fade left to go right. Courtney Conlog was saying that if you don't surf it from behind, you're going to be forced to be doing cutbacks through the midsection of the wave. You want to connect with the lip, and to do so, you have to attack it from behind. I think all surfers have the same idea, same strategy in mind, you know, kind of go top to bottom but connect with that lip. With this tide, Chris, it's a game of hide and seek. That lip line kind of dances and prances in front of you and kind of backs off. So there is an element of luck in finding the waves that allow you to do so.
Sorry, that was a chippy moment there.
Yeah, Seth Moniz trying to get away from Wade Carmichael. You can see his tempo.
Most of us would be intimidated seeing this guy paddling that hard directly at you. Seth's used to it, you know, growing up in Hawaii, but I like it. You know, I like a little bit of aggression every once in a while when done with in a sportsman-like way.
And when you're not free surfing and it's the local that's doing it to you.
Yes. And the contest was in the contest that's been raging for the entire year. The Battle of the Beards. Wade Carmichael versus Mikey Wright.
It's a good one. It's a really good one. As we see paddling back up, Strider was talking about a reverse current that sometimes happens here at Barra. You know, usually it sweeps down the point. And sometimes when you get that tide that's kind of sucking out, it also sucks the surfers out the back. So it makes it much more pleasurable to be out there.
Well, here's a look at your Jeep recap with 5 minutes and 58 seconds to go. Seth Moniz is currently in third, but he's been ripping throughout this entire heat. It's just a matter of getting that one special moment on a good wave to be the big difference, to get him above that average scoreline.
And he's caught waves that allow him to do one turn. One nice clean wrap or one big connection with the lip. But it's Miguel Pupo who has found the waves that allow him to go top to bottom. And going backside on this wave, it's sometimes difficult to find variation. You're kind of coming up the bottom with only a couple options. Like the menu is just a little bit too small, but Mickey has found a way to kind of pick the eyes out of it and do different variations of the turn. Sometimes there's that windshield wiper you were referring to, and other times it is a very nice, clean, drawn-out turn generating speed.
Wade Carmichael, you see right here, just being patient. And even those tiny little sections offer up enough gusto for these surfers to lay into.
And it's cool to see that surfers of different builds, you know, different weights, surf this wave to the best of their capacity, and everyone allowed to get those big scores. You know, sometimes you think of a wave like Margaret River, where if you don't have that leg strength, if you don't have that power, you're not going to be able to get big scores. It's almost impossible. But then you have a wave like Barra, where Felipe Toledo, Ferdinand Cruzanto, David Silva, the smaller surfers can get really big scores. And Owen Wright, and I'm sure if Jordy Smith was here, we would be seeing some massive scores from him.
Yeah, we are missing some of our favorites. That's the name of the game. Injury wildcards and replacements and surfers, you know, making decisions just on personal levels has allowed actually for one of the most exciting field of replacement / wildcard surfers we've seen of the entire year so far. And those wild cards have done damage already. Mateus Hardy absolutely ripping earlier today.
He won his heat.
Rio Guaida put on a good performance. He'll be surfing again.
It was unfortunate to see Johnny Corzo and Diego Cadena not catch the waves they needed to kind of show the world their surfing. But it is very cool to see wild cards in this event and see how they attack the wave in a different way. Mateus Hardy, I got the pleasure of interviewing him after his heat, and every single one of the Brazilian surfers on or at the Red Bull Athlete Zone was screaming, hollering, whistling, heckling him because they really respect him as a surfer. They know that he is the new generation, and with the surfing that he did today, he's showing the world that he has arrived. You know, he had a chance to surf at Snapper as a wild card, didn't really do his best surfing, but now I feel like with what's been happening in the air game or in the air contests around the world and people paying attention to Mateus, this is his contest where he's actually showing the world that he's not only an air surfer, but he can put it on rail as well.
Yeah, Brazilian Storm 2.0. Watch out, here it comes. Mateus Hardy put on an absolute clinic so far in the Stab High Air event, which has been hitting the airwaves. And that was just a real eye-opener, I think, for everybody watching. Yes, everyone's really good at airs in those events, but he's really good at airs, and he does a lot of them and lands a lot of them. His strike rate percentage is, I mean, up there with the best of the best. The kid never falls.
And it's interesting to hear people that are experts in the airfield talk about other surfers that are good in the air. So, for example, when you and I might say, oh, he's really good at airs, people might take it just at face value, but when someone like Nathan Fletcher or Albie Layer says he's incredible, then it really starts turning heads and people really start noticing. And I feel like there's nothing better than having someone like Albie Layer say, you're an incredible air guy.
This is true. With 2 minutes to go.
You're an incredible air guy too, Chris.
Thank you. I was going to say I'm an expert at airs, not doing them, but talking about them.
You had a good one yesterday.
Oh, thank you. A minute 54 to go. Miguel Pupo still in the lead on the strength of the 5.93 and a 5.5. Wade Carmichael was out the back, signaling to our beach announcers, give me the situation. He got it. Now he knows exactly what he needs to do. Unfortunately for Wade, he's in that third priority spot, and the lineup is tightened up. So there's not a lot of room to move out there. Some of the spots we have on this championship tour, vast, where you can take off. But Barra De La Cruz, relatively small takeoff zone, but you see some spark and fire coming from Seth Moniz.
Nice,
trying to battle out of that third place position. He needs a 6.34. So good start out the back. He's going to have to hammer his point across to the judges here on the inside. Maybe one final opportunity, speeding down the line, takes the low road. Big roundhouse cutback on a really small section, and he's still going. That right there, he just summoned his inner grommet to keep the energy up.
Absolutely.
All the way down the line, finishing strong. Is that a 6.34, Kalle Carranza?
It's going to be tough. The youngest of 5 brothers, son to the infamous Tony Moniz. This young man is currently sitting 14th on the championship tour, and the judges are taking a hard look, as are we. So, size of wave, not the biggest, but it's hugging this sandbag beautifully. Ooh. 2 big blasts on the outside, ditching his fins. So far, flow is there. Aggression. Taking his time on that bottom turn, really linking his maneuvers. Clean flow, so there's variety. He's surfing the wave to its capacity. Unfortunately here, the wave backs off, and he knew it. He was forced to cut back. Somehow gets that little bit of push off the whitewater, but his body language is saying, I would have wanted more.
Not for lack of effort, did not get the score. It's a 5.43 for Seth Moniz. We're very excited to say the seeding round for women will be coming up next. Sally Fitzgibbon, Keely Andrews, Silvana Lima, along with Joe Turpel and Mitchell Salazar. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Dance hall.
Buenas tardes. What a beautiful afternoon. It's hot. We just finished the seating round for the men, and now the women are in the water. Sally Fitzgibbons, Keely Andrew, and Silvana Lima have been taking in the performances all day long, and now they're ready to compete. Joe Turpel with Mitchell Salazar for the call. Silvana Lima, what a great story she has been. And now coming back to the top stage as a wild card, known as maybe one of the fastest surfers to ever be on tour. I can't wait to see how fast she goes here at Barra de la Cruz.
Yeah, and she's been a champion in Mexico before. That was in Los Cabos. Several times made the final up there. And, you know, this is one of the more competitive heats in the round, Joe. All three styles suit this wave pretty well. Fitzgibbons on the forehand. She's coming off a big win at Rottnest Island. Keely Andrew, who's won in similar conditions to this. She's coming from Noosa, which is a really similar wave, actually, to Barra. And Silvana Lima, this is her second home in Mexico, so she's feeling comfortable.
Excited to get this one all set up for the women on opening day as well. We'll see how far we get if we do have time for elimination round heats. But definitely a great accomplishment getting into heat of action on the opening day of the waiting period. Always interesting to see how these heats start before priority is set. Sally, Keely, and Silvana. Ton of heat experience. First for Silvana, then to Sally. Silvana Lima, originally probably the first true rival of Stephanie Gilmore back in that era. They traded a lot of finals, and Silvana had to wait a few years for her very first CT victory, which happened at Bells Beach. Interestingly enough, Sally's first win also happened at Bells way back when.
Yeah, and you know, an interesting fact on Silvana too is that she's one of the few women that has a perfect 10-point ride, and has multiple actually. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something in the excellent, close to perfection, Joe, here at Barra de la Cruz. And first wave, Sally.
Fitzgibbons straight down. Not afraid to take a look at a hollow section. She definitely had a thought there on what that wave might do for her heat. But now it's just going to put her in the back of the order for priority. We'll see if she ends up moving down the line a bit to change her position after that quick up and down.
Yeah, and as you've seen, a lot of heats today have been really tight as far as scoring. The last one between Miggy, Wade, and Seth, barely a point of difference between first and third place. So I do feel that it's going to have to be one person that scores something excellent. And Ben's just really looking to solidify a backup score in the rest of the heat, Joe, because we've seen maybe a little bit of wave starve heats. The tide is coming in right now. We're seeing more consistent waves, but with that consistency of waves, that doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are great. You're going to have to be a little bit more selective, and I do think that being on the set waves right now on a higher tide is far more crucial for your score.
30 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, so 35-minute heats this entire round. And scored on your top two, no jet ski assists. So we've seen quite a few runarounds. Surfers coming into the beach completely exhausted. As you see that hollow section and spitting way out the back there. You can see some of those that just hug the rock shelf. Sometimes they don't have the wall that stretches out. That's always exciting when you see a wave spit in the lineup.
Absolutely.
Rolling into this one is Silvana Lima. Fades that cut back into this float section, still lightning fast. Clean wrapping cutback. Lima reaching for the climb, and she will lose the finish. But she will move into the lead with that start, and Andrew still holding on to first priority. Winner of the last heat of the men's seeding round, Miguel Pupo, is with Kaipo.
Yeah, thanks, Joe. Miggy, out there, it seems like your tempo on the wave. How did you tap into that? Because it seems like you were really in sync with this right-hander.
Yeah, I've been surfing a lot, you know, the last few days. We've been out there for like at least 3 hours each session. So just yesterday I took a day off so I could rest a little before the event day. So just happy to catch a couple waves. I was just trying to find my rhythm and ended up being, you know, the right one.
You sure did find rhythm. Now, how did you manage the heat? And I don't mean the surfing heat. I mean the warmth. hot is it out here? How do you manage that?
I was just paddling not too hard, you know. I was just trying to breathe, you know, as I was paddling, and yeah, I think it worked well. I felt fine, you know. Just right now, it's pretty hot.
Looks like we got some more waves on the way. What are you looking forward to?
Yeah, I hope to get more waves and get bigger scores and make the, you know, make to the finals.
Great catching up with you. We'll see you in the next round of 32.
Thank you, Kaipo. Miguel Pupo was incredibly quick, so explosive. We love seeing all that water moving to the sky. His timing is brilliant. Combined with that silky smooth style, it's so beautiful to watch. Back to Lima's wave here, Mitch.
I love this wave. The start was really nice. Good variation with that grab rail carve. Gets the critical float. That was just beautiful as well. And then unfortunately here for Silvana, just couldn't get the finish right there at the end. It was a tricky section. Decent start to the heat though, Joe. And I do want to say, Miguel Pupo is rocking the Cale Carranza kind of mustache right there.
¿Cómo se dice mustache in español?
Bigote.
I love it. There's a few mustaches here that people brought to Barra De La Cruz. Fitzgibbons, not much on offer there. Scores in for Lima's start, 4.33.
A little surprised that wasn't a little bit higher, Joe. Even though it's like the first wave of significance, I personally liked it. I thought really good variation on the first turn, something that we don't normally see. Obviously, it's the first heat of the women too, so they're going to take it easy. But I think we need to reward progression. And we saw like 3 different variations of a maneuver that we see consistently on tour.
I'm just so impressed with Lima. Obviously, was really excited to prepare for the Olympic Games, but for her not to be in consistent big heats on the championship tour anymore, especially with the break previous, she dealt with injuries and lost her spot on the top 17. But you can tell she is spending so much time keeping her body healthy and still looking to compete against the best in the world. I don't think the idea of moving on or hanging up the jersey is even close to her mind.
Yeah, and the best thing about it too is that she's mixing in free surf trips in that too, which is keeping things fresh. She's enjoying her life, and it really does seem like the Olympics were kind of a life changer for her, because we haven't really seen anybody in the women's division really do anything for Brazil besides Silvana and Tatiana. So this is a good opportunity to kind of promote female surfing within the country.
Well, Lima in the past has showed up at events when she's fallen off tour, and I remember one heat in Brazil, she had Steph Gilmore, knocked Steph out of the event very early, where she is a very dangerous wild card. When it comes to this point of the season, requalification, top 9 for women, as we saw that adjustment made from top 10 to top 9, and also with the hunt down for the final 5 to compete at lower Trestles. Yeah. Lower is a place where Silvana's won in the past.
Yeah, and that heat with Steph was Barra La Tijuca, right? She got an 8 for an air, I think.
That's right. Wow, good memory, Mitch.
Well, the things that stand out to me are the ones that stay in my mind forever. Just that heat, John Jung and Kelly. Silvana's there. She had the 10-point ride at Bells Beach when it was big that one year too. And she to me has always been one of the really good ambassadors for surfing when it comes to stoke. Anytime she went to the event in Los Cabos, and Chris can attest to this too, all the locals loved her. She was always smiling. She thought she was at home, and really this is their second home. All the Brazilians that I know, especially the ones that are on tour, I met Iago and Leandro Dora in Puerto Escondido. I met my good friend, may he rest in peace, Ricardo dos Santos in Puerto Escondido, Lucas Silveira, Victor Bernardo, Wesley Santos, all these guys. Thiago Camarao was another guy. They'd all come and just spend the summer here. They love Mexico. This is a place that embodies culture that is so similar to Brazilian culture and Polynesian culture. That's just like the warrior spirit. And you feel the mana, the energia, the energy here, Joe. And you can see it right there. Every time a raindrop hits, it really impacts the vibe that's surrounding it.
Really beautiful spirit that you just described there, of just being in Mexico, experiencing the culture, the waves, the vibe. And there's a lot of surfers that grew up in Southern California that had that frequent routine of heading down south and surfing a lot of waves in Baja. As we look at the wrapping turn for Sally Fitzgibbons. Wrapping cutback on her second effort. Nice snap off the top. Her best wave so far, still in the making. Clean form on that wrapping turn. She'll lay it down again, back into the pocket. Off the bottom and taps it shut. So Fitzgibbons getting a much longer ride there. Keely Andrew now setting up her opening run. Clean wrap. Keely working with Andy King for quite some time now. Nice clean wrap again on that smaller section. And Keely ends up kicking out left, searching for a final turn. And judges always just make comparisons. Remember where that first wave for Lima came incredibly early. They put the 4.33 out there, which at the moment is the best score of the heat. Now they're going, okay, was Sally's last better or just under Silvana's? And we'll see where Keely's fits in. So right now they're just trying to keep those comparisons really clear at the moment.
Yeah, and hopefully, I think you don't want to compact yourself too much, especially at the beginning of the heat when it comes down to scores. Here's Keely's opener. Beautiful first turn, Joe. Goes up into the lip line. Beautiful foam climb floater. Nice wrap. And this, to me, is where Keely Andrew is dangerous. Right-hand point breaks. He's made several finals in the past. I remember the one at Lowers and the one at Kira when Lakey Peterson was victorious. And, man, that was an incredible wave. And here's Sally's from a different perspective. I like this view. Wave standing up a bit more. She goes up into the lip line. She's looked consistent this year too, Joe. Semi-final at the Surf Ranch, great result. Needs to solidify that spot in the WSL Final 5 though. She wants to get a shot at the Rip Pro WSL Finals.
Sally Fitzgibbons on a very long ride there. As judges are breaking that one down. Showed us a lot of that wrapping form, nice combination, switched up her turns quite a bit. As we are getting very close to seeing all the final 5 get set up in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Waiting period starting September 9th. It'll go through the 17th, but it's all for one day. One day will be called on when conditions line up at that incredible cobblestone right and left. As you mentioned before, Keely finaled there. Silvana won that final over Keely when Lowers was an event full time in the regular season. But it's going to be really special in pro surfing to have the men and women's world champions crowned on the same day this September. Lima stretched that one out a bit. Ended up having to run right back to the whitewater. Now she's rushing again. Jams it. Grab rail float, super stylish there. Opens up the shoulders for the down carve. Silvana showing off all that speed, wonderful flow. There's moments where I thought the rail was going to catch and she recovered brilliantly.
Yeah. And the combo of the last 3 maneuvers is going to be where that score is really reflected. I thought it was beautiful, but we're still waiting on Fitzgibbons and Keely's. You know, Joe, and many times when you're judging, sometimes you want to let a couple more waves happen until you actually decide your scores on those previous waves. You're going to see Silvana's last. She already has the 4.33, as you said. Stretched out that carve a bit more. This is where she got busy. Wave stands up. Love that turn right there. And the grab rail floater, good variation, and look at this carve. Woof. I mean, we talked about Poncho Sullivan. That was more like Roy Powers right there at the end.
So cool to see so much wave covered by Silvana Lima. You love when the rail line starts at the very top and she continued that carve into the flats as well. So Lima was able to accept the call up as a replacement surfer. Remember, Lakey Peterson's been dealing with some serious back pain for a long time, and I was talking to her coach Mike Parsons, and she was getting very close to potentially being there, and then she felt some soreness, and you just never want to rush an injury and come back too early. So Lakey, we're still wishing you a nice smooth recovery, and you know, we've seen you sidelined for a while now, but we know Lakey's already planning a big comeback. The call went to Amuro Suzuki. She wasn't able to accept the wild card and went down the line to Silvana Lima. She was able to get here. Scores are now in. As we see Sally out in front now with a big 6.67. Keeley started with a 6.33. And now we'll wait for last of Lima. That will put her back into the top 2. But we're seeing Keeley and Sally in that same conversation in the 6 range.
Yeah, and super similar scores. I mean, 6.67, 6.33. You could easily say it's almost the same score. A couple of judges has preferred one over the other, but it's right there, and we're still waiting on Silvana's second wave, so only needs 2.01 for second place. I think she's going to take the lead with this wave. It's really a matter of who's going to have a combination of 2 scores that are in the 6s or plus, because everything else is probably going to be irrelevant if it's anything in the 4. So it's still early stages, Joe.
No, it's so early. It's like 18 minutes with how much consistency we've had. And we noticed that yesterday afternoon. Just wave after wave after wave, just the challenges. Which one do you choose? And with the whole idea of the overlapping format, which we've seen more often than not in the last couple seasons, you're thinking, wow, there's a ton of waves out there. Once you get into the one-on-one format, there could be opportunity to use those overlapping heats at Barra De La Cruz. Fitzgibbons wrapping cutback, digs into the open face. 2 turns out of the way. There's the 3rd wrap. And now going above the lip, air reverse for Fitzgibbons. Sally's been working on that move for a long time. She's nailed a few in the past. I remember one she had at Snapper that was brilliant, but she's really put in so much effort in the last 2 seasons, and that's got to feel incredible to land one on your finishing move.
Yeah, the thing I like about this one in particular, Joe, is that she had a few maneuvers in before it. Beautiful flow right here from Sally, but there was no hesitation whatsoever as far as completing this maneuver. See, she goes for the rotation. There wasn't even a single moment of doubt in between transitions where she thought, oh, I might not be able to make it, or the landing's not going to be perfect. No, everything was right there, and to me, this is going to be rewarded pretty well.
I'm getting excited at the fact that Sally just stomped one, and there's Silvana Lima in the seat as well. I mean, one of the pioneers of the aerial movement on the top 17. I mean, Silvana's going so fast. She's thrown down some big airs in her lifetime, and she'll probably be inspired to try to go air for air with Sally Fitzgibbons.
Early stages, maybe, but might have to stick to the rail game right now.
Lima looking sharp. Oh. Beautiful top turn carve. Straight up vertical. Nice classic front side arc off the top. Jams it again, and rapid fire surfing just poked the nose on the final maneuver.
That was going excellent, Joe. It was going excellent up until the fall right there at the end. Had everything going for her, and just the one mistake. Those mistakes are the ones that cost you too.
Here comes Keeley. Had the 6.33 early, now second scoring ride. Roundhouse cut back. Just keeping a nice easy tempo. She's hoping for a big open inside bowl. Her frontside vertical snap is incredible. Hasn't been able to feature it yet. Now inside bowl, there it is, straight up vertical. Another big vertical blast. And she'll fade out. Keely Andrews' first trip here to Barra de la Cruz, traveling with her mom, and after her warm-up the last couple of days, we saw her on land, and she was just going, I cannot wait. This wave is so fun. It's quickly turning into her favorite wave on tour.
Yeah, and she's always smiling too. One of the nicest people on tour, and you know, gets to travel with her mom, and I was fortunate enough to be able to be present at a QS event. She won in El Salvador. Waves were awesome too. This wave to me, Joe, wow, those first two turns, and look at this combo. Woof, right up into the lip as well. That carve was beautiful, and then the transition right out of the last one. Almost made it. And then Keely with the answer. No, the one event she won in 2016, meet Alessa Quizon in the final at Punta Roca. Best surfer from start to finish, Joe, and I'm not kidding. The waves were as good as it gets right there. 6 to 8 feet every day. And I talked to Keely about it the other day. She was like, yeah, that's probably the best event I've ever surfed, and I'm super stoked to be in this one.
What a great heat that still has plenty of time. Sally Fitzgibbons out in front, but Lima waiting for her number from that incredible ride along with Keely Andrew. A lot of the story to tell here in heat number 1. Back for more in Mexico after this.
So we got a lay day here in Huatulco, and I'm looking for something fun to do. So let's check the Expedia app and see what we've got going on. A lot of fun things going on. But to me, after surfing all day, I'm starving. I need to experience the real Mexico. So you got the authentic Hispanic taco experience. Let's go and do that.
Salud, hermano. Salud, salud. ¿Estás listo? Sí, amigo, ¿ya tú sabes? Bueno, sí. Oh, espérate.
Andamos en el restaurante aquí en Los Tacos El Padrino, uno de los mejores lugares.
We're at El Padrino. It's one of the most authentic places to eat tacos here in Huatulco. Taquería El Padrino, that means the Godfather in Spanish. So it means it's good. Adiós tacos. Gracias. Eso es todo. This is La Ayuda. It's specific to the state of Oaxaca, and I'm starving. So this is what I'm gonna start with. Sounds spicy. Woo. So we're here at Taqueria Los Parados. Rudy says that it's the most famous place in town to go for tacos. I'd have to say these are probably the best tacos I've had in a few years. If you have a chance, go and check it out. Taqueria Los Parados, right here in Huatulco.
Tengo hambre. Wow. If I wasn't hungry before, I am now. Mitchell Salazar is going to tell us all about where to go for the best tacos in just a moment. Fitzgibbons still ripping this wave live here at Barra De La Cruz in Oaxaca, Mexico. Hard off the bottom, and Sally can't find the finish. Now rolling in and checking this wave out with some momentum is Silvana Lima. Little tap off the roof for Lima. Grab rail under the lip reverse attempt and goes straight underwater. This is the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Stop 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. Much anticipated event on the calendar. I remember when I heard the news for the first time, I couldn't believe it. A place I've always wanted to visit for a very long time. And it's great to be hanging out with Mitchell Salazar. Where do you find the best tacos in Oaxaca?
Well, El Padrino was the first one that we went to. It means the Godfather. They were really good. They were great. But the second one that we went to, Los Parados, I had the best tacos de cabeza, which is the head of the cow. They were so good, they melt in your mouth.
Wow.
It was
lucky guy.
Amazing. And I feel bad for you guys. We're in the bubble situation. We can't really leave the hotel. That was the only time they actually let us outside. So.
Well done, Mitch.
Pretty stoked.
Well done. We'll take notes and definitely return very soon. 9:20 on the clock here. Numbers finally in for the last few waves. Remember the incredible wave for Lima. Big carves. Her transitions were unbelievable. Surfing with a ton of speed. Speed is a huge word in the judging criteria. Falling on the last turn. Put that score just under excellent range. 7.4 though. Still the best number of the heat.
Yeah, one of them went excellent, 8.0, but I agree with it. I think that finishing the last one would have been crucial to the score going excellent or plus. And seeing Sally's wave, was looking to better something in the low 6s, Joe. Does not do so, a 4.2, but still decent surfing. Went for something small at the end. I think having smaller waves in the lineup obviously offers an opportunity to better your low score, maybe be productive and just get a backup wave when you need to. I don't think it's going to offer up anything better than a 6 or 7, though. As we see Silvana, she's looking to better a 5.5. Another insider as well. This wave was a difficult one to surf, but went for the club sandwich right there at the end. I like it. It's admirable.
It's cool. I mentioned before, I was like, hey, let's get a little air show going. I got excited. Sally Fitzgibbons locked that forehand reverse in, counting a 6.33 along with her 6.67. So judges didn't run away with it, but they loved the finish on a smaller wave. The section was small. Her technique was perfect. But like you said, you're like, I don't know, maybe the rail game, which is definitely popping out for Lima. Her speed and finesse with her rail work so far in this heat is really, really shining today.
And it's pretty underrated, too. As far as the women's go, I think a lot of people kind of overlook her when it comes to that. And that's how she's won in Los Cabos. That's how she won at Bells Beach, actually, as well. I mean, at Bells, it's one of those ways where maybe you get 1 or 2 sections during the entire event to punt a big air. We've seen John do it. We've seen Gabe do it, and Kelly. Besides that, I don't think anybody's been able to actually get an air that's actually noticeable as much to go up excellent. And I think Silvana recognizes that here. She knows that continuously to get repetitive great scores, you're probably going to have to use your rail a lot more than the air game. Or mix it up, Joe.
Yeah, mix it up. Keep everyone on their toes. If you're spontaneous, that's a huge compliment as a surfer. You mind surf with all these surfers all the time. You watch them surf heats constantly, year after year, and when they surprise you, it's a big deal. Keeley, rapid cutback. Glassy section and rips that rail all the way through. All patience, just waiting for the section to come at her, and she'll just step off quickly. Andrew chasing a 6.58 to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, that's not going to be it. She's going to need something more too, Joe.
From the outside, it looked like it was going to stand up quite well. Solid carve right there from Keeley. The second one even better, in my opinion. And then this wave just kind of bottomed out, really never offered up a lot for Keeley on the inside. And she recognized it right there. She's like, nope, that ain't going to give me the score that I need. And that's smart. That's when you really know somebody that has been seeing what they've been rewarding in this first day of competition. I think as a coach especially, you like to see that. You like to see recognition and just think, okay, my thought process in the heat is actually a great one.
Special moment in surfing history, having the women compete here. We keep referencing the event back in the day in 2006. That was just the men on tour that scored all that. Perfection at Barra de la Cruz. So really exciting to see Fitzgibbons enjoying Mexico in the CT format. For the first time in her career, big vertical. Float there, she chased that section, stays on her feet. Right behind her, longtime rival in Silvana Lima. This time Lima in here as a wild card. Little setup work. We'll see if Lima sees something double up. Now starting to run after a lip line float. She'll have the board drop out of the sky. Not much happening there. Her top two will stay the same. 4:45 to go.
You've been around the sport a long time, Joe. 14 years at the company, correct?
See?
How cool has it been seeing the transition of getting equal opportunities for the women just as the men? I mean, who would have thought that we'd be surfing at such an iconic place with men and women out there right now, getting the same chances as the guys?
You just look at it at so many levels of the organization. It makes you feel really proud to be around some great people that made a difference, not just for surfers, but I think for sports all around the world. For the World Surf League a few years back, making equal prize money, but also combining the events for the CT and the Challenger Series as well. You're getting opportunity for these great venues.
Yeah.
You know, we've got Mexico here. women coming back to Tahiti. That's been a long time coming since they had their last event back in the day, and it's going to be so incredibly fun to watch. Frontside wrap for Andrew, getting Salazar excited. Floats the next section. Heading down the line with some speed, hits it under the lip, and hits it a lot cleaner on the final turn. This could be one of the toughest positions in this round. I know it's the first heat, but the battle for a top 2 spot is out of control because Silvana is looking dangerous. Fitzgibbons is more than likely going to improve on her lead, and Keely's ripping. 6.33 start, 5.57, and she's in a bit of trouble. 3:10 to go.
Yeah, and before Sally's wave, first place was basically tied. Sally had 13 points, Luana has 12.9. It's basically right there. And then Keely has 11.9 points. I mean, it's razor close. And we're still waiting on one of Silvana's scores. We're still waiting on Keely's last. But to start the round like this, it means that things are tight. And, you know, Keely's wave is also going to be a great example of the way she did not have priority. So the way she was able to execute under everybody else's priority, find an insider and make it count, needs a 6.58 at the moment, but we're also going to see if Silvana's able to better the 5.5 or not. Crucial stages of the heat right here, Joe.
So crucial. Silvana Lima, the legend of the matchup. She's seen a lot of Sally, a lot of Keely, especially in that final we referenced at lower Trestles. But she's been through a lot, had huge backing as a young surfer on tour, had to fight for the position she is in today. Back to Sally's wave.
This was well rewarded. 7.6. Love the attack. Going critical many different times. And that finish was as difficult as it gets. Section coming down on her, and she went up and attacked it. And then Silvana, she does it better, Joe, just by very little. 5.23. Difficult wave to surf, a lot of white water, but look at this finish right here from the Brazilian surfer. Tough as well. You got that backwash, all the white water, and now live action again.
90 seconds, our heat leader enjoying Barra De La Cruz on her 8th wave. The most active athlete. She's still wrapping away. I love the wrap to slide. Fitzgibbons has a very glassy section. Goes up to the lip line and rides away. Lima's last didn't change anything in her top 2. As she's passing Sally there, entering the final minute, just up and out.
Well, the important wave here is Keely Andrews left. 60 seconds to go. Still haven't dropped the score. Needs a mid-6. She's up again.
Quickly up and out. You could tell that Andrews just trying to find some space. Doesn't want to deal with someone sitting on her with priority to close this thing out, so she's staying incredibly active.
And it wasn't enough, Joe. 5.63. Still needs a 6.58, and I think the quality of the wave there was what let her down. The surfing was there. I just don't think the judges were convinced with how good the wave was.
Down to 20 seconds on the clock. Fitzgibbons putting on an incredible show at Barra De La Cruz, including an air reverse that she's not even counting in her top 2. Got in the 7 range. Silvana Lima chasing a 6.88 for the lead, and Keely Andrew ends up chasing a 6.58 and ends up running out of time. A very tight battle. Keely, though, looks like she might have got up before the buzzer. Snapping that really well off the lip, draws that one nice and tight in the pocket, throwing some power into the wave at Barra De La Cruz. Needs a 6.58, catching that wave on the buzzer. Right now, judges making sure that she was up to her feet before the horn went off. Feels like it was up in time. They're going to score that wave. Did she turn it right at the end here, Mitch?
So starts off with the whitewater, smaller wave. That's going to count a lot, but that first turn was beautiful. Goes up into the lip line. That was critical. That third one was tough. And then, I don't know, that combination at the end, Joe, was beautiful. Transition, seamless. And this is the great thing about coming to Barra de la Cruz. It just accentuates everybody's great surfing. since everybody on the championship tour is an awesome surfer and their surfing's great and fantastic, the wave just elevates these kind of performances, and I think everybody has an equal opportunity of proving what they're capable of here. I just don't know though, Joe. It was a smaller wave. That's the only thing that I'm doubting.
And she surfed it so well. There's so many great reads with tight surfing close to the pocket, big verticals through the carve, stayed on her feet, but oftentimes if the section's not huge, it's tough to get a huge score. Right now, Keeley needs a 6.58. Non-elimination, third just goes to the elimination round, where 3 surfers are out there once again. And it tends to add the most stress, the most anxiety for our surfers on tour. Losing in that round, you're not getting many points on the leaderboard. And judges still trying to make a decision. The wild card veteran, Silvana Lima, is still waiting to see the outcome, but boy, was that entertaining to watch.
Yeah, it was. Great finish, too.
Last score for Keely Andrew, 5.13, not enough. Silvana Lima and Sally Fitzgibbons will be moving on into the round of 16 as this one continues. All of our viewers on FS2 to continue watching, join us on WorldSurfLeague.com. Heat number 2 of the seeding round for the women coming up next. Good vibes here in Mexico, good food, good music, all happening here at Barra De La Cruz in Oaxaca, Mexico. Backside wrap and an exciting moment for Shelby Detmers, representing Mexico, and a solid backhand attack that's continuing to weave back and forth. Trying to get a first number on the board here against Joanna Fay and Malia Manuel. Detmers out of there, and things will get started for Malia. Nice vertical attack. Was able to celebrate a birthday here in Mexico. Clean wrap once again. Malia, one of the best styles in pro surfing. Combined with a lot of progressive flair. She'll drop the bottom, belts that one beautifully. Good timing there for the Kauaian. She'll jam the end section. Stays on her feet. Great start for Manuel.
Yeah, and she's my dark horse to win the event too, Joe. This wave suits her style. Really good on the open face, good in barrels, and I think this is a wave that really needs to produce for her in order to get that win that has eluded her 5 times, just as Kolohe Andino has. But as I said before, I think this wave is just so good and it suits everybody that all you need to do is be on those 2 waves in order to advance. Don't even think about anything else besides that.
So true. Yeah, crazy stat there. 5 CT finals for Malia Manuel and waiting for her first championship tour victory. We see how people change when that first win comes. And sometimes it's rapid fire. They've become title threats. And Manuel's had the talent from a very young age. Both her parents surf. Her mom and dad got her in the water at a very young age. And she qualified so young, won the US Open at 14.
Yeah.
She had so much so early. And I think one thing she should always be proud of is that consistency on tour. She's won QSs, but she's always so relevant on the top 17. She uses that word a lot in the offseason. She always wants to improve her game to stay in the mix, and she's done that year after year. Numbers in for Manuel, a 6.67, as you see the tribute on her back to the great late Andy Irons. Her first competitive event of her life was the Irons Brothers Classic at Pine Trees, not too far from her home. And so she's got the AI Forever on the jersey, drawing inspiration from her hero.
That's super cool. That's super cool. It's a good way to honor Andy and, more importantly, her home of Hawaii.
Joanne Defay starts off with a nice and easy forehand wrap. Sometimes her backhand kind of steals the highlight reel at a lot of venues, but has a very aggressive power gouge that she can release on rights all around the world. Nice flow getting this inside, and she'll shut it down nice and clean. Joanne Defay also checking out what's going on with the sharp eyes these days. I think everyone should do that. It's sometimes shapers have the hot hand, and they got on quite a roll, kind of like Timmy Patterson as well. You can see a lot more Timmys in competitive lineups as well.
Yeah, one of my good friends, Kevin Scholes, he's writing Slater Designs now too. Doesn't want to get off them. Says, hey, they started sponsoring me. I really like one of their boards, and they're like, why don't you join my team? I'm like, okay. So Kevin's writing all Slater Designs. I have a few friends that won't get off of sharp eyes. A few friends that really love Makems. They don't want to change. And DHD there for a while too was doing a lot of good things. Still have a lot of riders on tour. Paisel as well. I know our partner Chris Cote is a big fan of Paisel's. Right into Paiselian yesterday afternoon in our free surf as well. But yeah, I just think you got to stick with something that works for you. I mean, I know smaller shapers like, you know, Ricardo Martins, RM from Brazil, was another guy that under the radar, big in Brazil, but not worldwide. Dylan Southworth had one that was actually Jetson Andres, and it was broken. He fixed it, and it was a magic board. So anything that suits you and you're comfortable with, keep riding that.
How'd you like Malia's form on the DHD?
Yeah, 6.67. Thought this was a great score to start things off for Malia. And as I told you, Joe, this wave suits her style, open face carves. First event working with Reynos Hayes as her coach, and when I spoke to Reynos yesterday during a free surf, he told me, hey, she's got the skills, she's got the tools to win. She just needs to be a little bit more aggressive when it counts though. And I think Joanne, who's up on this wave, gets a 4.67. She has that aggressiveness. She has that desire to succeed, to win. And for that reason alone, she won at the Surf Ranch. The standout surfer to me the last 2 years there, Joe, and I think this wave as well. A longer wave with their strong legs, it's going to suit her surfing style as well.
So cool to see Defay come off a huge win at the Surf Ranch. And what about Mexico, Shelby Detmers?
Yeah, Shelby has an American father, Mexican mother from Baja California. So she decided to represent Mexico. She's originally from Costa Mesa, right there in North Orange County, south of LA. And, you know, it's a big opportunity for her. She won the trials, copper medalist at the Pan American Games in 2019, too.
Shelby Detmers up and out on wave number 2, 27 minutes on the clock. As it's fun to watch Shelby. I remember watching her in the NSSA Southwest Open Conference, competing quite a bit. And see her at a lot of events in Huntington, Newport Beach. And really fun to see her now at a CT event representing Mexico. Sally Fitzgibbons is with Kaipo.
Thanks, Joe. Sally, coming in hot. Not just the heat, but the heat performance out there. Break it down to me. I mean, you really set that place on fire.
Thanks, Capo. Yeah, that's it's so humbling because like you'll go to the ends of the earth. Like this place is in the middle of nowhere in the desert, just to get opportunity. Like we train, you know, all day, every day, and kind of like envision that performance, like bringing out all these parts of the repertoire, being on a fantastic wave and against like the best surfers in the world. So couldn't be happier to go out there and just do my thing.
Okay, this is the starting blocks. Let's talk about the finish line. The finish line is being in the final 5, right, at the Rip Curl WSL Finals. One way to get there and clinch your spot is a victory here. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think I took a lot of inspiration when I was at the Olympics from our Aussies, actually. Our Aussie sailing team, like, at the last day, they were already assured pretty much the gold medal, right? And then they just had to show up, race, and not get DQ'd. And instead of, like, sitting at the back of the field and just been like, you know, they still came out and just put everything into their performance and, like, placed in their last race. So it just shows, like, you just got to keep going hard all the way to the end. And the women that are surfing out there, it's just like, it's so hard to win a heat, let alone make that final 5. So I know what I got to do. I believe I'm capable of it. So I just keep chipping away and yeah, hopefully I'll be there at the end.
Well, Sally, I'm loving the performance. Joe, Sally Fitzgibbons, she's brought her dancing shoes to Barra.
She certainly has.
Hey, Mom, my dad.
Oh, we love it. Dancing and sending a shout out to Mom and Dad and her family in the south coast of New South Wales. Back in Australia. She's been on the road for quite a bit now. And she always brings home with her in her heart. Big carve there for DeFay. Off the bottom, there's that aggressive arc. We'll never forget when she threw that grab rail nose pick reverse at Snapper a couple of years back. Another nice belt there. And she will float through the next section, creating more space. Taps it shut and kicks out. Jeremy Flores did a grab rail nose pick reverse earlier today. Yeah. And when DeFay did one a couple of years back at the season opener, he was so proud of that moment. He jumped out of his seat. And we know how much he's helped Joanne DeFay in her career. It's cool when you come from the same place, even if you don't spend time together, you just want to provide backing if you can for someone that needs it coming from your hometown. Let's watch this wave one more time.
Yeah, and second generation, right? Like you're trying to motivate that next generation to succeed and make it on a worldwide level, as we saw just a beautiful combination right there from Joanne. And the thing that always surprises me, Joe, is that she makes it look so effortless. It doesn't seem like she puts a lot of effort into things. Like, look at that. The transition was so easy for her. It just seems like she's always on one mode, attack. And when you have somebody like that in the heat, you really need to take things seriously. It's like, hey, I need to make sure that I'm the top 2 waves and making this heat because this person is just trying to take my head off.
So true. Joanne DeFay standing by for numbers. And we'll head into the lineup with Strider Wazelewski. Waz, it's pretty amazing to see Joanne in the position that she is today, number 2 in the world, as we head down the line with Malia Manuel. Manuel, beautiful carve, all finesse. Oh. Lays that down on the open face, right into a vertical, throwing some water to the sky. Off the roof and stomps a finish. She's feeling good. Proud of that finishing move. It's not too often you see Malia celebrate after a ride, and that was absolutely brilliant. Things are looking incredibly fun in the water, Strider.
Are you kidding me? That's heating up out here. You know, we were just about to go off and talk about Joanne, and then Malia just takes off and just goes, she went nuts on that wave. She power hacked that corner, belted it right in front of Joanne, and finished super strong on the inside. It's a liquid skate park out here right now, and the ladies are loving it. Watching these ladies go at it, watching them in the lip, watching them on the face. That first tee with Sally. I mean, everybody's surfing so well. It's just elevating the level of everybody out here right now and making me want to surf. I'm glad I'm not in these heats, though, man. I'd be getting waxed. These ladies are just crushing the lip line. Malia, that was a great wave, Malia. She's on fire.
Yeah, she's right there. Good man Strider, as he could hear his excitement.
She just screamed out AI forever. It was sick.
Yes.
Oh, so fired up. Representing AI with the jersey. He won this event in 06. She wants to keep it in Kauai. Watch this last wave. Insane.
Joe,
what's up? The waves are getting better. The surfing spectacular, and wow.
This finishing maneuver too, that was hard. Coming down, just being able to land that maneuver right at the end with that oncoming section. I just love the variation of maneuvers. Being able to use that rail, that layback was gorgeous. And then look at this, going straight up into the lip again, right in front of Joanne. She's like, nope, you know what? This is my house.
Now it's Shelby Detmer's turn. Winning the trials, representing Mexico. She'll hug the pocket for a moment. And she's going to hang in there. She's hoping this thing really starts to wall up. Hasn't had anything above the 2 range at the moment. But it's always insane to talk to wild cards of the feeling of being at the platform that you're always dreaming of being, where you watch all your heroes, all your inspiration, and then you're sitting next to DeFay and Manuel at perfect Barra De La Cruz, and you got to be able to settle your nerves. I think that's why it was so amazing to watch Mateus Herdy earlier. He seemed so calm. It felt like he'd been on tour for years.
Yeah, it really does seem like the level of competition, regardless if it's amateur, pro, junior, QS, or CT level, there's not that much of a difference when it comes to actual talent. The main difference from my perspective is competitive experience and competitive knowledge when it comes to using priority most of the time. That's when you see the real big dogs come out, take control, know how to use priority, and know how to control the heat. I feel that's where Medina is super good. That's where Italo's gotten better. And I feel like that's where John was able to win his 2 world championships as far as the men go. For women, I think for obvious reasons, Carissa Moore has been a 4-time world champion, and she's the reigning Olympic gold medalist as well. So there's just levels to it, but I think talent-wise, it's global. It's global, and I'm really stoked that we're able to showcase here on these incredible waves, Joe. It's nonstop.
Rolling in now, Shelby Detmers. She'll chase the pocket with that backhand wrap. Last wave at 2.6. Nice smooth off the bottom. Bigger section there for Detmers. Holds that bottom turn nice and strong. There's the carve. Shelby digs in again. And Detmers turns in her best wave so far.
Yeah, and that's more like it from Shelby. That's what we've known over the years that she's capable of. It's got her the copper medal at the Pan American Games in 2019. And especially in order to make it out of this heat, you're going to need at least a couple of 6-point rides, Joe. I think she's going to break, you know, that little combination that she has going on one wave needs an 817. I do think that since Van's second best wave is pretty low, she's probably going to need something more towards the 6-point range just to get out of this. But gets a 357, something decent. It's a start. And then you just got to look at the positive. What have I done well? What can I do better? What can improve my score? And that's probably going to be wave selection, Joe.
Picking better waves, not repeating yourself. When you hear judges giving you scores, you want to perform better, and that section was bigger. Found a better wave to work with.
Yeah, and committed to the end section too. She hadn't made it all the way to the inside before, and this is a good learning point, especially in the first heat. You got to learn from your mistakes, and there's a saying in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, you either win or you learn. And I think that's applicable to life too. When you're able to actually learn from your mistakes and your experiences, that's when you grow, not only as an athlete, but as a person too.
Words of wisdom from Mitchell Salazar. As we look at big numbers, Malia Manuel controlling the start of this heat. A big 8-point ride as she's doing it all for AI. Back in 2006, the whole surfing world watched in awe. Somewhere in Mexico, the CT landed at Barra de la Cruz, as we know now, and Andy Irons completely dominated from start to finish. Finals day was actually probably the smallest day. It was draining in the lead up, and Andy took over a huge frontside air in the final to beat Taylor Knox and take another huge trophy back home to Kauai.
Yeah, and Andy seemed like that one person that you just didn't want to tick off at all. He seemed like an aggressive competitor, somebody that was just there to win it, or at least try. And look at the trophy, Joe. Look at the sombrero. That, to me, was the best part of the event right there.
So beautiful. And then seeing the back of Malia's jersey, AI forever. Wrapping turn. She's doing some AI maneuvers now. Already has an 8, looking to better a 6.67. So smooth, beautiful forehand wraps. Going from strength to strength. Manuel looking to finish on her feet. She'll sit on the roof to float it, lays back. And she will recover the final turn.
She's gnarly right now.
Surfing with so much confidence. Representing Mexico, Shelby Detmers. Nice pace on this wave. She did improve on her last 3.57. You see her pushing a bit harder. That one a much shorter ride as she's chasing a gigantic number of a 7.43. Detmers is falling victim to a superheat in the making. DeFay started off blazing, 6.33. Manuel feels like she's in another league at the moment.
Yeah. It seems like when Los Dodgers won the World Series, right? Where they just came out guns blazing, Joe, and then all of a sudden you got your 2020 World Series champions. But look at this. Manuel adds on another great score, 6.93. He got close to 15 points, and look at it from a perspective of an outsider. Her 3 scores are better than Joanne DeFay's 2 scores, or her best. Shelby doesn't even have anything remotely close to Malia's, and you ask me, and I think this is somebody that is motivated at the moment. She's 11 on the rankings, needs a decent result to get back into the top 9 and qualify for next year's CT. And I think this is the spot to do it, Joe, especially because, you know, Tahiti's going to be a toss-up. We don't know what kind of swell we're going to get. We don't know how the women are going to react being there for the first time in almost 20 years either. That turn was majestic. The first one slid the fins. That second one just aggressive too. She's got some AI. I think I see a lot of Roy Powers in there too. And another Kauaian in Dustin Barca as well. I like the little aggressiveness right there, Joe, with the rail work. And I think she looks polished. It looks like she's done homework on the spot too.
Big float to finish. And what a brilliant start. And yeah, when you grow up on the beautiful island of Kauai, it's pretty easy to find heroes. You know, she still sees Rochelle Ballard absolutely charging. Rochelle's still ripping, doing a lot of yoga. Malia's always been into health and conditioning for many, many years. So she sees Rochelle, she sees big wave legends and tour competitors like Keala Kennelly all the time. So it's pretty easy to find a lot of heroes right in front of your face, surfing perfect waves at home.
Some excellent female youth from there too. Gabriella Bryan. Kiala Tamara Bannert is another great one too. Obviously Alana Blanchard and Bethany Hamilton came out of Kauai as well. And yeah, that's an island that, regardless of how small it is, I actually think it's the one that's produced the most talent out of all of them.
It's amazing peer group when you look at Manuel and Alana Blanchard and Bethany Hamilton. They had so many incredible rivalries from a very young age. And for Malia to put on a performance now, outside qualification, you can tell she used the downtime well in the lead up to coming to Mexico. Strider Wazelewski, I haven't seen Malia in this kind of form in a long time, and it is so fun to watch.
You guys were talking about like grit from Kauai.
Catch up with Waz in just a moment. The mic just got a little bit waterlogged because he's going through a lot of waves and staying psyched. We'll catch up with Strider in a moment. 11:30 on the clock here. Manuel sitting in 11th position Remember, just moments ago, it was top 10 to requalify, now top 9, so she needs a big result. Back to Waz in the lineup.
Sorry about that. Got a little far away from Larry Haynes, my cameraman. But you know what? We were talking about the intensity of, you know, the athlete and the grit from Kauai, and Malia Manuel paddling out. She heard her score very loud and clear, set 6.93, I think it was. And she looks over at me and she says, "What did I get?" And she right in for Demir's opponent, and it was amazing to watch her want to hear the score and watch her opponent need to hear the score, and just to kind of rub it in a little bit. She definitely heard it. She definitely just wanted to hear it again, and she wanted her opponent to hear it.
There is that extra factor Waz is talking about. Of, you know, sometimes you see that when surfers raise their hands a lot. You're like, I bet they can hear the situation. They just want to hear that 8 over and over again. Competitors hear it. I think there's something to that, Mitch. It's like all timing. It's all part of the game in the art of war.
Let me just remind him again, who's in charge here? Who's the boss? Who's in the lead? No, but seriously, it's like the Coliseum out there right now. We got a couple of gladiators out there trying to make it out alive, and one spot makes a difference. 9 to 10 makes a huge difference. And all it takes is one result, Joe. And maybe it starts right here.
Well, you see what's on the line for all these surfers, for Detmers, this experience as a wild card and representing herself in Mexico. She's taking in a lot. This is the biggest heat of her life. Manuel's going. She's been a staple on the top 17. She has so much incredible surfing ahead of her. So she's feeling that pressure moment of looking for success to stay on tour. And Defay is number 2 in the world. What an amazing emotional win it was to see her, well, beat her roommate, who happens to be world number 1, Carissa Moore, when it came down to finals day. And her consistency that she's had this year was amazing. She definitely did incredibly well at Rottnest, built from there to a win at the Surf Ranch. Sees her number 2 in the world. Her best shot of her career to take a world title.
Is right now. I think that consistency has to be attributed to the work she's put in, obviously, in the off season. And I think just being able to be at home in Reunion during COVID, not knowing what's going to happen, everything is up in the air, Joe. I mean, even right now, we don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow or the month to come. But for Joanne, it was obviously just like, hey, well, you know, I'm going to spend as much time at home as I can. I've been on the road for majority of the year since I've been 16 years old. So you're talking about almost 10 years on tour, not being at home for around 8 months of the year. It's like, I'm going to spend it at home and enjoy it.
So true. And it just looking like she's enjoying her surfing. That gives off an energy. As you saw her results there quickly, she had a series of quarterfinals. Her results continue to build. And I mean, she was a part of that heat with Carissa Moore, where Carissa laid down the huge air at Newcastle. But Carissa needed that because Defay was in form that day. She was ripping that little right-hander rip bowl. And obviously Carissa changed the game with one of the biggest airs we've seen in competition. So it feels like she was always knocking on the door, and it started getting me thinking at that moment that she might be one of the more underrated surfers on tour, where she's ready to win at all times. Sometimes when she gets the big names like Carissa Moore, she'll make them more nervous than anyone else in the draw.
Yeah, and I'd like to see a stat, if we have any, about her average this year as far as competition goes, including the Surf Ranch. Because at the Surf Ranch alone, I think she'd have to be averaging around 15 to 16 points, which is really high. I mean, if you're getting two 8s at the Surf Ranch, where people struggle to get a 5, it means you're doing something pretty well.
Well, Defay also proved that she had figured something out in Lemoore, where a couple of years before, because we had the year off, she ended up finishing runner-up. With all that time off, it's not like a wave that you can surf every day. You've got to get permission or book some time on your own. And with the practice, you could tell it's like, wow, she's got even better. She understands how that wave works, and it's put her in a great position as a number 2 seed. I mean, for you, Mitch, heading into the Rip Curl WSL Finals, what seed would you want to be in to try to accomplish a world title on one day?
You know, I think it's pretty hard to argue that I wouldn't want to be number 1. I just think it puts you in such a good position to be world champion at the end of the day. But, you know, I wouldn't mind being number 4. because I think you see number 5, and then obviously after that you need to beat number 3, number 2, and number 1 respectively. But I just think you have a better seeding than a lot of other people. You're surfing from the start, and you're already getting a perspective of what the lineup is probably going to look like later on in the day. I think it's fair to say that the most rested surfer is obviously going to be number 1, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it couldn't go 3 heats, right? And that would be the surf off right at the end. If it goes 1 and 1, okay, it's up to the 3rd heat. And I think obviously the person on screen right now is pretty hard to beat. Olympic gold medalist Carissa Moore, number 1 in the rankings right now. But yeah, I'd probably say 3 or 4 to me is probably a good number.
Really cool to see Carissa Moore in this position, wearing the Jeep Leaders jersey and thinking about seeding. It's really interesting. I haven't heard anyone say 4 yet, you know, because you definitely have to get through whoever got through, or get through number 3 in the world, number 2 in the world, and then take on world number 1. Some momentum surfers, you think of Toledo on the men's side, it doesn't matter if he's 5th, especially at lowers. Well, he'll heat up all the way through a day like that. DeFay now rolling through this glassy section. Good timing for the wrap. Just her 3rd wave ridden as we hit the 5-minute mark. And DeFay needs an 8.6 to take the lead off Malia Manuel. Manuel turning in one of her best performances all year long.
What about you, Joe?
The Jeep recap features the start from Mexico, Shelby Detmers. She's got 6 rides and she continues to improve, not giving up.
Yeah, and her last 2 have been her best waves, 35.7 and a 30.73. It's a decent result so far for Shelby, but I feel like she has a lot more to give, a lot more to prove as well. And then Joanne has just been impeccable, really. 4.67 on her opener, 6.33 on this one. Really consistent on her feet. And more importantly, I just think she isn't expending any unnecessary energy. She knows that Shelby needs a pretty decent score to get back into 2nd, and this has been the standout surfer for me of the women so far, Malia Manuel. Great rhythm, Joe. Beautiful read of the waves, and I think that if she is able to maintain a certain level of consistency with the waves, a connection with Barra De La Cruz, not only could she be champion here, but she could also sneak into the WSL Final 5 heading into lowers.
Feels like sometimes when you remove it all about yourself and you're surfing for something bigger, and throwing a tribute to the great AI, she's channeling that energy and just completely letting go. She looks loose, she looks confident, she's celebrating her waves, and I'm just enjoying the moment with Malia. 6.93 and an 8. DeFay needs an 8.6. Shelby Detmers needs a 7.27. Remember, non-elimination, so 3rd goes into the elimination round. Detmers trying to avoid it now. Nice backside snap. Nice clean wave here that's allowing multiple turns down the line for Detmers. And she will just take this thing as far as it will let her go, laying into it a bit harder on the end section. Look out, here comes Malia. Full wrap to kick things off. Fades back into the pocket. Made the move to Darren Hanley's surfboards, and she's been loving how they feel under her feet. There's that flowing little fading cutback, and she might earn a double up here. Already starting to grow hard off the bottom. Big vert for Malia. Just lost that in transition, so she'll be keeping her big numbers from the 8 and the 6.93. 2:10 to go.
Well, if there's a couple of positives to take away from Shelby in this heat. 1, she never gave up. She's going to go out swinging. 2, she was on many waves, so at least she was always consistently trying. But I think most importantly, now you know what to improve on. Look at your waves, go back and watch them, and now let's be on better quality waves. And what can you improve on those waves that you did catch? So where do I need to attack the lid? What did my competitors do that gave them such high scores. And even the 4.67 of Joanne Defay was, you know, at least a point better than Shelby's waves. So what can I do that's similar to that, especially as a goofy footer out here, where I can maybe get something in the 6-point range and make my elimination round heat?
A big learning experience for Shelby Detmers, as she will get another chance. We'll see if we have enough time for that this afternoon, or if the elimination round will be out there first thing in the morning tomorrow.
Joe, so what ranking do you want to have going into the Rip Curl WSL?
I think there is something about feeling the conditions. I like that. I wouldn't want to be as deep as 4 in the world. I mean, we're talking the top 5 right now, the most informed surfers of the season. I think for me, with confidence, it would be the number 2 spot. You know, get that, or, you know, really see what's coming at you. If it's number 3 seed or someone from really deep, get that heat out of the way before you run head on into world number 1.
I think the good thing about starting early is that you only have to surf 1 heat. It's not like, oh, you have to surf 3 heats against this person. It's like, no, let me just make the 1. I'll make the next one, make the next one, and then the final is the 3.
As we see Defay closing this one out, showing off that amazing technique and form. Her style fits in incredibly well. Barra De La Cruz often travels with someone in her family. She's got her dad here, as they're enjoying the heat, had a beautiful lunch and preparing for this heat they've been waiting for all day long. And mission accomplished for Malia Manuel. Huge heat win. We'll see if her seeding changes into the next round. Defay right behind her. We'll see Detmers in the elimination round. Chris Moore's coming up next. We'll bring in Chris Cote and Kale Carranza for the call.
Great flow. Yeah, you know, just classy surfing.
Carissa Moore is marching through to the semi-finals for the 3rd time this year. Couple of solid turns there from Carissa Moore. This will be her best number to date. As we see, Carissa Moore, she surprised herself.
Yes.
A 9.9 for Carissa.
And look, she's just absolutely having a field day now.
First turn strong, second maybe even better.
Clean little wedge, set up well for Riss. She loves that real steep bowl. Now that slow motion bottom turn means it's tube time. Completely gone, Riss Moore. From this day forward, this town will be known as Carissa Lamore. Riss clinches a spot in the Rip Curl WSL Finals. We'll see you in September.
One of my favorite Joe Turpel calls ever. Carissa Lamore. Write it down, etch it in stone. It's here forever. Carissa Moore getting that win, which seems like ages ago. But we're right back at it, and we're going to start off with Bronte McCulley. Highly touted for her backhand prowess. She is so skilled in waves like this. And as I say that, she falls at the end of that section, but don't worry, more to come from Bronte and this surfer, the wild card representing Mexico. This is Regina Pioli. I am Chris Cote, sitting next to Kale Carranza. We're watching nice, fluid, formed out surfing from a wild card from here in Mexico. Kale, what do you know about Regina Pioli?
Oh, a lot. Regina is actually a local. She grew up in Huatulco, Oaxaca, just a 30-minute drive north of Barra de la Cruz. Started surfing a little bit later in life. She actually has a photo with Kelly Slater when she was 13 here at Barra de la Cruz. She didn't even surf before. She didn't even know she had a photo with Kelly until she came home just a few years ago. She spends a lot of time in Punta Mita in Nayarit, Mexico, in the mainland, and she saw this photo and she was like, wow, I didn't really get into surfing until after that Barra event. That really lit a fire under her, making her work hard and motivate herself into getting into the top 5 of Mexico. She currently spends quite a bit of time teaching people how to surf. She's a guide for all the perfect, fun, rippable waves that we have in Nayarit. And well, she's so happy to get the call. She got second in the trials to Shelby Detmers, thinking that she was not going to be able to compete. Last minute gets that call, is allowed to compete in this event. And well, a mere 30 minutes away from home, she's competing in the wave that saw her become the surfer that she is today.
True hometown hero, Regina Pioli, with a 2.67 on her opening wave. But now, Carissa rules everything around me. Cream, get the money. Here we go. The Carissa Moore show is about to begin. This wave right here has all the makings of exactly what Carissa Moore is all about. And with 30 minutes on the clock, here's the first opening wave from Carissa Moore, 4-time world champ, Olympic gold medalist. And now, currently your leader on the WSL Championship Tour. She's locked in a spot in the final 5. This could be the best year ever for Carissa Moore, who's already had a lot of amazing years behind her. And like I said, and I know no one would doubt me when I talk about Carissa Moore matching a wave. That right there is just textbook Carissa Moore, showing all her powers on her opening wave. Now we go back to the backside of Regina Pioli.
Oh, just a little bit late on that inside section for Regi. So I'm sure a lot of people watching in Mexico are rooting for Regina, who has been surfing throughout this coastline for more than a decade. She's really comfortable surfing all the different waves that Mexico has to offer. And speaking of great waves that fit your surfing, I feel like Barra de la Cruz fits Carissa Moore's surfing perfectly. Big open face carves, powerful through the midsection. Eyeing the lip line, you can see a little bit late there for that section, just using it to get around, knowing that she needed to do something big, a big layback dagger through that inside section. This young lady has surfed 412 heats compared to Stephanie Gilmore's 457, but she has 298 excellent waves ridden. Of all the ladies on tour, she's only 2 waves shy of having 300 excellent rides. That's a testament to how radical her surfing is.
She's pretty good at surfing.
Yeah, she's yeah, you could say that.
The understatement of the universe.
4-time world champion.
One of the all-time greats already, and more to come.
Gold medalist.
First ever.
You were there in Tokyo. What was that like?
Very emotional. Watching Carissa come in from the water, knowing that she had just made history.
Goosebump moment.
More like tears, you know, straight up crying. So 28:15 to go. And there is Carissa Moore making her way back into the lineup, always smiling, always excited, paddling right in front of Strider Wazelewski. I know you're feeling the good vibes coming from Carissa right there.
You know, I am. She was 40 yards away and she was saying hi, Strider. I was so stoked. She was just all smiles. And, you know, we saw her come by on the open face and it looked like the wave was backing off a little. And then she got to the inside and just went to town. And she really said she got almost caught behind. And I think that set her pace to come up vertical and get nice and radical in the lip and really kind of get up into the bowl where she needs to be to get those bigger scores. It's pretty impressive to see the Hawaiian surfers and how well they're surfing. I mean, Malia and and Carissa so far today have been the best surfers out here that I've seen, and it's been really fun to watch the power and the timing and what they've been putting on display. And well, this heat's not over yet, so I can't really say who's better yet between the two, but I love the way Malia was surfing earlier. She was really putting a knife in it and really getting the board angle where it needed to be in the bowl, which was really fun to watch. I love to see that board and that angle and the rail sinking in and, well, shredding all the way down the line.
Yeah, it's safe to say shredding when you're talking about Chris Moore, because that's exactly what she does. That last wave came through at an 8.33. She did it with a smile. Watch out, world. Carissa Moore's on fire, and she is showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. This, again, could be the best year of Carissa Moore's life.
That was
no
an
pressure.
interesting, yeah, that was an interesting comment on behalf of Strider, saying that she said she almost got caught behind. She did, you know, through that midsection, and she knew she had to do something dynamic. That layback is a very difficult maneuver to do, especially on that section that was coming at her. So smart decision from her to kind of take off on that wave without priority and see if it had anything on offer. We have to consider the tide going high yesterday afternoon. You guys had a little bit of a cheeky free surf, and you could see that the tide really affects this lineup, especially as the water moves into those rocks. It creates that reverberation, that backwash into the wave.
Yeah, it's definitely a really exciting lineup at any size, I would say, just because, you know, not only the visuals you have, but you can already see right now the water moving around, bouncing off that bluff, and it just makes it entertaining for sure when you're sitting out there surfing. I can imagine it would also be quite stressful just in a heat, not really knowing for sure what wave is going to do what. And when you're sitting in the lineup, you're looking in and you keep thinking that there's someone paddling out or someone's stuck right there, but these trees in the lineup adding to the exciting elements.
Absolutely, and I think when you speak of how exciting and how nervous it must be, or nerve-wracking it might be to be in the water, Regina Pioli grew up surfing these waves. We talked about Johnny Corzo being a wild card on behalf of Mexico and arguably being the surfer with the most experience. Regina has even more. She surfs here all the time. Barra, a little wave around the corner. She's very comfortable in right-handers. I would say her forte is surfing backside. So I know that she's feeling that pressure.
She's going up against one of the best backsiders right now on the Women's Championship Tour in Bronte McCauley, and that's why right there, up and engaged in the lip. Another beautiful backside hooking turn. Gets right back into it. That is great surfing from Bronte McCauley.
Really nice wind up off the bottom. You can see how as she's coming off the bottom, she's looking at that lip line and just going a couple feet ahead of that relatively flat white water coming at her. So she opted to do those carves, but I think what she was looking for the whole time was a connection with the lift. She got pretty close a couple of times. This young lady from Gracetown, Australia, has been on a steady climb. 15 on tour, then 14th, then 13th last year, or I should say a year and a half ago, and now in 12th. So every year getting better, Chris.
Oh yeah, and do not count her out for being in the top 5 in the years to come. Bronte McCauley improves every single event. So with 20:40 to go, our surfers are getting their positions back in the lineup. That gives us an opportunity to catch up with Malia Manuel, standing by with Mitchell Salazar.
Thanks, Chris. Malia, a fantastic performance, an 8 and a 6.93 on your score line. One of your best so far this year. What do you attribute it to?
It's just a long time coming. I think I had that in me, but I just didn't get the opportunity. And to have a wave like this, to be able to put it all out there was a good feeling.
You got Andy's name on your back. You got the number 8. What's it like honoring Andy Irons at one of the last events he won?
Right. It's just such an honor. It's such a privilege to represent him and Kauai. I really wanted to bring back to life the grace that he showed me growing up, and to like a similar wave to this. I just remember him, you know, telling me to go on some of the best childhood waves ever, and I wanted to bring that back to life and bring back his great surfing back to life.
Number 11 on the rankings right now, Malia. Is it safe to say that we're going to see your first win here in Mexico?
That'd be great, but it's too soon to say. There's a lot of heats to go, and hopefully we just keep getting good waves like this.
Thank you for your time, Malia. Good luck in the rest of the event. Chris?
One more.
We're right with you, Mitchell, in making that call, saying this is all the elements are here for a win for Malia Manuel. Her point, though, exactly right. There is a lot of surfing yet to come. You get excited on these day ones, all the scenarios start to unfold, but remember, it's still non-elimination rounds. Everything will change. We're gonna wake up tomorrow morning, a whole new set of challenges, a whole new, set of conditions for our surfers, and of course, new opponents for everybody.
And I love that last question from Mitch, kind of chucking the bait out there,
win?
seeing if
you're
you
gonna
would
win,
bite. Is it safe to say that you're gonna win? Smart, politically correct, said it's a little too soon, but I think Mitch wanted to hear her just say, yes, I'm going to do it.
Period.
And it's always fun to hear that confidence from surfers, but obviously most of these surfers, I have to say, Chris, are very humble, very aware of what they have to do to win an event of this caliber. So they know that, small little mistake can cost a win. Malia Manuel, the way she's been surfing here at Barra really fits not only Malia's, I would say, but also Carissa's. I think Strider had a really interesting comment saying that it really suits Hawaiian surfing. It has that power. And if we see a little bit more swell, it's going to be interesting to see how they fare.
Well, conditions are just getting so stunning. I mean, it is absolutely rippable. There's nothing death-defying about this wave right now. It is all fun, and we've got the world's best surfers in the water showing us what's possible on these waves. It just makes it that much more special to watch. And we're still only looking at maybe B- C grade Barra. You can imagine when we jump up into that A+ range, things are just going to get that much more spectacular. But these surfers are going to have to earn their way into those latter rounds. There is no easy pass through any of these heats. I mean, I'm claiming on the women's side, just like the men's side, the wild card conversation, the replacement surfer conversation is looming large because we've got so many new names and new faces entering the lineup that, Carissa Moore's definitely never surfed against Regina Pioli, and with the seeds that have been going head-to-head in these 3 surfer heats, we've seen some new matchups that are been pretty cool to watch.
Oh, absolutely, and it's an amazing opportunity for Regina, for Shelby Detmers, and the entire Latin American contingent that has an opportunity to showcase their talent in the world stage. That doesn't happen often. Last time it happened was almost 2 decades ago, 16 years ago. Many surfers from Latin America fight to get waves in Hawaii. They get on the QS, they grind it out, and still we haven't really seen anyone from Latin American countries, except for Brazil, obviously, make it onto the tour, especially on the men's side.
And what we're seeing now is Bronte McCulley unleashing her 4th turn down the line. And that right there is just pure commitment. And I think we're all fine with that. She's already got a good score with a 6.67, but now she's got a front row seat to the Carissa Moore show, which is always fun to watch, I'd imagine, except for when you're in heat against her. And that right there will be a backup score, most likely, looking to replace a 2-1-0. Did that and more.
That was a cool re-entry on the inside. Just kind of slow pace, tail above the lip, sliding sideways on her board. Really clean surfing from Carissa. You said it, it's a backup, but it's going to be a big one.
And we got some deep stats powered by Hydro Flask. Well, Carissa Moore has had 1 event win, but check this out. This season, she's had 20 heat wins, an astounding season percentage for heat wins, a 76.92%. That means she wins 3/4 of the time. That's a lot.
Yeah.
That's probably the biggest heat win percentage of anybody on the championship team.
Yeah, and the way she's surfing, it's no surprise that that is happening. You see her paddling out right there, kind of pacing herself, making her way out. It's incredible surfing. It's one of the most radical surfing on behalf of the women that we see. Silvana Lima there is on that list, Carissa Moore as well, and her perfect waves, I should say her excellent scores are a testament to that, as we see Bronte just going to town. A little bit early on that floater, wasn't able to get the projection out into the flats. Leans a little bit too hard on her heel side and goes down. Carissa, nice clean wrap, really committing. And it's not an easy thing to do here at Barra, to do that. Wrap yourself all the way around into the white water. Sometimes you feel like you got to cut it short and make sure you're out into the open face. But Carissa, she's committing all the way this turn, really smooth, really nice. The way she compressed her knees as she was coming down almost slowed the maneuver down and made it feel like she was way more in control than many of the maneuvers we've seen today. So really nice surfing from her.
Let's see what the judges do with that last wave. She is sitting on one of the highest single scoring waves of the entire event. 8.33 from her second wave in this heat. Still 17 minutes to go. Bronte McCulley is in the lead, but Carissa Moore only needs a 2.87 to jump up into that top spot where she probably feels most comfortable. Out in the lead. She is in that yellow Jeep leader jersey.
And what an incredible opportunity for Regina. You know, you see her name alongside two of the world's best. Regi usually surfs with some professional surfers in Nayarit, but definitely no women of this caliber. So to have her name there, to get the experience, to really see from the water what it is those turns look like, it is quite different, Chris, to see surfing of this caliber from the beach than being out in the water with them.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like that point is something that any young surfer out there, or old surfer, any surfer, you get the opportunity to see this kind of surfing up close and personal from the water. It's a whole new ball game. It's twice as fast as it looks.
It is. That's
from the
exactly.
land. You know,
yeah.
it's. We have all the best camera angles, the best camera people in the business, covering all the action. And you know, luckily for us, we have the opportunity here to really get into the details. Slow motion, these HD cameras, every drop of water frozen in time. So you know, we do have the ability to study everything. There is something about that in person. You know, when you're paddling over a wave, you see Carissa Moore flying at you 100 miles an hour. Rail engage, that's something special.
Absolutely. And seeing the competitors out in the water, calmly, patiently waiting for the set waves. You have to remember, low tide was around 10:38 this morning. It is 4:24 local time. So that tide is pushing, that tide is coming in really quickly. It is a very strong coefficient. Not as strong as maybe say France or Indonesia, but we do have a 3 to 4 foot change in tides, and with that you can see how the waves start getting closer in. They're actually eating up that sandbank that you see on the bottom of your screen where the jet ski is sitting, and well, that sand is going to get sucked right back out into the lineup and potentially going to improve on what the wave already is here at Barra.
You see empty trailers on the beach. We've got our Red Bull skis in the lineup now, covering all the action. And with 14 minutes on the clock, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with more action. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up.
Que no teníamos un secreto en México, hoy se hace posible y agradecemos por supuesto a todo el ayuntamiento de Santiago Aztaca, la joya del Pacífico, aquí en Barra de la Cruz, México. Atención, la mexicana, Regina Piolli, gana.
Well, we're getting closer to happy hour, but we've got some business to take care of. One of the greatest surfers to ever ride a surfboard is in the lineup right now, Carissa Moore, and she's on top. An 8.33 and a 6. Bronte McCulley. Her backhand skills have gotten her into second place with a 6.67 and a 4.53. The local, the hometown hero, Regina Piolli, with a 2.67 and a 2.17. She needs an 8.53 to get up into the second and advancing spot, but even if she does get third place here, she will have another opportunity to surf her beloved home break here at Barra de la Cruz. And I don't think we've seen the best yet from Regina. We know how skilled she is in this lineup. Hopefully she'll get the opportunity to show us everything she's got.
Yeah, and I think it's a matter of finding the right wave. And you think with the experience that Regina has, with the experience that Johnny Corzo has, they would find the waves here. that was not the case. There are so many waves going by unridden that are hitting that inside bank, and bigger waves are kind of luring those surfers to sit further out. Regina, she knows what she has to do. I got a chance to catch up with her just a few minutes before she paddled out, and she was feeling nervous. She says it's a different kind of pressure. It's like, look at, oh my God, look at the draw. I'm surfing against Carissa Moore. Obviously that pressure gets to you. I was trying to tell her, just think of surfing with your best mates out in La Bahia and Nayarit, and kind of that mental game is so important for all these surfers.
There you go, Carissa Moore. That was a textbook roundhouse cutback. Bam, right into the white water. Does another one. Throwback maneuver. Pure rail and power. Carissa again.
Goodness.
I mean, I'm trying to tell her to come in, but that's going to be another huge score.
I like the way she surfed that wave. She was always kind of close to the pocket, close to that white water. First couple of turns were more arky, more roundhousey, as you were saying, and she was just waiting for that section to kind of give her that coping. Third maneuver was way more critical, a little bit more kind of top to bottom, I would say, not as horizontal, and that's what surfers are trying to do. Carissa doing such a good job at pacing herself through those maneuvers, really clean, calm, relaxed. That's not an easy thing to do, Chris, when you're surfing a perfect wave and you're seeing, you know, perfection 500 meters down the line.
Here is the local, Regina Pioli. Her backhand there, she gets engaged just under the lip line there. The wave kind of dying underneath her feet, but did a couple nice turns out the back.
I think she's going to learn a lot from this heat, really see, you know, she, as you said, she has another opportunity, so she will most likely have a look at the heat replay. One of the major differences in why you see those 2.1s and 2.6s versus 4s, 6s, and 8s from Bronte and Carissa is that the maneuvers that Regina is doing are a little bit more either out in the flats or she's not hitting the top of the lip. So if you split the wave into 4 areas, she's kind of hanging in the bottom half, I would say, of the wave. As soon as she makes her way up, higher up the lip, that's when the scores are going to go up into that mid-range, if not excellent.
Well, there are plenty of opportunities out there. Strider Wazelewski is in the box seats right there in the channel. What are you seeing change-wise here, Strider, with conditions?
You know, I love what Kale was talking about with the tide pushing up. It's really bringing these waves. They're hugging the sandbar really well. It's kind of getting right in. The bigger waves are allowing themselves to get inside the bay more before they break, and they're really standing up nice, just like that way we saw Carissa on just now, where she was able to do a couple nice open face carves and then get to the inside, do some lip line work. You know, it's an odd directional thing out here because, you know, west is back here, right, Kale? And then south is out there, north is over here. We're all turned around out here because down inside of these bays, and just watching the way that these waves come in is impressive to see them wrap in here. There's the local surfer getting after it on the inside.
Regina Pioli now. See a little fire inside, fighting her way around that section. Didn't work out for her, but a good turn on the outside section there for Regina. 9 minutes to go. Carissa Moore does improve over that 6-point rider. The 6.63 came on the strength of 3 big turns. Next heat, making their way around the rocks, get out there. This is going to be another good one.
You can see how much sand has been pushed on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. That doesn't happen all the time, so that's a good indicator as to how much sand is out here. Carissa Moore, really clean. You can see how she paces herself. You can almost count the seconds as she goes through those turns right there. A little bit more coping, so she's able to go higher, a little bit more vertical. Well, just a little bit of a stumble there as the wave hits that inside section with the backwash bouncing off the rocks. That's something that tends to happen quite a bit here at Barra with that incoming time. That last kind of 100 meters of ride gets kind of tricky to surf.
When you have a signature turn like Carissa's, kind of that high line carve where she opens up her arms and kind of goes back towards the power source. She did 2 of those on that wave. I mean, that is something that if you just silhouetted that image, you would know exactly who it is. But that just shows you how good her technique is and always has been since the time she won every amateur event that she did. And pretty easily got herself on the championship tour and started winning titles. You know, she's used that powerful, just, I don't want to say stock standard because the way she does it is elevated beyond, but just a nice power hack on her front side.
The fundamentals, right? I mean,
Yeah,
fundamentals of surfing were back in the day just big carves, staying on rail.
And it never gets old.
It never gets old. Progressively, surfing became more of a above and over the lip kind of sport, thanks to skateboarding, and now snowboarding also coming into the mix. Surfers like Chris Cote started to call certain maneuvers in surfing leaning more towards what they're called in skateboarding.
Yeah. It's a whole new conversation, and it's a fun debate because no one gets hurt.
As you see beautiful waves there on the inside, tide coming in. Surfers lifting their hands up in the air. They want the scores. They want to know what's going on. They are sitting pretty far out from where the judges' tower and the beach commentators are. So it's not an easy thing to hear the scores. As you see Carissa, this type of surfing.
Recap here with 6.5 minutes to go. Here's how it's all gone down. Carissa Moore with an 8.33 and a 6.63.
This was the 8.33, courtesy of that beautiful lay-back dagger on that inside section. See how she jumps off? There's already a little bit more backwash. And Bronte, so lethal on her backhand. I loved that turn, just the way she paced herself as she was coming off the bottom, connects with the lip, is forced to kind of tag the wave on the shoulder a couple of times. But when she gets that coping, she really pushes a lot of water. 6.67 for her first ride and backs it up with a 4.53. So really nice surfing for Bronte. I want to see her kind of read this lineup a little bit better and get a wave that allows her to do a little bit more vertical surfing. We're talking about backside versus front side. You can really whip that board more towards 12 o'clock. And with the surfing that Bronte has on her backhand, she could very easily get an excellent score like Carissa did on wave 2.
Well, we got 5 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Carissa Moore well into the lead. But Bronte McCulley, given the opportunity, she could get an 8.3. I would not put that against her in any conditions.
Absolutely.
But especially out here, we've seen she's kind of had 2 shorter waves than Carissa had. So if she could get a full wave from beginning to end all the way to the inside section, that's where that 8.3 could come from.
Agreed, and I think she knows that, basing myself off of how many waves she has caught. She's only caught 3 waves, and Carissa and Regina have caught 6. So clearly, patience is what Bronte is going for. It's so easy to have that patience when you're on land, but in the water, 5 minutes go by quick. So she's going to have to roll the dice on one wave pretty soon.
Yeah, and Carissa now is kind of footloose and fancy-free, has the luxury to pretty much take off on any wave she wants, and mistakes are not going to be held against her because she has 2 big solid scores. That right there could have been a wave that just, formed up for her on the inside and gave her something wild to work with.
That's probably the only disadvantage of surfing Barra de la Cruz on your front hand, is that you start getting ahead of yourself. You do a turn, and halfway through finishing the turn, you're already eyeing the next section. And I think that's what happened with Carissa. She was coming down off of that last maneuver, looking towards the shoulder of the wave. And as she did that, a little bit too much weight on her front foot made the tip of the board go under. And it's such an annoying mistake as a surfer. You know exactly that you kind of want to stay with the wave and focus on what's in front of you, not what's going to happen. So you'll see this wave kind of growing as she's going through it. Really clean connections, very dynamic, up and above the lip surfing, and you can see where she was looking down the line. And unfortunately for her, a little mistake, but with the way things are going for her in this heat, an 8.33 and a 6.63, that little mistake is just going to be an oops. You're not going to cry about it.
She can make mistakes, yeah.
Absolutely.
3.5 to go, and I'd say to that point, that's probably one of the top 2 reasons that surfers fall, especially in competition, is thinking about the next turn midway through your turn. We see it happen all the time.
I almost feel like it happens more going frontside here at Barra than backside. You have to finish your turn backside, make sure you're looking towards the beach, and then look to your right. But front hand, you're actually looking always down the line, always trying to project forward. And as we see some beautiful looking waves. This tide with this swell direction, Chris, this is what dreams are made of. This is the type of session and the conditions that you want to have fun out there today.
Yeah, it's looking like a playground out there. 2 minutes, 55 seconds to go. Local time here, 4:40 p.m. And temperature is feeling about 90 degrees in the air.
Humidity
about
120.
80 degrees in the water. It's a tropical heat.
very humid heat. Yes. As we see Regina up and riding. This is the local from Huatulco. Trippy wave, Chris. A little bit too fat. Hits that deep section of the sandbank. And unfortunately for her, she's just going to have to kick out and go out the back to try and find something with not a lot of time remaining.
I would venture to say that during a free serve, Regina would be on the top of the pecking order out here, regardless of who's surfing, Carissa, Steph, whoever. She would be on the top of the pecking order as a local.
Absolutely.
But in heats, things, you know, are obviously a little bit different. And who wouldn't be intimidated surfing against Carissa Moore and
Big
Bronte
turn.
McCulley, who is so in form right now?
Big maneuver on the inside. That is what we were waiting to see. That's the wave that Bronte was looking for. A wave that gives her a little bit more size, a little bit more of a canvas to do those big vertical snaps on the inside. And it is going to be a clutch wave for her. She's looking to have to go excellent. 8.3. Yeah. Not quite sure if that's going to be it, but most likely going to replace that 4.53, if not even better, that 6.67.
Well, mathematically speaking, you see her 6.67, which is just slightly above Carissa's backup score of a 6.63, hence the need for the 8.30, but not out of the realm of possibility. She hammered this thing at the end of the wave.
Staying really close to that foam, close to that white water, eyeing that section. Big blast on that inside. So that was the best turn of the wave. And that was the wave, I think not only her, but a lot of us were waiting for her to catch. As we see some nice waves out the back. It's really hugging the rocks, Chris. It's a totally different looking lineup than what we've seen throughout the course of the morning.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the judges do there, because you remember the big kind of layback snap that Carissa Moore did to get that 8.33 to finish her wave. So that shows us that not only, so Carissa had the big finish, but also a lot of work from the outside. The wave was a little bit bigger. Bronte did pretty much everything she could on that wave. The finishing turn, the best, probably best backside snap we've seen of this heat so far, but it wasn't enough. It was a 5.93. It did improve on her backup score, but she still needs an 8.30 to catch up to this surfer riding now. Carissa Moore hunting the ramp. She gets it. Little booster there. Didn't come down with it, but I love the intent.
Yeah, in Mexico we say that was a half a kilo of tortillas, just right, maybe, 5 inches.
5 inches.
Not a big air. You guys would call it a credit card air. Obviously, we kind of tend to talk more about food down there.
Well, with that, seeding round heat 3 is done. Carissa Moore, convincing victory with an 8.33 to 6.63. Bronte McCulley comes through in second. Regina Pioli will go to the second round. We got so much serving to come. Stick around. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. We're straight into it. Tatiana Weston Webb, currently enjoying one of the best seasons of her career. And again, you would have to say this is a wave that plays to Tatiana's strengths. Her backside surfing, always lethal. And it is so playful out there right now that I think all these surfers are going to get involved quickly as we see Courtney Conlogue now. She's looking sparked up here.
Yeah, board looking really nice under her feet. This is live action. Just clean tags, a lot of power, blasting cool. Those 3 fins up and above the lip, and she does it again. Eyeing that inside section, she has to do something big.
Oh yeah.
Goodness me.
Not a make.
That was a definite almost.
That was so close, but as we've seen, the judges, they are going to hold you to a very high standard, as they should. This is the highest level professional surfing, as we see Macy Callahan gets involved as well. So big things happening right from the jump here in seeding round heat 4. Tatiana Weston-Webb versus Courtney Conlogue versus Macy Callahan. You've got Brazil, the USA, and Australia all represented in this surfing super heat.
That's going to be interesting to see how backside versus front side plays out in this heat. Tati Weston-Webb, number 4 in the world, coming down to Barra de la Cruz a little bit early with her man, Jesse Mendez. And to what was a surprise to me as well, their video man is none other than Greg Browning, a surfer that we used to see quite a bit in Taylor Steele videos, a surfer that I looked up to quite a bit. And it's really cool to have a surfer with that experience, that kind of radical surfing, videoing you, coming in and kind of telling you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong. I got a chance to catch up to Greg, and he actually said that they don't really talk to each other about what they should do. I'm talking about Jesse and Tati. It's almost impossible to kind of tell your partner what you should be doing in the water.
You blew it on that last wave. That'll start a fight.
It will, and it was Greg who said that he's the one that actually has to tell him, like,
he's
hey,
intermediary.
This is what you should do. This is what you should have. This was good. It's another funny thing to hear is that it switches off a little bit as to who has more energy and who wants to surf more. Sometimes it's Jesse, sometimes it's Tati. It's a dream dynamic duo.
No doubt. And Greg Browning is a guy that's done and seen a lot of amazing surfing as the producer-director of the Drive-Thru series. He's been around the world and back a million times with the best surfers on the planet. And that's why the edits and all the cool stuff you see from Tatiana always just comes through so correct.
It'll be interesting to hopefully find out what it is that their game plan was. Obviously, they're going up against number 9 in the world, Courtney Conlogue, with 12 CT wins, the 2015 runner-up. She was so close to clinching that world title. And one of my favorite surfers, very strong, extremely powerful, really nice approach, using her rails more and more in her surfing. And, well, I feel like Barra de la Cruz is one of those great waves for Courtney. It gives her that power, but it has that kind of joyful, thin lip line that allows surfers to kind of go really hard off that lip. It's not like a Western Australia where the entire wave is strong. You know, it's like soft on the top and kind of strong on the inside on the bottom half, which makes it really, really fun to surf.
And if things get heavy out here, if it gets to that 6 to 8 foot range, Courtney Conlogue will be an absolute standout and very tough to beat in waves of consequence. A right-hand draining point break. I mean, that's Courtney's bread and butter right there. You know she would attack.
She charges, and she also prepares herself mentally quite a bit. I actually luckily got a chance to go to a breathing class with her in California. She does everything she can to be better. As we see Macy, the young 20-year-old from Avoca, Australia. Love her approach. Got that progressiveness in her surfing, that young blood. Gets herself a 6.0 on this wave, Chris.
Really cool style. I like how she kind of keeps her arms wide open through her turns. It just looks really nice.
Yeah,
and then you see Courtney here just whipping into her forehand turns. This is as good as I've seen Courtney look this year on tour. I mean, she's looking just fast and loose and like everything's in complete control. Liking it. Yeah, I'm loving it. I'm changing my answer. I'm loving it.
Yeah, I feel like her board's looking really nice. Her stance perfectly positioned. There, just a little bit too much weight on her heel side as that whitewater was coming from right to left. And Tati, a different approach. You can see on her backhand, she can really whip that board around. But when she commits to that rail, you have to be careful. Sometimes you end up a little bit behind the 8 ball as you see her right there. So that is the advantage and disadvantage of going backside. You can really commit to that turn, but you push hard enough, you're going to end up right next to that whitewater. Really difficult to catch up to this wave.
Yeah, it's faster than it looks. You got to remember, these are the best surfers in the world, and they're matching this wave's tempo pretty easily. But first-hand knowledge, it is a very fast wave and easy to get caught behind.
And all of these surfers have only caught one wave, so what you're seeing on screen right there is the result of one wave. So you can see all of them starting off pretty strong. The majority of the heats in the last couple of hours, we've seen a lot of 2s, a lot of 0.67s, and these competitors probably learning and seeing what the ocean is doing, knowing that you want to start strong. You want to make sure you don't land in those elimination rounds. You got to get yourself through the main event, and sometimes without priority, as we see there. Our surfer in white, Macy, could potentially get the better wave of the heat, sitting a good 30 to 50 meters further inside.
27 minutes on the clock. You look back, Chris Moore's performance of 14.96 to get the win. Courtney Conlog, she's halfway there with a 7.67. That's a huge opener for Courtney Conlog. Surfer out of California.
Ooh, nice looking wave. You can see it's one of those that grow. Tati Weston right up the riding.
Love the slingshot effect. Right when you stand up on this wave, it just rocket ships you down the line. Here we go. Now this wave's going to start to perk up for Tatiana. She's doing the work, set things up, waiting for it to form up, and I was wrong. It does not.
The luck element. Sometimes those waves look like they're going to do it, but they do not, as we see Courtney up and riding.
Courtney Conlog now kind of doing a similar patience game as we saw from Tatiana, but this wave looks like it could be a different story. Hugging the sandbank, forming up. She's waiting for it. She gets it. Big blowtail snap.
What a maneuver on that inside section.
That was radical surfing by Courtney Conlog.
You said it. You like the way Courtney's surfing, as do I. That was
I'm loving it.
Very, yeah. That's
elevated it.
Sorry, yep. And I have to agree with you. I love that surfing. I can see how she was looking at that inside section, knowing she had to do something dynamic, something unique. You know, we talk about that wow factor. That wow factor, in my experience, translates to degree of difficulty and progression. And that is a maneuver we really haven't seen on that inside section. Carving her way through the mid part of this wave and releasing all 3 fins up and above. It looked like she kind of held her rail a little bit as she was halfway through that maneuver. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges give it, Chris. That was one big maneuver on that inside.
That was
section.
loud, right? That was the type of maneuver you could hear from the beach. Crack.
It's those maneuvers that competitors that are sitting in the Red Bull athlete zone stand up and clap to. That was one of those maneuvers.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. All right, Mitchell Salazar, don't get nervous. You're only about to interview one of the best surfers to ever do it, an Olympic gold medalist, 4-time. You know the stats. Mitchell Salazar is standing by with Carissa Moore.
Chris, I am nervous because Carissa, I'm sorry, I'm going to be the first one to apologize. I don't have you as my power surfer. I put Stephanie as my power surfer, and after her performance, I kind of feel bad. But talk to me about the waves here in Mexico. I know you were looking forward to the event.
Hey, I wanted to let you know I'd probably pick Steph too.
Right.
This is it's kind of very similar to Snapper, and she's like the star and queen of Snapper. So she'll be one to beat in this event, and the waves are really fun.
How's your trip been so far?
So far, it's been like surf trip vibes. You couldn't ask for a better trip down here so far. Beautiful waves, fun waves, good food, and really good people, good vibes.
24 event wins so far. What would it mean to have event win number 25 right here in memory of Andy Irons?
I haven't even really thought about numbers of wins or this or that, but to win here in Mexico and to win at an event in memory of Andy Irons would be really special.
One more thing, Chris. Olympic gold medalist, 4 world championships, going into the Rip Curl WSL Finals in September. How good do you feel still being #1 in the rankings?
I'm so stoked. I feel like I'm in a really good place in life, and I know that I have my work cut out for me the next 2 events and into the finals. The girls are absolutely ripping, like tearing it apart out here. It's so fun to watch today, and just the whole season. I know it's going to be a fun battle till the end.
Can we get a Viva Mexico from you, Carissa?
Viva
Mexico.
Viva Mexico.
Yeah, that's what we like. Thanks for your time, Carissa. We appreciate it. Chris?
That's the vibe, and I feel good about my power surfer pick, the one and only Carissa Moore.
You know what tends to happen when we watch Carissa Moore interviews? That by the time the interview is done, everyone that watched the interview is smiling.
You just like her more, which is hard because you already liked her so much before the,
Well, you
I know
appreciate
exactly
her,
what
you
you're saying.
appreciate her surfing when you see her in the water, and then she comes in and she's just so nice and humble and lovable. A true, like, she's a surfer that everyone in the world admires, not only because of what she does in the water, but of how she is on land. And I think that's a really incredible attribute.
Yeah, she's definitely already given a lot back, and will continue to do so. That's just one thing we know about Carissa Moore. But she's got some big heats coming up against, and she knows it. You know, she just talked about Stephanie Gilmore, who's preparing in the Red Bull Athlete Zone right now. And I'm wondering for Stephanie Gilmore, with everybody saying, "Well, this is her bread and butter. This is kind of like snapper. She's going to do great here." Does that, you know, do you hear that noise when you're going into these heats? Or I'm sure a GOAT level surfer like Steph Gilmore has the ability to cancel everything out.
Yeah, I think you hear it, and the real question is, how do you cancel it out?
Do you tap into it? Do you use it?
How do you cancel that? The noise, the pressure, the fact that even Carissa is saying that she's the queen of snapper in Barra de la Cruz. It's kind of a young sister to Snapper Rocks. So you'd think Stephanie would do really well, and all she has to do is focus on herself. I think it's all about just surfing like she was out there with Mick and Joel and all the boys.
Yeah, and hopefully she has us on mute in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We don't want to add to the pressure. 21:30 to go here in the seeding round, Heat 4. This is the opening round of the women's event here at the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. This is a non-elimination round. If you're just joining us, we'd like to enlighten you just to a few quick rules here. All three of these surfers will surf again. Top 2 finishers will head into the 3rd round. They'll get to skip that 2nd round, which is the start of our elimination rounds. So if you get 3rd place here in the seeding round, you've got a sketchy road to travel to make your way into the final series. Those 2nd round heats, arguably more difficult than a quarterfinal, than a semifinal, because there's a lot at stake in those heats.
Absolutely, and a lot at stake for Macy, who's been waiting a long time for this wave. She got a 6.0 on her first ride and kicks out of that one, really not seeing scoring potential through the inside section of the wave. And I do believe that with this tide, surfers are going to be riding the wave mid section of the Barra bank and realizing whether there is or isn't scoring potential. So I think that's going to be really beneficial to surfers.
Well, sitting out the back with priority is Tatiana Weston-Webb. She only needs a 3.27 to get herself into pole position. Courtney Conlon currently in the lead with that 7.67 as her high mark.
So 3.27.
Not too bad. Not too bad. Not too bad for Tatiana. She could do that in her sleep. Courtney Conlon is traveling with her shaper, Tim Stamps. And that's pretty cool because, I mean, that is basically the best research a shaper can do. Be on site at a wave like this, watching the details of how your boards are working. They've been working together for a long time. Tim Stamps, underrated for how great of a shaper he is. He's a legend in the shaping room.
And it must feel good to be Tim right now, looking at world number 9 surf so well on your boards. You must be thinking, wow,
oh, yeah.
I kind of
I kind of nailed it on that one. Yeah. And as he should, because that is a huge factor, of course, to any surfer at this level. You know, you got to have the best boards under your feet, and you know the relationship with Courtney and Tim going way back, and everything is just so finely tuned between these two, and you can just tell Courtney is loving the surfboard she's on right now.
Yeah, it's very unique for a surfer to have a shaper with whom you've worked quite a long time. We had a chance to talk to Tico from Brazil, Tico Oliveira, who's been shaping boards for Italo since Italo was 13. So that relationship is very similar to what Courtney has with Tim. They've been working for quite a long time. It's not the same thing, you know, to not know maybe Britt Merrick or Matt Violas and go to them and be like, your last board didn't really do it for me, or maybe it did. You don't feel that comfortable, but when you've known someone for that long, you can really tell them in all honesty what the board is feeling like under your feet.
I don't think any words are needed, just action. That's what Courtney's doing right now to show us how good this surfboard is. And this is the turn that a lot of people will be talking about. Well, a lot of people are going to be talking about all those turns, but
this was actually
that final turn right there was pretty amazing. But
it was an incomplete.
We know what the turn we're talking about.
And it came in at a 7.67, Chris. So without a doubt, had she been able to ride on clean through that inside section after her last turn, she would have gone excellent. So a little mistake. I feel a little bit of she had confidence coming out of that maneuver, but she wasn't expecting that white water to come from behind her and kind of push the board away from her, putting weight on her heel side and going down. So a little mistake that's not really going to cost her looking at what she's been doing throughout the heat. But with 17 minutes remaining, I feel like Tati and Macy could very easily replace not one, but 2 scores.
Yeah, a 7.67 is a big achievement, but she's definitely got to stay on the offensive and keep pushing. We're going to take a quick break, but we'll be back with more action. Huge matchups coming up. Do not go anywhere. You're watching the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver.
So Barra de la Cruz in the coast of Oaxaca, what a lot of people don't know, it's one of the most biodiverse coastlines on the planet. There's coral reefs, there's carbon storing mangroves, and there's these sea turtle nesting beaches. So today we're gonna do our small part to prepare this beach for the female turtles that'll be nesting here. But I hope we do much more. I hope you guys leave inspired to take action, and that you guys leave with the knowledge and tools to use your platforms to inspire others.
The ocean is not just our home, it's so many other incredible creatures, so we need to do our best to keep it clean and conserve it, because it's not only our home.
So we're working with Mexico's National Commission for Protected Areas and local communities to protect places like Barra de la Cruz for the sea turtles, for the mangroves, and for people's ability to go enjoy the ocean.
It feels like for us even more of a responsibility to keep it clean, to keep it protected. I feel like the most important part about conservation, it's through education.
So Wild Coast is a grantee of WSL Pure. We're also a partner in the We Are One Ocean Coalition. We're calling on world leaders to protect 30% of our ocean by 2030. And we could do our part by visiting weareoneocean.org, signing the petition, and sharing that.
Absolutely love the work that Wild Coast and our friend Zach Plopper have been doing, getting involved right down to basically, the basic necessities of picking trash up off the beach. But I love to see it. They're doing so much more than that. You can scan this QR code on screen right now, or go to weareoneocean.org, sign the petition, share it with your friends and family.
God, they made it easy.
It's very easy.
Point your phone towards the screen, hit on the camera, and before you take the photo, you'll get the link in your browser as we see Tati up and riding.
Yeah, I think we can all take a note. Live like Zach. Be motivated.
Live like Zach.
Not
like
just
Tati.
Yeah, not just for yourself or your fellow humans, but also for all the awesome creatures that call this place home. I saw a huge turtle out here earlier today, so we know that this place has a rich, biodiverse ecosystem in and out of the water. We know how special and important this place is to the entire planet. There are only a few wild coasts like this left in existence, so as stewards of the ocean, we've all got to be involved on a local and a global level.
Kind of shifting our attention to what is happening in this heat, Chris. I was both stoked and disappointed at that last wave. One, the way she surfed was incredible. She was creating and making turns on sections that weren't really there to hit. I was more disappointed with what the wave was doing for Tati. It just kind of backed off. It kind of hit that deeper section, Thankfully, it still rode on through. So a lot of those waves tend to kind of die completely on this tide. This one had enough lack of water, I should say, to kind of roll through that sandbank. So it was really impressive to see Tati surf the way she did on that wave.
I like that. You sound like my parents. You're not mad, just disappointed.
At the wave.
At the wave, not at the performance. I'm right there with you, Kyle. 12 minutes 45 to go. Courtney Conlogue still in the lead. That's 7.67. That's kind of the wall that she built around herself to keep her competitors away from her. She's got a 4.93 as a backup.
Yeah, that back wall could be a little bit higher.
But she increased the brick level. With 12:30 to go, she's got plenty of time to do it. She is out the back with priority. Everything's falling into the proper place for Courtney Conlogue. It's been a minute since we've seen Courtney hoisting a trophy over her head. And it is early, but I'll tell you, the way she's surfing, she could be holding up one of these amazing hand-carved trophies made right here locally.
I'm glad you
I don't know if we've unveiled them yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
They'll be a big, cool surprise for everybody to see soon.
If you've seen the cartoon Coco, there's inspiration drawn from there. That's
I'm in. You had me at Coco. I'm in. 11:50 to go. Pretty cool how many different looks we've seen of Barra de la Cruz today. You know, we've seen it wind affected. We've seen kind of chunks down the line, multiple sections. We've seen nice, clean, glassy faces. And now we're kind of starting to see a mix of the two. Plenty of opportunity there, as you see Macy Callahan right there. Or I'm sorry, Courtney Conlogue again, busting fins through on that opening turn.
Everything about the beginning of that ride I love. The bottom turn, the compression, the extension, and how much water exploded up and over the lip.
She's got more for you on the inside.
That was incredible. Something about her surfing has changed, Chris. I feel like before she used to power through her maneuvers. This time she powers towards the beginning and then glides and engages a rail all the way through. So it is going to be a big score. There's no doubt about that. Just the way she controlled it. My only question to the judges is, are they going to deem that first maneuver completely controlled? Or was there a moment there where she didn't have control of the surfboard?
I think it was right there on the razor's edge, which more often than not the judges like. You know, if you're surfing right on the edge of out of control but get it back together,
there's risk.
They like it. You know, it is a risky, radical, controlled maneuver. And I'm right there with you in Courtney Conlogue's current approach. And the good news is, the way she's surfing, we're going to see a lot more of Courtney, so we can get to the bottom of what's happening in the world of Courtney Conlogue that has her possessed to shred like this.
So see that cutback, that second cutback that she did, just setting herself up. Clean, eyes on the money. You can see her fins up and over the lip. We were talking about, you know, how she controls her power now. That second maneuver that she did, that cutback, there was a lot of power going into it, the first third of the maneuver. That's when you want to engage your rail. And as she was coming down, she almost let her surfboard do the work. Kind of very Parko-esque. You know how Parko engages that rail and then just kind of positions his arms so that the upper body kind of follows the movement of the board. That is exactly what she did. And I know she is feeling happy. Look at her kicking as she's paddling out the back. Exchanged a few words with Strider. It'll be interesting to see what he has to say.
She is psyching Strider Wazelewski. Who is the Courtney Conlogue we're watching right now? She's ripping.
She's brand new, you know, and I was asking, she actually paddled by me and she's like, how'd you like that? And because I was saying how much I like the other waves, and she was talking about, I said, well, what's different? What is it? You know, is it the surfboard? And she's, no, it's the bikini. And she's just having so much fun. But then kind of got a little bit more into rocker, I believe. You know, Tim Stamps is here with the surfboards, and I think that they're just putting a little more rocker in because she's going, there's a big difference we've noticed, right? So she's going more vertical in the lip. She's actually bringing that board up, and there's more rocker in the tail, so it's letting that board release into the lip, blowing the tail out. I'm seeing all three fins and half the board, you know, on some of those turns. Incredible surfing from Courtney. I love the new Courtney right now, and she is bringing it with power.
Yeah, it is really fun to watch, and you know she's having fun too because she's posting big numbers on the board. 6.57 for that last wave, adding to the 7.67.
Yeah, and I like what Strider was saying about going more vertical. I'd have to add something to that. Not only is she sometimes going more vertical, but other times when she's going 10 or 11 o'clock, she's kind of going up and past the lip line and then pivoting her surfboard. So that's when you see the fins go up and through the lip.
One of the turns of the event so far. on that second scoring wave.
See.
And here we go. This is your surfer in white, Macy Callahan. And she was hoping for this wave to grow. There you see kind of the low line come up and under, but that's not a wave that's going to give you a big score. If you were free surfing, you probably would have stayed on that wave and just kind of milked it down to the beach. But Macy Callahan's in a position needing a 4.04, a totally attainable number. She just needs to get herself on a better wave.
Yeah, and I think, like you said it, if she was free surfing, she would most likely stay on that wave and ride it all the way to the inside, considering that, you know, we have the world's best, and trying to catch a wave under them sitting out the back is really, really tough. I actually got a chance to catch up with Silvana Lima and in the morning. She was here really early thinking that maybe the ladies would start instead of the men's. And I said, well, if you get your rash guard before the event, you have heat one and you paddle out and everyone is free surfing, does that rash guard kind of give you a little bit of priority in the lineup? The guys give you waves? And she looks at me, smiles, and says, what do you think? I was like, okay, no, so they don't. She's like, no, of course they don't. Doesn't matter.
Oh, I was thinking the exact opposite, because Silvana Lima, when she's paddling for a wave, I would say most of us would give way.
Yeah, but not when the world's best of free surfing. They're like, well, sorry, yeah, well, you'll get your chance in a few minutes. We're going to get one more wave.
You get to be out here with two of them. You got to practice. 6:30 to go.
Speaking of two other people, Courtney Conlog was the first person in the water today alongside Griffin Colapinto and a local bar local. So
at 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, probably like more like 6:30. It's still pretty dark. We got to the beach and I could see some figures, some silhouettes in the water. Couldn't tell if they were pelicans or people. That's how dark it was, and she was one of them. So she's really excited to be surfing here and smart to get a feel for the Barra wave early in the morning.
Pelicans are out there doing airs. Everybody's enjoying themselves today here at Barra de la Cruz. Day one of the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. It's always fun to look around the contest areas and, you know, check out the merch and the shirts and stuff. Really cool looking contest site here in vibrant colors, representative of this area.
Vibrant surfing from Tati West and Webb. 4 turns on the outside. This is what we wanted to see from the surfer representing Brazil.
Was it an 8.87?
I would say no, but it is going to improve on her situation. She has basically a pair of mid-range scores, 4.67 and a 5.37, giving her that 10.04 that you see on screen. So it is going to better her situation. And we said it, 5 minutes here at Barra with this tide is plenty of time not only to replace one wave, but to replace both. So it's not over yet, and I feel like we talk about that time and time again, but with these conditions that we have at hand, it really is the case. Clean surfing from Tati out the back. This angle really not really doing her justice. I can really see how much more vertical she gets and how much water is coming up and above the lip from that other beach angle. And obviously spectators, I should say surfers in the Red Bull Athlete Zone get a chance to see those angles, as do we. But everyone else on the beach just has to pick a spot in this 1 kilometer portion of the point to sit and watch waves.
We got 4:26 to go. Lineup's getting a little crowded. That just means you've got 3 more surfers entering for their next heat, and it's a biggie. Stephanie Gilmore, Isabella Nichols, and Brisa Hennessy going out in seeding round heat 5.
That's going to be a really interesting heat, especially if
every
you consider
heat in this draw has been so good.
Yeah, when you consider what Stephanie's gone through in the last few months. She had a really nice performance in El Salvador, surfed a beautiful point break of El Sunsal, big wrapping carves, managed her way to Tokyo, but unfortunately went down to a very informed Bianca Buitdag. And the Jeep Rivka, Chris, Macy Callahan has been surfing very, very well, just hasn't found the waves.
Yeah, it does become a bit of luck of the draw out here with these kind of the priority setup as it is. You can find yourself in 3rd priority just trying to hunt and find anything, which is kind of where Macy's been living in this heat. And it's going to be tough with Courtney's dropping big numbers like that. And Tatiana West and Webb is starting to turn things up.
Absolutely. I love the way Tati's surfing. It's really hard in Barra de la Cruz to kind of draw different lines on your backhand. talking about different lines, this young lady from Santa Ana, California has been doing that, just very aggressive in her approach, as she is known to be. But something else about the surfing, just the fluidity. There's a pace to her surfing that we haven't seen. And above the lip, you can see those fins kind of exploding over the lip time and time again.
2 minutes, 40 seconds to go. Courtney Conlog's got to be feeling pretty safe at this point. Tatiana Weston-Webb has to fend off Macy Callahan, who is within striking distance. That last scoring wave for Macy, a 2.30, but she did start off strong with a 6, so she's in a pretty decent position. An attainable 5.24 is what she needs to get herself into the top 2.
And Tati is not feeling comfortable, knowing that Macy only needs a 5.24 as we see Courtney up and riding.
And Courtney's just having fun. Right there, whipping it around, extending that carve. Quick snap, gets around this section. Tim Stamps is gonna go home to a full voicemail box. What board is Courtney riding and how many can I order right now?
Yeah, the custom order sheets are gonna be just piled up on his desk.
Enjoy your time off, Tim, because you're going to be busy when you get home. On the strength of this one performance. A performance like this can really help, not that Tim Stamps needs help to get his name out there. He's an icon of shaping. He's a legend. But this right here is just a little something extra special.
Absolutely. Catching up to Pico Oliveira from Patterson Surfboards in Brazil. They shape Italo's boards. They said that they used to sell about 700 boards a year, up until Italo made the tour, won the world title, got the Olympic medal. Now they're up to 1,500 boards. So that's a big difference. That's double the amount that they would do just on the basis of one surfer.
I love it. Surfboard shapers deserve it. They are the backbone of everything we do.
They work so hard, and so many of the shapers like Patterson don't only shape the boards, but Patterson shaped, hot coated, put the fin boxes in, glassed, and sanded Italo's boards for this event. So they're actual board builders, and that is an art.
Definitely. 40 seconds to go here. Courtney Conlog in the lead, and she will cruise to the victory here with 35 seconds left. Tatiana Weston-Webb in second place, still slightly in that precarious position, as Macy Callahan has 25 seconds to get herself on whatever wave she chooses. She does have priority. Now it's the waiting game. It doesn't look like anything major on the horizon.
That being said, the waves don't actually come from that direction that we're seeing on camera. The waves come from the right-hand side. They kind of
around the corner?
Around the corner, just like
that.
here. There you go.
But not in time.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure this wave is going to count for Macy. She had a really strong first wave with a 6.0, but just couldn't back it up. 1.93 and a 2.33. So this is just going to be a wave for her to kind of get a feel for what these waves do on the inside section.
That's for the fans. Well, Courtney Conlog, big victory there. She'll make her way through to round 3 along with Tatiana Weston-Webb. You're watching the Corona Open. She's kneeing. Oh, that was...
Stephanie Gilmore, Isabella Nichols, and Brisa Hennessy in the water now for Heat 5 as the rookie continues to just sweep that cutty into an inside track. Great wrap, perfect timing. Now hard off the bottom, meets that oncoming section. Bella Nichols will just play with this inside. Drives into the pocket, beautiful carve. Hits it hard off the lip, but she will slide off the deck of her board. And now we will look out to see the Costa Rican Brisa Hennessy lay down some rail work as well. And that thing's just going to shut down quickly. So Brisa, just like Steph, was just recently in Japan competing in the Olympic Games. 20 women in that incredible event in a challenging conditions at Surigasaki, that beach break that had a lot of swell, and Brisa and Stephanie had really some key moments in the early rounds, which was really great to watch. But it all builds up to this top 7 of the World Surf League Championship Tour, where we're looking at Stephanie Gilmore still waiting for her first win of the season. Joe Chappelle and Mitchell Salazar. And in the morning show, Mitch, we talked about power surfers for your fantasy team, worth double points. You didn't even have to think about it, and you put Stephanie Gilmore in that position.
Yeah, and when I interviewed Carissa a few heats ago, I actually told her, I apologized. I was like, I should have just picked you from the get-go because she destroyed her heat, Joe.
You were honest. You told Riss your decision there.
And I told her we hadn't seen Steph so far yet, so I could be wrong. But realistically, Carissa's got momentum, and Steph needs a result here to maintain her spot in the WSL Final 5.
Mitch, don't stress out. You can still change your team.
Yeah.
That's been a nice new addition for this year, where you can get through the seeding round, you can get through the elimination round and make those changes. Are you really going to do it?
I'm going to wait and see after this heat. And then, depending on the result in this heat, I'm going to make a decision.
I've talked to a lot of people about that new change with Fantasy Surfer. And if you guys haven't even started yet all year, you can begin right here at Barra De La Cruz. And you're not missing out on anything point-wise. If you start now, you can make your changes up until those elimination rounds in the one-on-one heats. But a lot of people who overthink things now get nervous when they make their picks and they're thinking of changes. Sometimes you got to go with that first instinct, but it's adding another element to the game. I'm loving it.
The element of surprise, too. Because before you'd be like, oh, okay, this person for sure guaranteed. Now, in my case, I can make the switch. It could work out against me, too, Joe. Next thing you know, somebody's losing in the round of 16 early on. I made the switch. My points are going down. You know who's killing it out of our crew is Kaipo.
I am really, really impressed. Kaipo Guerrero, I think number 6 in the world.
In the world.
And I asked him if he's getting nervous. He said yes. You know, now you don't want to blow this huge opportunity. There's so many good fantasy players out there globally.
The good thing is that in our private league, I'm number 4. So I'm pretty close to the top, but I think Kaipo, if he does well here, it's just going to be way too hard to catch up.
So good. And the thing was, Strider Wazelewski was in total agreement with Mitchell Salazar with Steph Gilmore. Waz, how you feeling?
I feel great. Yeah, how you doing, Joe?
Oh, fantastic. You're looking great in the water, my friend.
It's a great place to be.
Go deeper for me real quick on your decision on Gilmore.
You know, I feel like she was frustrated with her result, you know, obviously with the Olympics. Well, let's just take a look at how well she, you know, big open face cutback right there into the corner. She's going to throw down another big whip right there. And she doesn't like the rest of that one, so she's going to kick. She's just going to pace herself into this. And I feel like the setup here is a lot like the Gold Coast. So we're going to see her kind of draw on some similarities. Well, you're going to have to take it back to Brisa. Another lip line slam right there, right under the hook. Big carve on the face right in front of me. Take it away, Joe.
Good man, Waz. Brisa enjoying this rhythm of this wave at Barra De La Cruz. Fades it real quick. Hard off the bottom, springing into the lip line well. Chasing down the closeout hack. Pura Vida Feeling great there on the finish. 3-4 was her start, and that'll be her second scoring ride. Bella Nichols had the 5-1-7 opener, and Gilmore 2-6-7 waiting on scores of her last. But like Strider was saying, like you were saying, it's just let's watch her surf. Let's enjoy one of the all-time greats, if not the greatest of all time. We still got to make it official with titles as she shares 7 with Lane Beachley, as we'll watch Brice's wave again.
Well, now I think this is in the conversation too. But watching the Costa Rican Hennessy, we did not see that in live action, and that was a beautiful turn. Stood out to me, Joe. Right in the pocket, a lot of power. 2-stage carve right there for Brisa, and an excellent read on her behalf here on the inside. Goes to the lip line. This was a tough section to deal with. Goes up a little late, grabs her rail, and I like that she was able to complete her first significant ride of the heat.
Brisa is so powerful, has such great rail control, hangs out a lot with Keikoa Bacalso, who surfed in this event back in 2006. He was known for having very quick hips and a very powerful frontside wrap. And Brisa brought that to Honolulu Bay as a wild card and really played spoiler, I think, in a much bigger way than she imagined. She was like, okay, let's prepare for a CT event. And she knocked out Sally Fitzgibbons. Fitzgibbons was wearing the Jeep Leaders jersey at the time. It was a huge win for Brisa. Her name was on the map, and she's just been such a stellar addition to the top 17.
Yeah, and I would say till this day, that's probably still her biggest win, especially as a wild card. But I think we've seen her mature a lot. Obviously right now needing a result in the lower part of the rankings, Joe. So this is an important event for her, but one that could suit her strengths. I mean, you were talking about her coach, Keikoa Bacalso, surfs very much like him. And I think at this wave, the most important thing is to just create opportunities by searching for those insiders that could be your backup scores when you're paddling back out.
Numbers locking in. Brisa Hennessy throws down a 6.17. Gilmore's last 2.67. Bella drops to third, but still has that 5.17 at the moment. It's great to see Isabella in front of the spotlight this season as an exciting rookie addition. And she got that feeling of not only surfing with her heroes, but getting wins. She got past Steph Gilmore, going back to Newcastle, went all the way to final alongside Carissa Moore.
Yeah, and Bella's no stranger to waves here in Mexico. She's been a champion at the pro junior level in Los Cabos. That was in 2015. And, you know, I think Bella really knows how to surf competitively on a very high level. World Pro Junior champion. But the thing that surprised me the most about her this year, she doesn't really care who she has in front of her. She just takes every heat like it's her last, and I think that's something admirable. And I think if you look at this heat so far, she has the second best wave of the heat. Steph's kind of giving her a little bit of a tough time with positioning, and Bella's not backing down.
Rolling in now, Isabella Nichols. First turn ends up a little off balance. Now emerging out front, section comes down quickly, meets it with a snap. No, not quite the second scoring ride she was looking for. That'll be her backup for the moment.
I think she might be a student in the sciences too, Joe.
That's true. You know what's interesting? She went through the whole thing of like, maybe I'm hanging up my jersey and getting focused on studies. She had a couple of tough results on the QS and really bummed her out quite a bit. And with some downtime, you know, the year she qualified, she's been focusing on school. I think now she can really focus on her surfing, know that she's in the top 17, but she was kind of in two minds for a bit, going, is this it for me as a professional surfer? And good news for all of us, she got a great run on the QS and qualified, and she's turned in some amazing heats. Speaking of great heats, California's Courtney Conlog just lit this place up. She's with Kale.
Thank you so much, Joe. Courtney, incredible performance out there. It just seems like these southern Oaxaca point breaks suit your surfing very well.
Thank you. Definitely feeling at home. Really happy to be surfing right hand point break, and
honestly, this is such a playground. After my strike mission I went on, it's just so much fun and feels like I'm on a surf trip. And I have Tim here in my corner, had Mom here for a few days, and yeah, it's been a really fun trip. Quite a journey I get here too.
Tell us a little bit about the preparation going into the event, because everyone's saying Courtney 2.0. There's something different, something new about yourself. Do you find that at all yourself?
You know, I think I'm kind of just evolving. I feel like we're always evolving. But, you know, I went through a lot in 2019 and 2020 with all the concussion stuff, and now I feel like I'm starting to get my rhythm back and feeling more like me every day and evolving to that next level now. And, yeah, it's been really fun. I feel like I have a lot of support at home and amazing people in my corner, and yeah, it's been quite a journey.
And speaking of injuries, I only noticed now that you have your left ankle taped up.
You know me.
There's always something.
Well, you know, I'm always pushing and working to elevate myself, and with that, sometimes you test your limit. And, you know, I had a strike mission to Tahiti and Surf Chopu and had some beautiful, magical barrels recently. And, yeah, I think it just rejuvenated me and my soul and my surfing. And I'm just so happy with where I'm at right now. And, you know, it's been a lot of work, but it's paying off.
Well, I think we're also rejuvenated and happy to see you move on through this event. Congratulations.
Thank you. Shout out to Megan, my family.
I don't know if anyone closes out an interview better than Courtney Conlock. The laugh, the vibe, the happiness, the sea tiger, having a lot of fun today on this right-hand point break.
Well, she's also looking lean and mean out there, Joe. She was aggressive. She was looking sharp as nails. And I think if it picks up a little bit more too, watch out, because she's going to be one of the harder people to beat out here. I really do think that the bigger it gets, the more she thrives on it.
It's interesting with the injuries she's had in her career. When we ever see her taping herself up, we'll be like, hey, what's going on there? She's like, nothing to see here. You know, she doesn't want to, you know, have an injury kind of floating around, you know, the Red Bull athlete zone and people talking about, oh, maybe she's wounded. She kind of keeps it to herself, but the concussion she dealt with and just the recovery time was so severe. To see where she is today is nothing short of amazing, and just speaks to the fight that she always has had in her ever since she began surfing.
And she doesn't want to make up any excuses either. Like, as an athlete, especially as a professional surfer, you only get certain moments out of the whole season where you can actually shine. And I just don't think she wants to take any of the shine away from her performances.
One of the all-time greats in motion at Barra De La Cruz. Flowing down the line. Beautiful rail work, fades back into the power source.
Oh.
Making it look so easy. Gilmore belts the lip line. Right into a wrapping cutback. You watch her surf a right-hand point break, you think of some of your favorite poems, you know, that you've heard in your life. You remember hearing the Beatles for the first time.
Yes.
It's a magical experience. It's so connected to the wave. Gilmore just warming up, it still looks like.
You know what it sounds like to me every time Steph stands up on a point break like this? Guns N' Roses. Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door. I swear. That's what it is from Stephanie Gilmore. It's like every time you see her just stand up, you're like, okay, what kind of treat am I in for right now? And Joe, this is why I picked her. I don't know, I'm having a tough time with my power surfer right now because Carissa surfed great, but then this was just beautiful. I mean, you talk about style. Nobody has better style, male or female surfer on the championship tour than Stephanie Gilmore. And that's what coming to Barra De La Cruz is all about, just accentuating that style.
And you have a wave this long with so many changes as well, where you have a bowl, then it'll go flat. You have a lot of time to be exposed. There's a lot of moments the wave can make you look awkward, where you're getting stuck. And when you've got a flow and a rhythm of Steph Gilmore, she just makes it look so clean. Her best score still yet to come in. Has 31 CT victories in her career. That is a record that she holds by herself. Most wins ever in surfing history on the women's side.
Carissa's coming up. Right behind, though. 24 so far. Could be 25 number here.
19 minutes to go. Back to power surfer favorites. Go back to Waz for a reaction of Gilmore's last wave.
Vicious. I think I just saw the dark side of Stephanie Gilmore. Like her face, she just looked like she was gonna rip that wave to pieces, and she did. And I just, you know, obviously she's having a kind of a slow start in the heat, but we got to see just a little bit of what she can do, and I feel like we're gonna see a lot more of Steph here. I mean, she's just tore into that face, the way she was going up into the lip line, but the facial expression, I don't know, I want to see that. I need the replay out here in the lineup so I can just make sure I saw what I saw.
Hey, Strider, was that the dark side from Star Wars, or was it the dark side from Pink Floyd?
There's a little of both.
Oh.
But she's definitely my power surfer, and I love watching her surf, and it's a pleasure to see her out here in Hualtuco.
Oh, we agree, Strider, doing what she loves to do, surfing perfect right-hand point breaks. She's had several strike missions, sometimes just really fun free surfs with different characters down to Mexico in the past. So she's pretty familiar with surfing in this region. And so just like when J-Bay popped up for the women on tour, you're expecting her to win that event, and like she did. Similar feeling when you come to a wave like this. Let's see it again.
Yeah, and you were talking about, I think, the expectations that people have on her. What about the expectations she has on herself, Joe? Like, that's another big thing that we haven't even talked about. Like, where is her headspace? Is she thinking about the World Championship right now? Obviously, she was thinking about Olympic gold medal. And you see right there, just the flow that she has, the read that she has. The only person to become a world champion on their rookie season. That's incredible. And the only person that I see right now that can maybe do it on the men's side is Morgan Stabilik. So let's see if that happens, but I still think Steph's record is going to be really hard to beat in that sense.
That first title for Steph, 2007. And it just felt like there was going to be a huge change in the guard moment after her first event of the season. Because we saw her at Wildcards winning at Snapper, so it was always coming. But she just had another level to bring in 2007, went 4 straights with those world titles. Complete domination, and then she started getting these rivals, Carissa Moore, Tyler Wright.
Chelsea Hedges was another one too.
Chelsea was insane. So Chelsea, yeah, right before Steph. And Sophia was right before them as well. So right when Steph qualified, right into the mix as those surfers were looking towards retirement. But it brings up the question for the final 5, Mitch. Gilmore, sitting in that 5th position, has a couple of big names that are outside of the final 5. Caroline Marks, 2-time world champ Tyler Wright, looking to bump Steph out of that position.
Well, and then you could also make the case for Isabella Nichols right now, who's number 8. I mean, and Malia's right there, 11. She gets 2 results. Tahiti could probably be very favorable for her. But if Steph is really looking at that, she needs a win here because she hasn't had one all year long. Probably won't come in Tahiti. Not to say that it's not possible. I just think that there's going to be certain people there that are probably going to stand out a little bit more than others. And I think this is the spot. Just remind people, Joe, hey, I'm still around. I'm still relevant. And if you want to win the World Championship, you got to go through me first.
Such a great scenario leading up into Lower Trestles, an event that we've seen, you know, Carissa Moore dominate, Stephanie Gilmore dominate. And sometimes it's hard to reveal a true rival with Carissa Moore. And we were stuck inside, or caught inside, I should say, as the name of the podcast was, back in Australia. 14 days we were hanging out in there. And I was sort of going, okay, well, Carissa, she had time to think about this. She had nowhere to go. It's like, if there was anyone that you could just hope to have in that best out of 3 heat for a world title, who would it be? And I was kind of expecting Riss to sort of, you know, kind of choose anyone. And then she just said, Stephanie Gilmore. You know, for all of their years on tour together, some of Riss's years where she was winning, Steph was injured, things kind of happened at different times. So it's almost like the most decorated 2 surfers full-time on tour. You know, Carissa wants that matchup like a lot of fans would want to see at Lowers this year.
Can you imagine if it's 6 foot and the rights are just peeling? I don't think they'd even look at the lefts. I think they'd just be like, okay, we're going right. Block off the lefts. Kevin Schultz, you can have the lefts. Gabe, if you want to start warming up, Italo, just give us the rights. But no, man, you're right. I do feel if it comes down to that, it's pretty evenly matched.
Gilmore flying down the line of this wall. Big roundhouse cutback, fades again. Had a 6-4 on her last. Lays down another big arc. She's already done enough to take the lead off Brisa, but Hennessy's right behind her. The Costa Rican drives off the bottom. Love that little power hack. Jams it one more time, belts it off the lip right in front of Gilmore. Now they'll use everything they have to race for second priority. Brisa just ahead of Steph Gilmore. This is the interesting thing. Do you use everything you've got? Is it that important to get second priority in a lineup this size when it's so demanding physically?
I think in this heat in particular, the significance that it has on the rankings, I'd have to say yes. Because everybody's right in there. Brisa needs a result. Isabella's number 8. And Steph obviously needs to make, I mean, she needs to make a stand right here in Mexico, Joe. I've said it time and time again. If there's any place she's going to win and dominate, I think it's right here in Barra De La Cruz. And I think this last wave just blew my mind. This first carve. I mean, isn't that just textbook? It looked like Kelly Slater, black and white. And Steph just goes to town right here on the inside. She's turning up. And, I mean, Strider was right. Where's she in the dark side? Might be a little Darth Vader in her. You know, little Princess Leia, too. She's using the Force. Who knows?
I love it. How about Brisa behind her?
This was great, too. Nice spin drift. Then gets the second carve, and this thing walls up really well. And the Costa Rican, who represented Latin America super well at the Olympic Games, got to be stoked for her performance. And smart decision here to kick out, recognize that Steph was paddling back out, and I think that was really smart to recover priority before Steph gets there.
Gilmore takes the lead off Hennessy. Brisa second, Bella Nichols in third with priority, still with 11:50 to go in heat number 5. We'll return for more action here in Mexico right after this. To stop 7 of the regular season on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Stop 8 coming up quick. Going back to Tahiti in the South Pacific. And then we'll have a first time ever, a big showdown at Lower Trestles for the Rip Curl WSL Finals. Gilmore chasing an 8th world title this year. Then she'd hold that record all for herself. Tied right now with Lane Beachley. We always like breaking ties in surfing. You know, you got to in heats. So if you had to break the tie, you go to Steph Gilmore, having the most event wins of all time. But I know for Gilmore, for Lane, they all want to see that officially broken. We'll see if it happens this year. One thing I was impressed with, Mitchell, was in Japan at the Olympic Games. Sometimes, you know, the only variable for weaknesses as far as not dominating heats is sometimes scattered beach breaks where you can get lost at sea, and the Olympians made that look so rippable. I was really impressed how good Steph Gilmore looked. The board was amazing from Darren Hanley. She's really spent a lot of time on her equipment. She was so fired up, and I still think even though she was upset early by Bianca Beitendach, she's going to carry that Olympic energy here to Mexico as well.
You would hope so, and I agree with you. The first round, Steph looked like the favorite. And then the quarterfinal, she just couldn't get into rhythm, and I think here in Mexico, it's going to have to start from the beginning all the way to the middle and then to the end, obviously, with the championship. And
You know, if we're talking about the greatest surfer of all time when it comes to a point break, I think you could also argue that Stephanie Gilmore is the best. I think you could also put Kelly in there, obviously, but how about Mick Fanning, too, and Joe Parkinson? So she's in there with the best of the best, la crema de la crema, as we say here in Mexico, the cream of the cream. But yeah, Steph needs the result right here, and I think she's on her way to a decent result so far. A couple of sixes, Joe, and looking like a standout of the day.
Oh, she's looking like she's in her happy place, her comfort zone, looks relaxed in the Red Bull athlete zone, and all those strike missions in Mexico have really paid off. I feel like she always managed her time well. As we know, she never had to worry about chasing results. She was always winning world titles, so she was never doing double duty on the QS. So she always had a lot of free time. In those early years, sometimes the championship tour on the women's side would end in August.
Yeah.
Sometimes without a Hawaiian season. And so she was always using that time incredibly well to become an incredible musician, but also perfect her craft in free surf. And I feel like these new changes that we're seeing to the championship tour schedule and the Challenger Series are opening up more space for free surfing, which will ultimately create better surfing on the championship tour.
Good point.
In motion, Bella Nichols. And she will fall in the crumbled part of the whitewater. 604 is still what she is chasing.
And you saw her hands go up. She was frustrated. She was like, missed opportunity right there, and it definitely was. Used first priority, Joe. Was sitting on the outside for quite a while waiting for that wave, and now she's in a tough spot. Brisa has priority. She's looking to better just a 5. Steph has a couple of 6s, so Brisa's best wave and Steph's 2 best waves are still better than Isabella's best wave. And, you know, with 7 minutes to go, even with the higher tide being more consistent as far as the set waves go, I think you need to hustle right here, and you could be thinking 2 scores still. Okay, if I don't get the 7 that I want or the 8, at least let's get a pair of 6s on the board, because if you kick out early enough, you can make it out the back with enough time to catch another wave, Joe.
Oh, so true. It's like time management, especially in a big playing field like this one. Sometimes you can sit further on the inside and just earn yourself a double up. You could take off and it could look like nothing's going to happen, and it'll have an inside bowl that you dream about.
You're talking about strength of schedule and how everything has changed as far as scheduling goes. Obviously, COVID has had a lot to do with that too. But I think with Steph having Snapper, Bells, Margaret River at the beginning of the year was essential for her success. And I think now that things have changed, especially going to 2 beach breaks in Australia compared to majority of waves being point breaks when you were in Oz, now it's like, okay, what's my positioning going to be like? I don't know this wave as well as I wanted to. I haven't really done the QS over the past few years when a lot of the ladies that are on the CT have done it. So they probably know the lineup a little bit better. They know the spot better. And they've been competing there on a QS level compared to a CT level a lot more.
What's a huge topic, Mitch, that you're bringing up? You know, venue changes and the historic events like Snapper, Bells, Margaret River, where the experienced surfers could just take out the young guns because they understand the game so well with all those years competing. Bella Nichols, not much there. She'll fade out. Still chasing the 6:04 with 5:10 on the clock. And you look at the past champs at those events, Snapper, Bells, find a lot of Gilmores on that list.
And on the men's side, you see a lot of Fannings, a lot of Slaters, and a lot of Parkinsons. And it's the same thing because they're so good at those locations. They know the break so well. They spend years and years training there, competing, that it's so difficult to beat them because they've been there so many times. And now it's like, okay, it's a toss-up. Where are we going? Okay, this event was added in the last second. This event was added because we need to support this leg. Australia got 4 events. Okay, where are we going? Narrabeen, all right. I need to adapt. Who's the best at it? Beach break surfers. They're the ones that can adapt to any kind of conditions, even at point breaks. That's why Medina and Italo have had so much success. And as far as the women goes, that's why Carissa's at the top.
So many surprises this year, Hermano. We had the start of the season at Honolulu Bay, you know, one of Gilmore's favorite locations in the world. She lost to Tyler Wright, who had the 10. And that was huge to upset Gilmore. And Tyler had a huge announcement she was back. Things shift to Pipeline, which was unbelievable. Sally Fitzgibbon's a part of that historical day. Had never surfed there before, was going through visualization to prepare. And we saw Tyler kick off the year world #1. Now stop 7. Get back to this because we've got a rider in motion, Brisa Hennessy, trying to fight for her lead back. A 6'9" or better will get her to the top spot. Big vertical there, smooth transition. Tight wrapping turn. Sits on the roof for a float. Hennessy chasing down the 6.9, 3:20 to go.
An important wave for Brisa, because even if she doesn't get the 6.9, anything better than a 5:03 makes the requirement for Nichols a little bit higher too, Joe. So I thought this was a really solid conversion from the Costa Rican. Used priority well, sat when she needed to, took the wave when she needed to, and I think when she comes back to the beach, Nicole Bacalso's got to be pretty happy with what he's seen so far.
Now down to 250, and Hennessy happy to have her parents here in Mexico supporting her at stop number 7 of the season. Did a lot of great power moves. That's what she's famous for. Made the final series. She was just kicking off her championship tour life. Made finals day at Karamas. That was a wave that really suited her style well. Real high performance wave where you can lay down huge power moves. And sometimes those high performance waves, you expect big airs winning, and sometimes it's just all about power moves.
And look at the aggressiveness outside. A lot more backwash too, Joe. That's difficult to handle here with the high tide. This was just an excellent turn right in the pocket, up into the lip line, critical. It slides the fins, good variation. And then she was looking for the finish, and she got it. A nice little progression right there at the end too by grabbing the rail, showing a point of difference.
And now Bella Nichols, minute 50 on the clock, chasing a 6.04. Jams it off the lip. Late to the next section, stays on her feet. And if Brisa improves, Nichols will need more than that 6.04. 90 seconds on the clock. The rookie feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, and I don't know about the wave selection right there. She might have just jumped the gun. And here's the score for Hennessy, Joe.
Hennessy improving, 6.43, her best so far. Last to Bella here right now.
Yeah, so this is the outside section. Nice combination right there from Bella. Gets the setup card, but this is where I kind of thought that she mistimed that section right there. Needed to get out in front of the white water, and it just ran on her. Needed to actually get to the open face. Was probably thinking I need a 7 or better to make this heat, and I don't think that's going to cut it.
Bella had the quick start straight into a 5.17 and has been a little bit left out ever since. Hennessy took control in the 6 range. Gilmore did the same, just her 6s are a bit higher than Brisa's, the 6.67. And her low's higher than Brisa's low. Bella Nichols last wave 5.77, so still left chasing a 6.83. And now without priority.
There's enough time though, Joe. I mean, if she can get to one of these white waters on the inside, try to milk one, just see if the wave stands up, it's now or never. It's got to be this. I mean, there's nothing else outside.
5 seconds to go. And Isabella Nichols, 5.77, 5.17. She'll be left chasing the 6.83. She'll be heading into the elimination round. Hennessy and Steph Gilmore moving on. Steph with a 13.07 combined total. Coming up next, it's Heat 6. Caroline Marks, Tyler Wright, and Sage Erickson right after this. The Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver, is brought to you by Corona. This is living. By Quiksilver, the original board short company. By Jeep, the official vehicle of the World Surf League. And by Hydro Flask, the official insulated drinkware of the World Surf League. We are enjoying our time here in Mexico for the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Sage Erickson rips in to a beautiful top turn carve. There's that jam she's famous for, and we got Caroline Marks getting started. Marks with that crazy backhand attack. Started getting acknowledged for it very quickly. Talked to maybe have the best backhand approach on tour. She'll step off. And we'll see what happened to Sage there. Tyler Wright with priority, the two-time world champ. Wasn't at the Jeep Surf French Pro, so we saw her seed drop to number 7 in the world, outside the final 5. Caroline Marks also just outside the final 5 at the Surf French. She just didn't perform the way she wanted to.
And it was still a great surfing job. Semi-final finish. I just think that right there at the Surf French, it's hard to beat the elite.
Frontside power car from a two-time world champ. Tyler Wright always drops that back shoulder, showcasing that signature move on that layback power carve. Jams it quickly. She looks motivated and inspired.
About to say that. I dig the energy.
And maybe she got pumped up from her siblings having a battle earlier today.
Funny is they match up together and then they both make it, and you're like, was that planned? And then they're like, no. And you're probably like, are you sure? You're probably still considering.
Top 2, Mikey Wright got the win earlier today. If you missed that, Owen Wright, big brother, got in second. Big brother happens to be a bronze medalist. Achieved that just a couple weeks ago in the Olympic Games. Backhand carve, super clean for young Caroline. Open with a 4.17 off the bottom and throwing some water off that jam. Opens that shoulder. There's the bird. Passing Tyler, finds a good place to put that thing to bed.
It's so astonishing to me when somebody that's so young is able to intake information when they're, still in development. We're going to see Sage's wave first. Came in at a 5.0. I love that car from Erickson. Right in the pocket, went right up into the lip after that. And Sage is no stranger to Mexico. Champion in Los Cabos before, we'll say. And her dad, Greg, one of her biggest supporters, if not the biggest. He'd be pretty stoked to be down here if he were. But Sage looking good to start things off. But just getting back to Caroline, I think when you're able to develop your talent at such a young age and still be open-minded to receiving constructive criticism, that's a dangerous habit. That means that you have room to grow in, and you're probably going to be one of the best in your respective disciplines.
Very true. 29:50 on the clock in this one. Let's catch up with Steph Gilmore with Kale Carranza.
Thank you so much, Joe. Steph, Barra gets a lot of comparisons to Snapper Rocks, but I don't think there's anyone better than the Queen of Snapper to let us know if there are any similarities.
Yeah, it's scary how much I felt like I was having a heat at Snapper Rocks, Apart from looking at the headland, you sort of look back and obviously no high rises. This is a more remote tropical version, but yeah, the shape of the wave, the way it kind of bowls on the high tide, it gets a little bit slower, but you can kind of find those little inside double ups, and yeah, that's what I grew up surfing my whole life, so I feel very comfortable out there.
One of the things that the commentators up in the booth were saying was a comment from Strider saying that there was a dark side to you out in the water. It seems like you were really attacking those lifts. Did you feel at all like you were over-aggressive?
I need to be over-aggressive, to be honest. I'm too relaxed a lot of the time, and yeah, I admire the surfers like Carissa and Tatiana and the women who are so aggressive in their maneuvers, and that the judges really rewarded, and I think I've sort of let off the gas in that sense. And it's nice to look good on a wave, but yeah, unless you're really like throwing your all into it, then you know, it's not going to count. So I'm trying to be more dark. Yeah, as weird as that is.
It's incredible. You look really good out on the water. We're really looking forward to seeing you in the next few rounds.
Thanks so much. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Stoked to be here. Thanks, Mexico, for having us.
That is one happy Steph Gilmore, and you always see her smiling. One of the coolest ambassadors of surfing, and it's always been that way. She'll move into the next round with Brisa Hennessy, who's right behind her. And I love heats like that. A couple lead changes, and Steph got to show off a performance like a 7-time world champion only would. Back to Caroline Marks. Look what she just threw down.
Yeah, 6.67 for Caroline. This match is the best wave of the heat so far. Tyler also got a 6.67. That was a tough maneuver to deal with. Came around the corner, blasted that last section, and boy, her technique is just so good on her back. And then, Joe, this is what we were talking about. La energía, the mana of Tyler right on this wave. We felt it. And it seems like right now she's surfing with corazón, heart, determination. Like, she really wants to get a championship here in Mexico, because realistically, I mean, if you want to get your spot in the WSL Final 5 and qualify for the Rip Curl WSL Finals, it's probably going to come down to semifinals or better right here for those people that are in contention. Steph, Tati, Caroline, Tyler, Isabella Nichols, everybody right in that range probably needs to, I'd say, actually make the final.
Mitch, do you feel like the theme will continue at Stop 7 for the women, where we're going to have another new event winner this season? We've had 6 previous events, 6 different event champions. Will it be another fresh face on the top of the podium?
It's too late in the day for this. Why are you doing it?
Just because I know you're maybe the delirium of the heat here at Barra De La Cruz. You're going to have a great answer for us.
I'm actually going to say no. and Steph's my power surfer. I should be saying yes, because I picked her to win the event.
Right.
But after what I saw from Carissa, I'm gonna stick with Carissa more, and I say she's gonna go and get another win.
I love it.
What do you think?
No,
I'm gonna put you on the spot.
I was just enjoying your answer. It was like there's a lot to think about. The tour is incredible.
Jose.
Un momentito. 25 minutes to go here. And Caroline, 667-417. No, I'm not dodging the question. I've been enjoying just the different event winners. I think that just shows how unbelievably talented this top 17 is. You can say it enough, but it's, you know, the best group we've ever had on tour. You know, 2019, we had that to start off the first 6 events, but we hadn't had a year like that since 2002 era. Oftentimes it was just a stranglehold, like multiple event wins from a Gilmore, a Tyler Wright, a Sally Fitzgibbons, Courtney Conlog. There's kind of those usual suspects that were getting in the mix. But yeah, I was feeding off the momentum for Carissa Moore after the gold and just what she can do to this wave. So it's hard to go past her. She's the one to beat at this wave with her progression, with momentum, as achieving gold, at the look on her face that's still on it from achieving the Olympic gold medal in the final over Bianca Beitendog. I feel like that's just going to keep her running, not just for this year, but for a very long time.
Yeah. Well, let's get back to that later live action, Joe.
Erickson spent some time in Hawaii when she was young, and also spending a lot of time in Ojai and Ventura. Tyler up and out. Tyler obviously with some famous brothers that rip, and Sage's brother Noah was actually compared to John a lot back when they were really little kids surfing together on the North Shore. They were both in a lot of ad campaigns. Noah still rips, loves surfing slabs, and loves his sister so much. I remember one time Sage was in an event that was really important for her, and he was like, well, I'll help coach you, and yeah, I'll do the men's event too at the QS level in Europe. He was still running in the event, but Sage won. The women's final was the day before, and he forgot that he was in the event. He was so happy for his sister that he was like, oh yeah, I forgot I was still going. Obviously his whole mission there was to help his sister achieve the win, and that happened. So he obviously wasn't as competitive. He just was only competitive for assists, and that was just so cool to see how much love that they have for each other.
Brotherly love. It's good to see. And, you know, it's been great to see that from Tyler. I think, especially us as Latinos, you saw me during our off time in the athletes area when we hung out with Diego and Johnny. Like, I traveled with those guys for many years abroad, within the country. Like, there's a brotherhood right there, and the same thing with a lot of women on CT. Like, they have their sisterhood, and I think we just need to take care of each other as much as possible and look out for each other, because we don't know how long we got, Joe. And even a year on the championship tour goes by pretty fast. Like, next thing you know, you're at stop number 5. You're looking to requalify. You don't requalify. It's like, hey, see you around, I guess. I only got to spend 1 year with you. And, you know, you got to appreciate the moments while they're still around, Joe. And especially for the women, having a smaller tour, it's necessary for them to bond and be able to create those connections that'll last a lifetime. You know, like, I feel like a lot of them have done that over the last few years really well.
It's a fine line, isn't it, of having that sisterhood or brotherhood in your case, and able to switch it off in a heat and knowing that it's for yourself and that will to win. You've seen that really relevant in different moments for these surfers, where, you know, Tyler Wright felt her worst loss of her career at lowers when that was on the regular season years back, where she all of a sudden had something to fight for and realized that she wanted it. She kind of lucked her way through, just not luck, just based on her talent, finished runner-up in the world a couple times without even really applying herself. Then when she lost and she was like, hang on, I didn't like that feeling, she came back the next year and became a world champion. And I think what's so cool about Tyler's story is you can watch post-heat interviews from a rookie season a couple years later. You know, whether she liked it or not all the time, she grew up in the spotlight, and we saw how much she grew and was able to share, and shares what she's surfing for and different causes that are beyond herself at times, to find different types of motivation. And I think she's inspired us in more ways than one, not just, you know, this year, but ever since she qualified.
Yeah, and same thing with Caroline, right? Comes from a big family, lots of brothers and sisters. She is a huge motivation in their family, for them to be successful, for them to want to achieve more, to just live their lives to maximum capacity. I've known her older brother, Luke, for many years, and he's quite young. He's probably only 23, maybe. And Zach after that, then Caroline, and then they have another 3. So they've been busy in the Mark's house, you know, running around all the rascals. But Caroline's been such a good big sister, really good inspiration to everybody else. And, you know, it takes a lot of talent to be able to be a successful athlete, but more importantly, stay grounded and know that you want to be an even better human being.
Love it, Mitch. You're inspiring me sitting in the booth all day here at Barra De La Cruz. Let's now put Mitch on the spot once again with the CT rankings here at stop 7 of 8. Tahiti's coming up next. Final 5 cutoff is clear. Gilmore looked great. She's in spot, but it's incredibly close between Gilmore and Caroline Marks.
Yeah, and look at how close it is between 2 and 4 as well. Around 1,000 points right there between DeFay, Fitzgibbons, and Weston Webb. But yeah, you were saying Gilmore and Caroline Marks, not even 1,000 points. And then go down a couple more. Isabella Nichols still in the mix too. With one good result here, she could probably cement herself in the top 5 as well. And man, Courtney Conlog, the way she was surfing earlier today, I could also see her making the WSL Final 5. It's going to be a good end to the season, Joe.
Pretty amazing, Mitch. We covered a lot of big names. Caroline Marks, Tyler, obviously the closest. They happen to be both in this heat at the moment. So I think we'll be watching Gilmore very closely. Tatiana Weston Webb, Tyler, and Caroline really can't lose at any point of this event. It's going to be so close. They've got to keep tabs on Gilmore for that 5th spot. But there's not room for all of them. I mean, when we started off the season, there was a lot of predictions. I really enjoyed Kaipo and Rosie's predictions, and they would evolve event to event. You can check that out on worldsurfleague.com. And Caroline was often right in that running. You know, she won in Australia. She was right in that mix. I don't think we really predicted her actually losing a spot in that final 5, and now the pressure's on her to see if she can recover that position.
Yeah, and she's only 19 years old, too. So imagine how many years she still has ahead of herself. She was in the semifinal for the bronze medal in the Olympic Games at such a young age. I think that's already pretty admirable, Joe. She was in the contention for gold. I think a lot of people had her as one of the favorites going into Tokyo 2020. And then on the championship tour, obviously, in this season, I think after Narrabeen, people were like, okay, she's a contender. And in Mexico, she needs to prove her point.
All setup work for Caroline Marks. First snap, super clean. Jams it. Third maneuver, just keeping that flow off the bottom. Great backhand carve. Drives into that big end section, hits it vertically. Solid series of backhand turns for Caroline Marks, who's had the busy summer. Ended up losing in the bronze medal match to Amuro Suzuki in Japan. And that just fueled the fire even more for such a solid competitor, the youngest ever to qualify. Let's have another look here.
I'm calling BOH, Joe. Best of heat. I like the flow. I like the pace. Goes up into the lip once, right there on the outside. That turn was incredible. I love this drone view. And then Caroline just goes to work right here on the inside in this finishing turn. Gets the setup. Look at how critical that last one was. And I like how they make it dramatic, where they kind of disappear in the whitewater a little bit, and then they show up and they're like, I'm still alive, I'm still here. And you're like, okay. No, but Caroline, trust me, if she doesn't win this year, she's going to get a lot more opportunities in the future, too. WSL Final 5, Rip Curl WSL Finals, if Caroline makes it to lowers, that's her new backyard, Joe.
It is, yeah, the whole fam moving to Southern California, and for a lot of reasons. Lowers is there, her coach Mike Parsons is there, Sage Erickson working with a coach named Jimmy Hogan as he's up and out. Jimmy, just like Mike, a huge name coming out of San Clemente and traveled around the world. Incredible server, still rips, residing in Costa Rica these days. Loves to fire up Sage for big heats. They've been working well together. Let's see if Erickson can pull herself out of third and avoid the elimination round. We'll be right back.
This September, history will be made when the inaugural Rip Curl WSL Finals decides our world champions. At the conclusion of the regular season, the WSL Final 5 men and women will face off in a one-day winner-take-all battle for the world title. This format features a seeded bracket where winning surfers advance through matches to face a higher seed until they reach world number 1. Match 1 will see world number 5 take on world number 4. The winner of that match will advance to face world number 3 in match 2. The winner of match 2 will go on to face world number 2 in match 3. The winner of match 3 will move on to face world number 1 in the title match, a best of 3 showdown to decide the world title. Tune into the Rip Curl WSL Finals on WorldSurfLeague.com starting September 9th to see undisputed world champions crowned and titles won in the water.
Great to be here in Mexico for the Corona Open Mexico, presented by Quiksilver. Stop 7 of the season, and Caroline Marks using that backhand incredibly well. 6-7, 6-6-7. Well, Tyler Wright also has a 6-6-7, and sometimes that just happens that way. You average out 3 scores, drop the high and the low. For example, Judge 5, Caroline threw a 7 on Caroline 6-6-7. Tyler's Judge 5 threw a 7-5. So when you have a split decision, sometimes the scores end up the same, but a single judge out there did make separation.
Yeah.
And it's always interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, well, two of them actually went up into the 7th. You know, good thing is that we have an average, and that's the actual score that the surfers get, and it makes it just to everybody else, and that's why we have 5 people up there. Obviously, I think that at the end of the day, the important thing is just getting the results right.
Layback power car for a 2-time world champ. Tyler Wright fades again. And now setting up this inside track. All patience for Tyler Wright. Jumping on Paizel surfboards. And a little frustrated that she faded and missed that little runaway wall. That's the interesting part of this wave. Sometimes you have to wait, let that section come at you, and then a certain part of the bank, it'll just speed run, and you definitely want to be in the pit if you can.
Yeah, and it was a difficult wave to surf. That was an amazing first turn. Just a beautiful layback. The second turn was really drawn out too. I like the flow that she had at the beginning of the wave, but it just kind of let her down in the midsection, Joe. And you know, at this point, it's like, do I kick out? Do I just milk it? Try to get as much out of it as I can, and that's where she mistimed it. She went around a little bit too much and lost that last section, but still going to be a decent backup for Tyler.
Tyler Wright's world title years were kind of in sync with John Florence as well, and it felt really interesting that they both kicked off the season #1 in the world, with John winning Pipeline. Tyler also finishing with a win at Pipe when it transitioned from Maui. And then, you know, she missed the surf ranch. He had a new injury on a different knee. And you're interested to see for a while how they were going to salvage the year. The news came out Florence was going to, you know, wait to heal up after his performance in the Olympics. After Tyler missed the Jeep Surf Ranch Pro, I was really curious what her motivation would be. And after her first few waves, and actually talking to her last night, you could tell her goals are still very clear at looking to achieve a 3rd world title.
I think she's very capable of winning this year. You just need to make it there. You know, give yourself the opportunity to actually clinch that title. Now it lowers too.
Very aggressive open face hook for Eriksson. 3rd maneuver off the lip. Great start for Sage. Big full wrap. Flows out of the white water. How's that? Coping, just waiting for it. Picking up some speed, layback, a lot of variety as well. Eriksson drives into the end section and misses it. Caroline just all set up work, waiting. And over that one, 10 minutes to go. Eriksson, though, turning in a beauty.
She looks motivated, Joe. Needs a result. Behind in the ranks right now, number 14. Good opportunity for her here to get a solid result. Not having to go into Tahiti and maybe force a win. Just looking for a final or bust. And here she's been a champion in another part of Mexico. She feels comfortable here, obviously, just because of the aggressiveness we've seen in her waves. And I really like what I'm seeing from Sage. I want to know what she's eating at the hotel so I can have it tomorrow morning.
I did talk to her coach, Jimmy Hogan, and he said, I basically just want to help her use what she does best even better. So he gives her some great words, and obviously working on being very aggressive just like she was there.
Yeah, look at this. Turned down for what? Just going to the lip. She's aggressive, and I think this is the Sage I've been really waiting to see all year long. You know, she's saving the best for last, and that layback was crucial, but I think this one was the most important one of the wave. Unfortunately, just digs the rail right there at the end.
Also a leg burner, Joe, so your legs might be tired. Going into the last maneuver, you're trying to push a little bit too hard, and sometimes, you know, your fins slide out, catch a rail, and that's where you make a mistake. But we're still waiting on the score. It only needs a 6.51.
Sage Erickson loves surfing a right-hand point break. Sometimes people call Sage, you know, one of the great backhanders because she's done super well going left. You know, obviously a couple of big U.S. Open titles. I remember when she surfed in El Salvador at the QS level and was just so brilliant taking a win years ago. And obviously all those years surfing all the right point breaks in Southern California helped her just really understand how to switch gears with variety. I think she's showing some examples of some of the best types of turns that she's had in her career, getting a lot better with variety and also total control when she's being aggressive.
Yeah, it comes from a good area in California too. That Ventura, Ojai region, you know, Kellen Ellison, the McKay brothers. You got Dana Reynolds around there. Connor Coffin is just from a little bit up north, but also spends a lot of time in Ventura County. And yeah, I mean, you look at motivation, you got it right there. What else do I need? These are people that are going to push my surfing to new levels. And if there's something I can learn, it's from them. And look at the score, Joe.
6.53, Erickson in second. The two-time world champ in third. Tyler Wright needs a 4.86 to take the lead. Incredibly close. A .03 decision right now. 11.5 total for Tyler in third as she holds priority.
Tough time to be a judge. The last heat of the day, you're tired. 7 minutes to go. You're thinking, okay, am I getting my results right? I think they are. And Tyler now doesn't need much. Only needs close to a 5, Joe. Has priority. And look at this.
Chief recap. We'll see just power carve after power carve unloaded from Tyler Wright, Sage Erickson, and some big off the tops from Caroline Marks. What a battle still underway. Tyler's first wave, still her best, a 6.67 to open things up.
Yeah, and then Caroline just went to work. 6.67 for her as well on her opener. And then got the 6.7 after that, and she's just been non-stop, trying to better her waves every single time, and really aggressive when the wave stands up. I like her pacing on these waves on her backside, and then Sage clawing your way back into the heat, Joe. I love this from Erickson. It's necessary. The second to last event of the year. If there's a time you're going to do it, it's right now. And Sage look on fire and fuego, Joe.
I love it. I agree with you too. Just unloading a series of beautiful turns, throwing in variety as well, and just trying to unload on a finish that she couldn't hang on to, but judges still rewarding her a 6.53. Sage growing up with great sparring partners, like you mentioned, had a lot of talent in the backyard. Lakey Peterson, you know, in a similar part of California, as we're still hoping Lakey comes back super strong. Also a kind of an underdog name, Demi Bolsterly, a great talented surfer from that region who kind of had that real cool free surfer type approach. It's always loving watching Demi surf and compete.
Former U.S. champion, right?
She's so talented, yeah, and really aggressive as well when she had a big section to work with. And also in that region, we had a world champ back in the early 80s, Kim Merrick. Flowing down the line with some speed. Snap to carve for Tyler Wright. Needs a 4.86 here. Looking for her second win of the season. Nice glassy open face wall. Patient off the bottom. Classic wrap. Little misstep on the end section float, but hung on to it. We're not talking about 6s or 7s. I mean, she needs a 4.86, 4:30 to go.
She needs a 5. That's all it is. And, you know, on her last wave, she got a 4.83. To me personally, I like this wave a little bit better. I think on her previous wave, she had the one beautiful layback tack at the beginning, but the inside work on this wave from Tyler was really exceptional. Beautiful flow, nice pacing. And this is where she gets busy. That's a solid carve. And then that aggressive maneuver right there at the end. Is it enough to change the heat? I think it will be. And if she does achieve that 486 that she needs, now it's all about defense, Joe. Get that Mookie Betts Gold Glove out there, and let's play some defense in the outfield.
Loving all the baseball references, especially when they're Dodgers.
Oh, yes.
3:40 to go. What a cool moment from Tyler Wright. Just seeing a mindset of a champion. Putting herself back in the mix quickly with some incredibly powerful turns. Up and out is Sage Erickson. And you watch these waves, and throughout the day today, sometimes you kick out and you'll just see the wave they decided not to commit to it. Sometimes it'll double up into a gem, and sometimes it'll stay flat. Last score for Tyler is in, a 5.3. She does take second. Erickson to third. Now chasing down a 5.45.
Enough time to do it, Joe. Just under 3 minutes. Is Caroline going to give way for this, though? Because the heat's still pretty tight. Tyler could get another wave. She could take the lead. Caroline could drop down, and then Sage could easily take out Caroline if that's the case, too. So I think if you're Marks, you still need to be defensive right here. Be smart about the wave you're actually letting go. And if you're Sage, you need to take the first opportunity you can get.
Erickson trying to manage her position. Also trying to manage her priority position over Tyler Wright.
Yeah.
If Tyler can get that priority to switch, she can definitely close this thing out.
I was thinking the same thing. Got to be careful with that, because that was a committed paddle. If Tyler were there in time, he would be right next to her name. And boy, 2 minutes to go, Joe. She still has a chance.
Some insane heats throughout this opening day. So many great highlights. Wild card and Mateus Hurdy just blew up earlier this morning. With all the action we've seen, it feels like a week ago. Also, the top two in the world, Medina and Italo, didn't get wins. They got second, so they're still right into the round of 32.
Andino advancing in first. That was pretty big.
And then his jersey number going from 22 to 24 to pay tribute to the late, great Kobe Bryant. Minute 20, pressure on Erickson. She still has priority over Tyler Wright.
A lot of mustaches won today too, Joe. Miguel Pupo, Leonardo Fioravanti. I swear, it's tradition in Mexico. The mustaches are doing well.
It's true. Ale Carranza started the whole thing.
Yes, he did.
Minute remaining. Caroline, the heat leader, will get out of the way of Tyler and Sage. Two incredible backhand turns.
Oh.
She'll get stuck for a moment and recover. And she'll just enjoy maybe her final wave here in the seeding round. Nice off the top, big pull there, crushes that section.
Joe, I don't want to interrupt you. Priority switched. So you see the P is right next to Tyler Wright's name.
Good call, Mitch. That is almost an impossible situation, but Sage has found some room to move. 15 seconds. You can tell she's not too interested with this wave. Until now, showing a little bit more shape. Forces the wrap. And now hoping for a miracle on the end section here. Throws down a clean flowing turn through the whitewater. Needs a 5.45. Sage now on the beach, and that was such an interesting situation. She was kind of gambling, looking at a few waves, but it might have been one of the toughest days for choosing the right wave that we've had on tour for a lot of reasons. But she lost priority just looking at a wave she didn't want. Forced herself to take a smaller wave, and even though she had moments where she had great turns, there was some downtime. Sections weren't looking too big to finish on. Let's take another look here.
So she starts off with the roundhouse cutback. Pretty flat wave on the outside, Joe, and I don't know, it's just
too much doubt in my mind. I think this wave needed to be a little bit better as far as quality goes for her to get that mid-5 that she needs, especially after considering that Tyler got a 5.3 on a much better sized wave. Had the one layback at the end. That was the one crucial maneuver on the wave, but I just don't think it's enough.
Scores coming through for last of Eriksson, a 3.87, not enough. Surfed well, but she will have to face the elimination round. And Caroline Marks, thought she was just going to enjoy a victory lap. Turns in an excellent score, 8.33. Had that little bobble recovered, but her turns were gigantic, as she'll go into the next round as one of the favorites to win. Coming up next, we're going through all the highlights of opening day on the Corona Post Show. Chris Cote, Kale Carranza, and Kaipo Guerrero. We'll see you then.
I've been having this vision. I've been having this vision. Either rise or you fall. Nation, bringing my dreams to fruition. I ain't playing at all. Bring out the body bags. I'm about to kill them, deliver them to the mortician. I gotta do what I gotta do. That's for my wish. I gotta do what I gotta do. I pray to God, he never came. I'ma do me, I'ma do me. That's in my blood. I'll never change. That's in my blood. I'll never change. That's in my blood. I'll never change.
After a big opening day, it's time for happy hour in the form of the Corona Post Show. That's right, the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver is done and dusted for day one, but wow, what a big day it was. Chris Cote here, joined by Kale Carranza and Kaipo Guerrero. We started off on the beach here in Barra in the dark, not fully aware of what was about to happen. When the sun came over the hill, we saw tons of action, upsets, big thrilling victories, everything in between. It was a full day with something for every type of surf fan.
Oh, absolutely, and it is the first time in 2 decades that we see the world's best come to Barra de la Cruz, and that's really exciting.
We're going to get to the forecast a little bit later, but things are looking good, Chris.
Yeah, it feels good to put a day like that in the books, and I loved how we started today. You know, usually you can kind of, take your pace and just cruise into these early heats. No way. The first heat was an absolute hammer. Kelly Slater, Kolohe Andino, and Kanoa Igarashi. Kelly Slater started us off with a double tube ride. This was just a sign of things to come today at Barra.
I can't believe that this man waited 2 decades to come back. And look at the surfing he's been doing right where he left off. Kolohe, not bad at all.
What about this guy? I like to see Kolohe Andino back in winning form, looking healthy, looking motivated. The surfing is on point. Kolohe Andino, he's going to be one to watch throughout this entire competition with surfing just like that.
Surfing's so good that you almost forgot that he's been gone for so long, recovering from those injuries, coming back in fighting shape. And this truly was, I would say, I mean, on paper, you know it was going to be one of the heats of the day, but it lived up to all the expectations. What a way to fire us off.
Well, someone had to get third, right, Chris? And unfortunately, that was Kanoa Igarashi. Nothing taken away from his performance or his form right now. I still think he's going to be one of the top guys moving through this competition and moving through the elimination round.
What a way to start there. Andino with the win, Slater in second, Igarashi in third, relegated to that scary second elimination round. So we always expect Kolohe Andino, Kelly Slater, Kanoa to put on big performances, along with Gabriel and Italo. Those names tend to overshadow sometimes the middle portion of the championship tour, but that's where we saw some huge performances coming from. Here's one of them. Leonardo Fioravanti, coming off his appearance in the Olympics, came out swinging. And he put down one of the performances of the day, surfing like this. It's like he never injured himself, like he never went away. He is right here and now.
Yeah, and I think it's really important to consider that he came off of an event in El Salvador, managed to get his foot in the door in Tokyo, and this type of surfing we really haven't seen from Leo in a while.
On point, sharp surfing, looking right back in form, looking super fit. The angles of his turn, his body mechanics. Leonardo Fioravanti, he's taking a lap on the track here at Barra.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a step. No ankle brace needed there. He is right back in fighting shape. And when he is at the top of his game, he is an absolute top 5 threat. He'll have to do some work to get himself into that conversation in 2022, of course, coming through with the injuries and everything that he went through in 2021. No doubt setting himself up for a big showing in 2022. And how about the performance of young Ethan Ewing? This guy came onto the championship tour with a lot of expectations, had a rocky start, but this is the Ethan Ewing we expect to see every event.
Oh yeah, we're approaching this like this is a surprise or something. This is no surprise.
No surprise.
We knew that Ethan Ewing was going to bring game over here. We like that rail game, razor sharp, and just beautiful, stylish surfing from Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, something about Ethan is that he's working now with Mike Parsons. So Mike's saying, well, all he needs is just something to click. And when that does, he is going to be a top 3 threat all year long.
So 2 of the quote-unquote surprises of the day, Leonardo Fioravanti and Ethan Ewing. No surprise if you're fans of their surfing to see them performing that well. One surprise that kind of popped up, and it wasn't the surfers doing the surprising, it was the ocean. Right when the women's round started, we saw a totally different look here at Barra de la Cruz. Things glassed off, the waves jumped up in size, and the opening rounds, the opening heats of the women's division went off. Huge scores all around, giant performances. Love to see the ocean turn on just in time for Malia Manuel to go out there and do exactly what Malia Manuel does best. Silky, smooth, stylish surfing, and adding a lot of power to her game.
And look at the wave, okay? We came from a man-made miracle wave in stop number 6. We're in stop number 7, and we're in another miracle wave here, but this is 100% natural, and Malia Manuel just fit it so perfectly with this beautiful surfing that she performed with.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of surfers, they actually have to rely on instinct now when they surf Barra. Obviously, the wave at the surf ranch, you can know what's going to happen in the wave, but here you really have to read, go on instinct, and apply that surfer feel to the wave at Barra.
Cream get the money. Carissa rules everything around me. The Carissa Moore show was in full effect today, dropping one of the highest heat totals of the entire event so far. And, you know, just doing Carissa Moore things. There's not much more you can say. This is what she does.
That's what she does. She's already clinched a position in that final 5. She's got a gold medal to her. She's making history. Carissa Moore, this is her year. I got to say it. And you know what I'm doing, Chris? I'm just stating the obvious, aren't I?
Right. You think she's going to win a world title?
Yeah.
Raise your hand if you think Carissa Moore's going to.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Callie. All right, well, since we're all in agreement here, she does have some work to do. There's a lot of surfing yet to come, and we have some more work to do, so we're going to take a quick break and come right back to you with more action from the Corona Post Show. Stay tuned. Top 5 moments coming up next. Welcome back to the Corona Post Show, and now it's time to get you fired up because this is the official surf line forecast. Calais Carranza, I know you've decoded these maps before. What are we looking at for the rest of the event?
Well, this is what happens in all of Mexico during the summer months. Big storms get created down in New Zealand. They work their way towards Chile, and with that, they create a diagonal pattern kind of upwards to the right, pushing all these swells towards this area of Mexico. You can see there the size, the period, looking really good, Pipes.
Oh, it's a tasty forecast, isn't it? We're just warming up today, and it looks like we're going to get more just served throughout the next 4 days. I like that. I like the momentum of potentially going back to back to back to back and having the continuity of the competition.
I heard the subtleties there. You've got happy hour on your mind, and that's a good thing because we are celebrating surfing, and what a day to do that. And potentially tomorrow, as we just saw there on the Surfline forecast, we never know officially until the call is made by the real officials. We are all very unofficial on the call. We'll know first thing in the morning, of course. Surfline forecast is looking good. The competitors we have in the draw, if we go into round 2 tomorrow, I mean, that right there, that's like a finals round. The names that we have in the second round, elimination rounds, are massive. And we're going to start off with a couple big elimination heats, and here's one of them. Kanoa Igarashi, Peterson Crisanto, and Diego Cadena. I'm going to throw it out there. Who's going to take this one, Calais?
Diego is going to show the world what he's got. I think this is what he's been waiting for 15 years, and he wasn't happy at all with his performance today. He couldn't find the waves. Tomorrow, I think, is going to be a different story.
I love the great story of Diego. You know, 15 years ago, coming second in the trials. This year, and just coming one place from becoming into the main event in 2006. This year, winning the trials. He's got his place on the big stage. I think he's going to come through that heat as well. But Kanoa Igarashi, come on now. Like, a lot of things would have to go wrong for Kanoa not to make that heat.
Yeah, silver medal, confidence, just everything going his way.
That's going to be a big one, a big way to potentially start. But don't talk too soon because the women's field is equally as deadly threatening. And just check out one of the elimination rounds. This is Heat 1. Isabella Nichols, Macy Callanan, and Regina Pioli. And this one right here is close. I mean, this is a really even matchup. I would say statistically speaking, Isabella Nichols potentially with the edge, but we don't know exactly what the wave's going to be like. I mean, it could be all in Regina's court if the waves are what she's used to out here.
Yeah, I feel like Isabella and Macy really learned a lot from their round 1 heats. I think they made some crucial mistakes as far as like wave selection goes. I think they're going to come back tomorrow and not make the same mistakes.
Well, Heat 2 is looking equally threatening. Keely Andrew, Sage Erickson, Shelby Detmers, 3 surfers right here who surfed well in their opening rounds heat. They were just going up against really good surfers that just had the slight edge. Every surfer has their day. But in this one, I mean, this one, I would say even tougher to pick.
Well, I'm going to make a pick.
Make a pick, please.
I'm going to say Sage Erickson takes out that heat because I might as well make a pick, and I think I have a 33% chance of being correct.
Okay, well, just between us, I'll go Keely. You go Shelby?
I am.
Or we
going
can
to
switch.
go,
I mean, whatever you guys want to do.
You know, I really like the way Keely was surfing.
Okay.
I think she's going to take that heat out.
I'll take Shelby. I think she's going to fire it up tomorrow to do it for the local nation. So with all of that, there were so many moments today we can look back and reflect on, but we do have you know, plans after this to get involved potentially with this beautiful point break. So we're going to wrap things up with your top 5 moments from day 1 at the Corona Open Mexico presented by Quiksilver. And guess what? The GOAT doing GOAT things. But no one else got barreled today. And Kelly Slater got barreled twice on one wave. That's number 5.
He's back. The GOAT, not like he ever went anywhere, but you know what? He flew in last night, just showed up kind of at dinner last night, and came out swinging.
Kolohe Andino went to town as well. I mean, this first heat was a banger. It was incredible to see these guys right away start things off. Day 1, first heat of the day, and we saw impressive scores and impressive surfing.
I spilled coffee all over myself right when this thing started. I go, what? We're just going to kick it off like this? All right, here we go. Kanoe Igarashi. Everybody was within striking distance in the last couple of minutes of this heat. And it was truly one of those heats where even though, you know, you look at kind of past results and, of course, GOATness, it was a very even matchup throughout. So Kanoe Igarashi relegated to round 2, but now let's talk Jeremy Flores. J-Flo with the big announcement just yesterday, not calling it a retirement, just calling it a different direction. And right there went upside down, showing us he still got the tricks that he basically invented as a kid. That was incredible.
How's that? Nose pick reverse, whatever, club sandwich, Jeremy Flores.
Very cool. Malia Manuel came out swinging, and you could tell in her post-heat interview, I mean, she was not resting on her laurels. She means deadly business in this event.
Yeah, the Hawaiian ladies really found their form here in Barra de la Cruz. It really reminds me of Hawaii as far as power goes, but it just gives you that softer lip line to go a little bit harder.
And I love that she had the AI Forever jersey on in this heat. She was feeling the mana, the spirit out there, and that was such a beautiful tribute by Malia Manuel.
Well, our number 2 moment, well, these guys had the right stuff. They did everything right. The Wright brothers.
Learning to fly.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Owen and Mikey Wright going head-to-head. And Mikey Wright, another big announcement made today. He is, quote-unquote, retiring, but that just means he's going to go film some incredible surfing videos, and we do get to see more of Mikey in this event.
But consider how nice and humble he is and how he takes everyone into consideration. He said he didn't want to do it at this event once he found out that Jeremy was quitting. He was like, oh, I don't want to, you know, ruin Jeremy's thunder, but he had to do it. He's deciding to go free surf, and I think it's going to be exciting to see what kind of video parts he pulls out next year.
I think it's a different type of retirement. You know, I think for Jeremy Flores, he's done everything that he could do in the competitive landscape with a Pipe Masters win and all the accolades behind him. But more to come from both those surfers. But right now, I mean, let's talk about the performance that we're seeing from some of these women. This was truly, I would say, the women just took over, and they have been the standouts throughout.
And if you see the surfers compete, the women after day 1, would you change your power surfer?
Well, you still got a chance. We still got a chance to switch